Chapter 1361 Challenge. These people are not simple, and may not be as high as the White Sword Master William Greco. But if they are released, each one of them will be strong enough to challenge the formation alone. This can be judged from the energy contained in their bodies, and their extremely powerful physical qualities. Thanks to observing many samples of strong people, Lin has his own judgment logic for evaluating strong people. Even strangers who meet for the first time can judge the type of skills that the other person is good at from various aspects, including the development of the other person's muscles, observable calluses, and the weapons and equipment he carries. The only good thing is that these people don't seem to be from the same force, or are already connected. They are also observing these many uninvited guests, trying to find out each other's origins, or to judge whether they are friends or foes. And at the same time, they are also wary of each other. Because of this, someone can sit on the Diaoyu Island and drink beer after glass of beer, especially when he saw himself wearing Xuanwu robe. He felt even more confident. If he were wearing a bank uniform suit with no defensive capabilities like before, he would probably find a reason to run away now. Now, just wait for this group of people with evil intentions to reveal their intentions. Maybe this is another case of excessive self-awareness, and their target is not themselves. Therefore, Lin did not act hastily at all. Whether he was harmed by Qi Yu or took the blame, it was not his plan. What broke this delicate calm was the reappearance of the orc girl. She hurriedly came to the side of the black-robed magician, showed a very forced smile, lowered her head and whispered, "Your Excellency, the President wants to see you for something. Please come with me." President is not the president of the Adventurers Guild. It is just the name of the branch president of the local branch. Just like the branch presidents of the various branches of the Magicians Association, they also use the word president in their titles, instead of deliberately adding a point. If it is the top manager, he will use the term president. But the title is a trivial matter. The main reason is that although the orc girl has good alertness, her acting skills are too poor. It was just an excuse to ask him to leave. He probably heard bad news and wanted to take people out the back door. Lin just smiled at such kindness. He could see it, and so could the old men around him. But no one was making any moves for the time being. So the target is not yourself? As soon as he thought about this, Lin was pulled up by the orc girl. Suddenly, there was a chaotic buzzing sound, and most of the people who needed attention in my observation also stood up with me. Their movements a bit chaotic. It seems that the target is still myself. Someone sighed helplessly. But just now, he was caught off guard and was pulled up by the orc girl. This time she wanted to drag people away again. But Linka had no intention of passively following her. A gentle pat made the orc girl let go of her hand. Lin said, "You should step aside first. After staying here for so long, you should know what I claim to be the best at. If you stay with me, it will be difficult for me to run, and I will accidentally injure you." "You?" These words actually have an unspoken subtext among the adventurers. That is, if you deliberately stay by my side, do you want to stab me in the back at a critical moment? Implying words like "I'll kill you first if you don't leave." Even if most adventurers have traveled and adventured together for a while, they don't know each other completely. Those who can survive are either very lucky, or the time has not come, or they know that they cannot relax their vigilance. It's just that sometimes, those words of caution can easily hurt others. But even if you don't want to hurt anyone, it doesn't mean that the person listening can ignore the meaning. Unless the person is really so retarded that his IQ is comparable to that of a slime. The orc chick wasn't offended at all. It was true that she thought highly of the magician in front of her, and the tips he gave him were also very good these days. But the relationship between the two was not at the level of life-saving. What's more, as the magician said, he is known as the best at escaping. What are you worried about for such a person? However, he understood that his kindness was not accepted. The orc girl still gave a certain magician a blank look, then twisted and swung her waist and left. The president said that he could not handle the battle in front of him for a while. If there is a conflict, you can only choose to clean up the aftermath rather than take the lead. In addition to the orc girl leaving, some unrelated adventurers present also left with a wink. As long as they are not fresh-faced adventurers. All adventurers who are alive are seasoned adventurers. In this kind of revenge battle, no one will go to waste without knowing the cause and effect. Helping the wrong person or losing one's own life, no matter what it is. They don't want to see it. So it's best to leave. Seeing that the clearing was completed, the two opposing parties began to openly discuss each other. At this time, everyone also realized that those who stayed were people with ideas. Even if they are not enemies, They are still competitors, so there is no harm in taking a closer look. However, some people still focused on the target magician, especially the black robe. Whether something is fancy or genuine, everyone present can tell the difference. People with no eyesight are not qualified to be sent to surround this magician. After Xuanwu Pao established a connection with the Xuanwu true spirit in his hometown, he was regarded as an outside god again. Let the 8 masters of power come forward to fight each other, and after luckily integrating the 8 powers of Midi, he can now be regarded as the localized god of Midi. It's just that this god's way of becoming a god is a bit strange, and it's different from the orthodox way of igniting the divine fire and condensing the godhead. In addition, Xuanwu is a trace of spiritual thought that comes to the lost land. It has no physical body, but relies on a robe woven from magic silk. Therefore, Lin defines the Xuanwu robe in this state as a demigod. More like a god than a god. God. In fact, there is no such classification in Midi. As the only demigod robe in the world, Xuanwu itself does not have any flamboyant qualities, but is mainly restrained. But it still cannot conceal its divine temperament. Maybe ordinary people may not be able to identify the character of this unique artifact, but as long as they know it is a good thing, greedy people will naturally covet it. And being able to wear such a robe, even if I didn't fully believe the exaggerated information about this magician, I now believed it a little more. It's quiet again. Although there is only one target magician, there are more than one person who wants to deal with him, and most of them don't know each other. Or maybe they know each other, but they are sure that they are not the same boss behind them. So does everyone have the same purpose? If the target is killed, whose head counts? He was killed by someone else. Will the person behind him admit his guilt? Many doubts remain unresolved, making those present afraid to take action easily. I am afraid that if I act without authorization and suffer losses, I will let others pick the fruit and I will not be well off. Although people with higher abilities are more confident. But if the people you see are all familiar faces, or people at a similar level to you, no matter how confident you are, you may not necessarily jump out and stand out. So now everyone is holding back. But if there are people who are holding it back, there will naturally be people who can't hold it back. Seeing that the silence was almost embarrassing, a voice suddenly came out. Young man, judging from your appearance, you don't want to leave. Are you sure you can deal with all of us by yourself? The speaker was a magician with a white beard and white hair, and a beard that reached his chest, wearing a dark purple gradation and a starry robe. She looks extremely coquettish. In particular, the pointed hat of the same color, and the wand as tall as himself gave him a more unpredictable feeling. On the contrary, the sum total of someone's time before and after time travel is also a long life. However, his physical condition fluctuated several times, and finally he introduced power, followed the path of the Abyss Demon, and transformed his body into a demon. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin was already in an inhuman state. Several transformations made him look younger. This is a good thing that everyone wants in my hometown. But it has become the basis for those who rely on their old age to make fun of themselves for their lack of hair and their inability to do things. Lin really had nowhere to say anything about this kind of thing. This is not like my hometown. I took out my ID card and compared the date of birth, according to the Midi people's ability to age before they grow old. It is not certain who is older. However, there is no point in comparing size in Midland. Only who has the bigger fist is the reason. However, someone has been cowardly and accustomed to it for most of his life. Even if he wants to change to the template of a domineering president, he can't change it. So Lin still followed his habit of complaining about people and blurted out, "If you come one by one, I think I should be able to handle a few. If you plan to come together, then I will definitely run away. You are so confident." "Boy." The handsome old man walked over the crowd and walked out. Said, "Even the Dharma saint would not dare to say such words to a group of people alone outside his magic tower. Just say it. I am curious where your self-confidence comes from." In fact, Lin didn't really want to talk nonsense in this situation where a fight would eventually break out no matter what he said. If you want to fight, fight. If you can't fight, run away. Saying a few more words won't change the situation. However, this was because he had the flash technique to ensure his escape, which gave him such confidence. If I really only had 2 arms and 2 legs, I would have wished I had to say hundreds of nonsense words so that I could find a way to break the situation. Since you can't imitate Li Daolong from his hometown, he wears his signature yellow tights, opens his stance, puts his 4 fingers together and moves. Then he can let people rush forward and kill him. Lin didn't intend to answer the conversation dryly. Instead, he changed the topic and asked sharply, "Then the old man is the first to stand up. Does he want to be the first to die? Others won't help you. If so, then I can just run away." It's like cutting off a random branch to make a wand. And there are tree knots on the wand. The old magician struck the ground with his staff. And with a pause, the magic combo he had prepared long ago was activated instantly. A set of auxiliary magic added to oneself. The possibility of casting the dimensional anchor to destroy the teleportation magic. And the old magician's special skill of summoning the elemental lord. A huge magic circle of light and shadow appeared out of thin air. And the complex formation made everyone who looked directly at it feel dizzy. But the moment the magic array was formed, it seemed like another world was connected behind the array. There is only a magic formation between the two worlds. Like a piece of glass that can be broken with a finger. This boundary is so fragile and dangerous. Chapter 1362 Fire Element Lord Moro. Not all magicians in Lost Land are as unrestrained as berserkers. But the more powerful magic requires more preparation. This is also common sense. Therefore, the best time for magicians to use magic is at the beginning of the war. In the old magician's view, if he can use a dimensional anchor to block the opponent's teleportation ability, he has already won half the battle. The temporary passage connecting the elemental plane has been built, and no one can stop the existence on the other side of the magic circle from passing through, unless the other side gives up on its own initiative. And this is the old magician's best strategy. Summoning elemental creatures to fight. One man versus one army. This is the evaluation given to him by the outside world. There may be people present who don't know the old magician himself. But when they see his signature magic, they all exclaim in a low voice, "The Lord of the Four Elements!" In the family's magic inheritance, there are numerous summoning contracts for the four major elemental spirits, which can even summon elemental lords. This ability ranks among the top among the strong men in the Karlsruhe Empire. Even for Lin, an outsider, the old magician was on his list of powerful people to watch. There is a group of people who believe that abilities that rely on external objects are not considered true abilities. But look at the money-making ability of Iron Man or Batman back home. Who dares to say that it's not their skill? So when he heard the name and confirmed the identity of the old magician, he faced it seriously, as if he were facing a formidable enemy. The old magician's alias as the Lord of the Four Elements was definitely not empty. But he did not despise anyone because of it. Unless it is an opponent who is so familiar that he is no longer familiar with it. He knows how much force he will use to get what effect. When he strikes, he will naturally consider what will happen next, and use this to decide whether he is really fighting or pretending to fight. Fighting to death, or fighting to death. Ordinary serious fight. But when facing a strange opponent, especially when the opponent had many incredible achievements, the old magician did not dare to hold back. Once he gets started, he is the most powerful elemental creature he can summon. Fire Elemental Lord Moro. The advent of the Elemental Lord is anything but simple. For beings who have reached that level, it is not easy to reach the Lost Land from an alien plane. But unlike the situation where the true form of the god is blocked from the Lost Land, the Elemental Lord can visit the Lost Land in person, if conditions permit. And that condition is that the MIDI side must sacrifice enough to replace the true body of the Elemental Lord, so that those powerful beings comparable to gods can come. Some beings are too powerful for a world to bear. So when he breaks through that boundary, he has to leave his original world and rise to another level. This statement is correct. But it does not apply to the Lost Land. The Lord of the strongest spiritual guardian can use his true body to wander around in confusion. Whoever dares to be too arrogant in the world, this big boss will show up and shout directly into the opponent's face with a shield. Not to mention that the face is crooked. The whole head may be taken away. It can be seen from this that the upper limit of the lost world is very high. So I don't know what factors caused the current situation. And I don't have time to think about it now. The sacrifice for the arrival of the Fire Element Lord Moro had already been paid when the contract was made with the old magician's family. The huge price paid at that time was enough for the Elemental Lord to come in his true form 5 or 6 times. If he came in an incarnation, the number of times would increase or decrease according to the proportion of power. It's just that the Elemental Lord is an Elemental Lord after all. He is not willing to fight any opponent. Nor is he willing to listen to any order from the summoner. If his opponent is too scumbag, he doesn't mind having a discussion with the person who summoned him. How to rationally ask an Elemental Lord to help with this matter. Instead of wasting his patience with trivial matters, Moro's sharp claws first broke the barrier of space and penetrated from the other side of the magic circle. It has 4 claws on one side and 8 claws on both sides. After inserting into the magic circle, it spreads out to the left and right. The breaking of the boundary between the two worlds does not mean that the two worlds will begin to merge, or that materials from the two places will be exchanged crazily. A large part of the summoning magic formation is to prevent this from happening. No one wants to summon an alien creature to directly cause an effect like a flood, causing the two worlds to collapse together. After peeling away the sharp claws in the space, everyone could only see 2 thick and hairy arms. Suddenly, a big ape-like face hit the invisible boundary of the magic circle and squeezed into a ball. The monkey head with a broad face and a sharp mouth, covered with red hair and 2 inverted fangs, seemed to be squeezing, bit by bit, squeezing across the boundary between the two worlds. When he passed through the barrier, his breath with the smell of sulfur instantly filled the entire hall of the Whalebone Tavern. As he exhaled and inhaled, long and short sparks appeared. A gurgling sound sounded inexplicably, like a breathing sound coming from deep in the throat. With eyes burning with flames, under the instructions of the old magician's elemental elven language, he looked at the target in black robes. The opponent is worth fighting, at least for his robe. His true body must appear completely before he can break through the defense. While Moro was thinking this, he also pushed himself step by step toward the point of fascination. Although this action sounds very vivid, it is actually that his body is being replaced crazily, replacing it with a substance that can adapt to the activities of the mysterious land. The more powerful the creature, the more difficult and onerous this process is. It's not like walking from one room to another in a house and just opening a door. Logically speaking, those who come at this time are the most vulnerable, because they are stuck between two worlds, neither up nor down. The demon king who originally tried to pass through the gate of the abyss and attack the tower of the great sage was stuck and was bombarded by an unlimited saturation bombardment from the magic tower, knocking him alive into the street. But it doesn't mean that anyone can take action at this time to defeat these descendants from another world. The first question the attacking side has to face is whether they can break through the defense, whether you are summoned or enter on your own initiative. What would be so difficult and time-consuming is the existence that is powerful enough to rival the gods. This kind of existence cannot be penetrated by ordinary warriors with a sharp sword, without a certain level and powerful enough equipment. They cannot even break through the skin. Although Moro was not worried about the magician in front of him, he was still on guard. The person in front of me just doesn't seem to be able to break through his defense now. But it doesn't mean that he will always be at his current level. The magicians in the Lost Land are the group that confuses the elemental elves the most. But the next moment, he felt a familiar breath, right in front of Lin. It was like silver sand began to gather, piling up from bottom to top. First a pair of legs appeared, then a short skirt, waist, chest, hands, head and face, and twin ponytails that were almost as tall as the whole person. The robot girl, Head Queen, made a playful gesture of raising her feet and holding her chin, making a surprise appearance. Then Moro's movement of pushing forward froze. The two sides looked at each other, as if a switch had been triggered. Hefkin made another cute and playful move. The propeller nozzles on the twin ponytails also seemed to be on fire, flashing out a few scattered flashes of fire. This allowed Moro to breathe again. The sound was heavier than before, and the smell of sulfur was a little stronger. As he inhales and exhales, the flames in his mouth and nose are always there, as if they are about to ignite something directly. The Fire Element Lord Moro, who is at the forefront of the Fire Element world, is pushing back bit by bit and intends to close the broken door. Stop or I'll go straight to you. Health Queen looked at the performance of a certain coward and said displeasedly with her hands on her hips. The movements of the monkey's head stopped, and even the breathing became much softer. Everyone present could not believe their eyes. The originally aggressive Fire Element Lord actually showed the expression of his aggrieved daughter-in-law. Moro, like Hefkin, spoke in the elemental elven language, Mother Heg. Why are you here? Mother Haifu? Lin was surprised to hear such a title from a Fire Element Lord. This name is what the robots call Hefkin. Except for those robots, who were originally elemental lords, who still call him by his first name. But Lin didn't expect that the Fire Elemental Lord would also use such a respectful title to call a robot, who was once the Earth Elemental Lord. In the past, the 4 major elemental elves used various derogatory terms to refer to each other. Respect? That is impossible. However, faced with such a title, Hefkin showed no fear at all. She just said proudly, "You can't control where I want to be. Anyway, I just said that if you see me, It's best to go around. If you dare to come and take action, it's best to stay in Lost Land forever. Otherwise, if you don't feel regretful when I go to the fire elemental realm to find you in person, I will spell my name backwards. Don't be angry. Don't be so angry. Didn't I want to leave at first? But you kept me here, Moro said with a shy face. So, are you expressing your dissatisfaction with me? I don't dare. I really don't. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving right now. After saying that, the monkey head began to retreat hard again. Hefkin suddenly said again, "Stop." Yes. Molo felt a little wronged. Sometimes I want him to stop. And sometimes I want him to leave. I really don't know what he can do. If he hadn't been stuck on the world barrier, he would have gone back to his hometown to sleep now. So there was no need to stay here and suffer. I want you to stay because I want you to convey something. No matter who else this magician can summon. He warns them not to come over. If anyone doesn't heed the warning, I will bring someone to visit him personally. When the time comes. Hefkin smiled proudly, but did not tell her what to do. "No," Moro said aggrievedly. Suddenly, Hefkin seemed to realize something, and said, "That's not right. Considering that everyone is still in debt, maybe you should be called over. As long as the master wants to fight back, he will definitely ask us to take action. Isn't this a good opportunity to pay off your debt? So, you might as well call over." Moro is so helpless. His current situation can really be described as having his brain caught in a door. The saddest part was that he couldn't even shake his head while he was squeezing back. He was also stalling for time, looking for a topic to ask Mother Haifu. Who is this magician? Why are you in debt to him? There is no such thing as debt when the elemental lord collects tribute. So Moro is very skeptical about this statement. Hefkin pointed at the person behind him with his short thumb and said, "Don't you want to know who is the creator of the robot? That's him." "What? It's this man. The king of elemental spirits." "The king of elemental spirits? Who is this again?" Lin looked doubtfully at the robot in front of him, and the poor fire elemental lord, who was stuck. Chapter 1363 Barbarian King Alonso. As if aware of the sight behind her, Hefkin, who is an aggregation of nanoworms, made a shocking move that can only be found in horror movies. With a face growing on the back of her head, because the twin ponytail thrusters were too large, they were moved to the original front of the face, and now to the back of the head. The direction of the body, hands, and feet is directly forward and backward, not changing direction in a normal rotation method. When Hefqueen was facing someone, she continued in elemental elvish and asked, "Are you surprised to be addressed like this?" Lin nodded matter-of-factly, but the twin-tailed mechanical girl just raised her fingers, started counting, and said at the same time, "You led us to destroy the entire system of Earth elemental elves, and then successively conquered the elemental worlds of wind, water, and fire, the four major elemental spirits. Although you only took the projection, it was because you didn't intend to control it directly. Otherwise there would be no chance." Counting, Hefkin repeated what someone had done, and then pick up the part that someone didn't realize. Speaking of which, the unification of the four elemental worlds, something that is only possible in legends, has been realized in your hands. So some people call you the king of elemental elves. But it's a pity that this is just a name and has no other benefits. Maybe after our agreement with you is fully fulfilled, no one will call you that. That's right. Someone sighed and said using the common language of we-me. Someone figured out that that title was only obtained by using his power to summon robots to fight for him 5 times. There is a limit on the number of times. And there are no other benefits. Except that it sounds a bit bluffing, because the robot is ordered to fight, regardless of whether the name is there or not. The robot is owed. As for the 4 elemental spirits, everything was poured into her 4-spirit suit by Finn, and was no longer in her hands. Then don't care even more. But compared to someone's indifference, the magicians present who understood the elemental elven language were all shocked, especially when they witnessed a fire elemental lord coming in a menacing manner, and then retreating in disgrace. Just when Hefkin turned his head, the fire elemental lord Moro, who came across the border, cut off all the parts of himself that he had left behind in the lost land. The remaining part that was still in the fire elemental plane simply disappeared without a trace. The parts left in the maze were claws and a whole face. In other words, Moro cut off his own face and ran away. But this is not serious damage to elemental creatures. Their bodies are made of elements, and are not living things in the true sense. Therefore, by digging out the east wall, and patching up the west wall, the original appearance can be quickly restored. The part that was left in the lost ground burst into flames the moment it was separated, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It looks like it was abandoned. In fact, if you know something about elemental spirits, you will know that that part was left in the lost land as a separate body. But what is more surprising than the news that the fire element Lord Morrow left a clone in the land of confusion is the content of his conversation with the girl with a silver-white metallic luster, and what the girl said to the target magician. Everyone's thoughts were spinning, trying to find out the truth of the matter from that brief conversation. But the old magician, one of the parties involved, has no such leisure. When the fire element Lord Morrow left on his own initiative, a monkey's finger, a token belonging to Morrow on the old magician's body, also burst into flames and burned into black ash in an instant, according to the contract made by the family ancestors. He still has several opportunities to summon Morrow. It's just that once the token exploded, there was no chance. Elemental beings are no better than demons or demons. The latter will abide by the contract, but they will also find loopholes in the contract to misinterpret the original intention. It is common for elemental creatures to default on their debts or refuse to accept their debts. There is no spirit of contract at all. But the explosion of Morrow's token is just the beginning, far from the end. Just look at all the summoning tokens related to the elemental spirits on his body, one after another, losing their original function in various unexpected ways. Some exploded, some turned into water and scattered all over the ground, some turned into ashes, and some seemed to explode, although no one was hurt. The blast also tore the old magician's robe. A hole is made. After a while, although the old magician lost most of his net worth, he still retained a small half. But what he lost was the most important part of him and the family behind him. A token of contract for all elemental creatures. Thinking back to the conversation in elemental elf language that he heard before, now the old magician is not only ashamed and angry, but also scared and wants to run away. He subconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger, intending to activate any magic to leave the scene. The magic pre-stored in the magic props can be cast very quickly, coupled with the fact that it is performed by a skilled magician. It is faster and faster. It's just that when the arbitrary door was formed, it also collapsed into fragments of light and shadow, and the ring on the finger seemed to have been backlash, with dense cracks appearing. Only then did the old magician remember that he had used the anti-teleportation dimensional anchor himself. In addition to grief and anger, he could only use the most primitive method and run away. He also bumped around in various directions along the way, looking like he was in a panic and didn't have the image of a wise man at all. The body of the twin-tailed mechanical girl did not move. Only her head above the neck turned 180 degrees, and she watched the old magician rush out of the door. Turning back, she looked at someone and murmured, "What on earth is he here for?" It was indeed a great question, Lin thought. It's up to you to stand out and do your own thing. Forget it if there was a fight. But in the end there was no fight. The people on both sides looked at each other, and the one on the opposite side became intimidated. Then he cast teleportation magic on his own, but was interrupted by the anti-teleportation trap he had previously arranged, and finally escaped on his own. The whole process was extremely smooth, with almost no room for outsiders, including his opponent, to interfere. Those who also wanted to give up were the group of magicians who could understand the language of elemental elves, no matter how true the content of the conversation was. This group of magicians did not want to take action until they got more information. In a magician duel, if there is a slight difference in understanding, the outcome may be very different. No one wants to be a stepping stone for others, and no one wants to give up his life easily. As for those who can't understand the elemental elven language, when they see the powerful one who is expected to challenge the title of Dharma Saint, they just leave in despair, and may even be expelled. Most of them are too thinking of quitting. But there are also those who are stunned, or are obsessed with themselves, and they still want to challenge the quality of this magician. Just when someone was about to move forward and challenge him, he grabbed the back of the person's neck with a strong force and pulled him back. Although the whole person did not fly backwards, he staggered back a few steps. Among all the masters present, who can really admire whom? If you leave without losing face or dignity, no one can tell what's going on. If they had to lose face before leaving, how could they go out and hang out? In fact, there is one thing that time travelers have never understood. That is, although Jianghu is based on strength, it is also a place that pays attention to reputation. The strong has a bad reputation. The weak has a good reputation. Or a different combination. Each combination has its meaning. If you just want to be a sweeping monk in Jin Yong, you will have to sweep the house and carry water every day. And you will not be able to live the life of an abbot. Just like in front of me. The soldier who had been humiliated wanted to step forward to seek justice. But after he saw clearly who was doing it, he turned his head and body without saying a word, and walked out without stopping for a step. The process was equally smooth. Barbarian King Alonso, recognized as the strongest man in the Karlsruhe Empire, an extraordinary person. And he is not a newcomer who has become famous recently. He became famous more than 400 years ago, when the empire merged with the last barbarian tribe. It can be said that if the barbarian king had won that battle, there would be no Karlsruhe Empire today. But in fact, the barbarian king did not lose. He was inspired by the king at that time to join the kingdom of Karlsruhe and create an empire, leading many barbarian tribes to join. In addition to the population, there was also the land occupied by these barbarians at that time. Coupled with the strength of the barbarian king himself, it was not too much to grant him the title of King Jianjian, which would enclose most of the country and become a great noble. However, the barbarian king did not receive any officially recognized official title, and the title barbarian king was only an informal title. But no one would doubt its weight. He returned to the mountains and forests, wandering around the world, erratic. It's just that news of his whereabouts pop up from time to time, letting people know that he is still alive. Now such a legendary figure appears in the lobby of Whalebone's Tavern. He has a muscular build like a brown bear, messy silver hair, and a silver-gray beard. His dark brown skin, which has been baptized by the sun, looks rough. Occasionally, there are a few scars, winding like snakes. The clothes on his body are not made of serious fabrics, just a few pieces of leather, and tied with a few hemp ropes. The exposed parts of the body are all bulging muscles. Even the neck is as thick as someone's waist. A circle of animal teeth hung around the barbarian king's neck, all of which were sharp teeth. These are not the teeth of ordinary carnivorous beasts, but the teeth of magical beasts. Any one taken off can be used directly as an awl. He held a double-sided axe in his hand. Not only was the face of the axe bigger than a human face, but the body of the axe was almost taller than an average person. It's just that the axe head is obviously blunt, and there are many scratch marks on the axe surface. He sat down on the bench in front of Lin, occupying the entire bench by himself. The axe head is on the ground, and the axe handle is leaning on the table. He picked up the large glass of beer in front of him with his index thumb, but the size of the large glass seemed very normal in his hand. No matter whose wine it is, he just drinks it all in one gulp. He casually smashed the wine glass to the ground. The barbarian king wiped the beer foam from his beard and said, "Boy, sit down." While naming someone, he stood aside without looking, and only then did he frighten away the twin-tailed machine of a fire elemental lord. "Girl." Lin Songshan Rulia sat down again. At the same time, he asked, "Old man, who are you helping out this time?" Chapter 1364 Secret War. Of course, Lin had done some research before coming to a place he was unfamiliar with. Judging from various public information, this barbarian king ranks first on the list of people he may not offend in the Karlsruhe Empire, although the other party became famous more than 400 years ago. In these 400 years, has he passed his peak period, or has he not yet reached it? The strength curve of extraordinary people is quite confusing in the Lost Land, and there is no final conclusion. Even how long they live is the same. Some people wonder whether after taking that step, as long as they are not killed, the extraordinary person will not die naturally. However, there are some people whose lifespan is the same as that of ordinary people. But these people are extremely powerful. After all, being extraordinary means being extraordinary. The direction of evolution is not unique, and the situation after natural evolution will not be exactly the same. However, as far as someone knows, Barbarian King Alonso has no direct connection with the current situation in the Karlsruhe Empire. He did not become a supporter of any noble, nor did he promise to become the guardian of the empire. He has always remained outside the empire's top political and military circles. Even in foreign wars, this boss cannot be invited. The only few hands-on incidents known to outsiders were all against dragons from Long Island, including metal dragons and color dragons, which also made Long Island regard them as their formidable enemies. It can be said that the existence of the Barbarian King is crucial for the Empire and Dragon Island to maintain peace. However, this big boss's attitude towards the Karlsruhe Empire has always been worth pondering, including accepting the inspiration and so on. That is a very standard official statement. No one knows what the truth behind it is. And no one dares to ask it personally. Lin had never thought about getting involved with this person, who was ranked number 1 on the list, and would probably retreat if he saw him. Because no matter how you look at it, there is no conflict of interest between the two. So from the beginning, I never thought that I would meet this person or the situation in front of me. It's just that, it seems to be another mistake to use one's own ideas to speculate on this level of powerhouse. In your own evaluation, the other person seems to have no desires and needs. This does not mean that you have not found the other person's desires and needs. So what do you have now? Or why did you provoke this person? Lin was confused. The barbarian king did not answer directly. He tilted his head slightly and said to the others, "Whether I want to talk to someone later or fight with someone, you are not worthy to be there. Let's go. Otherwise don't blame me for not speaking clearly first." Compared with the old man's domineering words to clear the place. What was even more surprising was that no one raised any objections. They all stood up and turned around and left without any hesitation. Such a performance, of course, makes people more worried. However, after King Min finished speaking, he did not immediately talk to someone and get to the point. Instead, he turned to the other side and shouted, "The girl inside, take out the whole bucket of wine just now. This guy will pay." Well, this is a roll call? Is this robbery? Lin immediately lost his temper when he was stared at by those big copper bell-like eyes. He took out his money bag and scattered the coins in it on the table. There were gold, silver and copper, without saying anything. Anyway, this small amount of money is considered cheap to get to know someone like Man Wang. The orc girl, who was a cat but didn't know what race she was stronger than Lin had imagined. She walked out of the kitchen alone, carrying an oak barrel that she could fit into. The heavy wine barrel did not dare to be placed on the table. The orc girl used her skill to throw the barrel off her shoulder and placed it safely on the ground. Judging from the moment the barrel hit the ground, the wooden floor made a miserable cry. It was obvious that the wine inside was not half full or less, considering that the previous wine glasses had been smashed by the barbarian king. Another thinner waitress followed behind the orc girl, carrying 2 empty wine glasses. After putting down the wine barrel and wine glasses, the 2 waitresses grabbed a handful of coins and left. It seems that they don't dare to stay too much. As for whether to take more or less, I'm afraid only they themselves know. With a hammer, he easily smashed open the lid of the wine barrel. Alonso picked up the empty glass and fished it into the barrel. He didn't care if anyone else wanted to drink, or he was paying attention to hygiene and drank several glasses of wine. People who didn't know better thought he was washing his face with wine while washing his beard. And his whole face was almost wet. Lin didn't make any move. It's not that I feel dirty. It's just that the beer doesn't taste the best when I drink it like this. So I didn't go to grab the drink from this old man. Besides, the wine barrel was placed too far away. Even if I wanted to grab it and drink it, I would have to get up and walk a few steps. So forget it. Whether it was because he was too drunk or because he realized that he was being stared at, the atmosphere became awkward. Barbarian King Alonso wiped his mouth happily and smashed the wine glass to the ground, smashing it into pieces. Then he stared at someone with his big golden eyes. Although he has lived for more than 40 years, he is still not as good as the old man in front of him, who is at least 400 years old. So not long after staring at each other, someone's eyes began to drift to other places, looking a little embarrassed. At this time, Alonso said, "A little guy who was no bigger than my knees came to me and told me that you killed a grandson who has my blood and I don't know which generation. So I came to see you." Xiao Mao too. "Who is it?" Although Lin asked, he didn't expect to get an answer. He asked another question that was more likely to be answered. "So, old man, you're here for revenge? How is this possible?" The barbarian king laughed and said, "Do you know how many children I have had in such a long time? And these children gave birth to many children. And then the children's children. And the children gave birth to children. If it is due to internal bleeding, with a drop of my blood, I will avenge him. And then I may have to face the whole world. This is not to mention whether this group of people will kill each other. If they are alive, it is fine. If they lose, they will die. It's a sign of lack of strength. If you really dare to come to me like this, I will make him completely dead and unable to be resurrected." Facing this man who didn't care about human life and casually said some crazy remarks, Lin couldn't help but feel suspicious. Asked, "If that's the case, then why did you come to me, old man?" Seeing that things were turning around, someone's tone became a little more polite. "I just wanted to It was too late. But it was too late. Alonso grabbed the axe at lightning speed and struck someone on the head. Faced with such a fatal blow, Blink should have been automatically cast, but it didn't. He wanted to summon Hagakure to block the axe. But Hagakure didn't respond. Flashing is like being offline. Nothing happens. What exactly happened? Lin was confused for a while. But the magic cannot be activated. And the excellent qualities of his demonic body are still there. The fighting program that I had put so much effort into writing came in handy right now. Just watch someone roll like a donkey regardless of appearance and avoid the blow of an axe. Just when he wanted to get up and check what happened to him, Lin unexpectedly discovered that the Barbarian King's axe had not moved. And he sat safely in his original position. What is going on? Unable to come up with an answer, Alonso's second blow came again. This time the Barbarian King struck with his axe and used his foot to pull out from the position where he was preparing to roll. If his foot was hooked, Lin could only stay where he was and use Tianling Gai to catch the axe. If the foot is not hooked, the position of that foot also blocks his escape route. I'm afraid that just when he rolled to the ground, he would be kicked away. Not to mention the programs I wrote. All were based on machine learning methods. The various fighting techniques and martial arts I entered could also handle attacks of this level. What's more, from the beginning, I never put this fighting program in my consciousness, but compiled it into my demonized body to form an alternative muscle memory. The benefits of this were also obvious. For the second round of the Barbarian King's attack, Lin knocked away the chair himself, bent his knees and turned around to get up, narrowly escaping the attack again. Should we fight back? Only when such a question came to his mind. Lin was shocked to realize that he was back in his original seat, with the Barbarian King's axe still leaning against his side. Before he could think about it carefully, the third blow followed. This time Alonso switched from slashing to sweeping. The huge axe at its length blocked the left, right and rear escape routes, which was bound to make people splash with blood on the spot. But one person was in an unnatural posture. His calves were as motionless as nails, and his knees were almost parallel to the ground. Even though he made this strange move, the axe narrowly missed the tip of his nose, allowing someone to escape the disaster. But the third strike didn't end there. Before the axe sweep was completed, it turned from sweeping to slapping, pressing hard against someone's face. The sudden change in force is not only traceless, it can even be said to violate physical phenomena. Fortunately, the axe surface photographed is not in the center, but close to the edge of the axe blade. Lin's two arms spread out like a rock, swung forward and backward, and turned his body in a small half circle, only allowing the axe blade to scrape off a few hairs on his face. At the same time, he lifted one foot off the ground, whipped his whipped leg, and struck towards the side of the Barbarian King's face. This whip kick did not kick anyone in the face in the end. Lin found that he was sitting in his original position again, and Barbarian King Alonso was still glaring at him with affectionate eyes, and his best weapon, the giant axe, was still leaning on the table. Are you daydreaming? Still seeing a ghost? The fourth strike. With the same lightning-fast attack speed, Barbarian King Alonso stood up this time, no longer sitting in his seat. The double-sided battle axe followed the shortest path and the best way to use force, and struck someone in the face. On the other hand, he took out a few flying knives from nowhere with his left hand and threw them hard. Blocked someone's escape route. Lin sat on a chair, rolled sideways, swept away the flying knife with his legs, and then threw it onto the axe handle, causing the entire axe to penetrate deeply into the floor. The other leg kicked towards the Barbarian King's face, with such speed and force that if an ordinary person was kicked hard, his head would have to be detached from his neck and fly out completely if his head wasn't blown open. Chapter 1365 Battle of Consciousness. Alonso threw out the flying knife and moved it in front of his face, blocking the magician's kick. This was the first physical contact between the two of them, and they were not brought back to their original point. In the past few times, as long as I had any sign of counterattack, everything would go back to the beginning and start over. However, this time his kick was caught, and the scene did not change. Lin was quite surprised. But no matter how surprised he is, having his feet caught is not a good thing. So just before Lin was captured on the sole of his foot, he jerked his leg and kicked again. 7 kicks in one go, from top to bottom. He gave the Barbarian King a vicious baptism. It's just that no matter how fast your feet are, they are not as fast as other people's hands. The Barbarian King also blocked the 7 kicks with one arm from top to bottom, taking advantage of someone's chance to regain his breath. He hugged him directly, intending to play a close blow. What is the scariest thing in martial arts? Kicking or striking? Actually, it's neither. But wrestling skills. Don't look at some modern wrestling matches in my hometown. The players are fighting on the floor to delay time. This is because those are non-life-threatening sports matches. If it were on an ordinary venue, rather than a soft venue used in wrestling arenas, you could use lethal moves, and with a sharp blade in your hand, as long as a flaw was revealed for a moment, your life would be gone in the next second. How come there are so many bad things? Even if the Barbarian King's wrestling skills were not perfect, no one would want to engage in an intense sport involving skin-to-skin contact and sweat with a strong man who could kill someone with just his muscles. So as soon as my feet were firmly on the ground, I leaned forward and stepped forward, and pushed out with an 8-pole iron mountain support. Suddenly, Lin felt dizzy as if a train had collided. After adjusting, he found himself sitting back in his original position. Everything in the surrounding environment remained the same as before, as if the fight didn't exist. No time to think about it. The 5th blow comes again. Then the 6th, 7th. When the 10th shot came out, Barbarian Alonso's boxing style changed drastically. The original open and close offensive turned into a sophisticated short attack, abandoning heavy weapons such as double-sided axes and replacing them with short swords, daggers, and steel spikes. Sometimes he holds it. Sometimes he holds it in reverse. Sometimes he has a single soldier. Sometimes he has 2 soldiers, plus various mixes and matches. The Barbarian King shows a rich and mature fighting skills and style. However, what surprised someone the most was that the Barbarian King casually pulled out those small weapons from under the fur everywhere on his body. At the end of the draw, Lin counted that there were at least 14 places on the opponent's body, and at least 20 kinds of weapons were hidden. There is no repetition. Each small weapon has a special purpose, coupled with the Barbarian King's fighting skills. It was like a kaleidoscope. Dizzying. If someone is not in junior high school, in that era when he was really in the 2nd grade, he has read a lot of public boxing records and introductions to various fighting techniques. Today, he cannot remember them, and then compile them into program fighting skills. Skill. There may be some small problems such as stiffness and lack of flexibility in the transition of moves. But in a battle of this level, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Although the original martial arts dream was replaced by video games, animation and various celebrities. But after arriving in the Lost Land, the first priority is to save life. When his enhanced memory brought those skills back to his mind, Lin was glad that he had taken advantage of them. Even if it is not perfect, a structure has been set up. And today we have a way to cope with the infinite reincarnation battle of the Barbarian King. Moreover, relying on Barbarian King's exquisite skills, fighting moves based on machine learning programs have gradually matured. Alonso has actually noticed this improvement, but he has never been able to find a crucial opportunity to win. Gradually, the 2 people in the battle were no longer able to maintain an uninjured state in each round. Even by the 1000th hit, each confrontation becomes more and more complex and intense, and no old moves will be used. Obviously every move was a real move, but changing their moves in order to cope with the opponent's skills made every move look like a fake move. But even if those moves look like feints, the force used is real, and the damage to the human body and the environment is increasing. From the bruises and scratches at the beginning, to the chopping of flesh and bones before the end of each round, the 2 of them looked like bloody men. The Whalebone Tavern is even more demolished in various ways. Before every reset, the tavern must be in ruins. If the fight was unclear at the beginning, after so many rounds of fighting, Lin also discovered some clues. This is not to say that someone is distracted during the battle, but that from the beginning, he is the audience from the first-person perspective. All fighting skills are pre-programmed into the demonized body. Lin may be able to control it subjectively, but facing this changeable and skilled opponent, it is better to let the program run. After all, someone is not a warrior, and there is no way to compare with the veteran in front of him. Originally, Lin thought that this rigid fighting style would be quickly seen through by the person in front of him. After finding a way to deal with it, he could easily be beaten to the ground, or even lose his life. After losing the flash technique, in this level of battle, someone's life is really like being swaying in the wind and rain. But after rounds of battles, Lin couldn't figure out whether the Barbarian King couldn't see through his own flaws, or whether he really couldn't break through the status quo. Just keep restarting, changing the flow and rhythm of the battle, using all the fancy moves, and then they are all cracked. Judging from various clues, This is not the result of magic, let alone a battle related to time. All this is simply false. To use an explanation that is easier for someone to understand. This is a virtual game world. In this world, Barbarian King and Lin, the only two characters, only copied combat skills and basic physical fitness. Lin didn't believe that Alonso had many explosive skills. But the power level displayed by this barbarian was only 2 to 3 times his normal output. People like the Demon Prince Azad, the White Sword St. William, and Fen's Guards Commander Stone can easily have more than 10 times the explosive power. And his magic ability is not simply blocked. There is simply no template for bringing magic into this virtual game world. Therefore, whether it is someone's magical ability or the various magical equipment on his body, they are not as effective as they should be. The two people simply collided with each other and competed with each other in skills. Another piece of evidence is that his Xuanwu robe didn't have much effect. With that big fist, Lin used his body to bear the damage. This is a demigod robe made of magical silk. Even if the Xuanwu true spirit falls into a deep sleep, it will still have some effect. It can be said that if he didn't happen to have programmed fighting functions in his body, coupled with his demonized body, I might have been defeated by the Barbarian King Alonso in the first few rounds. Although his close combat ability is flawed, he is surprisingly able to perform in such an environment, even draw nutrients from it, and keep improving. However, the Barbarian King was not without gains. At least in the later battles, Lin saw the shadow of martial arts in the Barbarian King's fighting skills. These things are, of course, things that someone has performed before. And then this person has just learned them. It's just that this round has no winner or loser. And the Barbarian King also feels like he's riding a tiger. Lin didn't know whether the Barbarian King was hoping to find an opportunity to win in the changes, or whether he was passive and unable to withdraw without a winner. The so-called victory or defeat is Alonso winning and Lin losing. Because every time, as soon as someone gains the upper hand, the battle will be reset. Faced with this shameless style of play, someone was speechless. So after the fight, Lin began to think about a way to crack it, or to escape. Barbarians can also use magic, but the magic they use is not as elaborate as orthodox magicians. Although the Barbarian King is known for his strength in rumors, no one stipulates that such a person cannot use magic. However, from beginning to end, Lin did not realize that the 8 powers played any role in his situation. So the chances of it not being magic are high. The fur of a monster? Odor? The fighting spirit unique to warriors? None of these seem to be the right answers. After eliminating them one by one, Lin recalled that when he first saw Alonso, he was attracted by those golden eyes. Those eyes are quite eye-catching on a tall and thick barbarian, but they look quite abnormal when they appear on a living creature, because there is no kind of creature in Lost Land whose original eye color is golden. After ordinary mortals cross that big level and enter the otherworldly realm, some people will have changes in their appearance. And the changes are not random or based on mood. They must be related to the parts that the original body is good at, or the parts that have been specially trained. In other words, there is definitely something unusual about Barbarian King's golden eyes. Hypnosis? Or maybe it's the work I've read in the Koga Ninja Post. Except for obscenity, there's no Otojitsu to justify it? Or is this another form of land-dwelling magic unique to barbarians? The world's great wonders. Lin could dare not say that he has mastered all the knowledge of Midi. As a veteran transcendent, it is normal to have some abilities that are not known or understood by outsiders. No matter what, there is a high probability that there is something wrong with those eyes, and it can be determined with a high probability. But the so-called science means bold assumptions and careful verification. Once you have a suspicion, you need to find evidence to confirm or falsify it. In each round of fighting, although the contact between fists and feet felt real, the pain was also real. But as an audience member from a first-person perspective, Lin still had the means to carefully observe what was happening to him, especially if there is a suspicious target. Finally, I thought of a possibility. A skilled warrior could detect changes even at the smallest detail. Therefore, when fighting against such people, some bad habits can easily become opportunities for such people to take advantage of. When I started, others had prepared the preparations to give me a good time. Because of this understanding, Lin also paid special attention to this ability of knowing the subtleties when designing his own fighting skills. And this ability requirement with prediction is actually the biggest advantage of machine learning programs. Arguably, there is absolutely no reason for someone to exclude it. So could it be that from the beginning, Barbarian King used a series of small actions to trigger his own reaction? And because these actions fail to achieve the results he wants, they will end where he wants to end. And then another round of testing will begin. Chapter 1366, A Moment of Opportunity. Because the reaction speed of their thoughts is much faster than that of normal people, this kind of temptation and response has evolved into a battle constructed in their consciousness. This also explains why magic does not work, and why the two parties fighting have no other possibilities besides the performance of basic abilities. Because of those extra things, it is impossible to observe the details through some small movements. At most, we know the starting position, how much damage it can cause, and how wide the impact is. These are all unknown and naturally difficult to reproduce. Besides, the barbarian in front of me, who has lived for more than 400 years, has no means to save his life. So that must be a lie. But in the rounds of battles, to the end, both sides exchange injuries for injuries without fear of death. As soon as Alonso encounters a clear disadvantage, he will start the whole battle over again. He never tries to surprise and then come back. In other words, this is entirely an accidental result brought about by the fact that one's abilities cannot be predicted using ordinary circumstances. This explains why Alonso faced the dilemma of riding a tiger, but never thought of giving up. Because the leadership is no longer in his hands. Or perhaps, the barbarian king used some method to upgrade such skills into a warrior's field skill. Those captured by him can only fight such a war with many restrictions in their consciousness. No matter what the cause of the current situation is, Lin knows that the chance to break the situation is at the moment of reset. Because only that moment is repeated. And at the same time it is the only connection point between reality and the world of the barbarian king. In the world of barbarian king, everything looks real. But from someone's unique perspective, it's a flawed puzzle. The biggest lack is the lack of 8 powers. Strictly speaking, there is no magic, realm, or terrain of the forbidden magic type in the Lost Land. On the contrary, there is a naturally formed area where the 8 kinds of powers are extremely chaotic. If you use them easily, you will go crazy and then explode and die. But there is no place where it is clean, and where even the slightest bit of power cannot be sensed. After all, there are 8 masters of power behind the 8 powers. Who dares to shut out these 8 without fear of others coming to argue with them? So what I have to do is to find the normal among a bunch of abnormalities, and that should be the key point to connect with the original world. It's just that no matter how much I look for it, I can't find the key that should be able to break the situation. Everything in the battle seems quite reasonable, but also quite unreasonable. Reasonableness lies in the exchange of punches and kicks, where people should fly, and where they are hit, and where they feel pain. These are all shown quite well. The unreasonable thing is that even if everything in front of you conforms to the laws of physics, the biggest unreasonableness is that there is no mystery of power. After being beaten and searching for a while with no results, Lin re-examined his situation. The key to breaking the situation is, if it's not properly hidden, then it's out in the open, but covered up in other misleading ways, so that people won't notice it even if they see it. Lin Du had checked the possible hiding places again and again in the endless rounds of battles. Not found is still not found. Then the remaining possibility is that I was misled and ignored the key. Thinking about the entire combat process. In order for the combat program to be able to play its maximum role, mastering the environment is essential. Therefore, the detection magic is always fully activated. And the situation within a radius of 15 meters with oneself as the center is recorded in detail, which becomes the basis for the program to judge the next step. In this case, no matter what happened in the combat environment and what happened during the process, it was clearly recorded. So Lin thought about it and went back to check the record files. After all, people can be misled, but machines cannot. The only flaw of the machine is that the designer has not considered it well at the beginning and has no ability to handle exceptional events. At this time, it will either crash or skip. Of course, Lin couldn't let this kind of program function to protect himself crash. So when encountering exceptions, he would leave a note and ignore them. And this is also the main reason why the program function that I designed on the subdimensional tower can still operate even if an abnormal environment is detected in an environment without power. Looking back now, Lin only glanced at it once or twice. After confirming that the entire article was full of notes, he decided to look for the time when no abnormality occurred. Since the time element was discovered, Lin's record of time is no longer a linear record of hours, minutes, and seconds like in the past, but a record similar to the coordinate points of the flash technique. And what this coordinate point records is not the position in the three-dimensional space, but the parallel world coordinates in the infinite past and future. Therefore, in the record file, Lin first realized that his consciousness was not synchronized with the absolute time of the lost land. This also proves from the side that his location is not in a lost place. The abnormal time point, where the missing power of the environment was not noted was, after comparison, the moment after each round of battle was reset. At this point in time, some subtle power data can be detected. After thinking about it carefully, Lin realized the reason why he had ignored this phenomenon before. When I consciously look for loopholes in the environment, my combat mode has been upgraded, and it is no longer the initial situation where it will be reset as soon as it comes into contact. In this world, all touch and pain are real, but as soon as they are reset, those feelings will be removed and the body will return to a healthy state. This recovery process will bring sensory burden to people. It takes adjustment and transformation to adapt to this body that has not suffered any damage. It was during this adaptation period that the connection with the real world was fleeting, which made me ignore the key to solving the predicament at hand. I don't know if Barbarian King Alonso has not exited the state for a long time because he is sure that he will be able to kill himself on the spot after repeated reincarnations, or because he is simply out of control now, and he cannot exit voluntarily. Anyway, after finding the key to cracking the problem, Lin didn't want to let himself be trapped here. Apart from other things, being hit by the Barbarian King's fist would not be discounted in the slightest. The demonic body only allows me to endure it, but it does not relieve the pain. In addition to this pain, every round of fighting now involves breaking a few bones and vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood, and there is no way to change to the next round. So the moment the new round of fighting restarted, Lin activated the flash technique. The whole person took a few big steps back in an instant and left the position where he had been sitting. Although Lin was standing, his knees were slightly bent to maintain flexible mobility. He stared directly at the golden eyes of the Barbarian King, not daring to relax at all. According to my own speculation, my eyes were wandering before, and I was not focusing on a certain point. That's why it is easy to be induced by the small movements of the opponent's body in the field of vision to enter the endless battle. Now, he wasn't sure if he was out of it, and he didn't dare to look away from the Barbarian King. The best way is to focus on one place, and try to eliminate other small movements that induce it. The new round of battle did not start as expected. Alonso sat firmly in his position, and looked at the magician in front of him with a satisfied expression. At this time, Lin quickly checked himself and the surrounding environment, and made sure that he was back in the real lost world. Not the flawed world before. There were no injuries on his body, and the Whalebone Tavern was not damaged in any way. If I hadn't had a special understanding and record of dreams, I would have thought that the nearly 1,000 rounds of battle before were just a dream. But after all, he is also someone who has done something in the dream space. Lin still has a clear understanding of whether he is in a dream. Well, boy, you are very good. You actually used this method to escape from my fighting space. This is the first time I have met such a person. Barbarian King Alonso praised someone. But he then said, no, it should be said that magicians can find this flaw and take advantage of it. It's just that no magician can survive until they discover this flaw. Lin didn't let down his guard at all. He asked a question that he was very concerned about. Old man, please tell me, if I died there just now, what would happen to me in reality? Well, will he die? I have also encountered people who survived, although the situation was half dead. The Barbarian King said uncertainly. So, you're still here for revenge? Lin asked another matter that concerned him. If you die in the other person's strange space, it will have the same impact on yourself in reality. It has to be said that the threat to him from Barbarian King Alonso is so great. Just because the flash technique is blocked, I have no courage at all, let alone fight. No, I said it at the beginning. I have no intention of avenging anyone or helping anyone. I'm just interested in you. I really hope that such words come from the mouth of a delicate beauty instead of a smelly barbarian. However, some things still need to be asked clearly. So Lin continued to ask. Old man, let me ask, what are you interested in me, and can I change my career? Ha. Boy, are you scared? It's no good if I'm not afraid. My life is almost gone. How can I not be afraid? Said a magician who really didn't want to get involved with the Barbarian King. After a few hearty laughs, Alonso said, Don't worry. I won't fight again. You don't seem to be the kind of person I'm looking for. There's no point in continuing to fight. No longer showing his vigilance, Lin returned to the table and sat down, asking, Can you tell me what kind of person you are looking for? Maybe I know such a person. Someone's implication was, Just go find other people to trouble you. Don't come to me. Oh! He looked at the person in front of him again. The barbarian king picked up the complete wine glass again, and fished the wine from the barrel to drink. Didn't reply. According to the time on the forum, those hundreds of rounds of battle just took less than half a second. However, all the pain and mental burden Lin experienced were solid. So at this time, he also needs some alcohol to relax. But the only remaining cup was taken away by the barbarian king. Lin had no choice but to use magic to make part of the wine in the barrel float, forming a wine ball and floating in front of him. At this time, a certain robot that disappeared used nano-worms to aggregate into the shape of a beer glass, and thoughtfully provided it for someone to use. Half-Queen did not participate in the battle from beginning to end. It was not that she was deliberately excluded by the barbarian king. Just at the beginning, the twin-tailed mechanical girl was killed by the barbarian king. There is nothing wrong with Halfkin being very strong, but this refers to her overall strength. Just looking at an individual, especially the petite size of a pocket-level robot, is really not enough. Chapter 1367 The Barbarian King's Wishes. After getting the robot beer mug, Lin could finally drink wine without having to suck water balls. The alcohol content of the beer is not high, just enough to soothe the tense nerves. As for the old man in front of him, Lin had some plans to give up communication. Put him on the same level as Finn. Do whatever you like. I can't afford to offend him anyway. However, Lin's side is stalled a bit, and Barbarian Alonso still follows his own pace. He took another drink, and at the same time narrowed his golden eyes, which were as bright as a god, and said, "When I saw you, I intuitively felt that you had reached the same threshold as me, so I wanted to try yours. Let's see if there are any clues that can help me go further. But now it seems that although you are a magician with good martial arts skills, it is different from what I thought." After wiping the foam on his beard, Alonso stood up and prepared to leave. Lin heard the barbarian's desire from his mouth, so he guessed a lot. "Old man, do you want to become a god?" After asking, he felt a little regretful. Whether it's a casual conversation or nosy, it's not a good sign. Things that had been understood but should not be spoken were clearly stated by a certain magician. Barbarian King Alonso's sharp gaze turned into substance and could almost pierce people directly. But thinking about the feeling the person in front of him gave him, and how he also touched that threshold, he sat down again and said, "If you want to go further, this seems to be the only way. Why don't you want to? Why don't you want to?" "I regret it. It feels like another big devil has arrived. But since I started it, I have to continue the performance with tears in my eyes. I just hope that this time it will be easier for me to pass it off," Lin said. "If the old man is thinking about this matter, I have some insights. The old man can just listen to it and use it as a reference. Even if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. Just pretend that you are drunk and talk nonsense. Say it. I have my own judgment." The barbarian king seemed casual, but in fact he took it seriously. Now he will not let go of any opportunity. "That's why I came to see this magician today, and even did it inexplicably. I don't know if you know, old man, but recently I am helping the goddess of gold coins promote his beliefs." "Is that the bank? I heard about it," the barbarian king said, and at the same time, he picked up a gold coin from the coins that someone spilled on the table and looked at it. "I heard that the coin would make a sound when blown. So Alonso tried to blow it, but he didn't hear the expected sound, which made him frown, wondering whether the coins in front of him were fake or the rumors were fake." Lin looked at the barbarian's movements and could probably guess what he was thinking, so he personally demonstrated how to blow the sound. At the same time, he said, "I think there is no doubt about the importance of the number of believers and the depth of belief to a god. From the past to the present, there are countless examples of conflicts between religions, even rising to the level of war. What someone didn't say is that no matter how fierce the mortal fight is, there are very few examples of gods personally ending up, unless it reaches the level of a battle between factions and a duel between good and evil. But even so, we will not start a war in mystery. It is true that the gods will not personally fight in a battle of faith. Other things can be done, and a lot has been done, such as showing miracles, giving holy messages, hadiths, etc. The person responsible for supervising this matter is Apollos, the so-called strongest guardian lord. Regardless of the good or evil camp, there were quite a few people who were sent back to the kingdom of God for healing by his shield, especially the Lord of Justice. Now you understand why the three big bosses of the Three Holy Lights Church broke up. As for whether there is anyone behind the scenes, I don't want to explore it now." He said these words to raise a question to the barbarian king. Since faith is very important to gods, does faith have anything to do with being a god? Does it matter? Alonso asked. Is it okay? Lin asked. Really? Alonso asked with a frown. But someone seemed to be cheating. Spread his hands and said with a smile, I don't know either. Considering that the old man might hit him with an axe if he was angry. Lin immediately explained, I really don't have a definite answer to this question. After all, I haven't taken that step. And I haven't heard it from any god. But from a phenomenon. I have some speculations about this. Alonso asked curiously, what phenomenon? In the Dark Ages, the Demon King slaughtered all the old gods. The current gods were all ignited by divine fires, and forged their godhood between 700 and 900 years ago. After that, no new gods appeared. Only so and so, rumors of being replaced. You suggest I go this route and replace some unfortunate guy? Lin smiled and said, Of course not. Let's talk about the new gods who emerged after the Dark Ages. Apart from the fact that they all became gods during a certain period, they actually have one thing in common. After hearing someone's prompt, Alonso also began to think about what the new gods had in common. Is it the one I have thought about? Lin didn't show off, and answered, except for a few who have been replaced. All the new gods now are heroes who ended the Dark Age. It's just that they have different styles of acting. Some are upright, and some are doing everything possible. So that's why they are divided into good and evil camps. They may not know each other, and they may not even appear at the same time. But none of them comes from that era. The new gods that made us what we are today. Demon King Tikal was killed by the brave team. Although it was called the end of the Dark Age, in fact it could only be regarded as a turning point. It would take nearly 300 years before the Dark Army created by the Demon King completely exited the stage of the Lost Lands. Because the Demon King was killed alone at that time. The strength of the Dark Army was not damaged at all. If only one Demon King dies, then the pattern of the Lost World will not change significantly. The bad thing is that there are diehards like Stone, who leads the guards to launch a war of revenge against the rebels. Then, the Dark Legion also fought against each other in order to compete for the position of succeeding the Demon King. It was the civil strife of the Dark Legion that allowed the long-oppressed ethnic groups to really see an opportunity and revolt one after another. After 300 years of war, the members of the Dark Legion were finally completely eliminated from the stage. Emphasis, completely. No one can clear their name, change their appearance, and then continue to stir up trouble on the front stage of the Lost World. At most, he could hide and survive. This is a very difficult war, especially in the early stages. Various ethnic groups simply could not form a qualified army. They all rely on heroic teams of 3 or 5 people to fight guerrillas against the Dark Legion, play decapitation tactics, and wear down the Dark Legion's high-end combat power. It was also during this period that heroes of all races emerged and endlessly. But compared to the team of brave men who killed the Demon King, the more famous group is the Spearman Albrecht, the Shield Guard Apollos, the Shield Maiden Logic Sani, and the Halfling Coin, who are the 3 heroes of justice, protection and life in the future, Lord and Goddess of Gold Coins. Some of these heroic teams will become gods in the future. Some will embark on the road to founding a nation. And of course more will be nameless people who died in battle, and will lose their future forever. However, whether it is founding a country or becoming a god, it does not mean that they will last long. Not to mention God being replaced. The country founded by Thor Lenson, the brave man who slew the Demon King, was overthrown, and even his blood was slaughtered. But this is also related to the fact that his descendants are 2 bastards. Although the people of the world are grateful for the achievements of the brave, it does not mean that they have to be accustomed to the blood of the brave. In short, it was a most chaotic era. Moreover, people who have experienced that era and are still alive today are reluctant to mention the events of that era. They all had relatives and friends who lost their lives in one of the countless cruel battles. And they all experienced various tragic events. The trauma caused by that era can only be healed by the hope brought by heroic deeds. Just in the face of hardships, some people choose to face it positively, while others choose to take the opposite direction. In that pre-dawn era, heroes did not necessarily use Guanweising's methods to achieve results. In the end, after becoming gods, these heroes were divided into 2 camps, good and evil. In this era and background, all heroes who can become gods are outstanding people. These people have embarked on an otherworldly path and become the flag of all races, leading them to defeat and destroy the Dark Army. Don't think that the forces left behind by the Demon King are just a combination of skeletons and slimes. Judging from the standard of a legion of 10,000 people, the Dark Legion is actually the collective name of nearly 1,000 legions. A proper army of tens of millions. The 10 strongest legions are even a strange combination of all dragons and all lich, which makes people despair. However, there are also situations where tens of thousands of skeletons form an army to make up the number. Such a huge army, even if it contains a considerable number of undead soldiers who do not need logistical supplies, can only be maintained by squeezing the productivity of all the Homo sapiens races in the land of fascination. One can imagine how strong the various tribes are in their attempts to resist, and how resolute their attitude was when they raised the flag of rebellion. If Sherdong's Guards Corps had not initiated the civil war, he would have annihilated 2 of the 10 strongest legions, and the remaining 7 would have defeated him, and more than half of them would have been disabled. I am afraid that the 300-year Dawn War will last for an unknown amount of time before the remaining forces of the Demon King can be completely wiped out. From this we can also know how strong the Imperial Guards Corps, which belongs directly to the Demon King, is among the Dark Legions. In fact, any one of the 10 major legions has the ability to kill gods. Otherwise, facing the old gods who could resurrect at any time. If everyone had to count on the Demon King to take action, then wouldn't have to raise so many useless armies, and for this group of useless people, he would squeeze the entire world. The first batch of heroes who became gods were the heroic team headed by Lancer Albrecht. At that time, the human legion they led fell into the trap of the Dark Legion and was brutally besieged. Among them were 2 former commanders of the 10 major legions who escaped the civil war and defeated the human coalition forces to pieces. Apollos, the shield guard who insisted on not retreating, kept his oath and was attacked by the 2 legion commanders, shattering his body. However, although the form dies, the spirit remains forever. He lit the first bright light in this post-Dark era and restarted the path to godhood in a world that no longer had a god. The patron saint Apollos recast his golden body, like a chasm wall, standing between the pursuers of the Dark Legion and the human coalition. Then Albrecht, who fought to the death, lit the divine fire for the second time and vowed to fight for justice for the rest of his life, compassionate for the many casualties, and for the sake of her beloved man and her sacrificed brother. Luo Jexani lit the divine fire for the 3rd time and vowed to save lives. The lighting of 3 bright lamps instantly illuminated the lost land in darkness. Let people truly believe that a new era has arrived. Chapter 1368 The Road to Becoming a God. The big guys behind the 3 Holy Lights Church's experience of becoming gods is one of the few remaining deeds from that era. There is inevitably some embellishment in what the church promotes. But behind the experiences of 3 powerful gods becoming gods, there are a few things that are true. First, the difficult retreat. Secondly, Apollos did die once. But he was also the first to take that step since the Demon King massacred the old gods. Thirdly, the 3 of them are not only the vanguard generals of the army, but also the commanders of the entire army. Ku'in is in charge of logistics, which is inconspicuous but also very important. The kind of general who squatted behind and told others to rush forward did not exist in that era. If you don't have the ability to defeat thousands or 10,000 enemies, don't expect any soldiers to follow you. Everyone is risking their lives. There is no reason to follow a scumbag and die in vain. In the army, classes are entirely determined by strength and weakness, and the most basic requirement is that the commander must be both civil and military. Furthermore, when it comes to whether one's bloodline is noble or not, in the era when the Dark Legion came, everyone was a low-income person, and no one's bloodline was truly noble. The nobles of the old era were either dead or joining the Dark Legion. Therefore, without real ability, it is impossible to steal a high position. All in all, those 3 are the irreplaceable core of the army. It is both the source of morale and the belief of all soldiers. Therefore, at the most difficult moment, they used the brilliance of their own humanity to unite the entire army and even the faith of all the Homo sapiens races in the land. They broke out in one fell swoop and crossed a step that no one had ever experienced before. The old gods are all born gods. They have no father or mother. They are born and raised. And there is no need for troublesome things like igniting divine fires and forging godheads. Everyone who became gods after that actually had similar experiences. No one is borrowing the help of unknown people to cross that boundary in some unknown corner. They are all heroes who have experienced hundreds of battles. Regardless of whether they act for good or for evil, they all know that they can fight, and they have high hopes from the people around them. even if he is a despicable person in terms of moral character and behavior. As long as he can lead people to resist the Dark Army, there will be people who will follow him. It was an era where survival and continuation were all that existed. Therefore, the battlefield is the most common place for conferring gods. The victory celebration, in which everyone unites to celebrate, comes second. The canonization ceremony after the establishment of the kingdom is the second place that unites people's longing for the future. Only the path of the 8 lords of power is somewhat unusual. They are the most powerful and the masters of a country. One day, he felt something in his heart, and without hesitation, he gave up the country he had worked so hard to build to another suitable successor. After handing over the crown, he turned his head and took that step. Therefore, the styles of these 8 gods are different from those of other gods, and their intensity is also completely different. In fact, after such a calculation, we can know that the birth of the new god of Midi has its time and space background. In the darkest era of despair, everyone is trying to survive without giving up any light. Facing an unparalleled enemy, heroes of all races who can fight against it carry all hope. Therefore, those heroes who led the people out of the dark ages became gods above men. Without that kind of time and space background, no one would take that step and truly sublimate into another level of life-form god. So, you told me so much. You just want to say, you have no hope. Go home and have your grandson. Really? Barbarian King Alonso summarized the content of someone's statement, seeing that ugly face with firm line slump. Before turning in the direction of rage, Lin said, "Of course that's not the case. Old man, there is a saying in my hometown that times make heroes. But heroes also make times. Ha." The Barbarian King laughed angrily and interrupted someone. He said with a sarcastic expression, "Do you think I haven't thought about what you said? The golden age of the gods was because of the actions of the Dark Legion, the biggest target, so it created waves of heroes. If it had been 200 years ago, there would have been religious wars. But at that time, there were various gods in the game. But on the surface, they could not end. A barbarian, even a transcendent, is just a thug. How can he play in this peaceful era? Then I might as well go into the abyss and grab a piece of territory from those demons. Jun Lai Dang Dang is more practical." At the end, looking at the embarrassed expression on a certain magician, Alonso said again, "I endured listening to your long speech, just because I wanted to hear if you had anything new to say. Maybe I haven't heard it or didn't think about it. It's okay. It just makes me a little disappointed. You are not as good as that little kid said. Do you dare to say that this old man has an affair with Her Majesty the Empress? It cannot be said. Unthinkable. Not to be explored. Anyway, it won't do you any good to figure this out. On the contrary, he must appease the big boss in front of him. Otherwise, with his small body, he really won't be able to withstand the other party's torment again." Lin said, "Old man, don't get excited. In different times, as long as we grasp the core concepts, we may not be able to achieve something." "Oh, so in your eyes, what is the core concept?" King Barbarian asked with an indifferent tone. The old man should know the conditions for a magician to be canonized as a magician. Let enough branches of the Magician Association recognize you as a great magician. It may take 40 or 45. Then what the world calls you, he will be honored as Dharma Saint, in order to be recognized as a great magician, in addition to having actual achievements in the local area and being strong enough. The most important thing is to go to a new place and receive recognition. Speaking of this, someone couldn't help but complain. This is also because the magician associations in various places rarely decide to award the title of great magician based on what they hear about someone. They always have to meet the person in person before making a decision. However, from a certain perspective, it can also be interpreted as that different regions have different they all put on airs, and they will only nod pretentiously when someone comes to ask for help. So, what does this have to do with me? You don't want me to do magic. Please, magicians. Judging from the Barbarian King's contempt for magic, if he had to say a few more words to defend himself, someone would probably hear words like, "You know how many magicians I have killed in my life," from Alonso's mouth. However, what needs to be explained must be explained clearly. "Old man, of course I can't ask you to play magic. What I want to say is that your ability to make a bunch of people go away with just one sentence makes me believe that you are famous in the Empire. But to be honest, I am outsiders. I won't say much about the barbaric area where I was born in the Southwest Peninsula. The main place of activity in these years is also in these places. I don't know a person named Barbarian King Alonso. Those heroes, even if they are not in their main scope of activities, can be called great figures of hope in other places. In comparison, your reputation is far inferior. Finally, the key points were highlighted, which made the Barbarian King think deeply. He was aware of his own situation. Although there were legends about him throughout the Karlsruhe Empire, the actual scope of his activities was only in the southwestern half of the empire. On the northeast side, where the war situation is the most complicated, the Plains of Oz has never been visited, not to mention areas outside the empire. If you want to take that step, is fame indispensable? The confused king asked this question. Len explained with his own understanding. What is the gap between gods and mortals? Everyone knows that gods need faith. When faith dwindles or even disappears, this god will also be forgotten. This also means the death of a god. How did Finn destroy the faith in the old gods? In addition to killing gods again and again, what is more important is to rule the entire world and kill all those who are loyal to the old gods. Only those who change can survive. In her original plan, she even did not hesitate to kill all the living people in the land and transform them all into undead. The undead souls born under her, a lich, will not believe in gods other than her. Then all the living people died, and without any source of faith, the gods were naturally eliminated. However, some living people later took refuge in her and offered plans to rule the lost lands with violence and terror, which could effectively suppress the belief in the old gods. For Finn, the worst case scenario is to kill everyone anyway. Then, there is nothing wrong with leaving some people behind as long as they are willing to give up their belief in the old gods and save some energy. This was the Dark Age, when the demon king Tikal reigned in the land for more than 200 years. It is reasonable for other members of the Dark Legion to use this excuse to mess around. Violent rule will not bring about a better world. It will only become an opportunity for those who use violence to fulfill their selfish desires. So those heroes who finally embarked on the road to becoming gods after the Dark Ages, can we treat them this way? The army directly commanded by these heroes is like a fanatic believer in the gods. And the fact that they fought against the remnants of the Dark Legion gives they bring fame to the whole land. And these are like the beliefs of mortals. So in this peaceful era, as long as we try to create a similar environment, maybe that hazy threshold will be opened in front of you. Old man, a trace of truth. And if you really want to go down this road, you still have a big problem. Problem? Alonso thought for a moment and realized what the problem he might have was. You mean the mark that belongs to me? Symbols. Concepts. You can call them whatever you want. The Lord of Guardian is named Guardian, and the Lord of Justice pursues justice. Even some third-rate minor gods, they have their own priesthood and concepts to let people know when you have certain needs. You should pray for the protection of some god. But old man, you don't have these impressive marks on your body. God of barbarians. Do you think this path is feasible? Alonso asked directly. Lin simply shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Said, this kind of thing cannot be achieved by just talking about it here. And what you want to become, you must first believe it yourself and practice it. And then you can let others believe it. If there are enough people who believe, everything will fall into place. Chapter 1369, The Foundation of Establishing a God. Speaking of which, becoming a god in MIDI is indeed similar to making a star back home. Have a certain level of strength. Maintain a persona, and then continue to praise it. As long as there is a good opportunity, a good song for the singer, and a good show for the actor, the popularity will explode. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for some people in my hometown to jokingly refer to celebrities as creating gods, and works that explode in popularity as moments to become gods. To be honest, the biggest difference between Nidi and his hometown's god of creation is that his hometown's celebrity personality may collapse. Once it collapses, the star is finished. It will take years to get back up, or even a lifetime. After all, characters are just fans' beautiful fantasies. In order to sell such fantasies, celebrities must perform all the time without any flaws. However, the gods and characters of Lost Land, that is, the concepts they represent, cannot collapse. Being consistent in appearance, and appearance is the most basic requirement for becoming a god. Even after becoming a god, under the influence of everyone's faith and will, even if you are not one at the beginning, you will gradually become one. Furthermore, Lost Land is very idealistic, and the concept of gods is its top priority, regardless of whether God denies his own concept publicly or privately. Then the foundation of his existence no longer exists, which means death, the true death of God. Therefore, Doing things that destroy people's character is at most the church or believers messing around. It is impossible for the gods themselves to do such things. And the end of this kind of people is usually not much better. When the divine power comes back, it is not unexpected to spontaneously ignite happily. But don't believe that those who are good gods must do good things, while evil gods can only do bad things. The so-called distinction between good and evil is nothing more than a subjective classification of people based on the attributes of the concept of gods. And because they are so accustomed to each other, they have become different camps among the gods. And this is another example of the human heart influencing God. In any case, the roots of good gods and evil gods are the heroes of that post-Dark Age. The fact that they were able to gather a group of people from that era and stand out means that even if they are evaluated as evil, they are not the kind of bad guys with pus on their heads and sores on their souls. Moreover, any concept adhered to by gods has its two sides. In the name of justice, how does vigilante justice count? In the name of protection, do evil people need to be protected? In Lin's opinion, it is too low-end to set up a character and then do one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. The truly high-end ones are like the gods of the lost land, who make many imaginative and bizarre explanations around their own concepts. In fact, such high-end gameplay is not available in my hometown. Those who play tricks cannot win against those who make rules. Therefore, things like the collapse of character design are not only a fatal taboo for the gods of the lost land, but also unnecessary. If Barbarian King Alonso wants to go down this road, he must move closer to this kind of gameplay. This is not about entering a certain circle and having to follow their rules. It is the special nature of the gods themselves that makes them have to maintain themselves in this way. This is an inherent limitation. That's why someone never wants to go down that road. At most, he just peeks into the secrets to see if there is anything he can use. If it were placed on the Barbarian King, Lin would certainly not be able to persuade him to give up this path. It's taboo to persuade people to give up before they fail, unless the thing itself is a scam and you are willing to put in a lot of effort to persuade them. Otherwise, no matter how good or bad, let people go and experience life on their own. It will be much easier to persuade them again at this time. Just the barbarian god. To be honest, Lin is not optimistic about such a divine position, as if he noticed a trace of disapproval hidden in the expression of a certain magician. Alonso asked, "What, kid? Although you persuade me to work hard, it seems that you don't think it can be done." "Okay, old man, I admit that I do have some doubts about your current situation. As the mother tribe to which you belong, the barbarian group is naturally your supporters and believers. But I think you know better than me. The barbarians, there is a reason why they are called barbarians due to their closed nature and weak sensitivity to outside intelligence. In such an environment, how many people among all the barbarian groups in the land know the name of the barbarian king? How many people are familiar with your deeds? They will probably disappear as soon as you leave the Karlsruhe Empire. Barbarians, or all uncivilized Homo sapiens races. The reason why they are in an uncivilized state is not because they stubbornly adhere to traditions. It's simply because they don't have access to and learn the latest knowledge. There are many reasons for this result. For example, the place of residence is too remote. The traffic conditions are poor. Powerful monsters migrate around the place of residence. External transportation is blocked, etc. So it is impossible to communicate with the outside world. There is also the issue of language. Even though there is a lingua franca in Lost Land, in fact the dialects and accents from various places still exist. If you encounter a race that has been closed for a long time, it may be passed down for several generations, and the language they develop will be very different from the original system of MIDI. However, as long as these uncivilized races are given a chance, they will quickly learn new knowledge from the outside world, which will become nutrients for themselves to grow and thrive. After all, it is possible to live a better life. Who would disagree? Adhering to tradition and keeping old gadgets is just something that people in my hometown who have money and time are doing. If the old stuff was really that good, people wouldn't choose to sell their kidneys for iPhones, but would go back and buy Black King Kong phones that are just like bricks. An extreme example is the uncivilized goblins known as the Tumors of Mystery. As long as they can survive the siege, they can learn new tactics or coping methods from adventurers very quickly. This is why among the Adventurer Guild's commissions, the task of eradicating such uncivilized races is not recommended if they cannot be completely killed, but only crippled. Alonso knows the problem of barbarians better than a magician from other places. As for the things mentioned today, he had actually noticed and thought about them intermittently over such a long period of time. But there has never been a time like today when I put everything together. In the past, he only worked hard towards the goal of becoming a god. Just how to work hard. Alonso has been at a loss. Even if he continues to accumulate his own strength and practice martial arts every day, there is a voice in his heart. Just doing this will not achieve the goal. Today, this magician put everything together. The future, which seemed to have been shrouded in thick fog, was finally revealed. It's just that, after countless years of being unable to catch up, Alonso didn't see any signs, so he impatiently put all his thoughts into it, unable to see anything else. The magician's guidance both inside and outside of his words made the barbarian king think of more questions. That day's imperial meeting, the other purpose behind the bank, and the inside story he learned from the Empress' mouth were all reasons that prompted Alonso to meet the magician in person. In contrast, when the royal child who was in his early 10 years came forward, he just agreed to the other party. In fact, he is not as far away from politics as outsiders imagine. It's just that there are not many people qualified to contact him. But the magician in front of him suffered a heavy blow under his own hands. Maybe there is not much loss, but as long as a person with a temper will not sit calmly and talk, he can sit still. This made Alonso couldn't help but wonder whether there was a second or third purpose behind what the other party said. Suddenly, Alonso thought of a possibility. He looked calm on the surface and said in an inscrutable tone, "Boy, although your suggestions and directions are not wrong, but why do I have a feeling that you want to drive me out of the empire?" "Uh-huh." He laughed twice. Lin, who came from a wealthy family and whose acting skills were not deep enough to hide his embarrassment, managed to maintain his composure by relying on his thick skin and explained, "Old man, I'm not trying to drive you out of the empire. It's just that what I plan to do next involves all aspects. Of course, I hope that there are as few uncontrollable factors as possible, in line with your own needs. I just suggest that you can get out of the empire. Look, win over the barbarian tribes from all over the world and improve their lives. You must know that if someone like this is not the origin of this ethnic group, he will be the leader of a new generation. If you don't plan, leading the barbarians from all over the world to conquer the world, he should wander around and recognize his familiar face. Otherwise, how can he establish the character of the god of barbarians?" "What character?" Alonso showed his frown and confusion for the first time. But he didn't hesitate for too long and said, "Forget it. But from what you said, you don't think much of the goal of the barbarian god either? To be able to become a symbol of an ethnic group. It is not enough to be strong. Not to mention that you, old man, are not powerful enough to sweep away everything. In this era of abundance, how many people can you become a belief in? It's not hard to imagine. In an era like this, only by finding something that people are willing to pursue can we gather people's faith. So, you chose the goddess of gold coins? Are you using her to test your own path to becoming a god?" Regarding such speculation, Lin Xiaoxiao did not explain, but shook his head and said, "I did not use the gold coin goddess, and becoming a god is not the path I would choose. Not now, nor in the future. I chose the gold coin goddess for the sake of others." "Purpose? What purpose?" "The ninth power." A certain magician showed his cards and said, whether it was his unabashedly frank attitude or the opponent's final destination, Barbarian King Alonso immediately felt aggrieved that his situation was small. He is still thinking about how to become a god. Although he is confident that if he succeeds, it is not impossible to directly ascend to powerful divine power, with at least medium divine power, as a starting point. But their intention is directly aimed at the seat of the Lord of Power. And it is a new ninth seat. As for someone hiding something from the Empress, but speaking frankly to the Barbarian King, the judgment is entirely based on the perspective of the World Tree bosses, who are the most numerous in the high-level meeting. A marginalized emperor is not qualified to be a chess player, but an extraordinary person who has touched that threshold is qualified. So when the Barbarian King asked, he said it. Chapter 1370 Differences in Roads. Is there anything that the person who asked the question would regret more if he knew it than the person who was forced to say it? Alonso believes that what he just heard is, behind the gold coin goddess are the world trees of the High Council, which is not news to a certain group of discerning people. However, there are various speculations about their conspiracy. Even the female doll Kino couldn't guess what the magician was thinking. The female doll who ascended the throne was guessing that the elves relied on the layout of the gold goddess to allow their patrons to spread all over the land, instead of having limited areas like in the past. No matter how powerful World Tree is, they are still trees, and don't have two legs to run around. No matter how weak the goddess of gold coins is, she is still a god. It is true that there are gods who were originally elves, but concepts such as art and fertility make these gods less aggressive. So naturally they do not have much protective power and deterrence. Although the gold coin goddess is almost the same. She is related to the Church of Three Holy Lights. Facts have also proved that the other main patron of the bank is a big boss with a notorious reputation. But I didn't expect that everyone guessed wrong. What this group of people surrounding the gold coin goddess conspired to do is even more outrageous. At first glance, it would just make people think they heard a joke. However, if we look closely at the participating lineups, we have to think about their possibility of success. Carefully savoring the regret that he had not felt for a long time, Alonso said dully, "It seems that I am really old and not as good as you young people." "Don't say that. And I think this is an opportunity for you," Lin said with a smile. In fact, this is also a big reason why he will tell things. The barbarian king instantly understood what opportunity a certain magician was talking about. A god trying to ascend to the level of great power, and to carve out a ninth power in addition to the 8 powers cannot be peaceful in itself. Not being calm doesn't mean there is an opportunity. Seeing that the old barbarian was moved, Lin continued to encourage. "Although the way the gold coin goddess expands her faith, it will not infringe on the faith of other gods. And her ultimate goal is the ninth power, not to replace any one of the powers." Lord, it seems that it has no interest in all the gods. But in actual operation, no one knows whether there will be mad dogs biting it. Moreover, it involves the overall situation of the new god. And it is not a small matter. So this moderate turmoil is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for mortals who aspire to become gods. But someone's hesitant attitude aroused Alonso's curiosity. Asked, "But what?" Lin said frankly, "No matter how good the opportunity is, if your own conditions are not up to par, it will be of no use. The opportunity will not always be there. It will disappear in a flash." The barbarian king couldn't understand someone's thoughts for such admonishment, and showed a confused expression. Lin had no choice but to explain. Your own concept, or mark, can represent your flag. The other is the reputation of barbarian King Alonso. As the old saying goes, Alonso also understood what the person in front of him meant. There's no point in staying in the Empire. Let's go out for a walk as soon as possible and become familiar with people from all over the land. We didn't expel people explicitly, but it was better than expelling people from the Karlsruhe Empire. Of course, Lin would not criticize this old barbarian and say something like being a gangster is not a gangster. To the world outside the Empire, the barbarian king was considered a sweeping monk-level figure. His reputation is not good. It's just that he has never left the Empire. It's not because of his lack of strength. However, someone is also worried about the style of play used by the barbarian king before. It drags people into a high-end battle situation in the realm of consciousness. And it is the kind where only victory is allowed and no defeat is allowed. If this method is really effective, then how long has it been since this old man has done something with others? In Gu Long's The Passionate Swordsman Ruthless Sword, how did the old man Tianji, who ranked first in the weapon spectrum, die? Isn't it because he hasn't played in actual combat for too long and was defeated by the second-ranked Shangwan Jin Hong? But if I want to look back, it's not my turn to worry about this kind of thing. If the road to becoming a god was really that easy and could go very smoothly, there wouldn't be so many people who would hate it. Not much to say about the post-Dark era, but also how many mortals challenged the gods in the era after that and were beaten into scum. The god is too close to the people in the Lost Land. When their power reaches a certain level and they are invincible, it is difficult for these people not to focus on those inhuman beings. But when Lin brought up the shortcomings of the barbarian king, the conversation fell into a temporary silence. Change is something that needs to be evaluated very carefully, and it will not be a decision that is made casually. Those examples of making prompt decisions are actually the people who make decisions who have made various psychological preparations in advance so that they can make the most appropriate judgment at the moment. But before Alonso came to see this magician, he never thought about leaving his hometown. In the silence, Lin was thinking about the previous conversation. The fact that the barbarian boss opposite him could bear not to leave or beat someone up meant that he was also moved. So should I stop here? Or should I push it further? Our ancestors taught us clearly that going too far is not enough. Excessive force is not a good thing. At the least, it can be seen that one is in a hurry, and then one shouts out a high price. At worst, it can cause people to have a bad association, and things that could have been done become impossible. The barbarian king finally left, He didn't ask too many questions to a certain magician about the path to becoming a god, even if that person could give more advice. Such a result is understandable to Lin. The path to becoming a god is not like governing a country or running a business. The latter two rely on collective efforts. As long as they have the right direction and good ideas, they can bring about at least not so bad results. So you can brainstorm one thing, but the path to becoming a god is lonely. And once one person succeeds in it, it is like cutting off the opportunity for others to follow the same path. This is not just the difficulty of crossing a single plank bridge with thousands of troops. But if you want to be the only winner, you must have the courage to walk on the road paved with bones. If Lin opens his mouth, then whose road belongs to him? A gift from a magician? Or did the barbarian king come out on his own? This is different from the situation where the two parties find different ways, race against time to move towards the same goal, and win first. When you embark on a path blazed by others, it will become more difficult or even stagnant when you touch the unknown part. To use an inappropriate metaphor, look at the various time travel historical masterpieces in my hometown. Once the trajectory deviates from the original history, countless time travelers are brought back to their original shape. If you don't lay a solid foundation while your previous knowledge is still valid, the time travelers will be no different from ordinary people once they arrive in unknown territory. As for the other goddess, who calmly accepted the advice of a certain magician, her situation was different from that of the barbarian king. Kuyin's path has been clear. At most, there are some forks on the road. No matter how far or sideways he goes, he can always go on. What Lin did was just give him a push and then control the direction, so as not to tilt toward certain actions. Kuyin understood this, so he never resisted and was willing to accept it. This is why Lin didn't plan to say anything and add some weight to the weight that pushed the barbarian king to leave the empire. I have said all I can say, and if I want to continue talking, I can only touch on the path selection part. When talking about this thing, it feels like it is easier to make enemies than to show favors. So it is better not to say it. Before the old man left, he still left a piece of advice. Boy, be careful. Your enemies are like turtles. They usually hide in their LS, but once they bite them, they won't let go even if their heads are chopped off. I understand your abilities, and I believe you have a strong will. Arrogance. But no matter how tight the defense is, there will inevitably be a lot of misfortune. So be careful. Describe your potential opponents as like turtles. For a moment, Lin didn't know whether the old man was praising the other person or despising the other person. However, someone could not judge for himself whether he had the arrogance about the matter mentioned by the barbarian king. But there is a possibility of 100 secrets and a gap. This time, I suffered a loss under his hands. After the famous barbarian transcendent left, it took a while before the people from the Whale Bone Tavern and the employees of the Adventurers Guild dared to poke their heads out. In Lin's previous conversation with the barbarian king, he used some means to seal off the tavern. People from a certain time travel would not dare to ignore the possible risks arising from eavesdropping and leaking intelligence. Unless there is a magician of the same level as himself, he will not be able to hear the content of the conversation just now. Even if there is such a powerful magician present, it is impossible for the other party to trigger someone's alert sensor after performing the act. So the conversation just now was safe, and Lin still had a little bit of confidence. That bold orc chick was the first one to walk in. The three-jointed reflex feet walked very lightly, and even though they were wearing cloth shoes instead of animal flesh balls, they still didn't make any sound. She looked around, surprised that no damage had been done to the interior of the tavern. She had heard about the reputation of Barbarian King Alonso since she was a child. But don't think that the fans in the area are like the groupies in someone's hometown, blindly chasing stars. Usually the appearance of such a character is accompanied by death. So people who are smart enough will know how to stay away from these heroes. There was a sudden movement, and the orc girl and the others were so frightened that they hid behind the tables, chairs, and the bar. Although they were scared, they stuck their heads out again and took a peek at the situation in the tavern. A palm-sized monkey with flames all over its body, with big round eyes, stood on a table in the tavern and stared at a certain magician. As soon as he appeared, there was another white snake and a green mouse on Lin's shoulders. The white snake is an imaginary number split, and the green rat is, of course, the twin-tailed mechanical girl who was just beaten to pieces by the barbarian king with an axe. Although the number of nano-worms in Hef Queen's land has been reduced to the point where it cannot even maintain its mechanical girl form, there is still no problem in forming a green mouse form. As for this fire monkey, could it be the fire elemental Lord Moro, who just ran away in despair? Lin thought so as he stared at the incredibly thin fire monkey from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 1371 Moro asked to join the gang. The elemental elves should resolve matters between elemental elves themselves. This is an old rule in the elemental world. The reason for this rule is that most magicians are powerless to do anything about what happens in the elemental plane. Not to mention the elemental lords. Although they are not gods, they are still existences that can rival weaker gods. Moreover, most of the elemental elves that appear in the main plane of Lost Land are projections. Even if it is lost, it will not cause any harm to the body, and some of the power will return, which means that the actual loss is a very small part. Therefore, with the confidence to rely on them, the elemental elves are particularly promiscuous in Midland. But if it's between elemental elves, if I hit you today and you hit him tomorrow, that's commonplace. But if the elemental elves attack each other, it can be fatal. Although the four elemental planes seem to have no contact with each other. In fact, sneaking there to assassinate someone is a normal operation. Even if the elemental lord can be resurrected, the recovery will not be complete. We can still avoid this worst situation. So when the fire monkey appeared, the white snake and the green rat immediately came forward. It's not that they want to protect a certain magician. The power of the clones they left behind in the Lost Land is too weak. Not to mention that Hag Queen was just beaten to death by the barbarian king. Appearing is just a statement. No matter how weak the split power is, the strength behind it still cannot be ignored. However, when the fire monkey appeared, he didn't look like he was looking for a scene. Instead, he came forward obsequiously. When Moro became a little one, his voice was not as deep and strong as the original one, but was much sharper. He greeted in the language of the elemental elf, wise lion, giant who rules over all things, master of the four elements. Your Majesty, your humble ministers are here to greet you. To show hospitality for nothing is to be either an adulterer or a thief. Lin now had the urge to catch the monkey and stew its brains. I don't know if the monkey brains of fire element monkeys can be eaten. Moro's attitude made both imaginary number and Hefkin no longer so wary. The same thing happened between the elemental elves. They needed to show unity when dealing with outsiders. But they were quite united. I won't deliberately stumble or hold people back. Lin unaccustomedly took a few steps back to get out of the way of the fire monkey, who crawled in front of him and was about to kiss the shoe. Although everyone likes someone who is obedient, there is always a limit. If it's too cheesy, it will still make some time-traveling people who are fat at heart uncomfortable. Lin said, Lord Moro, just say what you want to do. There is no need to act so humble. Your Majesty, please let me follow you. Just like Mother Haifu, Fire Monkey said with a shy face. Once again, elemental elves are extremely unruly. And the higher the rank, the more so. This was also the reason why Lin would be worried when Hefkin made the same request. As for the heartless imagination, basically just treat him like a pet. His IQ is not low, but he doesn't have that much thought. If an ordinary person heard an elemental lord make such a request to him, he would be quick to agree, afraid that the other party will regret it. But for Lin, this kind of icing on the cake is dispensable. Instead, he must be careful about whether there are any traps here. At some point, the reputation of elemental lords is no better than that of demons. He could hold the robots in his hands. Although he didn't ask them to sign a magic contract or use any props to restrain them, he still used means to upgrade the promises they made before transforming the robots into an oath-level power, engraved into the spirit of the earth element. Middle. That's why Lin dared to rest assured. But even if someone says they are relieved, that does not mean they trust the other person unconditionally. It's just that he has a dispensable attitude towards the power that the robot can give him in return, if they collectively break their promise. Anyway, the purpose at that time, which is that the needs the power of the four elemental spirits, has been achieved. It's actually not bad that those extras are gone, since we didn't count on them anyway. As if sensing someone's distant attitude, Moro grabbed someone's hem and said, Your Majesty, I am very useful. The palm-sized mini-fire monkey imitated some strong men, flexing its arms and showing off its biceps. Although in terms of body proportions, he is quite strong, but the fire monkey is too small. But it feels silly and cute. Lin pointed to the green mouse on his shoulder and said, Half Queen can change at will, so it can help me. What are you useful for? Can you fight? The organic fleet is here, and I have no shortage of thugs. I hope you can. If you fight or protect me, I will be dead enough to beat the drum. So don't talk nonsense. Just tell me what you want from me, and I will make a price based on the situation. crossing his hands and rubbing the backs of his hands. Moro said with a sly smile, "Your Majesty, I know the changes in the Earth Elemental Elves. You have made great efforts. I just wonder if I have a chance to find a way forward." Lin spread his hands and said, "I can't help with this. I don't know where the Fire Elemental Elves are heading." Moro's eyes widened, and he looked like a Tarsia for a moment. He said, "But Your Majesty, you helped the Earth Elemental Elves and turned them into the robot tribe there now." Lin explained, "Yes, so I helped the Earth Element Elves, not the Wind Element, the Water Element, and of course not the Fire Element, just the Earth Element, to conquer the 4 elemental world. I choose not to lower my profile and win over the way of the 4 elemental elves, but to support one of them so that they can help me conquer the 4 directions. Besides, just because I have an idea about the Earth Elemental Elves does not mean that I also have ideas about wind, water, and fire. The Earth Elemental Elves have been turned into pseudo-transformers by themselves. How can the Fire Elemental Elves be played? I have no clue at all." Someone yelled inwardly. "Fire is energy, and the ultimate level of energy is in your own mind, which is either nuclear fission or nuclear fusion. Going further up, is it possible to get Dr. Manhattan with a blue bald head?" But Moro didn't intend to give up, and said, "It doesn't matter, Your Majesty. Just let me serve by your side. Maybe you'll have a good idea sometime." The Fire Element Lord knows very well that the most valuable thing about the magicians in Lost Land is actually their flashes of inspiration in daily life. On the contrary, if they are asked to compile a systematic lesson plan, 9 times out of 10 will fail. Therefore, the inheritance of Midland magic has always been very difficult. Monkey, don't be a stalker. It's easy to make your husband unhappy and deal with you. If we name only you, guess what the other Fire Element Lords will do? Health Queen threatened. Although it was not difficult for her to get some more nanoworms to swarm the ground. It was not necessary at the moment. So she just wanted to save some effort. So she still maintained her green mouse form. Being threatened like this really made Moro flinch. Thinking back to that battle, how many fire elementals had to be killed or injured in order to sink a battleship-level robot? So far, there are still many newcomers waiting in line to be resurrected or reappear in the form of fire elemental elves. The fire elemental world is still very empty. But Lin said at this time, "It's not impossible to stay by my side." Hearing the magician's revelation, Moro scratched his head and hurriedly said, "Any conditions are fine. As long as I can stay." "Well, that's good. It's actually not that difficult. It's just a matter of doing some magic experiments with me," Lin said. Okay, Master. Your most loyal servants are always waiting for your command," Moro said fawningly. "Are you sure?" Monkey. Hep Queen stood aside and said coldly, "The woman who is with this magician is the demon King Tikal. That lich." Hepkin's reminder made Moro's face stiffen. As if he wanted to regret it, Lin only found it funny, and wondered how much psychological shadow Lin had left on the elemental elves 1,000 years ago. But he still said, "Don't worry. That one is not interested in you now. I am not following her magic route. Besides, didn't you ask me about the direction of evolution? If you don't cooperate with me, how will I realize my idea?" After saying this, the fire monkey immediately jumped up and down happily, completely unable to see the majesty and ferocious appearance of his original body. However, considering that the other party is still useful, this minor issue will not be pursued, although the emergence of a whole quantum god is purely to bring trouble to oneself, let alone wholesale a group of them. But even if you don't go that far, it pays to do some research. After all, the elemental elves have a unique advantage, and it would be a pity not to take advantage of it. Think about the birth of robots. If you are in a lost place, start with research on golems and mechanical structures, let alone transforming transformers or space battleships. You may not be able to build Asimo or P-51. The simple mechanical structure is okay, but I don't have the engineering knowledge to reserve the entire system. But someone came up with an idea and said it. And the details of the mechanical structure were completed by the Earth Elemental Elves themselves. No matter how complex the design is or what the requirements are for material strength. For the new robots, those changes and modifications are as easy as human breathing. Although elemental elves are notoriously uncreative, they can still come up with a variety of tricks when the parts can be combined in a variety of ways. It was as if all this belonged to them, and those stone and iron men in the past seemed fake. Moreover, one of the biggest advantages of robots is that all their modifications and experiments consume very little material and the modification cycle is very short. In my hometown, materials science was created by burning money, but in the Earth elemental plane of Lost Land, robots don't have such troubles. Even the alloys that have been mixed into a mess can be recycled and reused by robots. As long as the Earth elemental elves take the right path, they can advance by leaps and bounds. What about the fire elemental elves? How many surprises can they give themselves in the energy field? Lin even has a feeling that perhaps the four elements must be integrated together before the robot race can truly be regarded as silicon-based life. Otherwise, they would still fall into the category of magical creatures. Even though they are covered in technology from a certain time-traveling home, the root is still magic. However, there is currently no evidence to support this idea, and the four elements will be separated. Is there some reason behind it? Or is there a mastermind behind it? If so, then if you rashly integrate the four elements, you will be standing on the opposite side of the opponent. Secondly, what overall impact do the four elemental planes have on the Lost Land? What are the consequences of disappearing or disconnecting? Integrating the four elements before these things are clearly understood may feel like stepping on landmines. So even if the robots had the ability to unify the four elemental planes, Lin never thought of instigating the robots to annex other elemental planes. You can never be too cautious about the unknown parts. Chapter 1372 Ambush. Strictly speaking, Fire Element Lord Moro was the first time a certain time traveler received a younger brother who begged to kneel down and lick him. Others turned to themselves, mostly with a purpose. Although the performance seems loyal, there is still a sense of distance, rather than the feeling of being able to act like an arm. As for whether you have any extra thoughts in your mind? People are not stupid. How can they not have ideas? This does not mean that Moro has no other intentions, which are very simple. But he is the humblest one, bar none. Under the watchful eyes of the waiters and Adventurer Guild employees at the Whale Bone Tavern, Lin took White Snake, Green Rat, and Red Monkey out of the tavern without any damage. But they didn't know that during the battle of consciousness between someone and the Barbarian King, the Whale Bone Tavern collapsed more than once. Moreover, it was completely destroyed. As long as the rubbish is cleared away, there will be a foundation that can be rebuilt directly. There are more and more animals on my shoulders, and I don't know when I will have all the 12 zodiac animals. Lin left without using flash. During this period in Port Azor, things were not so urgent. Lin was happy to walk around and see the seaside city that he rarely stayed in. I remember that the last coastal town in Midi I visited was Yuzavganch's hometown, Storm Bay. But it was a sleepy town with a constant population loss. And there was also a secret organization that was doing trouble. It won't be a surprise when it is wiped off the map. But the atmosphere displayed by the port of Azores is completely different. The vitality of the Karlsruhe Empire was the first time Lin saw it in Midi. People here have no leisurely thoughts. They walk with their heads held high but in a hurry. For a moment, Lin thought he was back in his hometown, in a big city somewhere. If the costumes of the pedestrians on the street were not as flashy as in my memory, I would have thought I had traveled back in time. This is why Lin chose to stay in the Empire during this period instead of using the flash technique to return home to the holy city of Estali. It's definitely not because there is another winter township here. In the port of the Azores, someone lives a vegetarian life. Because the two snakes and rats have been with a certain magician for a long time. They are not elemental creatures in the strict sense. So when there is nothing major, they will hide themselves and enter a semi-dormant state. Unlike ordinary pets, when no one is playing with them, they will find targets and cause destruction on their own. The fire monkey, who had just joined, was not so clever. It could be said that Moro had not found his position for a while. So he temporarily occupied one of Lin's shoulders and looked around. Fortunately, the fire monkey was only the size of a palm, and the nature of the elemental spirit made him weigh almost nothing. It was not considered a burden to be on someone's shoulders. So Lin let it go. There were sounds of waves crashing on the shore. Although Moro is a fire element lord, he doesn't show much disgust. At least this fire monkey didn't look like a real monkey, sitting on someone's shoulder and scratching here and there. If Moro dared to make such an action, the dish of stewed monkey brains could be served at some time. In addition to the sound of the waves, one of the main reasons Len spends time walking on his feet is the scenery along the way. On a rare sunny day in autumn, the sun shines on the sea, reflecting the sparkling waves, twinkling and shining. Very dazzling. Thousands of sails were coming in and out, almost all over the sea. And from time to time, the shouts of sailors came along with the sea breeze. Such beautiful scenery brings a little humanity to the life of a certain fat house. letting him know that he is still alive in this world. It's just, the road leading to the Count of Azor's castle is a little different today. Lin always takes this route because he can enjoy the sea view. Although this road is not the main road in the port of Azores, it is not an inaccessible location. Normally, you would encounter some travelers on this road, or a convoy carrying supplies to the castle on the top of the mountain. But on such a road, Lin didn't meet even half a person today, which was quite abnormal. Someone deliberately cleared the place? At least according to Lin's detection. There were many people hiding on both sides of the road. Only on the road. Could it be that he was ambushing others? I was so unlucky that I accidentally fell into someone else's ambush. So it's okay as long as you walk over? But when the loud and noisy sound of flapping wings appeared in front and behind him, Lin gave up those unrealistic fantasies. He is indeed the target of this group of people. The source of the flapping sound was a blue dragon and a bronze dragon. One after another, they swooped down from the sky, changed their positions at the last moment, flapped their wings and landed slowly. Color dragons and metal dragons have never been able to deal with each other. They can appear together and target the same target. The mastermind behind this whole thing has no idea how much effort he has put in, although the others haven't shown up yet. During the detection, they have already begun to move to fill possible holes in the siege net. The appearance of the two dragons didn't bring much nonsense. They just showed a sneer expression. And then they all inhaled. And the power was concentrated in the glands in their mouths. This is a very obvious action, even if you can't sense the concentration of power. As long as you have some common sense about dragons, you should know that now is the time to run as far as you can. The dragon flames, mixed with frost and gravel, formed a fan shape one after another and surrounded someone, creating a confusing 5-layered world of ice and fire. Moro, who was sitting on someone's shoulder, was indifferent. The clone he left in Lost Land was not enough to cope with such a thing. At most, this little clone would be destroyed. As for the master I just recognized, if he would die easily under such a level of attack, it would not be a trouble-free situation. So he was like a sculpture, squatting quietly on the shoulders of the black-robed magician. The dragon flame sprayed out very fast. But in Lin's eyes, who was used to high-speed battles with Demon Prince Azad, it was like a tortoise crawling. Lin could even see the frozen crystals in the frost dragon flames, as well as the distinct grains of gravel, overwhelming the sky and blocking the way forward and backward. For those who move quickly, the left and right directions are good escape directions. But these two directions are also the focus of ambushes for people in the dark. A man who was extremely afraid of death did not choose to dodge, but stood still, motionless. The defensive function of the Xuanwu robe came into effect. A thin film of white light like a turtle sh. L wrapped Lin in it like an egg, blocking the invasion of dragon flames effortlessly. People who were in it didn't even feel a trace of heat wave temperature. But the scene of the flames being pushed away, so close, was still very shocking. Even though Lin was quite confident in the defensive power of the Xuanwu robe, he was still so nervous that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. The feeling that Xuanwu true spirit conveys to someone is stability. Attacks of this level were not taken seriously at all. That's true whether it's in someone's hometown or here. Instead, Moro looked at the pushed away dragon flame with interest. As the lord of the fire element, even if the dragon flame is mixed with the magical power of the dragon clan, he can still control it easily, even if he is only a very weak clone now. However, flames can be controlled. Some splash damage other than flames, including high-temperature heat waves, are not so easy to control. It is not that easy for Moro to isolate all the power in the dragon flames like this. Although he had behaved very humbly before, it didn't mean that Moro really put himself in such a low position. He was afraid of this man because he was afraid of the power he had to command the robot race. He longed for this man because he hoped to get the power from him to move himself to a higher level. However, his opinion of this man will only be established from now on. Lin didn't know that the fire monkey squatting on his shoulder had a little bit of Xiao Jiujiu in his heart. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He just looked at the blue dragon in front of him coldly, and paid more attention to the bronze dragon behind him. The blue dragon's ears are similar to fish fins, and its wings are also slightly different from those of ordinary dragons. The most important thing is the direction of the movable joints. Not only can it flap its wings up and down, but it can also swing left and right after being upright. This structure is conducive to the blue dragon's activities in the water. Its limbs and body shape also have the same performance characteristic. In comparison, the bronze dragon behind him is much thicker. The most obvious feature is that its forelimbs are not as short as other dragons. Rather, It is almost as heavy as its hind limbs, allowing the bronze dragon to move on all fours, like an earth dragon. Are they related to Dragon Island? What is Longdo's attitude? This was the issue that Lin was most concerned about after the two dragon clans appeared. It's just that you can't come up with an answer to this question just by thinking about it. So we want to leave these two dragons alive, so we can find out the answer? There seems to be something wrong with this description. It's a dragon, and it's a dog. Then, most of the people on the periphery were actually people who had appeared in the Whalebone Tavern before. About half of them came here. And there were some new faces. Are the others lurking in other locations? Or do they have nothing to do with this operation at all? Of course, the dragon flame will not be an attack that continues indefinitely. When the flames subside, the white glowing edge, defense cover outside the forest also disappears. It was as if someone stood there without any resistance and accepted the baptism of dragon flames, but was unscathed. Even the clothes on his body were spotless. Such a result is not surprising to those waiting in the periphery. They were surprised that someone was not injured. But considering the powerful robe on his body, such a result was reasonable. Naturally, some people had the idea of killing people to seize the treasure. There was no connection. No one gave orders, and the ambushers launched the attack almost at the same time. Long-prepared magic, attacks from various long-range weapons, bows and arrows, crossbows, throwing knives, and flying axes. Everyone showed their unique skills and struggled to attack the magician in the center of the encirclement net. Just as the attack was approaching, a rain of swords suddenly fell from the sky. Each sword, one or two, destroys the weapons coming towards someone. Even the magic was cut by the sword falling from the sky and disappeared. In the end, hundreds of various long and short swords were inserted straight into someone's side, and the swords kept shaking. The blade of the sword even made a buzzing sound that was endless. It seemed like cheering and singing loudly. Chapter 1373 Shikiri and the Others. Hundreds of long and short swords gathered around a certain magician. The first thing that shocked him was the small clone of the fire element lord, the fire monkey Moro, squatting on the shoulder of the forest. He recognized that these weapons were from the Hagiri clan, one of the few weapons in the world that could hurt his body. As a fire elemental elf, Moro is familiar with the characteristics of energy. He can see that these Hagaris are not sick and broken, and almost died from broken swords. Rather, they are in their heyday, killing gods and demons like vegetables and melons. A race of divine weapons from another world. What frightened him the most were the two Hakakiri closest to the magician, one on the left and one on the right. The two that someone could hold the hilt of the sword with just a stretch of his hand. No matter which sword it is, Moro believes that it has the power to kill him effortlessly. In particular, the thin sword, like the brass-colored broadsword, has no quill and is replaced by a cylinder that is thinner than the blade. In terms of fancy, the thin sword is not as densely covered with patterns as the broadsword. The rapier was much simpler. But just by staring at the blade, Moro felt that his connection with the spirit of the fire element was wavering. Will die. Moreover, even if he dies completely, the elemental spirit cannot become his resurrection coffin. Moro shuddered. The broadsword is the Khan, and the thin sword is the Wheel of Time. These two Hakiri that also appear have different personalities. Khan was leading the other Hakiri to make noise, but the time wheel remained quiet. You know, Khan passed on all the knowledge he gained from Lin to other Hakiri, including the flash technique and the origin of a certain time traveler. Anyway, the Hagaris are not natives of the Lost Land, so doing this will increase their favorability. It's just that despite mastering the same knowledge, no other Hagiri chose the same evolutionary path as Khan. In the words of the Hakiri people, Khan has embarked on a path of specialization and cannot accommodate other functions. According to what Khan himself conveyed to Lin, it was quantized and entered an irreversible path. We can no longer be the same as in the past. As long as we have enough energy, we can change whatever we want. The same situation also happens with the year wheel, especially in order to control the sands of time instead of using it as a one-time wish-making prop. The year wheel gave up a lot of knowledge obtained from Khan. Even now, it is constantly simulating and calculating the best models to improve itself. Silence doesn't mean that it doesn't want to speak. It just doesn't have time to talk nonsense. With the two examples of Khan and the Wheel of Time in front of him, the Hagaris are not in a hurry to find their own specialization direction. But they are no longer willing to be restricted in the old form. The word Hakiri comes from the fact that they refuse to be bound in any container. So any scabbard or scabbard will be destroyed by their sharp blades. In fact, They yearned for a larger and unrestrained world. The Hagairas, who had returned to the main plane of Lost Land, were chatting excitedly in various ways. In fact, Lin doesn't know it, and the Hakiri themselves don't know it either. Their connection with the world they live in is much closer than others imagine. It is true that staying in the subdimensional tower in the dimensional gap can replenish the energy they need. But that's not where they should be. If they stay in that chaotic place for a long time, their structure will become smaller and smaller, and eventually shrink to the point where even their consciousness becomes rigid. The larger the world, the more beneficial it is to Agiri. When there is only one Shikiri left in a big world, it has the opportunity to touch the core of the world and even replace it. In fact, the Hagairas all have a vague sense of this goal. But only the demon sword Inzadu in the hands of the demon prince Azad is really moving towards this goal. The other Hagairas didn't see the point of annihilating their own race and fusing the world's core. If you do that, isn't it another form of restraint? Under this premise, except for the Khan and the year wheel, the other boxes are transformed into the shape that is most suitable for their temporary existence before they find a unique direction of specialization. A metal bead the size of a fingernail. A sword pill. In the past, Hagairas would not have reduced their size easily. But now they no longer have such worries. Right in front of the ambushers whose first wave of attacks had been neutralized, these various long and short swords glowed with colorful brilliance. At the same time, they changed their shapes and shrunk in the brilliance until an indistinguishable light spot remained. The first wave of attacks, including magic attacks, were defeated by these more than 100 swords. But the ambushers were still hesitant about launching a second wave of attacks. But when they saw that these long swords had disappeared, leaving only seemingly non-threatening light spots, they became hesitant to launch a second wave immediately. Just because of this difference in thought, some people took action, and some did not. Even if it's hands-on, it's a beat too slow and full of flaws. When those who didn't take action saw someone moving, some people hurriedly followed the movement, while others still hesitated, but the more people who saw someone making action, the more people followed. In this way, the second wave of attacks cannot be regarded as an offensive at all. Sparse and non-threatening. On the contrary, the two giant dragons are like sculptures, looking down at the humans, who are still surviving under their dragon flames. But in everyone's perception, that small point of light, which was not threatening at all, suddenly bloomed with incomparable brilliance. They began to move rapidly, leaving colorful traces in the sky, each with its own characteristics. Some Shikiri Kimura have fire light, and some have electric light. When they flew past, it was as if they scorched the air, leaving behind black fire shadows. Some of the sword pills are silver white and have a metallic texture, while others are of colorful colors that keep rotating. When they pass through the air, they seem to cut open the space, revealing the strange underlying space. With Lin as the center, the Hagairas flying around him turned his surroundings into a strange and magnificent world. Moreover, the trajectories of the box cuts will overlap, and the traces they leave behind will also overlap and render each other beautiful. Witnessing all this, Lin felt strange, because all these interfering colors are chaotic and without any rules. It's like hundreds of mentally ill people painting on a canvas at the same time. If there are one or two, it is called the release of the inner world. If there are hundreds of them together, it is called a visual disaster. Just for a moment, someone felt that his sanity was starting to drop. What is more difficult for one person than others is the ambushers surrounding the network. Their sparse second wave of offensive, of course, could not penetrate the space created by the Shikiri Kinmaru. Although the metal beads are very small in size, they are extremely fast, and the traces they leave behind contain some mysterious power, which can cause some trouble to those long-range weapons, and then be harvested by Jianwan. The strange and beautiful scenery created by Agiri Kinmaru did not have a negative mental impact in the eyes of these strong men, but it did disturb their vision. Maybe they thought at first that shrinking the weapon into a ball of light was a sign of losing the threat, but now they think differently. But no one can say for sure what the specific consequences will be. At a certain moment, this strange flower of different colors exploded. The Hagiri Kinmura are no longer limited to flying around someone. They were either 1, 2, or in groups of 3 or 5, drawing various irregular trajectories in all directions. Some are smooth and smooth, while others are sharp and sharp turns. But without exception, they all ran towards the attacker. Perhaps the shape of the metal beads is not suitable for the extreme properties of single-molecule sharp edges. But super vibration cutting is still quite easy to use, not to mention these hundreds of box cutting tools. In such a long time, Who doesn't have the knowledge of a few sets of box pressing treasures? In the past, due to lack of energy, no one dared to mess around, for fear of killing themselves. But who wouldn't want to experiment with ideas from the past now? Especially when the Hagaris get together and communicate. They have more ideas. Especially with Khan taking the lead and starting the simulation test directly. Everyone has some idea of what kind of results can be obtained after the changes. Wait until you are sure, or have grasped a certain balance point, and then change the foundation of your existence in one fell swoop. This is considered a basic operation for Hakiri. Moreover, when the Hagaris were in the sub-dimensional tower, they were neighbors upstairs and downstairs with a group of World Tree bosses. It's not that difficult to borrow the computing power of World Tree. Therefore, where someone did not take care of it, the exchange between the Hagiri clan and World Tree actually brought more or less benefits to both parties. Reflected in reality, even if they give up the sword form, the Hakakiri in the form of Kinru still attack everyone with overwhelming momentum, then easily break through any defense method and kill the opponent. Some people died neatly, with a bloody hole appearing directly on their foreheads. Some people died extremely miserably, and their bodies were broken into thousands of pieces, which was beyond description of the remaining pile of meat. Some people died horribly, with only one wound on the outside. But in fact their bodies were turned into a mess. Their fallen bodies lay on the ground like mud without the support of their skeletons. The most tragic thing was the two giant dragons, who thought they were watching a show. Dragon scales are well known, and naturally have the strongest defense. Naturally, they have become the focus of the Hakiri. When human beings get a famous sword, they will want to cut something to test the sword and prove that the weapon in their hands is the best choice. How could the transformed Hagakiri not have similar thoughts? When fighting an ordinary person, the opponent is still a human being no matter how strong he is, but when fighting a dragon, the meaning is completely different. Just watch the Hagaris use 3 sword pills as a group to slash in a spiral shape, directly opening a wound as big as a bowl on the dragon's body. Not only was the front and back exposed, but a bone-bearing pillar of flesh was also pushed out and scattered in all directions when it touched the ground. It didn't matter if he opened a hole. As long as Hakakiri had his hands free, he would greet the dragon. All Hakiri are like peacocks vying for beauty, wreaking havoc. The blue dragon and the bronze dragon did not realize that the noble dragons would become the targets of mortals. The Hagaris killed quickly and urgently, and their destructive power was unquestionable. Neither the blue dragon, which has high magic resistance, nor the bronze dragon, which is known for its physical defense, is a one-size-fits-all enemy. It can be said that if the Hagaris were not eager to test the new form of themselves, I am afraid that the Dragon Clan would have died in the first 3 rounds of opening attacks. The reason why he fought again and again after that was simply because other Hagaris also wanted to try their skills. Hundreds of powerful Homo sapiens were simply not enough to kill a similar number of Hagaris in one wave. If it weren't for the presence of 2 giant dragons, the Hagaris, who couldn't enjoy themselves, would have entered some kind of dangerous carnival state. Chapter 1374. After the carnival. Of course, Lin was always paying attention to the changes in the battle situation. His trust in Khan does not mean that he trusts other Hakiri. Even in the field of knowledge, everyone takes out the treasures from the chest to communicate with each other. The reason why Lin maintains this vigilance is because Lin can hear the voices of the Hagaris. This voice does not only refer to the use of air vibrations to produce sounds similar to human speech, just like Khan, but also includes the brainwave conversations of the Hagaris that went viral. In the past, Hagiri could only conduct conscious conversations with those in contact. This method could not be used at long distances. But this did not mean that they could not be used. It was just very laborious. Now that the Hagaris have plenty of room for energy, they certainly don't mind shouting loudly, when hundreds of voices sounded in his mind at the same time, even though they did not vibrate his eardrums and cause him to lose his balance. Lin did not feel better. What made someone collapse even more was the content of the conversation between Hagiri and the others. Things like, Rogue Squadron attacks, Black Cat Squadron returns to defense, Amuro attacks. On the left, the barrage is too thin, Avengers assemble. Especially, there were constant sounds of hip-hop in various tones, as if the Hagaris wanted to express their individual personalities in the cheers. In this carnival atmosphere, Lin had to play the role of calm. In extreme emotions of anger and joy, people are most likely to do irrational things. Lin was not naive enough to think that Hagiri was just a bunch of innocent little babies who would never do anything bad. In fact, the more naive a person is, the more likely he is to do terrible things. It's not that they do it intentionally. It's just that they don't think it's an evil thing in their understanding. Sure enough, when the Hagairas began to look for irrelevant people other than the ambushers they had marked, Lin decisively used the flash technique to move the Hagiri Kimru back, which was on the verge of losing control. Testing the sword with one's own enemies was Lin's limit. If he found someone who was irrelevant, Lin wouldn't be able to sit idly by. They also have flash spell positioning marks on their bodies. It is impossible for them to escape from the palm of a certain magician unless they take the initiative to erase the mark. But erasing that mark means actively severing contact with that magician. If you want to get any benefits from someone, don't even think about it. This is not a small time-traveling group that uses the terrifying lover's method of controlling actions and whereabouts to control the actions of the Hagairas. But for the Hagairas who are originally unable to act alone, the most convenient method is someone's flash technique. In order to facilitate positioning, it is natural to add a positioning mark on yourself. Nowadays, the Hagairas can fly in the form of Kinmaru, but they still need to regularly enter the subdimensional tower in the dimensional gap to replenish energy. Therefore, the marks used for the flash technique on the body have not been erased, and they have no intention of violating someone's request. Generally speaking, the Hagairas need Lin much more now than the other way around. Is it just that someone used his ability to forcefully stop the carnival of some Haikiri? Or it attracted the attention of other Haikiri? Especially Khan, specialized in quantum computing power. It is like the command tower and war center for all Haikiri. Integrate intelligence from all Hagiri, and then formulate reasonable routes and allocate opponents according to the requirements of each Hagiri. It is not that simple to prevent multiple box cutters from piercing an unlucky person, or to prevent them from colliding with each other while flying. But being caught back by someone using the flash technique has a different meaning. Lin, who had always regarded himself as non-interference, finally took action. Everyone wants to know which of Hagiri's various behaviors triggered his sensitive nerves. Such an idea would of course enter someone's consciousness immediately. Khan, who is so close to someone, has no trouble conveying such a message. Lin held a few restless Shikiri sword pills in the palm of his hand with a flash technique, and said to this group of uneasy friends, "Don't worry. I don't have a problem with you. I just don't want you to just hurt innocent people." "Innocent?" Khan asked in a questioning tone. "Who?" The next moment, Lin took all the Hagairas and flashed in front of the person whose life he saved. Lin was not very tall, but he was wearing a black robe and standing in front of a man who had fallen to the ground. He had a full sense of intimidation. In particular, the Hagiri Kimru that had just wreaked havoc were floating nearby and spinning in a small area, like wild beasts waiting for an opportunity to bite people. Everyone who saw them shuddered. The person who fell down was not an ordinary person, but was dressed as an adventurer. At least ordinary people would not wear leather armor, carry a small buckler, and a long sword when going out in Port Azores. It is precisely because of these characteristics that Khan gave, permission to attack after being designated as a target by Hagiri Kinmaru. However, this young man did not take action during the two waves of attacks. He did not even pull out the sword at his waist. This is not to mention that his strength was incomparable to those of the ambushers. Therefore, in Lin's judgment, such a person was not considered a threat. There are actually many people in similar conditions who are still alive nearby. In Lin's view, if the ambusher used road closures to restrict unrelated people from entering the ambush circle, this would inevitably attract his own attention. Therefore, the clearing of the ambush circle was most likely just a temporary measure, and the people who entered were moved to the nearest hiding place to control the situation. That's why some people are still alive. The judgment in Lin's mind didn't need to be said out loud, and it quickly passed among the Hagairas. However, Khan did not agree with this judgment. It said, "What if this kid is an accomplice with the others? But he is not responsible for fighting, but only responsible for doing odd jobs? Well, it's not impossible." "Want to read minds? Everyone here is good at it," Khan asked. There are also many Hakakiri who are eager to try it. Lin waved his hands indifferently and said, "Forget it. Regardless of whether he is or not, he did not attack. If he is related to the mastermind behind it, just treat him as if he went back to spread the message. And it doesn't matter whether he can read minds or not." The generosity of a certain magician made the young man, with the freckles on his face, nod like garlic, indicating that he could do anything. The extremely tense emotions at this moment made him burst into tears and runny nose, and he didn't even bother to wipe them away. Of course, the Hagairas have no objection. They are not bloodthirsty, or they have no concept of bloodthirsty at all. This trip is to test one's current strength. On the one hand, It also tastes like a display of firepower. They learned from Khan how much power the magician had now. So this time, it is quite necessary to prove that they are not worse than other forces. Lin actually didn't know much about the rivalry between the Hagairas and the robots. The characteristics of the two parties may seem similar, but in fact they are fundamentally different. The robot has its own energy source, and can theoretically move infinitely. The Hagiri only functions like a battery, and can be charged in a suitable environment. But it basically cannot make ends meet. At the microscopic level, robots can only control at the nanometer level. Head Queen is an example. However, box cutting can achieve quantum-level control. In terms of size, the imitation Macross colony ship of the imaginary number is enough to support the size of a city. As for expecting a single box cutter to create a set of Iron Man steel suit, Khan had calculated before that he would have to throw it in a sub-dimensional tower to absorb chaotic energy. And it would take hundreds of years to absorb it before he had a chance. And honestly speaking, Lin would trust Hagiri more than Jiren. This is actually due to the long-term bad behavior of the robot's original body, the Earth element Els, which makes a certain time traveler have no confidence. However, such trivial matters will not be discussed on the table, because they are trivial matters that are not humane. He let the freckled young man in front of him run away, and some people who had been hiding in hiding places fled around him. Lin ignored those who had never attacked him from the beginning. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at the mess on the ground after the Hagiri wreaked havoc. "How are you doing? Want to find a trophy?" Khan asked as he was lifted into someone's hand. Lin said angrily, "You guys came to a carnival party. Did you leave anything behind that could be considered a trophy?" Since the Hagairas came to test the sword, of course they would hit their target with the hardest thing or the thing that contained the most power. Moreover, most Hagairas are not satisfied with rushing in. They are reluctant to give up a goal without a 7-in and 7-out process. The number of people in the ambush was about the same as the number of Hakakiri. If it weren't for the presence of two giant dragons, they might have quarreled with each other due to uneven distribution. And those props that are the strongest or contain the most power are of course the most valuable parts. In other words, these things were destroyed by Hagiri's gaze. Lin didn't even bother to check whether there were recyclable materials inside, so he simply ignored it. Although dragons are full of treasures, in the same situation, if they are targeted by the Hagairas, their treasures will become useless. The dragon's teeth and claws were shattered. Not a single dragon bone was intact. The dragon's scales had also been washed. The dragon's blood was contaminated by the weird rendering space. Even the dragon crystal was shattered on the ground. And even the puzzle master couldn't get it together. Go back. If you pick and choose, you may still be able to find some usable materials from the two dragons. After all, the dragons are so big, and although the Hagairas can deliver fatal attacks, they are not capable of destroying their bodies and leaving nothing behind. But how could Lin have time to stay and do such a thing? Especially behind these two dragons. There is the shadow of Dragon Island. Regardless of whether Long Nao would help these two dragons, or whether this whole thing was simply a conspiracy between Long Nao and the human side, Lin could only face it cautiously. If it were elsewhere, the loot after slaying the dragon would of course belong to the Dragon Slayer. But in the Karlsruhe Empire, there are dragon tombs on Dragon Island, regardless of whether they are giant dragons that left Dragon Island or not, and whether they are seeking death or being deliberately killed. The dragon corpses must be recovered intact. If any part is missing, Long Dao will pursue it thousands of miles away. But don't think that this is the dragon clan on Dragon Island. You respect your close and distant neighbors, who are also dragons, and make such a decision. The family of white swordsman William Greco, and other families doing business with Dragon Island. What are the special products they trade from Dragon Island? These are things that everyone knows very well, but cannot say out loud. It can only be said that corruption is everywhere. Although Lin didn't know the inside story of Long Island from various sources, it was not difficult to know how messy the island was. Augustus, the old black dragon supported by his family, even said bluntly that he would rather be recycled and reused by himself after death without erecting a tombstone than return to the dragon tomb. Chapter 1375. A Moment of Peace. The same whalebone tavern. The same magician. The same drinker. The same relaxed and comfortable appearance. The difference is that someone has a bead chain belt on his waist. The two unsheathed long swords that were inserted into his waist when walking were now placed casually on the table. The ambush a few days ago was as if it had never happened. In less than a day and night, the area had been tidied up to the point where no trace of fighting could be seen. The same goes for the remains that were difficult to clean up. and they were cleaned up. On the contrary, it was the remains of the two giant dragons that caused some disputes. One of the parties causing the commotion was the envoy from Dragon Island. Although the dominant ethnic group on Dragon Island is the ethnic groups of metal dragons and color dragons. Today, as the relationship with the Karlsruhe Empire has eased, there are also many human beings who are good at camping on the island. These people serve the Dragon Clan and are even proud of their devotion. And the dedication here is not just to help the Dragon Clan with things, but even things between the bed and sometimes the dinner table. If a certain time traveler were to judge, these people would be crazy fans of the Dragon Clan. And if such people make trouble within the Empire, it will be more troublesome than if the Dragon Clan comes directly to make trouble. Because of their status as Homo sapiens and their growth experience, they know better than the dragons where the weaknesses of human society are, and they are naturally able to pinpoint them. But on Lin's side, no one is making trouble for the time being. Even the messengers of the Dragon Clan are the same. Thanks to a group of people being released that day, the battle process was naturally spread, being able to single-handedly wipe out the attackers who ambush him, and kill two giant dragons together. The title of Dragon Slayer is firmly hung on the head of a certain magician. Such a person is certainly not a good candidate for provocation. Whenever you offend someone, your life is lost, and no one may be willing to come forward to avenge you. Therefore, the group of Dragon Island envoys, who only dared to pretend to be powerful, chose to ignore a certain magician who had newly won the title of Dragon Slayer. However, during the cleaning process of the dragon's remains, there were still some usable parts left. All these things were collected and sorted out by the poor people who worked as scavengers, and flowed into the black market in the port of Azores. The envoys of Dragon Island are mainly pursuing the dragon remains in this area. It is said that the dragon tomb is the sacred home of the dragons. No matter where they fall, they must enter the dragon tomb intact before their souls can return to the embrace of the dragon god. No one believes this nonsense, but no one dares to question it face to face. Those who dare to question should first consider whether they have the ability to deal with the dragon's wrath. Be a bitch. Build a memorial arch. And beat the hell out of others without even saying a word. Playing hypocrisy and violence together to the extreme is today's Dragon Island. But it's not that no one wants to cause trouble for a certain magician. It's just that the people who are qualified to cause trouble haven't come forward yet. The envoys of Dragon Island are, to put it bluntly, just a group of villains. A certain magician even killed two giant dragons. Will he be afraid of these people's verbal threats? Therefore, the follow-up of the two giant dragons can only wait for the Dragon Clan to come forward. On the other side, hundreds of strong men died, which was different in nature from the mixed brigade that died before. When all the established troops are dead, the lost nobles will feel distressed, but only for a moment. But after a large team died, the people sent to ambush a certain magician were all well-known old and new strong men in the Karlsruhe Empire. If you don't have certain abilities, you won't be accepted by the person who leads the ambush. After all, the target is a magician who can kill an army of thousands of people by himself. But what they didn't expect was that even if they took out the darlings and gold medal thugs of each family, there would still not be enough for them to fight. At this point, those who were hiding in the shadows and plotting were forced into a corner and had no way to retreat. Because the strong men who were sent to ambush a certain magician also had relatives, friends, teachers, and apprentices. These people who can make friends with strong people will not be lambs at the mercy of others. The social circle established around these strong people will in turn force the people who indirectly killed the strong people to make a responsible statement at this time. This is not to say that people in this social circle really miss the dead person. They just want to take advantage of this opportunity to find some enemies and squeeze out some benefits. The point is they don't come forward on their own, no matter how the situation changes under the table. The tranquility Lin enjoys now is just a moment before others take action. But being calm does not mean that Lin has the same leisurely mood. The Hagairas who were originally chattering in the subdimensional tower changed to the main plane of the Lost Land. Lin naturally became one of them, constantly discussing and calculating various ideas without even a moment's leisure. You know, there is no need to rest in Shikiri. In fact, Lin didn't hate doing research with the Hagairas. Speaking of robots and Hagiri, there is another difference here. The robots' research is more towards the application level. How to support a larger caliber gun barrel, and how to squeeze more horsepower from the engine. Where is the compromise between size and flexibility given the limitations of body weight? The research of Hagiri is closer to the academic discussion of the theoretical school. All content refers directly to two major disciplines, mathematics and physics. In comparison, Lin preferred to spend his time discussing with the Hagairas. In addition to preferring to do research in this area, you can also consider it from the perspective that is beneficial to you. What the robots discussed would not be of much use to a living human being, however. What the Hagairas studied, he had the opportunity to use to improve the magic system that is the foundation of his life. So in this moment of leisure, Lin and the Hagairas, who had returned to the landlord plane, were reviewing and improving after the actual combat demonstration the day before yesterday. A major focus is on the Khan command tower. How to achieve more efficient command and operations, and even add a certain degree of prediction to improve efficiency while reducing the computational burden. Instead of relying on computing power, arbitrarily using exhaustive methods to traverse all possibilities to get the answer. The reason why Khan researched this aspect was not because he expected to be able to command more Hakiri at the same time and fight. According to it, most of the Hakiri left in the land were collected by members of the Holy Sword Club and then cut off by someone. The number of Hagairas still living outside is probably only in the single digits. There may even be less than they know, if any of their companions disappeared silently during this time. The reason why we hope to improve the performance of computing is simply to retain more computing power, so that more operations can be performed at the same time. It should be noted that one of the characteristics of Hagairas is that they are innately capable of multi-threaded computing. Moreover, there is no limit on the number of cores, and any calculation can be started directly until its computing power is fully occupied. With the same characteristics, there is also the world tree. As for what people call multitasking, it is not really the concept of multitasking. It's just a matter of forcibly integrating two things into one, and then doing them at the same time. To use computer knowledge as an analogy, it is similar to the concept of execution sequence. And the switching process will be secretive and fast to the point where individuals think they are processing two things at the same time. This is why people who don't do well at multitasking will mess up both things. It's like drawing a square with your left hand and a circle with your right hand. If you don't have deep multitasking skills, the square will not be a square, and the circle will not be a circle. After all, there is only one human brain, and each part has its own function. No part can temporarily replace another part. The research of Hayashi and Agiri's team allowed him to see the dawn of transforming the subdimensional tower into his secondary brain. That is, his second brain. Although he has accomplished this, he still has doubts about how much his strength has improved. But something is better than nothing. Lin thought so. Someone has found a direction that he can research in the near future, and is happily discussing it with the Hagairas. But others will not wait for someone's research to come to an end before disturbing him. In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, someone just hangs out in a tavern, drinks wine, listens to the bard singing tuneless tunes, and lives his life in a state of intoxication. After a window period, finally enough people came to a certain magician, a very unexpected candidate, Prince Behar, who was only in his early 10 years. Common people, do you know what trouble you have gotten into? The arrogant prince threatened directly when they met. If Lin didn't have enough confidence, he would probably pee on the spot if he was bluffed by such a royal nobleman. But now, he just watched in amusement as this hairless kid acted arrogantly in front of him. In fact, Lin really wanted to tell the other person that even if he turned his nostrils to his forehead, the height difference would still mean that he could only be looked down upon by himself. If you fold it further, you may just bend down and make an iron bridge. However, Lin didn't answer. He just drank his own wine and listened to the prince cursing in banquets. Behar said in his sharp voice before he changed his voice. Magic! You have been targeted by Dragon Island. No one who is targeted by Dragon Island has a good ending. Only by relying on me can you escape. After this disaster, you can tell yourself why I should protect you. Did I ask for asylum? Lin so was thinking. But he didn't want to reply. This kid's status is high enough. But in a battle of wits and courage with him, it feels like playing chess against a dead kid who doesn't even understand the rules and just plays randomly. If you eat his chess, you can imagine that the other party will make a fuss and even ignore such rubbish tricks as regretting the chess, just not allowing them to take it. Simply put, no matter how you respond, you will only feel tired. The best way is to ignore it. A certain magician's neglect was actually not noticed by the prince. When he thought about it, the other party didn't respond immediately. He just wanted to find something nice to say to beg for mercy. But even if the other party really begged for mercy, I didn't plan to let him go so easily. Since this magician came to the Empire, he has caused himself a lot of trouble one after another. Without regaining face, it is impossible for him to let the other party go. Chapter 1376 Greed and Threat. Is this the sword you used to slay the dragon? Prince Behar was certainly not blind. Of course, he could clearly see the two long swords placed on the table, intertwined. The appearance of the Hagiri Khan and the year wheel are different from the traditional aesthetic concepts and weapon design concepts of MIDI. Especially the fine patterns on Khan's thick sword bring a strange sense of beauty. The dark and restrained metallic light and the inadvertent flash of light all tell of its fatality. That was why Prince Behar had a question, and he even had the answer in his mind. Now he was thinking about swallowing up these two swords, and his status also allows him to not only think about it, but also do it when he thinks of it. This is the attitude of a royal person. So the prince, who was in his early 10 years, reached out to the two swords on the table without anyone's consent. If you want to grab the sword directly, you don't really value these two weapons. For the prince, he has plenty of more beautiful toys. The reason why I want to take it is actually to grab some trophies from the person in front of me. Stealing other people's favorite things, and then admiring the expressions of regret on others, but not daring to stop them, is his biggest hobby. What he wants is never things, but the disappointed or even desperate expressions on other people's faces. I don't know if it's because he has never held a real weapon, or because he thinks he is born with supernatural powers. Even if the two swords on the table were made of ordinary iron, his small arms could not lift them with one hand, let alone two Hakakiri. Although Hagiri is not like the sword and the stone in the legend of King Arthur, who traveled back in time, and only the chosen one can pull it out, but in order to exert its full power, it really needs to be recognized. Although some people think that the threshold for Hakiri to be recognized is very low. However, people who are not recognized can still use Hakiri as an ordinary sword, and its strength is not comparable to that of ordinary swords. During the time when Finn was the Demon King, there were a huge number of Hakakiri that she gave to those empty-headed stitched corpses to use as cannon fodder in the god-slaying war. But Hagiri, who is full of energy, will certainly not give it easily. A naive little kid wants to lift them. Even the year wheel, which is focused on its own research and doesn't care about the trivial matters of the outside world, cooperates with Khan quite tacitly to change its gravitational properties and becomes as heavy as a stone. No one can pick it up. Even if a giant or a strong man comes, it will be the same. The two motionless swords were as if they were stuck to the table. Prince Behar could not even hold the hilts of the swords properly. After trying 3 or 2 times, he jumped up angrily and said, "What's going on with these two broken swords? Magician, are you deliberately trying to mess with me? The cost of irritating me is beyond your imagination. Don't give up using it yet. You're broken magic." Lin shrugged and pointed at the entourage behind the prince. This simple action immediately made the prince's entourage nervous. They all stood up and squatted slightly to maintain the best strength. There were also a few of them who were relatively strong, standing in a position where they could block the prince at any time, ready to act as human shields. In fact, Lin didn't want to take action. He just saw that the prince's entourage included civil and military personnel. And of course, there were magicians. As both magicians, he is of course very familiar with apprentice-level magic, such as light object magic and heavy object magic. Whether the two long swords on the table have been tampered with or not can be seen at a glance. Lin just wanted the magician, who was wearing a luxurious robe and holding a gemstone wand, to identify whether he had tampered with something. As soon as the magician brought by the prince entered the door, his eyes were fixed on the black robe that was a magical weapon on someone's body. The word greed was almost written directly on his face. His eyes never relaxed for a moment, and Xiran Lin's naming movement also fell into his sight. When he was called by someone, he quickly glanced around. His companions either gave him a worried look, or they were obviously ill-intentioned and wanted to get rid of him and compete for the top position. A magician who is out of the situation but can follow a prince, even if his skills are insufficient, will definitely be an expert. Not to mention that he was born into a noble family and was particularly good at running camps. With just a few glances, he could guess the current situation. The prince pressed his hands on the hilt of the sword on the table, looking annoyed when he wanted to take it but couldn't. Following the instructions of the black-robed magician, he turned to look at his own people. The noble magician had no choice but to say something unpleasant. "Your Highness, there is indeed no trace of magic on these two swords." As if hearing nonsense, Prince Behar rolled his eyes and said, "Then tell me, why can't I pick it up?" There are so many things that cannot be explained in the world. How can I know why? But the internal complaints are complaints, and things still need to be resolved. The aristocratic magician bowed forward, pushed away his colleague, and apologized. With the prince's consent, he reached out and grabbed one of the long swords. As expected, Hagiri also gave no face. And this time, it wasn't just that he couldn't lift it up. The noble magician was as if he was electrocuted. He was so frightened that he let go of Hagakiri when he touched it. He even took a few steps back and looked at the two weapons on the table in horror. Of course, Hagiri was not a real discharge, but a quick and brief playback of the dark side of the noble magician's privacy in the other person's mind. As long as they are normal people, no one will be frightened away with an expression that looks like they have seen a ghost. Compared with Khan, who can only read superficial thoughts. The year wheel relies on the residual power of the sand of time to directly browse a person's life experience. Because the sand of time does not consume it and can only be regarded as a byproduct of the research process. Let only ask the year wheel to use this ability with caution. Instead of prying into other people's privacy at will, or even revealing such abilities to outsiders. This time it's just enough to scare people. The noble magician was frightened away, although his companions all responded with sarcastic looks. As the prince's entourage, they still had basic qualities. The disdain on his face was nothing but disdain. It was time to move. When it was time to draw the weapon, and when it was time to block the prince's face with his body. For a time, the whole tavern was messy and noisy. As for the other drinkers, the ones with long eyes had already run away. The emboldened Prince Behar put his hands on his hips angrily, pointed his halberd at the person in front of him, and said loudly, "Untouchable! I said, give me these two swords! I said it! Don't do it again and again! And 3 challenges my limits! You can never imagine how cruel I am to my enemies!" At the same time, a short knife, thinking it was unnoticed, was pressed against the neck of a certain magician, the assassin, who looked like a clown from the moment he entered the door, always hiding in the shadows, twisting and moving forward, stood behind Lin, and said sinisterly, "Magic, I suggest you do as His Highness wants. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether you are destined to refuse." Witnessing the whole process, and then letting the other party threaten him at close range, someone laughed at himself at this time. "This is really crazy, because your skills have improved a bit. You started dancing? The time of wandering is actually only a short moment." The person behind him probably didn't have much patience. After he finished speaking to himself, the short knife in his hand slowly increased the force and pressed deeper into someone's neck. At this time, just a slight drag will result in blood splattering 3 feet. He said even more viciously, "What's your answer? Magician? Magician. Magician. Magician." The human head, heart, left hand holding the knife, and the short knife were neatly displayed on the table. The heart was still beating, spurting out all the blood in the chambers. He was about to give the prince a shot of blood, but the followers on both sides, who had been waiting for him, raised their cloaks to block him. It's just that they saved the prince, but not themselves. Their faces and bodies were splashed with bright red, and they looked far from coquettish. Just those pairs of sinister eyes, thinking that the other person wouldn't be able to see them. So they just stared at someone. After the heart was taken out of the body, and all the blood was squeezed out, the heart rate gradually slowed down and finally stopped. The head, which was completely unaware that it was separated from the body, still had a ferocious expression on its face and kept repeating the last words it had spoken. Standing behind Lin, the body that should have spewed out a large amount of blood from the broken neck, probably because there was no heart to provide pressure. Only a large amount of blood gurgled out. The remaining body lost its support and collapsed directly to the ground. Kill alive and leave a sound. If the knife is so fast that the deceased does not realize that he has been killed, he will repeat his last actions. That is, the last words he said, until the blood in his skull dries up and his vocal cords become stiff. And the knife cannot be too high. At least the vocal cords must be retained in the head, so that the head can speak. This move is very easy for Lin to perform using the flash technique, as long as he pays attention to preserving his vocal cords. And the effect is also very scary. At least the Prince Behar and his entourage, who are coming in front of them with fierce looks and vicious eyes, are now so shocked that they can't speak. Although they did not dodge their sight, their momentum was far less than what it was at the beginning. Only as a newborn prince, he did not feel afraid. He was more dissatisfied that things did not develop as he expected. The dead people didn't matter to him. But the living black-robed magician still didn't bow his head, which gradually exhausted his little patience. "Aren't you going to bow your head, magician? After provoking Dragon Island, provoking me as an enemy will not be a good thing for you. Think about your current glory and wealth. I can give you 10 times, 100 times. I can also protect you from the anger of Dragon Island. I only want you to bow your head. Obey me. And help me. If you insist on not doing so, you will see my anger. At that time, I will let you escape to Dragon Island. Asking for protection from those big lizards, who have a grudge against you, may be your only way to escape from my hands, Prince Behar said in a cold voice with a displeased look on his face. At this time, Lin had the idea that the other party didn't even know his most basic information. Otherwise, how could it be possible to put forward such obviously ineffective conditions? As if they only wanted to throw money at them. The people next to him either took it for granted or had various expressions of envy, jealousy and hatred. There is no denying that this trick works for most people. If more than 10 years ago, when I first traveled to Lost Land, if someone was willing to spend money, someone would definitely kneel down and lick it. If chrysanthemums can be sold, there will be no hesitation. Without traveling through time, it would be difficult to imagine the despair of being abandoned in a strange land. But now Lin has enough to eat, warm clothes, and money no longer matters. This is not my hometown. I have capital and everything. In Lost Land, no matter how much money you have, you still only have one life. Those beings that are powerful enough to kill easily will not take a detour when they see capital. No money? Just grab it. There is nothing wrong with this logic. Chapter 1377 The Retreating Prince. Anyway, the price offered by the prince was not attractive to anyone at all, and he didn't even bother to bargain. Lin just looked at the child in front of him jumping up and down with a theatrical look. Not only is it not cute at all, but I also have to listen to him use poor words and curse himself over and over again, as if tired from dancing. I don't know if the heads and hearts displayed on the table had any effect. Anyway, Prince Behar did not continue to call people to die. He just shook his head and left without saying any polite words. Just like his appearance, he comes and goes like the wind, making people unpredictable. In fact, Lin didn't realize that he directly killed the strongest one among the prince's group without any explanation. No matter how hateful the remaining people are, and no matter how many poisonous schemes are in their minds, how can they have the courage to continue the challenge on the spot? Of course, we must leave from this murderous star first. In the prince's opinion, the dog with the sharpest teeth was dead. The remaining dogs only know how to bark and are of no use at all. It is better to expect them to suddenly know how to bite than to expect the magician in front of them to suddenly die on his own. So go home as soon as possible. Prince Behar didn't even expect to get a response to his goodwill expressed several times. The magician in front of him remained silent from beginning to end, which was also a statement. Before leaving, the prince said, "Magic, I don't know what method you used to deceive the barbarian king, but don't think that such a good thing will happen again. If you refuse my kindness, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Empire. Otherwise, I won't be the one who regrets it when I can't leave." However, Prince Behar left happily, and the people under him were not so straightforward. In addition to the personal guards, some people stayed behind to clean up the aftermath. Someone must collect the body of the dead assassin, even if their boss doesn't say anything. Fortunately, in the battle in the city, no one will deliberately target those who deal with the aftermath, even if they know that these people are considered enemies. As long as they don't take action, most people will restrain themselves in the city. After all, killing someone in the Lost Land is also a crime. It may seem ridiculous to say this in confusion, but it is the truth. But when there is no ability to punish the criminals, everyone will be wise enough to keep silent to avoid becoming a target. Not to mention the losses suffered by Prince Behar and his party. If he actively threatens people, he will be killed instead. The death is tragic, and the method of death is quite strange. No one wants to give the black-robed magician another reason to take action at this time. However, in the Karlsruhe Empire, or any country in the Lost World, the nature of killing a noble is different from killing an ordinary person. If the target is a noble, unless there is a very good reason, it will easily arouse the dissatisfaction of the noble group. And then it will be a big deal. If someone is alone, and after a grudge, he comes without leaving a trace, then he will be killed regardless of whether he is a noble or something else. But now that Lin represents the goddess of gold coins and is in the Empress's camp, he can't mess around without caring about the past or the future. So no matter how the prince jumped, Lin still couldn't take action easily. Of course, the guards and attendants following Prince Behar also understood this, and the prince himself was even more confident. However, This does not mean that his tolerance for other people is the same as that for the nobleman who was born in the royal family. Therefore, no one dares to bet on what the black-robed magician's attitude is. And of course no one dares to stay for a long time. They thought they had hidden their malicious eyes well, carried away the body that was lying limp on the ground, took away the head, heart, palms, and daggers, and left quickly. It's just that although Prince Behar's people took the body away, the blood that spilled all over the floor and table was not so easy to clean up. At this time, the Orc Girl and other employees of the Whalebone Tavern came out of the kitchen one by one. Not only did they hide early, but the people who were drinking in the tavern also retreated early. The last time the Barbarian King cleared the area, everyone knew that the magician was a huge problem. This time when Prince Behar came, not to mention that the royal emblem was particularly conspicuous. When he saw such a large group of people coming towards the magician, he ran away with a clear mind. Then, they saw that the person with the royal emblem on his body was a short child. And everyone knew who was coming. Prince Behar has a vicious reputation, and his clearing effect is better than that of the Barbarian King. As soon as the prince and his entourage left, although all the customers had already left, the business of the tavern still had to continue. Therefore, no matter how unwilling the employees of the Whalebone Tavern are, they still have to make final arrangements and restore the tavern to a state where it can do business. Well, no big damage. But when they saw the blood stains on the ground, their faces fell. Blood stains are difficult to deal with. And in a place like a tavern where business is conducted, it must be dealt with. So one by one, they went to find buckets, mops, rags, etc., rolled up their sleeves, and prepared to fight against this large pool of blood. But as soon as everything was collected and the water in the bucket was not poured on the ground, the blood stains on the large pool suddenly changed in an astonishing way. The blood seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force. All the blood on the table automatically flowed down the table and merged with the blood on the ground. The pool of blood on the ground also concentrated abnormally, and then suddenly spread over a large area, leaving only certain parts. As the spread expanded, everyone could see that the blood formed a magic circle on its own. However, the array pattern is very different from the common magic array, and the shape and pattern are also quite strange. Of course Lin recognized it. This was the magic circle used by the elemental elves, which was different from the habits and runes of the Midi-Sapiens. He has not studied it systematically. He just has these things in his own knowledge reserve. The ones who were quicker to notice than Lin were of course the three original and current elemental lords, Imaginary Number, Hefkin and Moro. They felt the breath of old friends from the power of moving blood. Fire Monkey Moro even blurted out, "Water Lord Waymiko! What does this guy want to do? Looks like another elemental lord." Lin was slightly curious and asked, "No one is calling here. Can you run over here by yourself?" The white snake's imaginary number raises its head, and the snake letter comes in and out. His answer is correct, but it is difficult for ordinary people to understand. It was Green Mouse Hefkin, the original elemental lord of the magic system, who came forward to explain. "As long as there are suitable sacrifices, the corresponding clones can be sent over. Is there anyone summoning here in the Lost Land? Usually it's just that someone can provide the coordinates of the destination. The kind person in the past few days has already attracted the attention of many elemental elves. Otherwise, they would not be able to self-destruct their tokens. That person is considered a figure among humans, so his blood is qualified as a sacrifice." Lin asked again, "Do you know this person who is here now?" The white snake and the green mouse looked at the fire monkey at the same time. Moro pretended to be profound, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and said, "As long as we reach the level of elemental lord, there is no one we don't know. But the one who plans to come here now is the water elemental lord Waymiko. He is just like me. He was also the elemental lord who had made a contract with another magician's family before. I'm afraid he knew that I left some of my power in the Lost Land, so he tried to sneak over like a follower." It seems that the relationship between these two people is not good, but it's normal to think about it. It would be strange if a fire element lord and a water element lord could live in harmony. Now that he knew who it was, Lin did not deliberately interrupt the formation of the summoning magic. Although Hefkin didn't explain it clearly, Lin also knew that with such a level of sacrifice, the person on the other side couldn't possibly project much power. So just meet and see what the other person wants to do. The change of blood turning into a magic circle, as well as the conversation between the magician and the three elemental elves, made the orc girl and other tavern employees want to hide back in the kitchen. The level of this magician's enemies is really too high, and it's beyond their reach. Without waiting for relevant people to escape, the completed summoning magic circle directly sacrificed the blood that constructed the formation. All the blood seemed to come alive, gathering in one place in the air. As the blood gathered more and more, its outline gradually became clearer. It was a winged Pegasus with 6 legs, but the entire body was composed of bright red flowing blood. It's a horse. Do you really want to match the 12 zodiac signs? This was Lin's first thought. The formed water element Lord Wimiko opened his bright eyes, crossed his 6 hooves, and dug on the ground, leaving several deep marks on the floor of the Whalebone Tavern. The body also seemed to be vibrating, trembling from front to back. The redness in the body is concentrated and dissipated deeper into the body, until the entire horse body returns to the colorlessness of water. After snoring, he stood up and screamed, overturning several tables and chairs. Speaking of which, this water elemental lord does not look like an intelligent elemental elf, but a beast. Lin Tingyi sat firmly, unable to be moved by the 8 winds, watching the water elemental lord in front of him playing tricks. I don't know if I noticed the embarrassment, or if I ran out of tricks for my appearance. After flapping his wings a few times, he folded his wings and put them back on his back. In a proud and powerful voice, Wimiko said in the elemental elven language, "Human, if you offer your loyalty, I may consider granting you eternal life and countless wealth." Lin was speechless. The green mouse was speechless, and even the white snake was speechless. Fire Monkey slapped his face with a palm, unable to look at this fool. They are both elemental lords, but there are actually different levels of wisdom. Like the imaginary number and the original Snake King Odessa, there are existences that are completely different from ordinary people's wisdom and logic, but they only account for a very small number. In Moro's eyes, Wimiko's intelligence is below the average. I can't bear to see it. A certain magician, who was still having an academic discussion with the Hagaris in his mind, actually only paid the minimum attention to the situation in the main plane of the land. The water element lord spoke in such a high-profile manner. Lin did not wait for Hefkin or Moro to jump out and threaten the opponent, and directly pointed at the arrogant 6-legged Pegasus with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 1378 Lobbyist. The bead chain belt around the waist is instantly beautiful. This time, the Hakiri Kinmaru did not show off their skills in a fancy way, but followed Khan's command, one after another, to take the best route, like a martial arts movie that traveled through many hometowns and penetrated the body of the Pegasus. Specific location. The Hakakiri that entered the body traveled very quickly according to a specific route. In the eyes of outsiders, it looked like it was running rampant before breaking out of the body. Elemental elves are not like ordinary creatures that can bleed or be killed. They are essentially lifelike creatures composed of special energy that imitate the appearance of creatures. This is why they are classified as magical creatures in Lost Lands. Since it is magic, it has the same weaknesses as magic. The Hagaris used the method of destroying the nodes in the spell model to counter and destroy the magic itself. They disintegrated the existing body of the water element lord 6-legged Pegasus into nothingness in one breath. And even the water stains were not left. The Hagaris returned to the waist of a certain magician, as if they had just finished an easy task. They didn't pay any attention to this at all, and started discussing their respective research topics with someone again. But this calm performance really frightened Hefkin and Moro. The Hive Queen who had evolved into a robot was okay, but Moro felt that his body was cold, and his own flame seemed to be extinguished. In the perception of several elemental creatures, Wimiko is not simply a dead body whose energy has been exhausted, so it returns to the elemental world. Rather, it points directly to the fundamental damage. No matter how much attention he pays to the mysterious land, he will actually lose a lot of power. Unlike the summoned elemental spirits who died in the Lost Land in the past, they could escape a large amount of energy and return to the elemental world, including the sacrifices you got at the beginning. You can basically make it without losing money. Moro, who was most concerned, asked directly, "Your Majesty, how did you do it?" "Well, that happened just now. The reason is very simple. The elemental elves use the power of the mysterious land to construct their own temporary body. Then as long as the key nodes are knocked out, the structure will collapse. This can only be done by Hagari. If I do it myself, may not be able to achieve such a record." As mentioned earlier, the box cuts entering the body are like tapping acupuncture points. In fact, their actions in the body are also like destroying the meridians. Only by destroying the entire structure of elemental creatures to the point of being completely destroyed can the existence of the six-legged Pegasus be instantly disintegrated. The Water Element Lord was powerless to resist. But Moro was also concerned about another thing, and asked, "Your Majesty, how do you know the composition of Wemiko? Is this surprising?" Lin unconsciously counted on his fingers. "First of all, in order to transform Earth elemental creatures into robots, I have almost the composition information of the entire Earth elemental elf group. Although it is useless now. Then the research on you in the past few days has confirmed many of my ideas. Lin glanced at the fire monkey on his left shoulder. Then, there's that stupid horse just now. He actually constructed his body directly in front of me. It was like he was teaching me step by step how to do it. If I don't understand this anymore, I'll probably give up on this path, because there will be no good development. But judging from the results, it seems that the power is not bad. Not only is it not bad, it also threatens the foundation of the elemental elves. Not to mention that the separated body will die in one hit. The same will be true for the main body." Moro wanted to shout out like this, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that the metal beads that had returned to a certain magician's waist would go out again, this time to beat him to a pulp. Fire Monkey's worried expression was not concealed, and Lin just smiled and said, "Don't worry. No one can do this except Hakiri. So you don't have to worry about spreading it too much and threatening the elemental elves. It's dangerous enough with you alone." Moro muttered in his mind. He originally thought that as long as he got enough things from the other party, and encouraged the magician to use the power of light to summon the robot, it would depend on the other party's attitude during this period whether he would retaliate or separate peacefully. But the Hagaris have shown such ability. Even if this magician really loses the power to control the robot race, how many elemental elves would really dare to anger this magician? Are you still trying to find a way to drive a wedge between this magician and Agiri? It's better to just wait until this man's lifespan ends. The Fire Element Lord Moro is struggling in his heart. The only people who feel more miserable than the Fire Monkey are the employees of the Whalebone Tavern. There is no need to clean up the blood stains. But the damage left by the Water Elemental Horse is not easy to repair. With the deep grooves dug into the floor, and the smashed tables and chairs. Who has the guts to put this debt on the magician? It's bitter. At this time, an older man dressed as a senior nobleman, with half-white hair and a grimace on his face, entered the tavern and came to Lin. He saluted neatly and said in greeting, "Your Majesty, Mr. Tripwood Magician, can I disturb you for a moment?" Lin recognized the person coming. This old man appeared behind Prince Behar as one of his close followers. The level that is different from those of the lackeys is probably that of a noble butler of the Duke's family. "So, what's your move now?" This kind of meeting in private behind the master's back is not in line with the noble style. Although Lin didn't have a deep understanding of the various tricks of the nobles in the land, Lin didn't think this was the prince's instruction. If there is really a plan for reconciliation, it doesn't matter what they do up front. Knock a stick and give me a sweet date? However, considering the age of the person in front of him, Lin nodded. Respecting the elderly and the virtuous is always a virtue. Although the prince behaved aggressively, Lin would not treat everyone on the other side as one. Sitting back where Prince Behar once sat, the old man with a sad face said, "Your Excellency, if there is any offense in your words today, please forgive me. With your magnanimity, you will not care about a child's offensive words." After all, His Highness is unintentional. Is it unintentional? Lin answered the group of people's questions for the first time. Even though no one else was around, and there was only one person, the deacon, who should have a noble status, said with excitement, "Of course, Your Excellency. Although it is difficult to say it, it is also known to everyone. Your Highness's mother, the late Emperor, died when Your Highness was young. Because everything happened so suddenly that the late Emperor did not have time to appoint a guardian for His Highness. Therefore, during the period when His Highness was growing up, except for those of us who had served the royal family for a long time, there was no elder to discipline him, and he had no guidance on his daily words and deeds. There is something a little out of the ordinary. However, His Highness still treats his subordinates with kindness, and puts compassion first in the face of the requests of his subjects. We believe that in time, His Highness will become a famous king. Is it just a little out of line?" Lin questioned. "I even think of that child who didn't even frown when a human head was placed in front of him. Lin really wouldn't believe it even to death if such a person said he had a compassionate heart. Thinking back to when I first traveled to the mysterious land, it would be an exaggeration to say that I would faint at the sight of blood. But if I hit those beasts or goblins with open fractures, They would make me want to vomit, let alone kill them. And that prince could keep his expression straight. Looking at that expression, it definitely didn't mean he was frightened, but he was used to it. But looking at the children I have taken care of since childhood, how cute they look. Not to mention that all my future depends on the children. So the old deacon, as if blindly bragging, said confidently, "Yes, that's just a little out of line. For a nobleman, a prince who should inherit the throne, His Highness has behaved extremely well. He is just treating others. It's a bit sharp and not smooth enough, considering that His Highness is just a child now. Don't you see the talent of a human emperor in His Highness?" There are several layers of filters added to the eyes. Is this old nobleman blind? Or is he blind? Someone is in deep self-doubt. The old man did not give up trying to win over you, and said, "We have witnessed your strength with our own eyes, and it has been approved by His Majesty the Barbarian King. Why don't you follow the famous king and achieve great things in the future? Create forums, teach mathematics, and build cars. There are many ships ahead." Afterwards, there were inventions such as airships and knives. However, these benefits have not been appreciated by famous monarchs. Don't you think it is a pity? Your Highness knows people and can use them well. Only under his command can you show your talents. Why do you have any hesitation? Compared to the brat before, he may not even know what he has done. The old man in front of him had obviously done his homework, but he didn't do it carefully. If you really want to find a famous king, there are people from those who are dying to those who are in their prime. So why bother looking for a spoiled child? However, the other party spoke politely, so it was not easy for him to lose face. So he still had to find a way to refuse politely. So Lin said, "Sir, it's not that I refuse to take refuge with His Highness Behar. It's that as a chosen one of the goddess of gold coins, I have His Majesty the goddess to be busy with, and I have no time to serve His Highness. Please also understand my plight." What about the Emperor's side? The old man changed his sad expression and asked with sharp eyes. Having lived to this age, Lin will certainly not be easily bluffed and expose his trump card. Lin smiled and said, "Her Majesty the Goddess hopes to promote the construction of banks in the Karlsruhe Empire. It is normal for me to find the Empress of the Empire. Or is the imperial crown worn on other people's heads? Saint Allegria, is it a fake?" "No, of course not. It's just that Her Majesty the Empress is unpopular and difficult to govern. I suggest that you do something good and don't look to the Empress as your backer. Your Highness Behar is the best choice." The old man continued to express his intention to win over. I'm sorry this old man doesn't dare to say so. Saying that kind of thing is a rebellion. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand and said, "When His Highness ascends the throne, I will definitely come to His Majesty to ask for help. Forget it today." After that, he didn't intend to continue talking. The intention of seeing off guests was so obvious that the old man, whose eyes were obviously wearing filters, could still see it. So he got up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he said, "Your Excellency, please remember that Your Highness is still just a child. The behavior you see today may not be like this in the future. This does not mean that His Highness's bad habits remain the same, but that there is a difference between closeness and distance. Then how will Your Excellency do? If you can't be one of our own, you can't blame others if you don't enjoy His Highness's warm kindness." After all, he finally said the threat, looking at the old man in front of him who was determined to leave. With his hunched shoulders and an expression that couldn't be called disappointed before he left, Lin felt that he probably knew what his problems were. That's why I keep emphasizing that His Royal Highness is just a child now. It seems that if he says these two words, everyone should follow him. Chapter 1379, The Threat of Dragon Island. Because he is a child, everything he does can be forgiven? Ignoring the society before someone travels for the moment. The law stipulates that adults, citizenship rights, etc. must not be considered to have complete behavioral capacity and bear complete responsibilities until the individual reaches the age of 18 or 20. How was adulthood defined in ancient times? In my hometown, both at home and abroad, adults in ancient times had to hold a coming-of-age ceremony before they were considered adults. The time for the coming-of-age ceremony is generally from the age of 12 to 15, depending on the situation. As long as the coming-of-age ceremony is held, it means you can get married. As for why it is defined this way, the reason is actually very simple. At this age, boys reach sexual maturity and girls begin to menstruate. Simply put, they are ready to have children. In an era when the average life expectancy was relatively low and the medical and health environment was poor, Women were required to wait until their careers were stable and their bodies matured in their 30s before becoming pregnant and having children. Isn't this a joke? In an era when manpower equals productivity, this kind of advanced behavior is no different from ethnic suicide. Although the body is not fully mature, childbirth is risky. The solution of the ancients was to have many children and grandchildren, using a cruel natural selection method to select relatively strong individuals to reproduce many offspring. Those who are unhealthy and weak will die from various diseases during the growth process, or are at risk of pregnancy or childbirth. Most of them will not be able to give birth to offspring. As for whether there is judgment or immaturity in mind, even in modern society before time travel, young people in their 20s were still considered to be at an impulsive age. Are these people really different from teenagers? In the eyes of the former Fagi traversers, innocence and ignorance should not be the protection of minors. The age limit is just a limit for whether guardians should bear joint legal responsibility. Those who do not know are not guilty. This has never been a view that a society should uphold. What's more, how to prove that a criminal really didn't know that his behavior violated the law at the time of committing the crime? Xuanzi's Zifu argument illustrates well that this kind of thing is simply difficult to prove. So for the old aristocratic deacon who left, he kept emphasizing that the notorious prince was just a child. Such words only made Lin feel sick. Because there is no one to teach you and you are young. You can do evil? However, when it comes to the prince, to be honest, Lin is a little unsure. A typical child's temperament. Seeing the same. Loving the same. Seeing good things. I want to hold them in my hands. However, people like the new and get tired of the old very quickly. To say that it is popular for 3 minutes is a bit flattering. But the scary thing is that this child has great power. Enough to reward life and death. But that prince will not be like a child, who will fall to the ground and stalk him when something doesn't go his way, and won't give up until things go according to his own ideas. When it was time to leave, he did it neatly and decisively. Not like a child at all. So, is the little devil smart and just using his childish appearance to cover up? Or is everything just a coincidence and he just thinks too much? Lin couldn't tell for sure, unless you hold the box to his forehead and read his mind directly. The aristocrats have this shortcoming, and their elite education and etiquette training are the best disguises. If you are not a member of that circle, it is difficult to know what that circle is doing behind the scenes. Forget it. Put the prince's matter out of your mind for now. Anyway, his destructive power is not up to the level of damaging his own affairs. At best, he is a bit of an eyesore, and he only pops out from time to time to discuss people. To deal with such people, ignoring them is the best option. Dance along with the other person, simply wasting your own time. Those hours are better spent in a daze than being angry with the other person. Bank construction in the port of Azores was rapid. In fact, in this era of low productivity, it is still very simple to build an ordinary house, as long as it is not a miracle building like the Parthenon. Lin's plans and requirements for the bank are not even on the level of a wealthy businessman's mansion. As long as you kick the wall will not fall down. If you shake the pillars, the roof will not collapse. The only thing that can be called a work of art is the holy emblem of the gold coin goddess. In order for the holy emblem to work, certain rules must be followed, and no carelessness is allowed. This is just like a magic circle, so scribbling is of course useless. On the other hand, if the bank is built too luxuriously, it will scare away the vast majority of ordinary people and prevent them from entering the bank to do business. If we only focus on high-end users from the beginning, it will be very difficult to make it acceptable to ordinary people. After all, in Lost Land, it is a society with solidified classes. People at the lower levels want to move to the upper levels. If they are not careful, they will not only get humiliation, but also lose their lives. This is completely different from the harmonious society governed by law in my hometown. But if we take the civilian route from the beginning and open up some luxurious reception areas in order to take care of the upper-class people, this approach will be easier for everyone to accept. Because for the huge assets of the nobles, the bank has enough interests to induce them to use them. And the appearance of luxury or simplicity is an insignificant matter. But for civilians, those benefits or handling fees are negligible decimal points. If you make them afraid to use it, it will be much harder to lure them into the bank later. It took nearly half a month to stay in the port of Azores, and the main building of the bank was almost completed. The furnishings and decoration inside are also being carried out simultaneously. When everything is completed, Lin will consecrate the holy symbol in the bank and hand over the bank in this port city to Sir Geb, who manages the local area for the Empress. In the early days, the problem of bank management manpower could be solved by calling in an elf. The rest are recruited from the local area and are doing security work anyway. It is enough to bring one bank employee to the door. Bank users will still communicate directly with the goddess through the Great Holy Emblem without anyone as a medium. So knowledgeable people really don't need too much. On the other hand, the employees of the Whalebone Tavern were as wary as they were seeing a certain magician. It's not that this magician will threaten their lives, but the people chasing this magician pose a great threat to them just by the possibility of accidental injury. This feeling of worry and fear of being implicated is not a good feeling. Of course, Lin could understand the looks in those people's eyes. And even the orc girl, who had always been so loud, became petty and cautious. In this regard, Lin had no intention of making amends or doing anything to show a closer attitude. When he comes to the pub to drink, it is just a transaction. I chose the Whalebone Tavern because it has the background of the Adventurers Guild, so it naturally avoids a lot of minor troubles. This is why the tavern employees have to hide when trouble comes. Those little troubles have no chance of happening here. If Lin becomes more intimate with a particular person, will that person become a target for his potential enemies? Lin didn't want to bet on this kind of thing at all. Besides, at my age, I am not the kind of person who has trouble sleeping alone. There is no need to sleep with my arms around a stove. With these realizations and the few days left, his work in the port of Azores can be completed. Lin was shameless and continued to cause trouble to the people in the tavern. Hiding in the Azores castle on the cliff is also a method. But who said that beer can only be found in the Whalebone Tavern and cannot be drunk elsewhere? Someone is currently having a severe concussion with the Hagyrus. In this extremely mental-consuming situation, the best drink is coffee. It's a pity that there is no qualified coffee here in the port of Azores. Maybe you have to go back to the Empress Summer Palace to drink it. Then beer with a low alcohol content becomes the next best refreshing drink. Except that it has the side effect of being drunk. If other spirits with higher alcohol content make you dizzy after drinking it, then there is no need to do research. Just make yourself drunk. Although someone has a very valid reason. But in fact, in the eyes of outsiders, he is just a bastard who reports to the tavern every day, orders a few drinks, and then stays in a daze all day long. If it weren't for the black robe, the magician's shawl with a golden thread on the front, and the money in his pocket, he might have been regarded as a homeless man. It's just different from someone's desire to spend the remaining few days safely. When you are in the whirlpool of trouble, you can't get out easily. What's more, what he got into was huge trouble. And the pressure from Long Island was expanding silently. However, after experiencing two farces between the barbarian king and Prince Behar, no one came to the door with determination, thinking that they could get the generous rewards promised by Dragon Island. No matter how reckless a mini person is, they will not do such things as taking money if they have a life, but spending money if they have no life. But even if you don't do it forcefully, there are still ways to achieve it in a roundabout way. For example, an unexpected figure stood in front of Lin. It was the white swordsman William Greco in flowing white clothes. William is not here to cause trouble. Although some people in the Greco family suggested this, and even tried to use the family's authority to oppress the famous sword master, they came forward to challenge the magician and sold it to Dragon Island. But William did not compromise. Or in other words, he did not abandon that group of people at all. After changing out of his non-white bank uniform suit, William put on his favorite white clothes again. He actually doesn't care much about the style and shape of the clothes. He just likes the feeling of being dressed in white and spotless. Don't even think about how it is possible to keep your white clothes stain-free all the time during daily activities. But William just can do it. Lin even wondered if this guy's ability to see good luck and avoid bad luck was the result of his daily efforts in keeping his white clothes clean. If he can subconsciously avoid things like accidentally getting dirty, then it doesn't seem so unusual for him to unconsciously avoid more dangerous things. Even people like Lin, who are good at calculation, sometimes feel powerless about William's intuition that seems to be inherently lucky. And the sword master reappeared in front of someone, with his butt slightly touching the wooden chair, and asked immediately, "Have you offended Long Dao? I killed 2 dragons before." Lin Jian replied. He didn't even think about whether the sword master in front of him came to fight for Dragon Island. From what he knew of this man, William was a person who was more afraid of trouble than he was, and would avoid trouble, even as a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance. The number of times William actually took action was very few, and every time, there was a reason why he had to take action. It was obvious that the bounty on Long Island and the pressure from his family were not enough reasons for him to fall out with someone. Chapter 1380 William's Invitation. What? Even you got the news? Is my matter a big deal? Lin asked. Although he spent most of his time running to the pub these days, Lin actually didn't deliberately collect information at all. Even the whispers in the tavern did not involve many topics in this area, as if everyone talking was avoiding themselves. So Lin had no idea how much repercussions his killing of the 2 dragons would actually cause. Slaying a dragon is considered a big deal in other places, but the response is basically positive. After all, creatures like dragons, even if they are from the good camp, are not friendly to humans. At best, they don't regard the Homo sapiens race as food. In addition, the destructive power of the dragon to the ecology is quite huge. If a giant dragon is not controlled, it can easily wipe out all living things in the land. For humans, the greatest threat is the loss of poultry and livestock. The dragons in the good camp may not eat humans, but they didn't say they wouldn't eat cows or sheep. Therefore, the so-called good camp among the dragons are just super creatures that are not so harmful. If there are adventurers who are willing to crusade, the people are still willing to accept the results of the successful crusade. The prerequisite is not to fail and anger the dragon. But it's different in the Karlsruhe Empire, because there is a dragon island here, the largest gathering place of the Midi Dragon clan. Very different from the habit of dragons living alone in other places. The reason why Dragon Island can gather dragons that exceed the ecological load of the area is because they already have an organization comparable to humans. The manifestations of strength and power in an organization and on one's own are completely different levels. Because of this, the Karlsruhe Empire's attitude towards the Dragon Clan is much more cautious than other places. William ordered himself a beer first. After taking a satisfied sip, he answered someone's question and said, Dragon Island has suspended the transaction with the Empire and requires that you be handed over before the transaction can be reopened. And they also released a document containing dragon crystal. There is a reward for your name in exchange for your head. As for your whereabouts, because you didn't deliberately hide yourself, you can't get anything in exchange for this information on Long Island. However, there is still a lot of trading volume in the black market. Many bounty hunters who want your head in exchange for rewards will be gathering here secretly in the past few days. Dragon crystal. If it weren't for my head, I would want it. Is Longdao spending enough money this time? William curled his lips and said, That's nothing to lose. I heard that the dragon crystals over there are piled up like a hill. They don't care about them. We are the only ones who regard those things as treasures. No, that's actually a treasure. Lin tried to argue. But to the White Sword Master, who has different values from ordinary people and regards things that he doesn't care about as worthless, Long Jing is really useless scum. In short, discussing the value of something or something with the Sword Master is like a rich kid discussing similar issues with a fat man. One person will talk about luxury cars, yachts, and starlets, while the other person will focus on figurines and animation peripherals. Anyway, the two of them are not on the same channel, so the conversation will of course be boring. However, Lin was quite surprised when this Sword Master came to him and actually took the initiative to talk about other people, even if this other person is himself. Lin doesn't feel that his importance in this Sword Master's mind is so great that he would worry about me. If he really knew how to do it, then someone would have to consider staying away from this Sword Master. Supporting a group does not mean that you want to be a member of it. Someone thinks that his sexual orientation is quite normal, but he cares more about the two-dimensional characters than the three-dimensional characters. No. Does this seem more perverted? But that thought was just a mischievous and fleeting thought. Lin knew very well that this white swordsman had no need for lust. I don't know if I am practicing Tongzi Kung Fu or not. But as far as Lin knew, the Sword Master's affection for the opposite sex, or the same sex, was more about seriously ignoring the other person, and not taking others seriously than deliberately pretending to be stupid. He can be kind to everyone, but that doesn't mean he takes these people seriously. The most obvious piece of evidence is that of the vast majority of the friends William mentioned. It is estimated that less than 10% of them could be remembered by his name. This is not blindness or fear of life. It's just that I don't take it to heart. Although he was lucky enough to be one of the people whose name was remembered by the White Sword Master, Lin didn't think that this person would come to him because he was worried about him. Linny asked directly, You didn't come here just to warn me, and you don't pay attention to the rewards. So, what do you want to do? William said in a calm tone. Let's do this. I will accompany you to Dragon Island. Let's sit down and talk about this matter, and see if there is a way to end it peacefully. Coming. The most famous William name in the Turtle Dove League. Let's talk. Lin curled his lips and said, Don't you know that every time you want to have a good talk with someone, you talk about it, and your whole family will die? What are your plans for dragging me this time? Dragon Slayer, as long as you kill one giant dragon. You won't get the title of Supreme Dragon Slayer, even if you destroy the entire Dragon Island. Now you know why the Ikaruga Alliance regards this white swordsman as one of their own. Even as his friend. Sometimes he would want to strangle this guy because of William's attitude. So it is not difficult to imagine what his enemy would do and what consequences it would bring. William, who was ridiculed, said slightly helplessly, "Actually, I don't want things to develop like that. But others are excited to kill. And I can't just stand and let them chop. So, this for once, I seriously hope that you two can talk it over and resolve this matter. Do you think there's a chance?" Lin asked. William nodded. "According to what my father said, there are actually different opinions within Longdao. Even internal strife will become an opportunity for outsiders. The forces that can trade with Longdao do not necessarily have all the support of Longdao. But it's just a part of the Dragon Clan. But they will maintain a seemingly consistent attitude towards the outside world. This news may not be known to people who are not familiar with Long Island. But once you know it, it's very useful. At least Lin knew that Dragon Island was not impenetrable, and that it had troubles that outsiders couldn't see. I just spent my time exploring the mountains on Dragon Island, trying to find ways to get the best of both worlds and get rid of my troubles. Or would it be easier to maintain the status quo and simply ignore the threat from Dragon Island? However, Lin looked suspiciously at the extremely unusual and eloquent white swordsman in front of him. Being so concerned about outsiders' affairs is not something this man would do. Whenever you have to ask this man to do something, you have to come up with a good reason. The best thing is that it has something to do with the man himself. And you have to have a persistent attitude to have any hope of success. This time he actually took the initiative to deliver it to your door. And he also looked very positive and motivated. This made Lin have to wonder if there was something wrong behind it. Of course, it can't be a conspiracy. William Gung didn't know how to write the word conspiracy until others wanted to take advantage of him. But it is not ruled out that the White Sword Master has other ideas. And this is not unprecedented. So Linji asked, "Is there any more?" Without being shy or hiding it at all. William nodded slightly and continued as if nothing had happened. "Although my home is very close to Dragon Island, by the time I wanted to go to the island to have a look, I was already far away from home. I was too lazy to run away, then come back. So I want to take this opportunity to go to the island with you and look around. Otherwise, there is no good excuse. And ordinary people are not allowed to visit the island at will. But according to my father, as long as there is no good excuse, once you pass the first level, the restrictions after that are not as strict as the island landing level." Alright. I have forgotten that if this thing were placed in my hometown, it would be at the level of a senior traveler. And he is the kind of person who dares to go out and wander without half a dime in his pocket. According to William himself, it had been at least more than 10 years since he left home when he was a teenager, during which time he had never returned home, or even thought about such a thing. It's as if there is no such place for me to grow up. Even when he came back, it felt like he was curiously comparing the changes between now and when he was a child. Rather than being nostalgic for this family, for such a long time, he kept wandering around the lost land, seeing the beautiful scenery in one place after another, and enjoying life. See things you have never seen, eat things you have never tasted, and experience things you have never experienced. This is what William Greco lives for. It's just that he doesn't like to take the initiative to mention this to others. It's not the feeling that the past is too much to look back on, but that you attach great importance to everything you have experienced. But you don't want to show it off to others. But if anyone asks, as long as he knows something, he will not hesitate to share it with others. To put it simply, using the same example from my hometown, I am obviously a traveling traveler, but I don't carry a mobile phone, check in, take photos, or write a travel diary. Unless you have traveled with him for a while and chatted with him, you would have no idea what a colorful life this man lived. For such a person, because he has never been to Long Island, it is normal for him to want to visit the island as soon as he sees an opportunity. Right. Because it was so natural. Lin didn't know where to start. Gordon Island is going to the Hongmen banquet to negotiate. It turns out that my younger brother went to the island for sightseeing. Why do I feel like I will be torn apart by 5 horses after I get to Dragon Island? Then the younger brother took pictures and checked in to compare YA. Because he couldn't complain and didn't know how to answer the question. Lin simply asked seriously, "You said that after landing on the island, There will be so many restrictions on movement on Dragon Island. But it doesn't allow us to run around and wander around casually. I don't think any dragon can stop the two of us, even if it's just me. But considering that I don't want to swim back, asking you to go with me is the best choice. Alright. Lin estimated that this guy's idea was to go sightseeing on Long Island and solve his brother's troubles along the way. Chapter 1381 The decision to land on the island. Refuse? In fact, it seems that there is no need to refuse. Putting aside his own troubles, it is not unattractive to Lin to go to Long Island to see things. Although I have encountered several giant dragons, I even have an old dragon at home. But the understanding of dragons is still dominated by the established stereotypes. The others either killed each other when they met, or else. Like the Black Dragon Augustus. He was like an outsider dragon in the clan, and did not represent the general phenomenon of the dragon clan. Besides, as I am now, I don't have to worry about being surrounded by the dragons on the island after landing on the Dragon Island, and becoming the prey of my opponent. Not to mention the issue of whether to fight or not. With the flash technique, whether you want to run or hide and seek, it is not a big problem. It would be even better if I could find a few friends from the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island to solve my troubles. Someone has not yet reached the stage where he has no worries about his debts. It must be a good thing to be able to focus less on his opponents. Even if the talks really break down, I can summon a fleet of robots to clear the ground. Things can be solved as well. It was just like the result every time the White Sword Master went to find someone to have a good talk. A famous saying from my hometown: if you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raised the problem. As for the possibility of losing the robot fleet, Lin didn't think about it. My original agreement with the robot was to fight 5 times, regardless of winning or losing. Even if all the robot fleets from the Earth Elemental Plane were sent out, Dragon Island would still be defeated. Is it possible that Dragon Island would still be intact? Wouldn't it be easier to clean up the mess by myself? It would be better if the robot fleet was defeated by Dragon Island and Dragon Island's strength remained intact. Escape home and get some sleep. And stop thinking about challenging this force that can push back the robot fleet. I can't beat the trump card in my hand, so I really want to slowly kill one dragon after another. As for the attitude of the robots, to be honest, even if they are completely wiped out, they will only return to the Earth Elemental Plane. Not a real heavy loss. So I won't fall out with someone over such a trivial matter. Speaking of which, the elemental elves can be said to have been invincible in Lost Land for a long time. And there is no reinforcement more shameless than this. From the above, it can be seen that going to Long Island to take a look at this matter seems to have both advantages and disadvantages. But running around like a headless fly is definitely not going to work. So Lin asked again. I basically agree with going to Dragon Island. But do you know who we should go to after we go to solve the problem? William looked innocent and said happily, after we go up. Just ask while walking around. Brother, are you really not aiming to kill the island? Lin sighed helplessly and said, you'd better go back and ask your father first to see if you can find his backer first to find out the information. Or if there is anyone suitable to come forward to make peace. You don't want us to be in a situation where we don't know anything. I just rushed to Dragon Island and ended up dealing with the giant dragons that came over. And I didn't have to do anything else. This is really bad. I'll go back and ask. William changed his mind. Let me ask you again. How do we get to Dragon Island? I have never been there, and I don't know the location. The flash technique cannot reach it. In fact, it is still possible. It just takes some time to search. But Lin didn't want to waste this time. So he asked, my family has a ship going to Long Island in the next 2 days to transport a batch of livestock used by the Empire to trade with Long Island. It will set off from the port of Azores here. We can just go with this ship. And I have heard that other families someone is eyeing my cargo. And I promised my father to help him guard it this time. We will be just like other ships carrying private cargo. And we don't have to be crowded in the same cabin with a bunch of cattle and sheep. The Karlsruhe Empire has a naval fleet, which is not powerful, but just has an organization. In fact, this is also the current situation of all countries in Lost Land. Countries that are close to the sea do not deliberately build a navy. Because the monsters in the outer sea, such as Kraken, King Squid, etc., are all extremely huge. The ships produced by the current shipbuilding technology are like toys compared with those legendary sea beasts. And they are vulnerable. In other words, no country in the Lost World has the capital to explore the outer sea. The Dragon Island route is barely considered a safe route because of the giant dragon patrolling it. In fact, most of the Dragon Clan suffered a loss when they encountered those legendary sea beasts. Because there are not many dragons that are adapted to fighting in the water. The dragon clan still focuses on air combat and land combat, because the Empire's navy is not large. It is of course impossible to have merchant ships or transport ships. When it comes to transporting supplies to Long Island, civilian ships are directly recruited and landed on the island under the escort of the navy. The conscripted merchant ships must provide ships, personnel, money, and strength to serve the Empire for free. However, it was tacitly agreed that merchant ship owners could carry some private goods and trade with Long Island privately. This incentive is huge. As we all know, magic materials with the dragon prefix are all high-priced treasures, and dragons all like shiny things. Therefore, there are so many fleets rushing to be recruited by the Empire that they have to compete for the chance to serve the Empire for free. As for the scale of the private cargo, it was initially only a little in the captain's cabin, but now it is simply 1 or 2 more ships. As for why it is not open directly, it is because the gatekeepers of Dragon Island only recognize the fleet of the Imperial Navy, in order to maintain his authority and maximize his personal interests. The commander of the fleet strictly controlled the size of the merchant ships escorted on each trip. Besides, the low risk of the Long Island Channel does not mean that there is no risk. In addition, this is going out to sea, which is completely different from inland river navigation. If the merchant ships are not up to standard and the caravans are not strong enough, they may lose the tributes prepared to be transported to Long Island. Therefore, no matter how much bribes the fleet commander receives, he will not dare to let unqualified merchant ships go to sea. This is why families who want to run the Dragon Island Channel must compete in a cruel way that is almost killing each other. In addition to defeating competitors, you also need to show your strength in front of the commander. It's just, considering what we are going to do and what we may do, do you think it is okay to use your boat to go to Long Island? Aren't you afraid that after the incident breaks out, your boat will be angered by Long Island? Then we will run if you run away. Your family's situation will be difficult to deal with. Ah, will that happen? Elder brother, feelings say you haven't even considered this. It is this kind of people who are responsible for excavation but not filling, and are responsible for killing but not burying. But this time, William spread his hands helplessly and said, if my boat is not suitable, there will be no other boats in the short term. And you can't find anyone willing to go to Long Island alone. Even if the boat goes by Chung, we can help deal with some sea beasts. But if the ship owner is not willing to wait for us at Long Island, he will have to come back alone, which is too dangerous at sea. Do you know when the next fleet, which is not yours, will leave? Lin asked. The fleet to Long Island is about once every half a month and does not necessarily depart from the port of Azores. After all, it takes time to wait and collect livestock from all over the country as tribute to Long Island. But other families, I don't know about the matter. Unless I ask my father. He may be able to get some information, but I can't guarantee the accuracy. If I miss this trip to my house, I'm afraid the next time I will hear it is 6 months later. The uncle said that it will take time to digest the goods traded from Dragon Island and purchase the goods that can be traded with Dragon Island. No one family can monopolize these benefits. From William's description, taking his family's boat to Long Island is the fastest way. This is in terms of time, not the length of the voyage. You may not be able to find another family ship, even if you find it. To be fair, the other party may not be able to trust you to get on board. So if you want to take another boat, you can only use the stowaway boat. Since we are going to cross the border illegally, why not just use the flash technique to break through? Then, there is the problem of sea monsters in the outer sea, which is the biggest obstacle that prevents the land from entering the age of discovery. William must go with his family ship, because he has promised his father to be a ship guard. Moreover, it also involves the Empire's tribute to Long Island and the issue of the Imperial Navy fleet. It is definitely impossible to adjust the itinerary according to one's own ideas. His face wasn't that big yet, and probably William's was too. So William came to him. Maybe he also had the idea of letting him help. Anyway, if we are on the same boat, if we really encounter a sea monster, it is impossible for someone to pretend to be dead and not take action. Compared with these problems, worrying about whether his family's fleet will be affected by his actions and be angered by the Dragon Clan is really a trivial matter. What's more, as long as William Greco, the famous white swordsman, is around, the Greco family will never be able to escape if they really want to pursue it. And with his character, he definitely doesn't care whether the problem is exposed or not. Do you want William to separate from you after landing on the island? and still have to hide? The former may be coaxed and there is hope. As long as a good reason is found, the latter is simply impossible to happen. In other words, the hiding and hiding in this sword master's perception may be different from what others perceive. As long as you don't beat gongs and drums or swagger through the market, you can be considered hiding. Anyway, Lin had never seen this upright man doing anything petty theft. As for whether it was the family behind the sword master who took advantage of this guy's personality to kidnap him onto the ship, then drugged him and kidnapped him to Dragon Island to receive his reward? To be honest, this possibility is not impossible. But if William's uncles really dare to do this, it's not certain who will regret it. Therefore, if you choose to find Longdown to solve your troubles, William's proposal is actually the best option at this stage. Unless you plan to mess up, just ignore the threat of Dragon Island and leave after completing the mission of the Gold Coin Goddess. But what should we do about the Empress side? Until now, that person has not yet given himself a sure idea of what he wants to do. If you think about it seriously, you can't rush the things at hand, and you just have a window period. I also wait to Higiri and the others to do research and pass the time. Then it wouldn't be a bad idea to go to Dragon Island and solve your troubles just to kill the free time at hand. After making up his mind, Lin said, I understand. I will go with you. But William, I still have to ask you to ask your family more about the situation on Long Island. After landing on the island, I just don't know where to start. Don't worry. The elderly at home will be on the boat when the time comes. Just ask them. And I also hope to find a qualified guide to help us introduce Long Island. This guy really just wants to play. Chapter 1382, Difficult Delivery Dragon Island Strategy. Because the Greco family fleet's trip was imminent, Lin followed William on his family's ship without making much preparation. The design of midi-sea ships can be said to be quite advanced, directly based on the Galenic sailing ship. As for the Galen ship, it was the hometown of a certain traveling people. But the wooden sailing ship before the advent of the steamship era had reached its extreme development, including the gun emplacements on the sides, the layout of the ship's masts and rudders. One can see the shadow of an unknown senior traveler. However, there are no artillery in MIDI, so the gun positions of midi-sea ships are equipped with crossbows. One of the great advantages of the crossbow is that it can be used with magic crossbow bolts. This is one of the few weapons that can kill sea beasts. In comparison, artillery LS are more difficult to process magically. Someone who has tried to make physical magic bullets knows this well. Lin speculated that this was also a major reason why the unknown senior did not introduce artillery technology. After all, everyone knows about the Galen ship. It is impossible not to know about the artillery. They are all products of the same period. The magic weapons of ordinary warriors, or the attack magic of magicians are just like scratching an itch for huge sea beasts. Only by using siege-level weapons can it possibly cause harm to the opponent. A sea ship equipped with a ballista is the best combination. Most of the fleet are three-masted sailing ships with a large load capacity. However, because they transport large livestock, mainly cattle and sheep, in order to maintain the minimum space for movement, the transport capacity cannot be increased, and they can only make up for it by increasing the number of ships. After all, living animals such as cattle and sheep cannot be stacked and arranged as closely as ordinary goods. The ship Lin and William were on was a battleship in the fleet. It is smaller in size, but its number of masts and sail area are not inferior to those of larger ships. This means that the battleship is faster and more agile. This has certain advantages in combat on the ocean. However, unlike the ships from the Age of Discovery back home, there are still supply needs for gunpowder and cannonballs. So the ships in MIDI have a relatively large margin in terms of carrying capacity. These extra cabins are not used to hold the supplies needed by other ships, but to carry the main interests of this fleet, which are the private goods carried by the family, including some stuffed by the Imperial Navy. Personal extra money. Among the private goods used for trading with Long Island, the largest items are coins, followed by various crystals, gems, and magic stones. There are also many white waste magic stones that have used up their power. There are also some glass beads mixed in, if someone is not dazzled. In addition, there are also strange products and works of art designated by certain dragons. There are even some craftsmen. However, these people were not sold to Dragon Island, but to work on Dragon Island. After finishing their work, they would follow the subsequent fleet back to the main continent. For example, help sculpt stone statues of certain dragons, or help draw an image of certain dragons that have transformed into human form. Ignore the fact that the merchants of the Karlsruhe Empire dare to use glass beads to deceive the Dragon Clan. Only then did Lin notice one of his blind spots, which was the coin stored on Dragon Island. This turned someone's trip to Dragon Island from a casual trip to a must-go trip. Wherever there is money, there should be a place where the goddess of gold coin shines with all her power. However, opening a bank on Longnow requires on-the-spot evaluation before making a decision. The reason why I say this is because the dragons want money not because of the value of the coins, but because of their desire for the precious metal itself. Making a bed with gold coins can be said to be the thing that the dragons are most passionate about and love to compare with each other. In other words, the dragon's view of money is not so much a medium for transactions, but rather a kind of decoration and decoration. In this environment, the high or low precious metal content of the coin itself is not the point. As long as there are enough of them, and they look amazing, that's enough. This is reflected in the fact that a considerable part of the coins transported by the Greco family fleet are bad money that other places disdain to use. If it weren't for the banks promoted by someone, the value of the bad money would explode. Taking the bad money to the bank to exchange it is definitely more beneficial than using the bad money directly at a discount. It is estimated that all the low-quality coins that cannot be circulated in the Empire will be used to trade with Long Island, because that's how it was done before. But now the actual value of bad money has been discovered by banks. But banks have not yet been fully promoted in the Empire. This makes most holders of bad money keep their coins and wait for banks to officially open near them, so as to earn the maximum benefit from their bad money. This made the Greco family's work of collecting coins more difficult. Previously, a family challenged the route they controlled to Dragon Island. It was because of a lack of coins that they asked for help from outside. As a result, this became a signal of the Greco family's weakness in the eyes of outsiders. In order to deal with the challengers and collect enough money, they almost had no time to catch up with the fleet. And this fact means that if you want to use the value difference between coins to encourage the dragons to use banks to exchange coins, it will not be very effective. It's like serving a plate of exquisite dishes to a person who only cares about eating rough and filling. And he will probably only get a comment that the food is not enough to fit between the teeth. Different demand sides require different strategies. But Lin hasn't thought of a good way yet. Besides, the coins left on Dragon Island cannot become part of the currency in circulation, which is not conducive to the growth of the gold coin goddess. For the route planned by Lin for the goddess, the most important thing is to let the coins with the goddess's mark, that is, the coins, circulate in the lost land. The focus is on circulation, but the habit of dragons is to save, continuously accumulating wealth without using it. This goes against the original meaning of circulation. Saving is a good habit, but it is one of the contributing factors to economic stagnation for society as a whole. Some big consuming countries have even coined the concept of advanced consumption, forcing people to become mules under the whip of capital and keep moving forward with debts on their backs. This approach will make some economically disadvantaged people become sacrifices and leaks of capital, allowing wealth to be concentrated in the hands of a few people. But doing so can create economic prosperity. However, a very interesting joke is that capitalists require employees to dedicate themselves selflessly and work overtime in addition to normal working hours. I wish I had to shorten the time for eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, and focus entirely on the company. The business is on call 24 hours a day. And it's not only exhausting but also exhausting. Because the customer is God and the boss is the Lord. Their requirements must be fulfilled unconditionally and perfectly. Only in this way can we be called a small screw in the company's machinery and promote the company's progress. Only when the company progresses can the entire society progress, and ultimately lead to the perfect ending of collective sublimation of the entire society. As for the fact that the little screws can only get a meager reward compared to the capitalists, no one cares. On the contrary, the whole society is urging the little screws to cherish their blessings, because some people are not even qualified to be screws. Those who are not qualified can only wallow in the mud and become maggots. The employees worked hard and devoted almost 100% of their time and their best years in order to satisfy the bosses. But the bosses are not satisfied. Capital drives them to work harder to exploit everything and achieve their own success. But employees who have lost all their personal time have no time to run their families, or else they cannot cultivate qualified next generations. In an instant, the capitalists discovered that the leeks were out of date. Whose fault? Farmers grow rice and eat rice, but they still know how to save the seeds so that they can be planted next year. Now even the rice grown is ground into rice and eaten. Next year I will plant a ball. Who is to blame? It's just enough to eat dirt. In short, This kind of prosperity will eventually turn into a bubble, or it will continue to enjoy a long and happy life, depending on the ability of the person at the helm. It's just 30 years to the east of Hedong. 30 years to the west of Hashi, forget it. It's useless to say more. The good habits that the dragons happened to form, due to their greedy habits, were actually the opposite of Lin's ideas. If you want to reverse the habits of the giant dragons, you will undoubtedly have to do something about it. Then the secondary option is how to establish a certain status for the gold coin goddess in the dragon clan. This does not necessarily require deep faith. It is difficult for this group of arrogant creatures to devoutly believe in a certain god, even the rumored dragon god. But as long as the dragon clan gets to know Cain, it will be a great progress. It should be noted that most of the dragon clan don't even care who the gods are. This is also related to the fact that the dragon clan has achieved the achievement of expelling the gods several times in history. Although he is not a god slayer, it also proves that the so-called god is not superior to the dragon. Naturally, they don't care who is in the group of gods. But how do we make this clan the eldest? My second oldest? Remember a gold coin goddess? Lin has no clue at all. On the one hand, this is because from the very beginning of the 9-power plan, there was no such thing as dragons. Now suddenly there was this rather unique group, and Lin couldn't think of any proper way to arrange them for a while. On the other hand, it was also due to Lin's unfamiliarity with the dragon clan. I don't know many dragons, and there are even fewer dragons alive. Since we don't have a deep understanding, we naturally have no way of knowing what the dragon clan's actual needs are. Since you don't know the needs, you can't purposefully address the needs and direct the results in the direction you want. Although supply does not necessarily mean that the target has demand. Even if the other party does not originally have such demand, you can still find ways to create it. It's like the candy company in my hometown created a Valentine's Day in order to sell chocolates. But the premise of all this is that only by having a certain understanding of the dragon family can we find a need or create a need for them. Before this, everything imagined was as unrealistic as a castle in the air. Therefore, after going to Long Island, it is not a big deal to hide out and visit the sites before leaving. Do you need to communicate with dragons from various positions to achieve your goals? Thinking of this, Lin regretted killing the 2 dragons before. All living things are affected by first impressions. The first impression I gave to the dragon clan was that I was a dragon slayer. This prestigious name outside would get so many looks on Dragon Island that someone would have a headache just imagining it. Before he could sink into deeper troubles, the unusually violent rocking of the ship pulled Lin's consciousness back from his random thoughts. Chapter 1383 Sea Attack. What's going on? As soon as Lin called out, he discovered his own situation, or the situation of the boat he was riding on. Huge waves hit from the side, causing the ship to shake violently. Whenever it rolls over directly, it is not a surprise. It's just that with clear skies and calm seas, how could a big wave suddenly hit? It didn't take long for Lin to find the culprit. In other words, that guy couldn't even ignore it. Several octopus legs towering into the sky were lapping the sea violently. Sometimes it swept the sails, causing the mast to break and fall over. Sometimes it swept the hull, causing sawdust and fragments to fly away. One foot even rolled up a boat and was about to drag it to the bottom of the sea. Compared to the simple movements of the octopus legs, the movements of nearby ships are quite chaotic. The cumbersome ship inside wants to run out, while the flexible battleship outside wants to rush inward. The formation was in chaos, and some ships were inevitably too close. The shouts and panic expressions of the sailors on the deck could be directly seen by people on the other ship. What is coming is the legendary giant sea beast Kraken, a supersized octopus. Kraken does not refer to a specific sea beast, but the name of a group of people. They are one of the most dangerous top predators in the sea. If the dragon is alone and falls into the water, it may become Kraken's food. Logically speaking, such a sea beast should not appear on the safe channel to Dragon Island, because as long as the Kraken is around, the sea area will never be considered safe. In order to maintain the safety of the route, Dragon Island carries out regular cleaning operations, and Kraken is the focus, because this damn giant octopus has a way of threatening the giant dragon flying in the sky as a safe passage to the main continent. The dragon certainly cannot let this giant octopus ambush and prey on the passing ships and flying dragons. But just like that, the Greco family's fleet encountered a Kraken that should not have appeared in this supposedly safe place. Lin's ship is a combat ship and is located on the periphery of the fleet. It was originally used to protect the transport ship on the inside and to alert pirates who might attack. But for the attack that broke out in the center of the fleet, The battleship did not have any good response methods at the first time. It could only ask the sailors to take the fighting position and let the ship get closer to the fighting location as soon as possible. To deal with a huge sea beast of Kraken size, there aren't many different tactics available. Just let the ship get closer, face the target with its broadside, and then wildly project various siege-level magic weapons. Don't expect gang hopping. Letting sailors use swords to deal with giant sea beasts is like bringing your own toothpicks to your doorstep. That's called feeding, not fighting. However, due to the limited destructive power of the effective weapons, and the opponent is not a target that just stands still and does not move, the fleet besieging the sea beast will definitely suffer huge losses. Even before the victory was achieved, he was destroyed first. This is why the footprints of Homo sapiens are basically extinct overseas. Because no matter how powerful a fleet is organized, as long as it encounters a giant sea beast, it will be half disabled if not completely destroyed. If they encounter another one after killing one, they will all have to go into the sea beast's stomach to keep company, and they won't be able to go home. Now, meeting such a Kraken, the current head of the Greco family, William's father Henry, was full of sourness. He had received news that some pirates intended to attack the fleet, so he was on alert all day long. Who knew that the pirates were not waiting for them, but a more deadly sea beast was waiting for them. Although the order had been given for the transport ships to escape on their own, only a few ships were able to escape in the end. Henry was not sure whether his own ship, which was preparing to cut off the front and rear, could leave. The reason why Kraken is regarded as a huge threat is that in addition to its size, it is also a magical beast that can wield magical power and has a certain degree of intelligence. Know how to eliminate the threat first before having a good meal. Simply put, it destroys the fleet first and then starts eating. Don't try to survive by docking your tail and expect Kraken to just eat the big cake left behind and spare the lives of others. What's especially scary is that the Kraken in front of him is a blue-ringed Kraken. The Kraken are a very special group of people, characterized by their extremely poisonous nature, no matter in the eyes of Henry, a veteran at sea, or in the eyes of the commander of the Karlsruhe Imperial Navy fleet who served as the escort. Total destruction was a foreseeable result. The difference is just sooner or later. Their only choices are to give up and wait to be eaten, to resist, even though it is in vain, or to run away and take a chance on their luck. Maybe the Kraken will show mercy today, compared with the despair in the hearts of others. Someone and the sword master who came to him were seriously discussing which part of the big octopus was the most delicious. Octopuses are marine creatures, and there are also distant relatives of the Kraken that have shrunk in size in the offshore waters of Midland. Although they are afraid of the power of sea beasts, there are still offshore fisheries in Midi, so naturally there are many more items on the dining table. As a white swordsman who loves to eat, play and travel, of course, he had eaten small-sized octopus when he lived in the Empire. The taste in his memory was also unforgettable for him. The reason why a certain traveler's hometown calls seafood, is not just the word fresh. So when a traveler brought up such a topic, William's chatterbox seemed to be open but unable to be closed, describing the taste in his memory. As a former fat nerd, one's foodie attributes are deeply embedded in one's body. Otherwise, the body shape would not have developed horizontally in the first place. Chinese and foreign cooking techniques related to octopus emerged in my mind one after another. Just talking about the cooking method, as well as the freshness and sweetness of the octopus in the description, and the taste of the condiments, made William so greedy that he almost drooled. This turned into an extremely strange sight. The fleet was turned upside down by a giant sea beast, and the sailors on the deck were even more confused. Although no ships have been sunk yet, pessimism has begun to spread. However, a certain black-robed magician and another white-robed swordsman were standing on the side of the ship, discussing the 100 ways of cooking Kraken, and which part of the meat should be more delicious. The intensity of the emotion contrasted sharply with the despair surrounding him. For a while, no one came to disturb the two people who were discussing how to eat a sea beast. The ship they were on was already close to Kraken's body, and was turning. All the sailors in the gun bay have gathered on the same side, and some reserve personnel, who cannot squeeze in, are responsible for moving the special magic crossbow bolts from the weapons bay. All arrangements have been familiarized through training, so no one fell into confusion or panic at this time. With the help of winches, all the ballistae tightened their strings and placed explosive crossbow bolts embedded in magic stones. Just wait for the right angle to launch a salvo on the Kraken, facing this legendary sea beast, and the rarest blue ring. No one is not afraid, especially if this arrow is fired. Even if it successfully hits the target, The blood flowing into the sea will turn the ocean into a highly poisonous one. In this way, as long as they lose the boat or are thrown into the sea, they will be poisoned if not eaten. This is simply a life or death battle. But even though the whole ship was filled with despair, no one thought of escaping. This is the sea. Where can we run? Jump into the ocean and swim all the way back to land. Or rebel on the spot. Take the captain hostage. And try to turn the ship back? The option of rebellion was the first to be eliminated. Because Kraken will not stop to enjoy the drama of human infighting just because there is civil strife on the ship. Not to mention stopping the boat. As long as the boat slows down, it will be knocked into the sea by this giant sea beast. Both sides have no mercy for each other. As for other options, at this critical moment, they are simply not worth spending time considering. In despair, obeying orders becomes the most direct reaction of everyone. It is not difficult to find a suitable angle of attack, because the target is so huge. The difficulty is that Kraken's skin is not hard, but rather soft. But it is this softness that makes it impossible for many weapons to penetrate. And all the strength will be removed by the soft skin. Only the magic effects of magic weapons can still have some effect. But Kraken is a powerful magical beast, and has certain resistance to magic attacks. These characteristics make this sea beast, even if it is only a cub, comparable to the level of a king-level monster on land. Judging from the price that must be paid for a successful crusade, the average casualties of sea monsters are higher than those of Warcraft on land. When the hull of the ship was swayed by the waves, and the target body, which was actually Kraken's half head emerging from the sea, and the position of the two eyeballs, entered the best shooting range of the gunnery commander's eye, he immediately violently fired. He lowered his hands and shouted orders. The operator of the crossbow, who was in a state of mental stress, almost reflexively pressed the trigger of the crossbow and fired the explosive arrow. The whistling crossbow bolts flew across the sea, even piercing the sudden waves, and shot towards Kraken, who was wreaking havoc without restraint. Several crossbow bolts shot towards the huge eyeball with greater accuracy. This kind of accuracy is unworthy of mention on land, but it is enough to be praised on the sea that is shaking all the time. The original intention of the explosive arrow is to penetrate into the target and then explode from the inside. Unfortunately, the arrowhead made of magic metal still couldn't penetrate Kraken's skin. Fortunately, the moment before the crossbow bolt was deflected, the explosive magic that was triggered compressed the power contained in the crossbow bolt to the extreme and exploded in all directions. In an instant, water mist and parasites on Kraken sprayed everywhere, obscuring everyone's sight. Without waiting to confirm the results, the sailors quickly tightened the crossbow and placed the second giant magic crossbow bolt like a spear. Without waiting for orders, everyone fired in volley. Although the loading speed of each group was fast or slow, after all, they were well trained and still fired the first salvo with momentum. This went on for 3 rounds. And after the fight was over, the gunnery chief called him to stop, because the optimal shooting angle has been lost. Continuing to shoot will only waste the crossbow bolts shooting into the sea. But stopping shooting does not mean stopping loading. Everyone still pulled the crossbows apart and set up the crossbow bolts. Some groups of ballistae were equipped with clay pots filled with fire oil to prepare for close combat. Only then did everyone have the time to look at their results. Chapter 1384. The first battle against sea monsters. When the water mist dissipated, the sailors on the battleship, who peered out of the small gun port, saw a horrifying scene. Kraken suffered flesh wounds, and the blue liquid, whether it was body fluid or blood, was gurgling into the sea. The originally pitch-black huge eyeballs were now covered with a hard white film. The moment the water mist receded, the white film opened at the same time, revealing the obviously angry eye underneath, which was intact. The panicked expressions of everyone seemed to be reflected in the black eyes, and the fear was amplified exponentially. The battleship that Lynn and William were on was certainly not the only one to launch an attack. The performance of the other ships was similar to that of the flagship Lynn and others were on. It hurt Kraken's skin, but not his roots. But perhaps this ship brought a strange intuition to Kraken, so its focus was still mainly on the ship where Lynn and others were. And the same was true for Wrath. When human ships attacked it, this young Kraken had never been provoked by a weak creature. It let go of its tentacles that had not yet wrapped around the ship, raised all the tentacles that could be used to attack high out of the sea, and towered into the sky. When the tentacle hits hard, no matter who the opponent is, they will be stunned even if they don't die. Young Kraken still has this kind of self-confidence, and he has always proven successful. The small insect-like ships around each had a tentacle to greet them. This was the only ship that aroused its alarm. and Kraken was ready to greet it with 2 tentacles, one after another. It is enough to smash these boats to pieces. There is no need for more tentacles. It is simply that there is no more space for it to close together and beat. The enemy is too insignificant in its eyes. The 2 people watching the show, of course, could no longer watch it at this point. If you continue to stay out of the situation, you will lose your footing. Facing the 2 giant pillar-like octopus tentacles coming from the bow and stern of the ship, the 2 of them stepped forward and faced them lightly. The white swordsman William Greco smoothly drew the long sword from his waist. He didn't care what weapon he used. So this time, he used a stainless steel sword provided by his family. A sword that seemed to be slow but fast went around his head, turned in a circle, and then pointed towards the giant pillar tentacle in the direction of the bow of the ship. The sword energy released was like solid substance, cutting towards the middle of the tentacle in the distance. Kraken's skin, which should have been flexible and hard to break, was unable to deflect the shockwave formed by fighting spirit this time. Giant pillar-like tentacles were at the break, spraying blue blood in all directions. The severed nerves caused the severed tentacles to curl together, slide away from the fracture, and fall into the sea. On the other end, the bead chain on the waist of the forest suddenly spread out. The sword's con and the year wheel, which suddenly lost their support, fell to the ground lightly. The liberated Higiri Kinmura flew around wildly, as if they were treating the entire space as a blank canvas, leaving behind all kinds of strange traces of the Higiri's passing. But in the blink of an eye, the Shikiri Kimura gathered at the root of another tentacle protruding from the sea surface, and were evenly distributed on the surface of the same plane. At the command of the Commander-in-Chief Khan, the Shikiri Kimura drilled towards the core of the tentacles in a spiral trajectory. All the Shikiri exerted force together, as if they were being twisted, and effortlessly broke off the second Kraken tentacle. The skin of Kraken, the Leviathan, is nothing worth mentioning before Higiri's super vibration killing method. As long as it is a tangible substance, it will be destroyed. But the long sword in William's hand is just an ordinary thing. Although only a few strong warriors can release sword energy, it is not an unknown secret skill. The reason why he was able to achieve such results was simply because he saw the weakest point. So he naturally broke through from that point and cut off the tentacle in one fell swoop. Such results shocked all witnesses. The people in the fleet knew that the patriarch's son, who returned home, was very strong. At least on the first day he came back. He taught him a lesson about the thorns in the family, making every one of his generation docile and obedient. No one dared to make any mistakes. Character. But no one thought that this man could actually kill Kraken with one arm. Is this something a mortal can do? And the ability displayed by that magician made those with evil intentions even more frightened. Originally, there were some people in the fleet, but they planned to ambush and kidnap the magician when he wasn't paying attention, or simply take off the head, so that they could go to Long Island to collect the reward. They just couldn't find a good time. Their young master, who had been away from home for a long time, was almost inseparable from the magician, so they had no chance to take action. Now it seems that fortunately there is no chance. If they thought they saw an opportunity and took action, they would have to kill the other party in an instant or restrain the other party so that he could not fight back. Otherwise, just looking at the posture of severing a Kraken tentacle in front of him, no one is sure that he can withstand the counterattack of this magician before his death. No one knows what those little beats flying around are. After breaking off 2 tentacles, Kraken's reaction was of course very violent. It didn't even care about the other ships. The tentacles that hadn't yet been shot turned in the air, and they all headed towards the ship where Lin was, either shooting directly, or sweeping, or stabbing like a poisonous snake spitting a message. Although it is a stabbing attack, its force is like a battering ram, huge and ferocious. Despite being furious, Kraken also seemed to know how powerful he was. He hid the target's bigger head back under the sea, leaving only his tentacles to cause trouble. Lin watched the big octopus roll its sly eyes and hide under the water in a swish. He couldn't help but feel angry and funny. He easily lifted the Higiri Khan at his feet and stepped onto the side of the ship with one foot. Lin turned to William and said, "I'm going into the water to find trouble with that big octopus. By the way, let's see which piece of meat is tenderer." Without waiting for a reply, Lin stepped out and plunged straight into the water. The people behind him couldn't even stop him in time. They all dived into the bottom of the sea, including Kraken, as if they were going to face this formidable enemy with all their strength. In fact, William's father, Henry, had hurriedly walked towards the 2 of them when they were showing off their prowess, planning to discuss how to cooperate in their subsequent fights. But when he saw a certain magician trying to get into the water, it was too late for him to shout. I could only lie down on the side, look at where someone entered the water, and say, "William, does your friend know that the blood of the blue-ringed kraken is poisonous?" William was stunned for a moment, and also looked at the place where someone entered the water. After a moment, he said seriously, "The person didn't float up, so it shouldn't matter." Henry recalled the few meetings he had with this magician, as well as the few words he had learned from his family's use of power. Asked, "Who is this friend of yours?" "Gabriel Ashtripwood." William was equally serious, but the father sighed helplessly and said, "I didn't ask for his name. Forget it." Even though we haven't seen him for a long time, how could he not know his son's personality? It's just that as the years have passed, the symptoms have become more severe. Lin, who entered the water, was not poisoned by the poison of the blue-ringed kraken. He did not even think that the sea was poisonous. After he entered the water, the first question that came to his mind was, is the Xuanwu in his hometown a tortoise or a sea turtle? However, this problem was quickly forgotten by someone, because under the protection of Xuanwu robe, he did not feel any pressure or discomfort. What's more troublesome is that there is a strange force in the sea that will erode the environmental adaptation protection magic that you have put on yourself, as if it is dissolving that protective shield, and then invade your body. In fact, his protective layer has been corroded and has holes. Fortunately, this half-demon body was not affected by this power at all. Not to mention being eroded, there is even a tendency to devour the opponent in turn, now that he can adapt to the environment on the seabed. Lin no longer cares about this issue. He naturally channeled Xuanwu's power and swam quickly towards Kraken, who was diving into the sea. Hakiri, who also entered the water, surrounded someone, circling around like a satellite, and also rendered strange traces in the sea water. Only the front of someone's head is preserved, and the field of view is not completely blocked. This allowed Lin to directly use his eyes to see Kraken's huge figure in the distance. Thanks to the buoyancy of water, aquatic organisms can grow larger than those on land, especially for software creatures like octopuses. If they were on land, it would be difficult to carry out normal activities. But being in the water becomes the biggest advantage. All kinds of changes in direction and activities in the water seem relaxed and comfortable. This makes the Kraken a more powerful ocean predator than the dragon's aquatic cousins, the ichthyosaurs. Now, this blue-ringed Kraken, which has just left its larval stage and is looking for a place to live, stares bitterly at the little man who entered the water in front of him. This kind of person dared to challenge it, the overlord of the sea, by eating a piece of meat that was only enough to fit between the teeth. This undoubtedly angered this giant sea beast. A few broken legs meant nothing to Kraken when it was a larvae. In order to escape from adult predators that were larger than it was at that time, it would often break off its legs to survive. It would also poison the predators and stage a gorgeous counterattack. But those were memories from a long time ago after all. And now that he was being treated like a broken leg, Kraken felt even more humiliated. So since this big octopus saw a certain black-robed magician entering the water, he kept thinking about how to kill and eat him. Some monsters have intelligence comparable to humans, but that doesn't mean they have the same morals and values as humans. Kraken has such a huge body, and his brain capacity cannot be underestimated. It's just that the reason why beasts are beasts is that the weak and the strong are the instincts engraved in their bones. So Lin never thought about negotiating with the other party from the beginning. He is here to kill the octopus, but the opponent is so huge. How to attack is a problem. As for the critical points and weaknesses, Lin didn't know anything about it, and he didn't think he could use the experience of the little octopus to simulate it. In my hometown, some baby octopuses don't even bother to kill. Just dip it in vinegar and stuff it into your mouth. It can be eaten after a few sips. Why should you consider the weakness? It will be fatal, even if it is a little bigger. Just chop it from the front and back with a large kitchen knife. Cut it into pieces and throw it into boiling water, and you will have a pot of seafood soup, which is both fresh and delicious. But those experiences cannot be applied to the behemoth in front of you. Any good ideas? Are you asking me? As soon as Lin had a thought, he heard another heartbeat. This is the Hagiri Khan in hand. It continued. Since you asked sincerely, I will remind you mercifully. Even if you're not good at biology and don't know what the octopus's weaknesses are, that big guy is probably a powerful monster. Even if one does not know the relationship between its circulatory system, digestive system, and nervous system, the system in which power operates is bound to be its Achilles heel. At least I don't think that a big guy of that size can still move as flexibly as he does after losing the support of power. Chapter 1385 Common Weaknesses of Warcraft. One word wakes up the dreamer. Mr. Lin thought about how to kill this giant creature that could fight Godzilla like he killed chickens and dogs. But it is not unreasonable for giant beasts to fight against giant beasts, or giants of the same size. Just like if a person is bitten by a bullet ant. It will be painful. But it only takes 2 fingers to crush this small insect. Unless the opponent comes up with an unexpected move. Such as something poisonous. The only ones that can defeat humans are creatures similar in size to humans. However, as Khan reminded, in the mysterious land, as long as the opponent is a creature that can exercise power, it will have weaknesses in this area. Monsters that are born with the ability to use powers have magic cores. And dragons have dragon crystals. These are important organs that are regarded as the second heart. I have never heard that these magic cores and dragon crystals can be taken out alive. But the creatures taken out can still survive. This means that as long as this special organ is destroyed, even if the giant beast in front of you does not die, it will lose half of its life. Now that he knew the strategy, Lin immediately changed his vision to observe the direction of power. In this field of vision, that can see the direction of the magical energy of the land. The kraken in front of him has become a huge creature that seems to be composed of branched threads. The densely distributed threads, like blood vessels, are the channels through which power flows. This is not an actual organ or biological system. Rather, it is similar to the fighting spirit of a warrior. The internal strength in the martial arts world back home is something that can only be understood and cannot be explained in words. It is impossible to completely eliminate these threads because they are too numerous and too dense. The focus is on certain nodes that look like a tangled mass of threads. And somewhere on Kraken's head, what looks like a giant core where all the threads start. It is about the size of an adult human being holding his knees and curling up. As long as these points are destroyed, even if the Kraken's power-enabled system does not collapse directly, it will be unusable for a period of time. Such internal injuries are not easy to recover from. For such a huge creature, as long as the balance in the body is destroyed, there is a very high chance that it will kill itself without being killed by others. But the largest nucleus is well protected behind the eyes, the same distance to the back of the head. This means that when attacking from the outside, no matter which angle or direction you choose, the difficulty of damaging the core seems to be about the same. But this is a general situation, because others do not have cheating weapons like Hagari. Although the Hagaris do not fully accept control, the power of autonomous moving weapons that can be negotiated is unimaginable to ordinary people, let alone an arrogant giant sea monster like Kraken. Someone who has a winning chance smiles proudly. It's like a provocation and a test. Kraken spit out a mouthful of ink before someone made a move. I saw that black water column flying like an arrow in the water, not only carrying a strong impact, but also a pungent fishy smell. Before he even got close, Lin felt the pressure. He didn't want to take an ink bath, nor did he want to experience the power of Kraken's attack. Lin used the flash technique to shift his position and dodge the ink arrow. At this moment, someone realized that one of the major disadvantages of fighting in the water was that the flash technique would be delayed and require greater strength. In fact, not only the flash technique, but also any teleportation method that transfers individuals will face a problem. That is, what is the environment of the destination? In order to avoid the person and the material at the destination becoming one after teleportation. After the teleportation magic is activated, there will be a phenomenon similar to repulsion. It's like hollowing out a piece of the right shape and then putting in a new piece of the puzzle. This is a magical protection for the user. Even the blink spell is no exception. Of course, a vacuum environment is ideal, but an environment with air is also acceptable. But when the material in the environment becomes heavier, the burden of teleportation magic will become greater, and it will become more difficult to cast it. It's like no one can teleport into solid objects, such as rocks or soil. It seems that no one has developed earth-moving magic in the mysterious land? Although water is not like a solid, its mass is still heavier than the same volume of air, which becomes a burden for the flash technique. To be more specific, the speed of use will be slower by 2 to 3 nanoseconds. Don't doubt it. This is also slow, although normal people cannot detect it. Generally speaking, when using teleportation magic underwater, portal teleportation magic is more recommended. For example, any door or portal. This type of teleportation magic opens a space distortion channel similar to the Einstein-Rosen bridge between two places. Just like the feeling of a diver passing through the water through the air and entering the bottom of the water. However, since someone had the flash operation, he did not particularly delve into this kind of portal-shaped teleportation magic. This time I also gave myself a reminder. It seemed necessary to study this issue. But it's not the time to do research. Putting this matter on the memo for the time being, Lin refocused on the kraken in front of him and faced the second wave of ink arrows. This time it was not a single water arrow, but 6 in a row. It can be seen that he has remembered the lesson he learned when someone flashed to avoid him for the first time. Basically, several ink arrows were shot towards the position where he could avoid it. He probably thought that the limit of his dodge was this distance. Lin thought so. But then we have to do our best. As if sensing someone's thoughts, the Shikiri-Kinru swirling around them entered an excited state. The rather strange environment around someone is more than doubled in scope and rendered even more bizarre. Ordinary people would probably be shaken just by looking at it. Several Shikiri sword balls even ran to the soles of someone's feet, swirling in waves to create vortices, providing a powerful thrust. The other Hakakiri flying around controlled someone's direction and posture in the water, allowing Lin to move forward quickly like a torpedo, and deftly dodge the attack of the ink water arrows, heading straight for Kraken's body. Water surface. Everyone's focus was on the sea beast that had returned to the bottom of the water. Even if they couldn't see the huge figure, everyone was always on tenterhooks, fearing that the sea beast would appear from the side of their boat and then strike with a tentacle whip. The captains are all experienced sailors, and they will not waste time guessing the movements of a giant beast that is more agile than a ship in the water. Most people don't know that a magician entered the water to fight the sea beast. Even if they knew, no one would care. If they don't take the opportunity to run away, how can they help the underwater battle? So under the command of the captains, the fleet quickly moved towards Long Island. Although it would be faster to return to the Azores port, the port is also unable to deal with this level of sea beasts. In comparison, the dragons have successfully expelled Kraken, and they have maintained the safety of this waterway over the years. So it is better to arrive at Dragon Island as soon as possible to have a greater chance of survival. This was the unanimous judgment of everyone, although they did not gather to discuss it. Speaking of which, no one who can stand out in the Karlsruhe Empire is a good boy who only plays safety. As long as there is a slight chance of winning, everyone will have the courage to try. The difference between success and losers, apart from luck, is that successful people know how to use their own advantages and find ways to increase the probability of success, rather than waiting for the fruits of victory to fall from the sky. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce established by the Greco family, Henry did not directly command a ship. He commanded the entire fleet. However, the movements of the fleet are still controlled by the naval fleet of the Karlsruhe Empire, because the Empire cannot give up its mission of paying tribute to Dragon Island. The fleet responsible for transportation has no reason to turn back. In addition, the chance of survival on Dragon Island is relatively high. So Henry can only bite the bullet and issue the order to continue to Dragon Island. This instruction seems to have the best chance of saving the most strength and escaping. But after giving the order, Henry came to his children, asking about this weird son with a fetish for white clothes. He looked at the sea not far away. "Do you think your friend has a chance of coming back alive?" Kraken did not continue to pursue the fleet. Henry would not think that this was just good luck and had nothing to do with the black-robed magician who had just jumped into the water. There must have been some kind of change on the bottom of the sea between the two parties, which made Kraken, a greedy sea beast, give up so much food. Since there is a battle, from Henry's point of view, it is certainly impossible for him to give up a magician who can cut off one of Kraken's tentacles. With this strength, as long as it's not against Kraken, it should be easy to deal with other sea beasts. Although he didn't quite believe it himself, Henry still hoped that the magician could come back alive and play a greater role in the subsequent voyage. This was the first thought that came to my mind as the president of a chamber of commerce and the commander-in-chief of a fleet. The white swordsman William Greco seemed not to pay attention to the worries in his father's mouth, but said with a smile, "Don't worry. Even if we are all dead, that man will definitely be able to live happily elsewhere. Except for himself. In this world no one has the ability to kill him." Henry didn't know the black-robed magician well, so he certainly couldn't understand where his child's confidence and evaluation came from. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but suddenly something strange on the sea surface grabbed his attention. There were only a few waves on the sea surface, but now it was like boiling water, and the entire surface of the water was rolling, and the area is so large that it covers the entire fleet of ships. There was also a faint, high-frequency sound that was slightly audible. Anyone who can hear it can detect the anger. Fortunately, the location of the center point was not only far away from the fleet, but also not blocking the direction of travel. That's where Kraken originally went to the bottom of the water. Facing this unprecedented anomaly, Henry frowned deeply, trying to determine what would happen next. Does this mean that the magician failed? Now should they move forward at full speed or spread out? However, the boiling sea did not last long. The return of calm smoothed the sea water that had previously experienced violent fluctuations. Is this a winner? Henry thought so. So now stay and see the victor's posture. Or did he try his best to escape and avoid being offended by the magician? Kraken tortured everyone in a more cruel way. Chapter 1386 Friendly Sea Beast. Henry wanted to believe that the magician had won the final victory. But he was filled with the word impossible and kept rejecting his idea. The most important thing to do now is to try your best to escape. However, except for a few ships whose masts were damaged, other ships had already set all the sails they could. They even wanted to hang handkerchiefs and unworn clothes collected on the ship on the mast to increase the area exposed to the wind. Unfortunately, they are now trying their best. Here we come! White Sword Master William's senses were obviously superior to everyone else's. He noticed the movement under the water and spoke in an excited tone. It's just that William's excitement is like a death knell to others. Although there was only one ship, and only some of the sailors around William could hear it. But everyone has already begun to figure out what kind of posture they will use to jump into the sea, or add some condiments to their bodies to make Kraken eat them in disgust. And those who couldn't hear William's voice could also see a small mountain-like object floating on the sea not far away. The huge amount of water flowing down on all sides formed waves again, hitting all the ships from the sides. The giant sea monster, the blue-ringed Kraken, appeared in front of everyone again. The only good thing is that the sea beast did not block everyone's path, but appeared from the side. But it was also far outside the range of the ballista. The frustration of being forced to die again after being saved from a desperate situation broke everyone's spirit. But no one broke down and shouted. They were so desperate that they just stared blankly and froze on the spot. The only exception is William Greco. With his particularly good eyesight, he suddenly saw a certain magician standing on top of Kraken, waving towards the fleet. The man, on the other hand, seemed unscathed. Such a result is quite unexpected for the sword master. He thought about how to rush to the man and ask what happened. But this time Lin didn't flash back to the ship, but reached out and patted the wall next to him. Kraken immediately stretched out a tentacle out of the sea obediently, coiled the end into a platform shape, and handed it out towards the direction of the fleet. Lin took the lead and flashed to the platform to stand still. When the tentacle platform approached a certain distance, William jumped over a considerable distance of the sea, and also came to the platform and said Low. Hey! What happened? He also raised his hands, and after saying Low, Lin said, It's nothing. I think everyone is afraid of this big guy as if they were afraid of something. And they thought it was so ferocious. In fact, Tuchulatu is quite friendly and can talk well. There's no need to kill it or anything. Friendly? In William's perception, the blue-ringed Kraken was missing several tentacles underwater. Before, I and the magician only cut off one of them. Then the head of this big sea beast is the same. There are several holes that are still bleeding clearly. They are freshly opened, not old wounds. However, the two big eyes of this blue-ringed Kraken now have a kind-hearted look, and are not at all as ferocious as before. William didn't ask stupid questions about how to tame the opponent, but asked, Isn't Tuchulatu its name? That is its specific name among their group. It can be regarded as our name. Tuchulatu is the pronunciation in their language. Kraken has its own language, which directly exists in their inherited memory. This the little guy had just left the infancy stage and had just gone through a transformation. He just wanted to find a place to live. So he found this place. It was not easy to find, but he found a place where the dragon clan would patrol regularly. It would be fine if it reaches maturity. As it is now, I guess it will just sink to the bottom of the sea and be used as feed. William didn't care at all about Lin's explanation. He was concerned about another thing. So he hurriedly asked, Then do you know? What do you know? Someone wondered. Do you know which piece of meat on this big guy is more delicious? In fact, after two people stood, Kraken retracted the tentacle platform. It is now afraid of humans, and does not want to get too close to the human fleet. Just like that, it heard the speech of the White Sword Master. Again, it may not have human moral values, but the intelligence of Warcraft is enough to understand the good intentions or malice from other people. Of course, we can also understand the feeling of someone now coveting his own body and wanting to bite off a piece of meat. This made Tuchula tremble, and the sea surface shook with huge ripples. Hearing this question, Lin was a little disappointed and said, Actually, I haven't thought about this problem. But I am not a professional chef after all. Faced with brand new ingredients, I really have no way to start. Although I have tasted the pictures Tulu touched the meat on his feet and forehead. He originally thought that as long as there were no parasites, fresh seafood would be delicious when eaten raw. But in fact, it was very soft when beaten, but tasted too old. And there was also one. The strange spiciness was hard to stomach. As for other places, after 1 or 2 bites, I didn't have the patience to continue tasting it. Maybe it needs a special cooking method. Or maybe it's so big that I can only pick it out. Let's eat some good meat. Then, what about that little bit of good meat? William asked persistently. Lynn said, actually, it's not impossible. But it doesn't feel good. Think about it. If one of those big ones could be eaten, it wouldn't be able to feed a village. But that weird spicy taste would probably attract a lot of people, unable to adapt. In the end, there may only be a little bit of edible meat, maybe a lot. I don't know. After all, I'm not a dedicated cook. If there's only a little bit, and we discard other parts just for this little bit, that's it. Isn't it a waste? Think about my hometown. We kill sharks just for shark fins, kill rhinoceros for their horns, and kill elephants for their tusks. We don't need the other parts at all and let them rot. How are these behaviors different from the wasteful behavior of wealthy families in that era when wine and meat were stinky? And wealthy families would kill hundreds of chickens just to eat a dish of chicken tongue. It would be better if the other parts of those chickens were put to good use. However, some people think that lower-class people are not qualified to eat things from the same source as them, which will only lower their own style. In ancient times, meat could not be stored for a long time, and most of the leftovers might just be wasted. This is simply an evil act struck by lightning. To take the life of a creature without any grievance or enmity, one should have the awareness to value the other person and make good use of the other person, so that the other person's life can be of maximum value, rather than just taking a little bit, as if the other party's value is just that little bit. This statement may be a bit hypocritical. In the eyes of some people, killing is killing. If you don't want to waste the weight of your life, you might as well switch to a vegetarian diet. But you won't be able to pass your own test, even if it was hypocritical in the eyes of others. It was impossible for Lin to kill a creature like Kraken who did not offend him to death. After one reason, Lin gave another reason. Besides, the number of Kraken groups is not large, and reproduction is not easy. If we really develop the delicious parts of it, it will make people addicted to it. I'm afraid it won't be necessary. How long will it take to kill them all? Considering the issue of ecological balance, no one can say whether other more troublesome creatures will flourish if the Kraken becomes extinct. So it is better to maintain the status quo. Well, at least everyone is used to coping with it. In the agricultural development of my hometown, in modern times, there is the so-called agricultural technology of using natural enemies to control crop pests and reduce the use of pesticides. It sounds great, but in practice it's complicated, because it is difficult to assess whether adding any species to an already mature ecosystem will cause greater damage or have unexpected impacts. So this technology is not widely used. To give a real-life example is the flow ball of Japan in Japan. Because there were a lot of venomous snakes in the area, the local government at some point introduced mongooses that could fight the venomous snakes. It turns out that it is true that mongooses hunt venomous snakes. But mongooses also prey on Ryukyu rabbits, a protected animal on the island. As a result, you can now collect rewards by hunting wild mongooses and bringing them to the local government. This is a living example of how things are not going as planned. To give another less appropriate example, in the movie world view of the monster universe, if humans kill Godzilla, the result will be that all kinds of monsters will come out and have a carnival party on the earth. By then, the position of human beings will probably be like cakes and snacks at parties. The reason why Kraken did not completely dominate the ocean and land in the Lost Lands was definitely not just because of its scarcity and difficulty in reproduction. Somewhere, there must be its natural enemies or enemies. If the Kraken is gone, will those ghosts show up? Lin didn't want to take such a risk at all. That's it. William couldn't hide his disappointment in his voice, because his situation is similar to that of a certain magician. He loves to eat but is not a good cook. If no one helped him test the poison, he wouldn't be able to be the pioneer. However, the third creature who could hear the conversation was very supportive of someone's speech. Tuchuluta barely nodded in agreement. In fact, if this conversation were heard by more people, such as those in the fleet, they would definitely wish for dangerous giant creatures like Kraken to become extinct. regardless of balance or imbalance. It can only be said that Kraken does not agree on the harm done to both parties, which is why there is such a cognitive gap. Just like the rabbits in my hometown of Aojo, they almost gnawed the peas to the point of ecological imbalance. The people of Aojo most likely wish that all the rabbits would die immediately. It is estimated that many outsiders will still say that rabbits are so cute. Why should they kill rabbits? If this kind of person doesn't have ulterior motives, he is mentally retarded. However, when William heard this cognitive gap, he actually felt something was wrong. But I couldn't figure out what the problem was, so I simply gave up and continued thinking. For him, not only did he not have the worries of the next night, he probably didn't have the worries of the next second either. Among the group of little bugs in front of me, the only two humans who needed to be wary reached an agreement. A certain sea creature that didn't dare to say anything heard this, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief knowing that its life was saved. I really want to dive back into the deep sea. The offshore is too dangerous. This rare young blue-ring kraken in the world has been psychologically affected. Chapter 1387 Difficult Choice. During the next voyage, in order to learn more about the kraken race and the secrets of the underwater world that it knew, Lin chose to take the sea beast with him instead of letting it go free. This made Tituluta feel depressed, but he did not dare to resist. One of the great benefits of this is that the fleet has not encountered any more attacks from sea beasts. Basically, as long as there is a kraken, other sea beasts don't dare to get close. It's too late to escape. Why are you here to die? A small bonus is that when someone wants to add more food, they can use the kraken to drive away the fish, and then go into the sea to catch some of the sea delicacies themselves. It's too weak to fish with one, or use a dart gun to catch large fish species. None of this is as easy as going directly into the sea and teleporting your favorite catch to the deck using flash. The same fish. Although it cannot be said that the taste of fish caught in the sea is completely different from that of fish caught in the river, but they still have different flavors. The most important thing is freshness. In my hometown, no matter how fresh the catch is, if it comes from an ocean-going fishing boat, it still tastes like it has been frozen. It is a world away from the real taste of catching, killing and cooking. And such a fresh catch does not require any complicated cooking techniques. It is delicious when cooked in boiling water. If you don't worry about parasites, it's delicious when eaten raw. If you are worried, add some shredded ginger and minced garlic. If you warm up a pot of wine at this time, you will be like a god. As for the condiments and warm rice wine, what should we do if the fleet is not prepared? Of course, such a small problem will not trouble someone with a flash technique. Go directly back to your home in the holy city of Starry. Collect your things, and then return to the ship. No time will be wasted. Logistic supply is not difficult for someone at all. The two of them were so happy eating and drinking on this trip that William no longer even considered whether kraken was delicious or not. But others were not able to calmly treat the presence of a ferocious sea beast that could destroy their entire fleet at any time, like those two big-hearted people. Maybe it was the good temper of a certain sea beast that changed people's views. Maybe it was the fish that were driven here, allowing everyone to have a good tea ceremony. And the existence of Tituluta was gradually accepted by people. One of the side effects of kraken's acceptance is that it makes some people with ulterior motives think more. The people who originally tried to cause an accident during the voyage and capture or kill a certain magician changed their original plans to offend a magician who contained kraken. The chance of death is about the same as committing suicide. Even with conspiracy, no one dares to take such a risk. The new backup plan was actually the idea that everyone came up with after seeing that the tamed kraken was very useful. If they could raise a blue-ring kraken, wouldn't it mean that the sea would allow their fleet to roam? And no one could stop it. As for defeating the enemy organization's fleet, that's even less important. If you think about it further, then charge a sea protection fee or something. The idea is wonderful, but the reality is impossible. The group of people who opposed asked a question: how to bribe or control the magician? By non-existent. No matter how much the Greco Chamber of Commerce boasts, its essence is still a small and medium-sized regional chamber of commerce formed with a family as the core and absorbing some talents. A certain magician is not only a chosen one of the goddess, but also a guest of the empress. In short, if this is not a great god, it is still a medium god, and the small temple of the Greco Chamber of Commerce cannot afford to worship it. Control? Who dares? There is no serious profession of animal tamer in Midland, although there is a group in the Karlsruhe Empire that calls itself this. But the so-called beast tamers in Midland do not rely on talent to get close to and tame beasts. The beast tamers in Lost Land always have only one trick: to conquer the monsters. Because they are stronger than monsters. Monsters obey the stronger ones. This principle is not only true between humans and beasts, but also between humans. After all, the term animal tamer comes from the barbarian tribe. The purpose of taming warcraft by barbarians is to use it for fighting, not to capture it as a little girl's pet. So it is very necessary to retain its animal nature. Under such a premise, a magician who can control Kraken means that he is stronger than the giant sea monster Kraken. How can such a person be controlled? Poison? You can fight with the blue-ring Kraken in the water and finally come out alive. What kind of poison can you use to poison such a person? Threatened with relatives? Not to mention that this magician's home is thousands of miles away in the holy city of Starry. The friends in the Karlsruhe Empire, apart from the White Sword Master who is a descendant of the family, are the elves who also serve the goddess of gold coins. If you hope to control the magician through these people, it is better to focus directly on the magician. In short, considering the strength gap between the two sides, controlling the other party is an unsolvable problem. What about the next best thing? Asking the magician to give up control of the Kraken? Trading tamed monsters between tamers is nothing new. Even among a certain small group, a certain market has been formed. This idea sounded good at first, but then a junior asked a question, leaving everyone speechless. So who can take over control of the Kraken? Although tamed monsters can be traded, the prerequisite is that both parties to the transaction have the ability to tame the monsters. Because the master was too weak. The fact that he was bitten by a monster was not news in the Empire. So even if the magician is willing to sell it, the Greco Chamber of Commerce will not be able to find people to take over it. Looking for William Greco? Not to mention taking over the control of a Kraken. Asking the White Sword Master to stay and assist in the family's affairs for the sake of the family's glory. All those who said this were persuaded by the Sword Master with his fists. Persuade? Anyway, no one mentioned it again. And of course, it was impossible to expect him to stay and control a Kraken for the sake of the family. In the end, Henry Greco, the president of the Chamber of Commerce and the patriarch of the family, set the tone. He also put forward a reason that was difficult for anyone to refute. Although the Dragon Clan and Kraken are not feuding for generations, they still have a good friendship upon meeting. If a Kraken is really raised, will the Dragon Island line still run? One is the visible benefit of Dragon Island, and the other is the unforeseen benefit of exploring other open seas after controlling Kraken. It doesn't seem that difficult to decide which one everyone should choose. Although the folk customs of the Karlsruhe Empire are extremely challenging and adventurous, they are not willing to invest their wealth in a place where they will not see a return. Not to mention that before you want to invest, there are still several difficult problems that are difficult to solve. So it's natural to give up on a goal that seems good but is actually impossible. The commander of the Empire's naval fleet, when he saw someone who could tame Kraken, he was not without his thoughts. But they also have similar problems with the Greco Chamber of Commerce. Although the naval fleet had an empire at its back, no one could take over control of a Kraken, because the military's focus is still on land, not at sea. Then of course those strongmen cannot be sent to the sea, and they will only be responsible for escorting the tributes to Dragon Island. As for bribing the magician, it's even more of a joke. Maybe outsiders don't know, but as Navy fleet officers within the system, how could they not know about the romantic affair between this magician and the Empress? If no one really knew, someone would not have been attacked in the early morning at the Jade Palace. And as long as one person knows, it means that this matter will not be a secret among the nobles. If the backer behind the naval fleet is also the Empress, perhaps we can use this relationship to win over the magician, and then find a way to control the Kraken. But unfortunately, although the Empire's military is called neutral, it has its own backers, and the Navy is no exception. Although the naval fleet is weak, it has a large investment in Dragon Island, which is naturally the focus of all parties' efforts. However, for all the forces wrestling behind the scenes, the Navy is too weak and cannot afford to be regarded as a traitor. This makes them more cautious in their actions, and less active and obvious about actions like the magician extending an olive branch. After several hints to no avail, they gave up their thoughts. There is no other way. Don't think that if you are at sea, you will be cut off from the land. There is such a thing as a forum, which reports every day. Everyone in the Empire knows exactly what happened to the fleet heading to Dragon Island. Not to mention that there are spies planted by various forces within the fleet. No matter what is done, no one can hide it. Lin didn't know the struggles of the others, and certainly didn't care if they had any conspiracy. Anyway, if he disagrees, he will teleport back to the land. No matter what other people think, they will not use him. While satisfying your appetite, the biggest reward actually comes from the secrets of the seabed that Taturis spits out. The news that shocked Lin the most was that the undersea empire did exist, and was composed of fishmen. Murlocs are different from mermaids. Mermaids are half human and half fish. Their origins are unclear, but they are classified as monsters, not Homo sapiens races with cultural heritage such as humans, elves, and dwarves. Murlocs are fish that have evolved limb-like limbs, developed intelligence, and have their own moral values and cultural heritage. According to what Lin learned from Ticciolutu's crude description, the fishmen should be classified as the Homo sapiens race. However, the fishmen cannot leave the underwater environment and breathe in the air environment. So the underwater empire has never communicated with the land countries. This is the same as sea animals. Even though they can leave the water for a short time, the only living environment they can adapt to is still in the water. As for sea monsters, just think of them as monsters in the water. The concept of territory and the attitude of the jungle is actually very similar to that of Warcraft on land. Although Lin wanted to know more details, it was remarkable that Ticciolutu was able to convey this with the wisdom of the Kraken. Lin then gave up and continued questioning. Finally, a few days before approaching Dragon Island, Lin freed the Kraken, under the premise that the two clans are at odds with each other. I don't know how troublesome it will be to explain to Long Dao that this Kraken is a pet that I have tamed. Besides, he has an old dragon at home. So Lin has a rough idea of the food expenses of these giant creatures. During these few days, Kraken was left with someone and had little opportunity to forage. This big guy doesn't know how long he has been hungry. If he continues to be tied up, he may starve to death. Since he couldn't drag it to land anyway, Lin simply let the big octopus go. Chapter 1388 Dragon Island Pass. When the friendly Ticciolus spit out a few Shikiri sword balls from the slits of his eyes, the big octopus immediately got into the seabed, vibrated its 8 legs, and fled into the distance without looking back. I don't want to stay for even a second and have a big drama with a human that will send you thousands of miles away. Lin, who half raised his hands, was a little embarrassed. He explained to the white swordsman beside him. Actually, I am using the characteristics of Akiri to deepen the communication with Ticciolutu and avoid any misunderstandings between the two parties. Do you believe this? Hey, just believe it yourself. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. William was as free and easy as ever, regardless of the giant octopus that swam faster than he could fly. Lin returned his attention to the focus of the trip. After nearly 10 days of sailing, they finally got close to this rumored island. Lin was looking forward to the mysterious Dragon Island that would be unveiled. Originally, I heard that to go to Dragon Island, you must be accompanied by the Empire's naval fleet, so that you can pass the dragon as the gatekeeper. At first, Lin didn't really believe this statement. The sea is so big. With the development of technology or magic in Lost Land, is there any way to guard every inch of the coastline to avoid illegal crossings? Even my hometown can't do this kind of thing. There is always a gap in every 100 secrets. However, after actually seeing Dragon Island and cooperating with William's father Henry, who was also the president of the Greco Chamber of Commerce, Lin believed that such a thing was really possible. The terrain of Long Island is quite strange. The outer edge of the island is not a beach or a rocky shore, but a circle of mountains. Although it is not as high as the sky, the straight rock walls and height will make anyone who wants to sneak ashore despair. Even if there were really stowaways, they probably wouldn't be able to carry much if they climbed the rocks from the ship and crossed the mountains to Dragon Island. It's okay to send a few spies into such terrain, but it is absolutely impossible to form a normal trade route. The checkpoint to enter Dragon Island, according to Henry, is the only straight terrain on the outer edge of Dragon Island. At the narrowest point, at most 2 boats can sail cautiously side by side. In other places, if the captain's skills are poor, a 180-degree turn may cause him to hit the mountain wall. Around the pass, there are huge dragon sculptures. One is in the posture of ascending to the sky, and the other is in the posture of swooping down. The sculpture has a rough appearance, as if it was made by nature, rather than someone deliberately carving it. On the towering rock wall behind the sculpture, there are cave entrances. Here lives the dragon who is responsible for guarding the gate. It is said that it was originally rotating, but in recent years it has been changed to be stationed by fixed dragons. When they saw the ships approaching, giant dragons flew out of the cave and kept flying over the ships. Just like in my hometown, when the ship approaches the coast, There will be seagulls flying close and chirping. But the pressure of the giant dragon is not comparable to that of the seagull. The flagship of the accompanying naval fleet of the Karlsruhe Empire actually hung a very special flag a day ago. On the mainmast, a much larger than ordinary flag was embroidered with a black gold velvet cloth flag that looked like a dragon, but was actually a magic rune. It exuded a dazzling light with the support of power. Like a small sun, it is difficult to look directly at it. This flag is not for looking at. In Lin's perception, it will emit a power map with a unique frequency, similar to fragments of dragon language magic. But the content cannot be specifically translated. This is just to remind the dragons that the fleet flying this flag is a friend rather than an enemy. Relying on the function of this flag, the dragons flying above the fleet remained harmless. Otherwise, with a few waves of dragon flames washing the ground, it would be difficult for the fleet in this narrow waterway to even turn around, and they would have no choice but to sink into the sea. The customs clearance here is not like someone's impression of his hometown, where every ship has to stop and let the dragon clan board the ship for inspection. Basically, the dragons don't board the ship, even if they stay on the deck. Given the opponent's size, even the largest ship doesn't have room for the dragons to move, not to mention cabin inspection. In short, everything seems so simple when entering Dragon Island. There is no difficulty. There is no ugly face of accepting bribes. And of course, there are no countless customs clearance procedures. Just hang a flag, and then you can sail all the way in. Secretly note down the dragon language band emitted by that flag. It may be useful in the future. Lin once again took a closer look at this rumored island, since he didn't know if the dragon clan had deployed any covert detection methods. Lin didn't dare to use detection magic in a big way. He just observed with the naked eye and passively collected information. In the mysterious land, it would certainly be considered an offense to check other people's details at will, if discovered. In certain aristocratic territories where there is extreme insecurity, if an adventurer is discovered carrying a map with him, he may be executed as a spy, let alone a direct investigation. Because he didn't know Long Dao's attitude towards this, Lin restrained himself a lot. However, from the appearance point of view, except for the ring of mountains surrounding the outer edge, the internal terrain of Long Island is just a volcanic rock island, and there is not much green vegetation. There are caves everywhere that look natural, but may actually be violently dug by dragons, and are inhabited by various dragons. What is special is that there will be multiple dragons living in a dragon lair, but these dragons will be of the same race. However, the dragons living in adjacent dragon lairs are not necessarily of the same race. It may seem to outsiders that the feuding metal dragon and color dragon just live in the dragon's lair next door. This is different from what someone originally guessed. Someone originally thought that different dragon species would gather together, and that Dragon Island would form several major factions based on dragon species, as well as two major camps, metal and color. But in reality, the barriers between dragon species are not that clear. This made Lin couldn't help but wonder, how do so many dragon species divide different hills? Could it really be a mountain, surrounded by a group of like-minded dragons? However, in addition to the question of the distribution of dragons, Lin felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingering in his heart as soon as he passed the Dragon Island level. But comparing the composition of the air and various conventional data, there is no difference between Dragon Island and other places in Midland. Even the degree of permeability of power in the atmosphere is similar, not particularly dense or thin. In other words, from a data perspective, there is nothing special about Dragon Island. Then the feeling of familiarity that arises in me, if it is not an illusion, is that there is something that I have not observed, giving me this feeling. Is it an illusion? Or do you admit that there are still some omissions in the development of your environmental detection technology? Let's give up delving into such issues for now. For a new place, information is still the most important. Although there are many methods that may trigger warnings that cannot be used, there are also many methods that will not trigger warnings. Therefore, Lin tried his best to collect information in this area and establish a reasonable physical and ecological model for Long Island. As the fleet moved forward in the river, the mystery of Dragon Island was also revealed bit by a magician. From the visible part, this is an island with poor natural resources. It's no wonder that the Dragon Clan needs to hunt for food from the main continent or import food, if you want to rely on the natural resources on the island to feed this large number of dragons. 90% of them will starve to death in less than a year. As for mineral resources, there is no need to mention them. Apart from obsidian, no precious mineral veins could be observed. Lin was even more convinced of this after being certified by the two original elemental lords Imaginary Number and Hefkin. However, this also proves that Long Island is a volcanic rock island, and there may even be an active volcano. This judgment can only be said to be not surprising at all, because red dragons and black dragons among chromatic dragons like to live in volcanic craters and areas rich in sulfur. As the fleet went deeper and deeper into Dragon Island, the number of dragons became more and more dense. In the past, when I wandered around the Midi-Lord continent, I could travel for more than a month without hearing a single rumor about the dragon clan nearby. It's as if these creatures who were born to be kings only live in children's pillow stories or drunken nonsense in pubs. On Dragon Island, there are not only dragons every 10 steps, but they are everywhere, especially when the fleet is sailing in the river. Giant dragons can be seen squatting on high places on the overhanging walls on both sides from time to time, with their wings folded and looking down. That feeling, to use a very earthly way of describing it, is like watching the plates of sushi that are constantly rotating on the conveyor belt sushi train in my hometown. And I am like the vinegar rice in sushi. Although there is something covering my head, I still cannot avoid the fate of being swallowed in one bite. It sucks anyway. However, as the fleet continued to advance, Lynn discovered that Long Island was not without green vegetation. Just very little. But there were still no tall trees in sight. At best it was just a piece of grass, dotted with a few shrubs. Except for some people who look like druids in appearance and use magic to nourish the grassland. There are only some cattle and sheep grazing sparsely here. The whole area looks pretty empty. This leisurely scene should have made people sincerely admire. But a sudden hunt made this pastoral style more ambiguous. A giant dragon flew through the air and bit away a sheep. The dragon's prey is not as fast and sharp as the eagle's. The dragon doesn't even fly very fast. But the dragon's power does a good job of knocking the target out of their wits. I didn't notice that the cattle and sheep didn't even dare to run. Or they were so scared that they didn't know how to run. They all stood obediently and allowed the dragons to choose. But the dragon's hunting is not that unbearable. And the series of movements are very smooth and elegant. In short, after fancy flying, picking up a sheep in your mouth feels like being on the grassland of your hometown. Watching the group of masters who are good at equestrian skills showing off their skills on horseback. It's hard to say whether every dragon is this good at playing. But Lynn probably also knew where the cattle and sheep brought by the fleet had gone. And why there were so few livestock on the pasture. Isn't it just because I'm almost finished eating that I need to replenish it? I wonder if there is only such a grassland on Long Island. Otherwise, judging from the number of livestock on the pasture and the number transported by the fleet, the consumption and speed of the dragons are very alarming. It seems that every replenishment is carried out under the bottom line of consumption. Of course, there cannot be much reserve. It can be said that as long as the Karlsruhe Empire's livestock industry suffers a disaster, or the supply fleet is attacked, Dragon Island will be short of food. Chapter 1389 Longdao Town. It is not difficult to imagine the consequences of starving a group of giant dragons. Anyway, don't expect the dragons to starve to death. However, whether the dragons are really hungry or fake is open to question. According to the biological point of view of the Earth, the daily food intake of flying birds will be several times their own weight. According to this algorithm, the dragon should eat an amazing amount. In fact, it is amazing. But the giant dragon has a hibernation mechanism. It can only sleep without eating or drinking water for a long time, which is similar to the hibernation of some animals back home. Moreover, the dragon's excretion volume is very small, which means that the conversion efficiency of food in the dragon's body is very high. So it does not need so much food. But according to various legends and rumors, the dragon eats an astonishing amount, and can often eat an entire village of humans, including the elderly and children, in one sitting. However, these rumors are usually not supported by empirical evidence. If you investigate, you can often find out that it is actually a certain noble or a certain force who massacres villages under the guise of a dragon eating people. Anyway, there is no special research on the physiological condition of giant dragons in Midi. There are only various gossips and unconfirmed rumors. Furthermore, there is no systematically organized and studied biology in Midi. Most of the magicians who write the most about this also record the action characteristics of monsters or beasts to facilitate combat. Other parts and habits are quite vague. I just wrote it as I thought, without checking its authenticity. These uncertainties have become the difficulties that someone must overcome in the next strategy of Dragon Island. Amid vague uncertainty about the future, Lin followed the fleet to the end of the trip. Longdao Town. In fact, this town has no name. and it is not even a qualified long-term settlement. The function here is to allow the craftsmen who come to work on Long Island to have a place to live for a short period of time, and to have suitable people to receive the goods every time the fleet comes to transport supplies. The dragons usually don't do the latter things themselves. There are quite a few fans of the dragon tribe in Midland. It is not a problem for the dragons to choose some people to stay on the island and serve them. If they are in a good mood or a bad mood one day, these people are like jelly beans. They just eat them. Anyway, these people are happy with it. And the dragons will certainly not have any psychological burden, since it is impossible to avoid people staying on Dragon Island. And it is impossible to let these people run around on Dragon Island. It is normal to establish a temporary Homo sapiens settlement. And because this town is the only non-dragon settlement on Dragon Island, people are accustomed to calling this place Longdao Town. The above is from Henry's introduction. The actual situation is similar to what William's father said, but there are still some discrepancies. Before seeing it with his own eyes, Lynn thought he would only see a bunch of slums similar to slums, and he didn't expect town planning or anything like that. But in reality, Longdao Town is not that messy and disorderly. The most eye-catching thing is that there are several magnificent mansions inside, even in the Midi-Lord continent, in the capital of any empire. Such a house is not suitable for ordinary people to live in, not to mention on this Dragon Island where dragons are revered. Henry, who was staying next to a certain magician and was obviously trying to win over him, noticed someone's suspicious gaze and immediately explained, "Those houses are where humanized dragons live, and other people are not qualified to live there. It's best not to get close without permission." Henry knew that it was impossible for him to recruit this magician, but if you maintain goodwill and friendship, you may be able to use it one day. Lynn was happy to have someone explain his doubts, but this answer also raises a question. Humanized dragons? He couldn't help but turn his attention to the dock where the goods were being unloaded. The highlight of this trip is of course the live livestock. Even if the commander of the Imperial Navy fleet is greedy for money, he does not dare to take the risk of messing up a serious mission and handles his own personal affairs first. Let me talk about another very important reason. Live animals such as cattle, sheep, and pigs transported have limited space on the ship, and they are prone to various problems and even death. Therefore, upon arriving at the destination, the fleet members will drive the livestock off the ship as soon as possible, count them, and send them to pastures in various places. As for those who died, they will be dealt with according to the situation. This kind of thing should be done quickly rather than slowly. Letting the livestock stay in the crowded environment on the ship for a longer time means more variables. In comparison, the private goods carried by the fleet were all hard dead objects and were not so rushed. So what is being done on the dock is not that the rough workers at the dock are carrying bags, carrying things off the boat, and piling them somewhere. Instead, a row of people stood in a human wall, shouting and driving the livestock off the boat to somewhere. Among these people were sailors on the ship and residents of Longdao Town. The focus of Lynn's observation is on these residents, who have lived here for a long time. People living in Longdao Town can be roughly divided into three categories based on their appearance. One type of people has the most obvious characteristics. They all wear blue hats. These people did not go to the dock to help drive livestock or load and unload cargo. Instead, they gathered somewhere to find the registration information of the fleet stewards. When they log in, they hand over the hat. Then he was waiting aside with large and small bags of luggage. Another group of people also fall into this category. They were picked up by a small boat from the fleet and prepared to enter Longdao Town. Lynn recognized some of the people as craftsmen preparing to work on Long Island, and others probably had the same identity. When they arrive at the dock, they are given a blue hat to put on. Then the group of people preparing to leave are the craftsmen who were brought to Long Island to work. The other type of people does not have the obvious characteristics of the blue hat. They wore ordinary clothes, hunched over, and performed trivial tasks with great respect. If they have something in common, it is the enthusiasm that flashes in their eyes from time to time when they look at certain people. There are very few people in the third category, but they usually wear very unique and strange clothes, and they don't help with anything. They just watch and wander around. Speaking of which, he really looks like a noble who is obsessed with the landowner continent. It's just that the behavior of these people is vulgar and rude, and their taste in clothing is more like a decision made when they are kicked in the head like a ball. However, no matter where they go, these people always hold their heads high and look arrogant. Even when the Empire's naval fleet officers arrived in front of them, they still had the same attitude. On the contrary, The officers who were bossing around in front of the Greco Chamber of Commerce people all bowed, showing a respectful attitude. According to Henry, this kind of people are most likely to be humanized dragons, because the livestock had to be disembarked first. The battleship where Henry, Lynn, and others were still floating on the river. Some of the people responsible for negotiations and the craftsmen preparing to work on Long Island were connected ashore by small boats. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce and the patriarch of the family, Henry is the final decision maker. Of course, it is impossible to play forward when negotiating. Doing so will leave no room for bargaining. So he could still stay on the ship safely and clear up a certain magician's doubts. Lynn also took this opportunity to learn more about the humanization of the dragons on Dragon Island from Henry's mouth. There are a few dragons who can take the form of humans and live in Long Island town because they are needed for work. For example, those who are negotiating with naval officers. The clothing and appearance of these humanized dragons are not as showy and individual as other dragons. Even if it is a well-behaved aristocratic dress, it would not be rude to wear it to a noble banquet or formal meeting. As for other giant dragons that have transformed into humans, in the eyes of the general group of dragons, just like in the hometown of a certain traveler, some relatively conservative old people saw a special group of people with haircuts, facial makeup, and spiked leather jackets. The comment they are most likely to give is, if you are a good person, you have to become a ghost. In fact, if you think about it seriously, this is normal. According to Augustus, the old black dragon in the family, the dragon tribe's invention of humanization magic actually originated from transformation magic. The original intention was to blend into the crowd to gather information during the era of the rise of Homo sapiens. In other words, humanization magic itself is a kind of transformation magic with a purpose. A dragon who turns himself into a human when nothing happens must be a mentally disturbed guy. According to someone's understanding, these humanized dragons are the second-tier patients among the dragon clan. However, this group of humanized Zongerlong clan are the beings that need to be kept away from on Dragon Island the most. Other dragons will eat people, mostly because they are hungry, and partly because of the vicious taste in their bones. Otherwise, they would not leave the cattle, sheep, and pigs without eating, and would insist on finding the jelly beans to eat. However, the biggest problem with the humanized Zhongli dragons is that they are unpredictable. No one can guess what these dragons will do, including the dragons themselves. Rather than crazy, other dragons prefer to call these middle-class dragons silly and then give them a wide berth. They don't even want to see the dragon clan, which shows how much this group that likes to move in human form is annoying to the dragons. Although the above is just Henry's introduction, Lin has already put a huge cross mark on the group of humanized dragons. Yuan Feijai, who had lived in the dark historical era, certainly knew how troublesome this group was. Sometimes these people do not have any malicious intentions. They are just guilty. Just because someone made a mistake, he would give him a real beating. To be honest, that person was not that cruel. But if you say you are disgusted by others, but you still have to let it go gently, someone is not so self-abuse. So the best way is, of course, to walk as far as you can. There is no need to be serious about people who are suffering from the second disease. This is a piece of advice given to myself by myself who has experienced that era. After roughly understanding the situation in Longdao town, Lin turned the topic back to matters related to himself. In other words, which dragon might I be able to find to resolve my dispute with Dragon Island? After resolving the dispute, it was time to find a way to promote the gold coin goddess. Some people don't think that the dragon clan is magnanimous enough to put aside disputes and deal with common interests first. Not to mention the question of whether the gold coin goddess can provide benefits to the dragon clan. Lin still doesn't have a clue. In other words, my start on Dragon Island was a mess. Even if it wasn't H.L. level difficulty. I hope no one will take the initiative to cause trouble. Chapter 1390 The First Conflict. What does Murphy's Law say? It's too complicated so I won't go into details. In short, whatever you are afraid of will come to you. For some unknown reason, a group of 2 dragons carried a pair of dragon wings in human form and flew over Lin's ship. Here I have to mention the structure of dragon wings and the principle of dragon flight. First of all, the wings of dragons are not like the wings of birds. They can fly into the air without relying on the pair of bat-like wings to swing up and down to create updrafts to support their huge bodies. The fact that dragons can fly is related to magic. There is no doubt that floating is magic. How high you can float basically depends on how brave you are. Even if you are a magic apprentice, there is no problem if you want to float out of the atmosphere. Whether you can reach it depends on whether you can survive after arrival. Forward. It relies on a set of air-exhausting organs at the base of the wings to eject air from the lungs and propel itself, without moving in any direction. It can at least break through the sound barrier, but it is uncertain how many times the speed of sound can be reached. The main function of wings is to glide and change direction and flight posture. Sometimes, the wings are flapped to blow up strong winds to hinder or attack enemies. This action can also add wind element magic, making it even more powerful. 3 relatively basic functions work together to form the dragon's ability to fly flexibly in the sky. This also means that the dragon can do many actions that birds cannot do, such as hovering at a certain position in the air like a helicopter. And there is no need to vibrate its wings as busy as a hummingbird. Now, a group of middle-class people turned into dragons and floated around the ship. They also spread the wings on their backs to the limit, just like bluffing umbrella lizards, desperately trying to expand their area and intimidate their enemies. And because they are in midair, they can overlook everyone on the ship, which invisibly gives them a certain advantage and sense of superiority. However, Lin complained in his heart. If he wanted to scare people by size, why not use the original dragon? Isn't that bigger? Is there any special purpose behind using human appearance to despise people? Someone is thinking. Dragon Slayer. Right. The man who looked like the leader, floating in the air, turned into a dragon and stumbled in the common language of the lost world. It can be seen that it is actually not familiar with this language. Before considering how to deal with this group of second dragons, Lin first cast his sights on the dock. The group of noble officers of the naval fleet. Some of them avoided the direction of the boat, while others looked over happily, as if they were watching a good show. Lin had seen before that it was this group of officers who took the initiative to greet the Zongerlongs, who flew to provoke someone, and spoke to each other, which led to what happened now. During the previous voyage, Henry had hinted that there was another backer behind the naval fleet, but he was not sure whether the Navy would pose a threat to him. So at the beginning, Lin hid his identity in the fleet. But the battle with Kraken and what happened after that exposed his identity. So now it seems that the backer of this naval fleet is either the prince, who is just a child, or other radical nobles who are targeting the Empress. Otherwise, they won't be so keen on causing trouble for themselves. The reason why they remained calm before was probably because the performance of Kraken's combat power temporarily deterred them from any additional thoughts. Now it's just right to use the Dragon Clan's help to do things. To take revenge on them for this level of trouble? But seriously speaking, even if the positions of the two sides are not antagonistic, it is normal for them to inform Longao of their existence. Because my relationship with these Marines is not so good that they would take the initiative to hide it. Besides, if he appears here, normal people will realize that there is something abnormal inside. If the naval fleet of the Karlsruhe Empire did not want to be implicated by a certain magician, it would be very reasonable for them to pick themselves out first. So, does someone deserve to be betrayed? Well, even if this kind of thing is understandable, it may not be acceptable. Not to mention the immediate troubles to deal with. Lin returned his attention to the two dragons floating in the sky, trying their best to pretend. In fact, Henry had already come forward to try to explain all this when the second dragon in the group came around. Or is he, like those noble officers, trying to get himself and his Chamber of Commerce out of a certain magician's troubles? Henry said things like, "This magician has no ill intentions. He is here to explain the previous misunderstanding to Long Dao. I believe he comes with sincerity." Repeatedly, constantly emphasizing the same point. Matter. In fact, from what Lin heard, he was just being a peacemaker and trying his best to make excuses that would not offend both parties. But that's okay. At least it's not adding insult to injury and making someone even more disgusted. And their own value to the Greco Chamber of Commerce is not to the extent that they have to make a big gamble for themselves. Therefore, if the position is impartial, that is enough. He is just a human being. Even if Henry Greco has a considerable status in the Chamber of Commerce and the family, he is still a nobody in front of the Dragon Clan. So even if the half-white-haired old man spoke loudly, no dragon would listen seriously. Even the dragons in the air took a glance at it and commented that the meat was too old and not tasty. As for Lin, he was thinking about ways to deal with the second dragon in the group. Obviously, it is difficult to deal with this group of dragons in the same way as the middle-aged boys in the group back home. That is, to do whatever they want. That's a good method. But first you need to know what the other person's preferences are. It is common to hear in a small circle that people get angry because of wrong CP or wrong order of attack and reception. If you can't be sure of the other person's thoughts, and you don't really like and understand them. Catering to the other person will easily cause greater offense. It would be better to do nothing. So, the most appropriate way is to pretend you don't know anything, and just deal with it normally. At least if you do this, you shouldn't offend the other party to the point of death. Lin thought. Everyone. I want to say that the origin of that name is just a forced battle. I am not proud of it at all. Can you please listen to me explain the cause and effect? Lin spoke his thoughts in dragon language. Although the sentence is quite long. In dragon language, it only has a few syllables. Most of the meaning is compressed in that rapid high-frequency inflection. For a human being to be able to master dragon language, the human-turned dragons floating in the sky still showed a hint of astonishment on their faces. But there is only a hint of it, because many magicians are very keen on learning foreign languages. Dragon language, which is the most difficult to pronounce even with human oral organs, is of course a language that top-notch magicians cannot miss. However, this bit of shock only made the second dragon in the group slightly increase their evaluation of the magician in front of them. In the heart of the dragon clan, the contempt for humans has not diminished one bit. They also used the most accustomed dragon language and said, "Whether that matter was a misunderstanding or not, you defeated and subdued a kraken later. This matter is true. Yes. It is a fact that the dragon clan does not deal with kraken. But someone thought that he would not offend the dragon clan by not bringing the big octopus. So he admitted it openly. So as long as we defeat you, it means that we have defeated a dragon slayer or a kraken conqueror. There is no honor more glorious than this." The person who took the lead, Zhong Erlong, fell into a self-satisfied mood and didn't even look at anyone. As soon as these words came out, Lin knew that there was no need to persuade him. They were just looking for him. When I was a teenager, I was always full of hope. Thinking that I could do big things, I would also recklessly do some big things that I thought at the time, regardless of whether these things are right or wrong. Young people will grow up only after experiencing the beatings from society and reality. In such a period, it is useless to say anything to the other party. Even verbal withdrawal will not satisfy the other party, regardless of whether it was about saving face or being honest, and being unforgiving with your words. This was the victory that belonged to that period. Otherwise, just give it a hearty failure. Society should beat us sooner rather than later. Abandoning children's innocence early can allow people to enter the preparation period for accepting reality earlier, which is more helpful for the future. This is the experience of someone who has been there. Having said that, in fact, where no one noticed, the eyes of the magician with black hair and black eyes actually revealed a different color. One gold and one purple. In a flash, the figures that once existed in the dream tower, one fat and one thin, have disappeared due to someone's self-destruction. But they did not disappear, but merged into Lin's body, and his character also silently affected someone, coupled with a demonic body. Although Lin thought he was free from the control of the abyss, he only took advantage of it and eliminated its harm. But he never thought that his current body was more than just stronger, faster, and had better endurance. In fact, the demonized body also strengthens its endocrine system, including adrenaline and dopamine. This means that someone's mood swings will be more intense than in the past. In fact, endocrine problems can be controlled consciously based on the functions of this body. But it's not that I didn't realize it. The calmness that was originally cultivated by being a Buddhist fat man, without someone noticing it, becomes a huge mood swing, and the patience is reduced, and it is easy to make decisions in the direction of violence. So after realizing that the two dragons in the sky were not someone that could be solved with words, Lin had already evaluated how far he could go to minimize the subsequent impact. To put it bluntly, it means beating them to a certain extent to make these Genevieve patients admit defeat. We cannot kill them directly, as this will only aggravate the contradiction. Someone's silence seems to give the dragons the illusion that a certain magician is speechless. After claiming to have won the opponent, the humanized dragons showed proud expressions, and even drew out the long swords hanging from their waists, held them flat in front of them, and said, "This is a mithril sword made by dwarves, mixed with precious fire crystals and gold essence. It is a rare magical weapon in the world. If you can't come up with a comparable weapon, don't use it to embarrass yourself. That will only make you more desperate." Seeing a giant humanized dragon stroking the beautifully crafted sword in his hand with satisfaction and praising it, Lin felt it was unreal. There are few weapons in this world that can match the dragon's fangs and claws. And there are few armors that are better than dragon scales. This is a unique race. But they are proud of dwarf artifacts? Is this world too crazy? Or does the dragon clan not understand the G-spot? In short, Lin looked at the scene in front of him and found it strange. Chapter 1391 The Beating from Society. The weird scene didn't just happen when the person who spoke in the lead turned into a dragon. Almost everyone in the sky took out a weapon that they were quite satisfied with. Some were swords. Some were guns. Or other types. And then, they stroked it with an almost perverted feeling. The same thing is that these weapons are beautifully made. And it can be seen that it is not a showpiece used by some nobles for show, but a harmonious product that is both practical and beautiful. In the hands of humans, this is definitely a rare and good weapon. But in the hands of the dragons, a rare good toothpick. When the humanized dragons pointed their weapons at someone in unison, Lin just wanted to complain about the other person. If you want to be the one who defeats the Dragon Slayer and the Kraken Conqueror, if such a victory is obtained through group fighting, does that still count? Let's talk about the so-called one-on-one challenge. It has become the norm for a bunch of us to challenge one of you. And the winner has all the right to interpret. Never mind. Lin opened and closed his left hand. During the opening and closing, Hakakiri-Khan, who was originally behind his waist, flashed his hands. The originally fleeting golden and purple eye colors can actually only be seen through a special angle. Now it seems to have replaced the original black pupil. And a rotating hourglass appears in the left eye. The humanized dragons were not aware of such details. And of course, they could not discover that a certain magician's subdimensional tower was mobilizing a large amount of power. They just raised their weapons above their heads. When the force slashes down, the powerful shock wave will tear apart the weak body of the person in front of him. As for what would happen to the boat the man was standing on, of course, these dragons didn't care. The battle that should have ended in an instant ended in an instant. But it ended in a completely different way than everyone imagined. When the mithril weapon in his hand sliced through the air as fast as lightning. As it swung downwards, the crisp sound and resistance made the attacks of the dragon stagnate. The black-robed magician suddenly appeared in front of them, using the strange-shaped broad-edged sword in his hand to cut off the dwarf artificial magic weapon that they were proud of. Moreover, it was not just one human-turned dragon who had such an encounter. All the participating human-turned dragons had their weapons destroyed at the same time. When the dragons were wondering why there were so many black-robed magicians, fists, elbows, knees or legs burst out with huge impact on their faces. To outsiders, it seems like a blink of an eye. The human-shaped dragon that launched the attack flashed a black shadow in front of it, followed by a burst of sound, and then flew away at an extremely fast speed. Only a few people saw the whole thing clearly. But what they are not sure about is that so many black-robed magicians appear at the same time. Is it an afterimage left behind by moving very fast? Or is it a magical clone technique? Moreover, the clone technique seems to be an entity. Not one entity and multiple virtual entities. In fact, this moment is the time debt owed by Lin. The cells in the future traveled to the present and launched an attack together. So after he used his con to chop off those precious weapons, and used his Mach-level fists or legs to beat the flying dragons, he disappeared for a short period of time before returning to the deck of the ship. It's just this little time difference that most people won't notice. But for Lin, it is a big burden. Although he is still far from the limit, his actual consumption is not as light as it appears. Even so, Lin still chose this style of play to deal with these abnormally minded dragons in one go, and then put on a show to show off. But at least it's better than beating like a dog and panting like a cow, giving people the impression that they can defeat themselves as long as they work harder. This can be seen from the fact that the group of dragons who smashed into the mountain wall did not rush back to retaliate immediately. And the group of dragons who hid to watch the show had no idea of taking action. Someone's pretending strategy was quite successful. Lin glanced around with an indifferent expression. In the Lost Land, there are not many people, monsters, or dragons who are so stubborn that they will still go all out to gamble their lives even if they don't know the details of their opponents. If you know how to do it, you must be sure before you do it. Those who have a strong gambling habit usually don't live long and have difficulty growing up. When the magician showed a more powerful ability than the rumors, those thoughtful people or dragons stopped what they were doing or planning to do. They retreated into their own shadows, observing and calculating again. Magicians are a difficult group to deal with. They can always reveal unknown trump cards and add variables to their battles. Unlike a warrior, no matter how strong he becomes, his foundation remains the same and his progress can be predicted. However, those people in the second edition who turned into dragons probably didn't have such careful thoughts and strategies. In Lin's mind, if he doesn't defeat the opponent with one blow, it's the beginning of a series of battles. However, It was not something that anyone expected to be as silent as it is now. Is it possible that all the dragons that smashed into the mountain wall were unconscious? Or is it that the weapon has been used up, and the heartache is so painful that it can't be extricated? It's hard to describe the heartbreaking feeling when I was in middle school, because my newly bought sneakers were stepped on, and my newly bought bicycle was stolen. Only people who have gone through the same experience can understand. So someone said in his heart at this time that he could understand the feeling of the second dragon in the group. It's just that the reality is different from the imagination of a certain magician and others. Some of the human-turned dragons, who were smashed into the mountain wall, were knocked unconscious by the huge impact. But the other part that can still stay awake is looking for possible effective ways to fight back. The difference in the first blow made them understand that there was a reason why the magician could slay the dragon and conquer Kraken. But this did not dispel the ambition of this group of humanized dragons. Because they also understood that the human appearance and body were a constraint for the dragons. The weapons in their hands are not as good as the original talents they possess. They are more like decorations. Like toys. Some dragons jumped up directly from the holes they smashed, soaring straight into the sky, and at the same time changed their appearance, returning to the form of giant dragons. They circled, they roared, and they uttered all kinds of curses. But both they and the targeted magician understood that this was just a side dish to divert the focus. The real killer has long since quietly sneaked into the inner river of Long Island, quietly resumed its dragon form, and quietly swam to the side of a certain magician's ship. People's attention is easily attracted by the giant dragon in the sky. But Lin is the only one who monitors his surroundings all the time, and is more sensitive to energy changes. Lin had observed the changes and fluctuations in the power of the dragon's transformation magic from the old black dragon Augustus countless times. And he knew the data curve clearly. Lin knew what was happening under the water, just by comparing the power fluctuation data. Even if he didn't observe any intuitive changes in the body's movement at the bottom of the river. The giant dragon is the overlord of the sky, and has conquered the land. This is the consensus of all creatures in the land. But the bottom of the water is not a place where these dragons are active. Then a giant dragon approaches silently from the bottom of the water. Is it coming to say H, low and say H, low? Lin didn't know if these dragons' actions were planned, because they didn't land in the same place at the beginning. And they didn't communicate with each other before taking action. That is to say, the threat from the sky cannot be ignored. The action of luring the enemy can be transformed into a real attack at any time. If one is careless and exposes a flaw, because he didn't know what were the signs of their attack, Lin could only concentrate on himself. Even though it is a bit green and impulsive to belittle the group of dragons in front of him. They are still dragons, and their destructive power cannot be underestimated. Therefore, whether they are underwater, in the sky, or even those that have smashed into the surrounding mountain walls and have not made any movement. The movements of these giant dragons are all under close observation by someone. Just when they were wondering whether the group of dragons in the sky were just bluffing and playing to find a way down the stairs, they suddenly climbed up into the sky collectively without warning. After a huge turn, he dived towards the location of the ship where a certain magician was. The magical power is more concentrated towards the mouths of the dragons. Maybe ordinary people can't observe the movement of magical power, but they can see the strange light being sucked in by the giant dragon's open mouths. This is the prelude to the breath attack. This gave people a serious panic, because the fleet they were in couldn't afford to have this number of dragons spit out dragon flames. If the dragons were to burn along the river, all the ships would probably sink. Lin couldn't be sure whether the attack in the sky was real or not, but he was sure that compared to the dragon flames from the sky, the dragon in the water was closer, and its attack was more unexpected to unsuspecting people. Judging from the order of first come, first served, Lin still focused on the dragon that was about to emerge from the water. In fact, everyone, including him, raised their heads and stared tremblingly at the several giant dragons swooping down. The actions of a certain magician are of course acting skills. Now his control over the environment has long been out of the realm where he could only rely on his eyes. Therefore, the movements of the underwater dragon are not out of his control. With a loud crash, the blue dragon emerged from the water and clasped its front paws on the deck of the ship. The long neck dragged the ferocious giant head and raised it high beside the boat. The same power is concentrated towards the glands in the mouth, and the deadly threat of dragon flame is close at hand. However, the will of most humans has long been suppressed by Long Wei. Most people stared blankly at the blue dragon that suddenly appeared beside the boat. The preparation of dragon flame cannot be carried out underwater. Otherwise the blue dragon will definitely spray the boat as soon as it comes out of the water. But it's also a good idea to inhale and build energy in front of everyone. Because it can see the panic expressions of these weak humans up close. Especially that magic master. Where are people? As soon as this thought came out, there was a violent blow to the jaw. Suddenly the upper and lower jaws closed together. All the preparations were extinguished in the mouth. And a burst of green smoke came out of the corner of the mouth. This attack made the blue dragon's head shoot up, making him dizzy. A black figure appeared in the slightly out-of-focus left eye. Lin used his flash technique to teleport to the left side of the blue dragon's head. Still using his bare hands, he hit the blue dragon's head with a Mach-level punch and threw it violently to the right, as if the long neck was about to break. At the same time, swords and pills came out from the waist, from bottom to top. Meet the giant dragon swooping down and disappear. Chapter 1392 Clan. The inherent shortcoming, or limitation, of magical transformation is that transformation only changes the shape of the target creature, but it cannot make up for the missing limbs. In other words, if there were any defects in the limbs before the transformation, there will still be any defects after the transformation. On the contrary, no matter what kind of damage is suffered after deformation, the damage will still be retained after recovery. This is because the transfiguration technique only forcibly changes the appearance, but cannot change the type, function, or characteristics of the organs. If you disembowel a humanized dragon, you can see internal organs that are completely different from those of humans. This is why, after the old black dragon Augustus and the family transformed into a human form, he still looked like an old man, with one eye and a lame leg. Its dragon-shaped right wing is broken, but when it transforms into a human form, it has a hunched back, with one side high and one side low. The reason why I mention the characteristics of transformation magic is because a group of people who had been provoked before turned into dragons, and now they have turned into human forms. They were sitting in rows on the low wall of the ship's side, all of them with bruises on their noses and faces. At this time, they were like an underage daughter-in-law who had just been domestically abused. Their faces were full of grievances, and they dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. Just looking up and seeing the figure of a certain magician will make you tremble subconsciously. The dragon is very strong, but it also depends on who the opponent is. The group of giant dragons, who are keen on humanization magic and like to turn into human forms, are a very young group among the dragon clan. There are a few among them, and according to the ages of the dragons, they can even be considered underage dragons. These young people and underage dragons challenge a magician in a certain god's costume, which can be regarded as leapfrogging monsters, coupled with the fact that someone is well aware of the age of the middle school student. The arrogance of being the boss. My second child, if the attack is gentle, it will not work at all. So he just discussed with Agiri Kenmaru and others. Don't beat him to death, but be restrained in maiming him, and feel free to do the rest. Then it became the scene in front of me. In conclusion, it is not unreasonable for the Hagiri clan to be regarded as the most powerful weapon sequence in the Lost World. A god-slaying weapon in the Dark Ages, and a divine weapon in the Age of Ancient Saints. Especially the Hagiris, who are full of energy and let themselves go freely. All of them seem to have cheats on. Dealing with these young people and underage dragons is as easy as an adult beating a child. It was the same reason when he beat Kraken before. Of course, the bruised and swollen appearance of these giant dragons that had transformed into human forms again was caused by a certain magician. The most serious thing is the blue dragon that tried to sneak attack from the bottom of the water. Its neck is still crooked to this day. The reason why the other dragons were injured was because someone's first attack that knocked them away was all aimed at their faces. What the Hagiri Kenmaru and the others did was to open a lot of bloody holes in the dragon's body. A few of them were particularly unlucky and had one of their eyeballs blown out. Almost all people who turn into dragons drink cold water, and their bodies will leak like a small fountain, which is extremely miserable. But even if someone consciously held back, the fact that these giant dragons can survive shows how extraordinary they are. For those who provoked a certain magician before, Lin's counterattack at that time was not necessarily a fatal blow, but the opponent could not survive. This is also because the human body is too weak and cannot bear even one blow. And Lin is also not very good at teaching people to his core, making people realize how far he can go without giving up. So as soon as he made a move, he accidentally wiped out the opponent. On the one hand, it's also because almost all of someone's moves are ultimate moves. It can cause death and disability, and there is no way to keep people alive so that they can meet again in the future. Not to mention the Hagiris. Can you use something that kills gods to kill people? With one strike of the sword, Not a single one of them would be killed. And Hagiri felt that his reputation had been ruined. But the dragons survived. Although all of them were injured. Those injuries were nothing compared to the dragon clan's resilience. The old Hailonghui at home is in such a state of disrepair, which is also caused by his old age and the accumulated old injuries. If you make it 100 or 200 years younger, get enough nutrition, and get a long sleep, any injury can be restored to its original state. After saying so much, Lin actually just wanted to explain that he felt comfortable beating these little brats. The dragon clan has no family education. Everything they know comes from the inheritance in their blood, and then their own experience. This is why the dragons are so proud. Because they have never had a good example. And because they are so gifted. They have stood at the top of all living things since they were born. They have almost no natural enemies. So it is quite normal for them to be arrogant about everything. So is it wrong to beat up these uneducated children? Their parents should also come forward to present the banner. I was trying my best to help them teach their children. So what was wrong with me? But what surprised Lin was that after beating the child, no parent came forward to cry and fight for life or death. Think about the kind of people back home who have the spirit to howl in front of outsiders. Why don't they educate their children well before letting them go? As soon as a child is bullied, he cries and calls for compensation. This is obviously a ploy. But on Dragon Island, if you beat them, you'll beat them. Even if you beat a bunch of dragons at once, you won't see other dragons jumping out and yelling. This may make someone confused. The reason why I came to Dragon Island nervously was because I was carrying the lives of 2 dragons, and was afraid that the whole island would fight with me and things would never end. So I went to the island to find a solution. Now that the man is on the island, he has beaten up a bunch of dragons. It can be said that he has lost the face of Dragon Island. And nothing happened to him. Is it possible that this is because the follow-up has not happened yet, and the conspiracy is still brewing? Or is it due to other reasons? Or are there reflex nerve arcs as long as the dinosaurs back home? And their enthusiasm is at the level of sloths. Like calling 119 for a fire. And the fire brigade won't come until tomorrow? No. Maybe it won't arrive tomorrow. It won't come until the burning is over. Just like the speed of police dispatch in movies. Either all the good guys are dead, or all the bad guys are dead. So the police will be late. If you don't understand, of course you should ask someone who understands. Originally, these people turned into dragons, and were quite tough. It's just that someone helped the blue dragon with its crooked neck to straighten its head. And the group of dragons said nothing. No sir. Why do you think other dragons would be so active in helping us? The first sentence of the humanized blue dragon is a rhetorical question. Well, isn't that so? I heard that when you Dragon Clan comes to the main continent, you will definitely say what the Dragon Island is like. And everyone also believes that as long as a giant dragon is touched, Dragon Island will usher in revenge. Could it be that the real situation is different from those claims? Lin said what he knew about the situation in dragon language. After hearing this, Long suddenly understood and explained, "Oh, that's it. In fact, this is correct. But the target should not be the entire Dragon Island, but the dragons of the same clan. Only then will they have an agreement to help each other." However, the clans that heard that they would go to the main island defaulted to saying that they were members of Dragon Island. Really not helping? Even if you have deep hatred and hatred, you won't help? Lin asked doubtfully. Even if something is really committed, it depends on the situation and whether the strong man in the clan is willing to come forward. And this all comes at a price. Besides, it is impossible for dragons from other clans to choose to wage an all-out war against the Empire for the sake of a certain dragon. No dragon should be responsible for other dragons' crimes. As for matters like revenge, it is a dragon's own business. And no other dragon will do it for him. There is no benefit and no point. When Long said this, Lin was convinced. Speaking of which, I still view the Dragon Clan from a human perspective. In my mind, I still have the brotherhood of young and dangerous, or the tiredness of logging emphasized in the Fast and the Furious. It seems that for brothers, it is normal to stab each other unconditionally. The personality traits of the dragon family include greed for money, lust, selfishness, and revenge. Just looking at the fact that he is vengeful, Lin's worries are not unfounded. But before the desire for revenge, there is selfishness. And the nature is completely different. To put it simply, under the almost explicit reminder of the blue dragon, the dragon will retaliate and will only take action because of its own affairs, and will not take action because of other dragons' affairs. Of course, there are always exceptions to everything. as long as there are enough benefits. The affairs of other dragons can become a good excuse for them to take revenge, which will actually gather benefits for themselves. It depends on whether the dragon who shakes people offers it actively, or whether the targeted target pays it passively. But a major prerequisite for the latter is that the target has sufficient interests. The friendship between different dragon individuals only ends here. It's too late to be early without any benefit. This is true for both dragons and humans. After sighing, Lin had another question. If the relationship between dragons is so weak, different clans will not be inseparable from each other. But from the description of the blue dragon, it sounds like different clans are like different countries, and will not interfere with each other. So what's going on with the giant dragons gathering towards the dock now? Because Longdao town is located at a relatively low level, and is surrounded by towering cliffs. You cannot see what is happening behind the mountains with the naked eye. However, from the changes in the flow of the air, the subtle sounds, including heartbeats and chattering, as well as the constant approach of powerful sources of power, apart from thinking that the dragons were gathering, Lin could not think of any other possibility. Will there be creatures of the same level as the giant dragon on Dragon Island? And will there be a considerable number of them? No matter how you think about it, this is unlikely. Lin asked again. Are there many dragons in your clan? The humanized blue dragon was stunned, shook his head and said, no. They are almost all here. In other words, there are still people who are not here. Is it possible they could find help from other dragons? Lin asked. Not here? Including the blue dragon. All the human-turned dragons looked at each other from left to right. Then he showed an expression of realization and said, maybe Anuria can do it. She is also the Dragon Emperor's clan, and is the Dragon Emperor's only daughter. Their clan is the most powerful on Dragon Island, and their cohesion is also very strong. A simple sentence brought many questions to Lin. He asked, can you join many clans at the same time? Blue Dragon was a little puzzled and replied, of course. As long as the dragon of the clan agrees, we can be a part of it. Blue Dragon didn't think there was anything wrong with his answer, because that was the actual situation on Dragon Island. But this is equivalent to a dragon having many identities at the same time, which undoubtedly makes someone's trip to Dragon Island more difficult. And to the people behind the scenes, the other party's real trump card was not the second dragon in the group, but the dragon princess, who didn't show up. This can be known from the number of dragons ambushing around. That's more than the first wave of secondary dragons, who came to cause trouble. Chapter 1393 Anuria. Speaking of the people behind the scenes, Lin only thought of the naval fleet officers of the Karlsruhe Empire. It was this group of people who came into contact with the second dragon in front of them that caused them to cause trouble. But was this whole incident a spur-of-the-moment idea of those officers? And it happened to involve the Dragon Emperor's daughter? Or was it that they had known the relationship for a long time, and then planned to dig a hole for themselves to jump into? Or perhaps some of them were quick-witted, saw the opportunity and understood the key, and dug such a hole conveniently. You have to ask them directly to understand these things. Unfortunately, that group of people has gone into hiding. It is not difficult to find them and question them. But it looked like there was no time, because there was another moderate commotion in the sky. A group of giant dragons flew in formation, heading towards Lin's ship. At least the opponent wasn't in a diving attack stance, so Lin didn't overreact and took the lead. However, it is necessary to take a few more glances to collect information on the other party. Obviously, a silver dragon surrounded by all dragons is the focus of protection for other dragons. Among metal dragons, along with the golden dragon, the silver dragon, which is famous for its magic, is actually rarely seen on the Lost Continent. This is the first time someone has seen it. Different dragon species don't just change colors and skins. Their appearance characteristics will still be quite different. For example, the blue dragon has fins on its body, which shows that the blue dragon is also adapted to moving in the water. The bronze dragon that was killed before had very thick limbs, almost the same as the subspecies of earth-walking dragon. This shows that its land combat capabilities are also at the level of heavy tanks. The silver dragon's appearance is very slender, especially its abdomen is not as enlarged as other dragons. In comparison, the hind limbs are thinner, but the forelimbs are thin and long. One of the most conspicuous features is its mouth. The mouths of most dragons are in the form of crocodile mouths or snake mouths, and their bite force is amazing. However, the silver dragon's mouth is shorter than that of an alligator, just like the mouths of herbivorous animals such as horses or donkeys. This alternative appearance makes the silver dragon more suitable for chanting spells than other dragons, because the mouth has its own resonant cavity. Not only the vocal range is wider, but the pronunciation is also faster. But don't think that Silver Dragon is a vegetarian. Its horse's mouth is open, filled with sharp teeth. There is no ambiguity about biting people or tearing meat. The power of pure dragon flame may not be as good as other dragon species, however. Everything a silver dragon does has magical effects, and its dragon flame characteristics are also well known. The dragon flames of the silver dragon are colorful, and come with various negative status damages. Even if it is a god, if it is sprayed by the silver dragon, even if there is no external injury, it will be in a negative state of 5 tuberculosis and 7 diseases. The best way to deal with this situation is to run away as much as possible, because the effects of the colorful dragon flames can be superimposed. If he was sprayed a few times, a child might be able to easily kill a god with a knife. If the red dragon and the black dragon are rated as the most ferocious among different dragon species, then the silver dragon deserves to be rated as both coquettish and beautiful. I don't know if the silver dragon's dragon power has its own charming characteristics. Anyway, it's easy to be fascinated by staring at the shining silver dragon. Ah! Anuria. When the blue dragons saw the descending silver dragon, they all shouted. It's just that they were very obedient and didn't shout for help, or say bad words to a certain magician after their companions from the same clan appeared. The second dragon in this group may be young and inexperienced, but that doesn't mean they have no vision. They also know better what kind of princess their dragon island is, and they don't expect her to be able to defeat the human magician. As for the group of dragons that were pulled by the princess and were still hiding behind the mountain, they were actually aware of it. But dragons that do not belong to the same clan and have different purposes will not stand up for them, unless the magician touches the princess. The group of princess's suitors may take action, but even so, the blue dragons are still not optimistic, because until now, they still don't know where the magician's limit is. Dragons are reckless just because ordinary objects don't require them to use their brains. But it doesn't mean they have no brains. Thanks to the exclamations of the blue dragons, Lin also determined that the silver dragon that came was the dragon emperor's daughter in their mouths. Since it's that person, of course you have to be cautious. If you strike first to gain advantage, then forget it. It is right not to expand the area of hatred. So Lin waited quietly, watching with cold eyes, as the dragon formations in the sky descended towards the ship he was on. This combat ship is a medium-sized ship in the fleet, slender, and has a small deck area. Anyway, no matter how these dragons are arranged, there are 3 dragons crowded in this small deck. It is impossible to accommodate more than 10 flying dragons at the same time, and their solution is not surprising at all. During the landing, the dragons began to cast human magic. Its huge form changes directly in the air, and all processes are exposed in front of everyone. When they landed, they were already in human form, and in the whirlwind transformed by power. They weave their own clothing. Surprisingly, Princess Silver Dragon's human form is probably that of a girl under 8 years old. Her delicate and fair skin, coupled with her long wavy silver hair as dazzling as a crown, and the glazed gauze on her body, made her look like a dreamy fairy like a bubble. So unreal and illusory. The humanoid forms of other dragons are much better than the mediocre and eye-catching ones in front of them. Next to the Silver Dragon Princess, there are 2 war maids, one tall and one fat, wearing bikinis, armor, and hakama. They were originally red dragons. The humanoid forms all have long fiery red hair, bright red armor, and bright red fluffy skirts. The facial features are deep and cannot be called beautiful, but they are very distinctive and difficult to forget at a glance. But if you were stared at by those murderous eyes for too long, you might have nightmares at night. The remaining dragons that landed with them transformed into 2 rows of armored guards on the left and right. Most of them are originally metal dragons, but there is no shortage of other dragon species. The armor styles after humanization are quite consistent. All dragons wear standard full-body fish scale heavy armor. Is this a direct transformation of one's own scales into armor? Is the defense better? Lin thought doubtfully. So Princess Silver Dragon has officially made her debut. Should I salute? Lin continued to think doubtfully. According to the rules of human nobles, if the 2 parties do not know each other, at this time, some people with lower status should take the initiative to introduce the person with higher status. Generally speaking, nobles do not take the initiative to greet strangers. But if the Dragon Clan had the same rules, Lin turned his eyes and stared. Finally, the tall maid did not embarrass everyone too much. She took the initiative to introduce him, and spoke in the common language of Midi, saying, "This is the heir of the Dragon Emperor, in front of Her Royal Highness Princess Anuria. You are not polite. Her tone was stern, with a hint of dragon power. Speaking of which, what exactly is Long Wei? According to someone's current observations and measurements, the dragon's power is not simply the physical fear that the dragon brings to ordinary creatures due to its huge size and sharp teeth, mainly due to the release of special hormones. There is also dragon language in the roar. In other words, the magic of suggestion sneaks into the listener's ears in the sound. After the various effects are multiplied, it is called dragon power. This also means that even in human form, dragons can still show their dragon power. The ones with the weakest knees are the other ordinary people on the ship, even if they didn't stand too close. When the red dragon mate shouted, the sailors and Greco Chamber of Commerce personnel, who were still on the deck, knelt down in a row. Of course, Lin is the only one who doesn't kneel. He was self-taught, and for a long time, he only greeted people from a standing position with the etiquette of a magician. It is a tradition for magicians, who are lost in the earth, to disobey both heaven and earth. Even a lowly magician would go to H.L. So Lin was not considered a maverick. Another man who does not kneel is the white swordsman William Greco. Not only was he unafraid of Long Might, but all attempts to suppress him with his aura, or even control him, never came to fruition. This is because William's mental resistance is extremely high. According to what he said, no one seems to have touched the ceiling yet, which makes him feel trembling. According to Lin, this person's self-centeredness has reached the extreme, and he completely ignores the attitudes of others, and has reached a pathological level. So Long Wei didn't work on him. I can only say that it didn't surprise anyone at all. When they saw someone not kneeling down to salute, the princess's guards pressed their hands on the hilts of their swords, as if they were going to have a fit on the spot. William continued to turn a blind eye, but Lin had no intention of coddling others. Even if it is the escort of the dragon princess, it is not the princess herself. If there is any good or bad, although it will also lose the face of the dragon clan, the impact will be limited. So someone secretly gathered strength to find flaws in the guard group. But Princess Silver Dragon's raised hand stopped all the dragon's actions. It blinked its big curious eyes, and looked at the two people in front of it. This is not the first time Princess Silver Dragon has seen humans. She likes to look like humans because she can wear many beautiful clothes. In fact, as long as she can wear clothes, it's fine. But no one makes clothes for the dragon to wear. So the princess can only turn into human form in private situations to satisfy her own desires. But among the humans the princess had ever seen, no matter how gorgeous or tattered their clothes were, there was no one whose attitude was anything other than submissive. The feeling given to it by the two people in front of me was quite fresh. Are you the dragon slayer of the Lost Lands? The magician Gavresh Tripwood? Although the Silver Dragon Princess has an identity, and is from the same clan as the second dragon in the group, her Midland common language is obviously much better. At least it sounded smooth and not stumbling. But when the dragon slayer thing came up again, someone once again regretted that he had been too impulsive and killed those two damn dragons. Your Highness, regarding that matter, I think I can explain. No need to explain. Princess Silver Dragon interrupted someone and said directly. As soon as the words came out, the guards took a step together. It seems that as long as the princess gives the order, they will come forward to capture people. The group of dragons still hiding behind the mountain were also ready to move. And some impatient ones even showed up, thinking that no one else could see them. The little-looking Silver Dragon Princess waved her hand and said, "Since you have proven that you are strong enough, I decided to make you my husband." What? All the dragons said in unison. Someone's inner OS, Walter's Method. Chapter 1394, The Troublesome Silver Dragon Princess. Well, there is no need for someone to take the initiative to refuse. There are naturally dragons admonishing their princess. There are hundreds of reasons, but the most common reason is why he chose a weak human being in front of him. Princess Silver Dragon puffed up her cheeks, pouted her lips, and said dissatisfiedly in dragon language, "You have been asking me to find a spouse, and it is always said that the spouse must be strong enough so that the next generation can be stronger. A magician who can slay dragons beats Barlow and the others like this. Isn't he strong enough?" Anuria's eyes drifted to the blue dragon and its friends sitting in rows on the side of the ship, realizing that they had become the center of attention. The group of middle dragons lowered their heads in shame, and no one dared to look at them. The tall red dragon mate said hurriedly, "Your Highness, even so, you can't choose a human being. You and him cannot produce pure dragon offspring. Wei-ya, don't think that I am quite ignorant. I have also accepted the inheritance of the dragon clan. What kind of offspring we can give birth to depends on the mother's wishes. If pure dragons could not be born from different species, Dragon Island would have been full of mixed bloods by now. And everyone would have become colorful. Those strange subspecies are all the responsibility of the male dragon's group of hungry guys. It doesn't matter if he's a human or a demon. It doesn't matter to me, said Princess Anuria. It was as if someone's secret nature had been brought out. I don't know if it was a coincidence or if it was really seen through. However, Lin didn't have time to think about this at the moment. The first priority was to get rid of the idea of this silver dragon lowly. What kind of international joke are you kidding? You can only live a good life. But you have to be left by a dragon to be the husband of the village? He didn't care whether his use of dragon language would surprise the dragons. Anyway, it has been exposed before. So Lin hurriedly said, Your Highness, I think the people around you will ask you to find a strong man to marry. I believe it is based on genetics and eugenics considerations. Under these two conditions, you should be looking for someone who is physically strong enough and extremely intelligent. And I am not a suitable partner, because everything I have now is acquired knowledge and cannot be used as a genetically superior parent. Genetics? Eugenics? What is that? Princess Silver Dragon, who has no idea about the strange term used by a certain time traveler, is of course full of confusion. But what it cares about most is another thing. It can still hear the rejection in someone's words. But how could this pampered dragon princess have any experience of being rejected? Not to mention that it has many suitors and always responds to requests. In its eyes, a mere human being's rejection is just a sign of wanting to refuse in return of welcoming. I want to make myself stand out and attract attention. Princess Silver Dragon has seen this kind of cliché all too often. It just raised its pink little hand, waved it domineeringly, and said, Don't care about other people's opinions. What I think is the most important thing. Not to mention the knowledge learned the day after tomorrow. It will still be retained in the inheritance of our children and passed down from generation to generation. Oh, a race born with knowledge, regardless of whether the knowledge in my own mind, combined with the magic from the lost land before and after the time travel, can be retained in the dragon egg, so that the next generation can receive it painlessly. This kind of inheritance ability seems to be very beautiful, but in fact it greatly discourages those who accept the inheritance. Just look at the current situation of the Dragon Clan. Basically, every generation of Dragon Clan is born and inherits most of the knowledge from their ancestors. Whether there are any omissions, no one can guarantee. But what is certain is that most dragons are satisfied with this. Most dragons are not interested in exploring further knowledge. Even among the talented few, the progress they can drive is limited. Just like the hometown of a certain time traveler, the importance of top scientists is irreplaceable. But without a large number of scientists filling in the missing pieces, smoothing out the huge knowledge system and bringing it to the application level, the civilization and technology of the Earth may still remain the work of a few mad scientists and become pillow stories or taverns. The rumor stage. For example, if Steve Jobs started the company without Steve Wozniak, then without the help of Apple engineers, he would have been working alone. That guy is just an arrogant man who talks about running the world. How can he have the status of becoming a god in the future? Talking back to the situation of the Dragon Clan. In short, this is a race that rests on its laurels and does not want to make progress. After discovering this essence, it is no wonder that as human science and technology continues to advance, this race, with only individuals strong enough to be praised, will eventually become extinct, just like lions, tigers, and wild wolves on Earth. If humans do not legislate to protect them, they may become extinct. Will the same progress be made in the magical side of the world? It is estimated that when that time comes, people will raise dragons because of the demand for materials, just like the livestock farming in my hometown. For the Dragon Clan, fortunately, the inheritance of knowledge is not like wealth, and it will not be left in vain. This kind of instilled knowledge will not become less unless it is deliberately forgotten or covered up. So the dragon family has not completely degenerated into creatures with only beast instincts. However, Anuria's statement does give a possibility. In other words, the increase in knowledge inherited by the Dragon Clan is actually added to the inheritance by mating with creatures that possess new knowledge. Is this possible? Or maybe the little princess didn't understand what she wanted to express at all, and it also gave a different answer. No matter what the real situation is, Lin doesn't want to make sacrifices. Even if the opponent is strictly speaking, it's useless. Although when you come to the magic side of the world, you should do as the Romans do. But forget about the elves and a certain lich. They are still in human form, or have a similar appearance to humans, except for some specific details. But that of humans and beasts is too much. Even if this beast can be transformed into a human form using magic, someone will not be able to pass his own level. The reason why I am so scared is because Finn's previous play style was too wild. And many people were tricked by her into doubting their life. Not to mention causing psychological shadow to others. Even the person who just listens to it feels bad. You must know that in the joyful process of doing things, if the delicate beauty in front of you suddenly changes her style, her body will begin to rot. And pieces of flesh will become so rotten that they will fall off. Even his eyeballs may have fallen out. And may have fallen into his mouth, which was so frightened that he opened it. Seeing such a scene, if a person is not frightened and goes crazy, he can be considered mentally strong. Impotence is certain. And those who can still be erect must be the ones who are not normal in the first place. There was a time when the nobles who coveted the beautiful women were forced to turn to vegetarianism one by one because of the Lich's unstoppable game. As a CP, his reputation as a necrophiliac became even more controversial. And I don't even know how to explain it. If I slept in someone else's bed, and was played with by those monsters that turned into humans, how would I look at beautiful women in the future? This is not just a date with a hottie. You just bite the bullet, and turn off the lights and spend the night. The size difference between the original dragon body and myself would probably be crushing him to death if he wasn't scared crazy. So in the face of Princess Silver Dragon's generosity and magnanimity, Lin still shook his head firmly and said, "Please take back your life, Your Highness." It was as if he understood a certain magician's firm attitude, which indeed meant rejection. So the little silver dragon lowly put her chubby hands on her waist, looked at someone dissatisfied, and said, "No one can refuse me. No one." Lin put on a model smile and said in as kind a voice as possible, "Your Highness, you are still young. There will be a first time for everything." The successive rejections made Princess Silver Dragon even more angry than beating up other dragons. It stopped talking and did not hide its anger at all. A strange aura began to spread. And although Lin didn't feel any discomfort, he still saw the situation around him. The nearby ordinary people who were not strong enough clutched their chests and knelt down. Even this momentum is still spreading. The livestock that are getting off the boat not far away are so frightened that they are shaking all over. Even if they only touch the corners, they are incontinent and can't walk. If this momentum continues to increase, it may be frightened to death. This is not simply a dragon's power, but a magical fear spell that directly attacks the target's spirit. But during the process, the silver dragon lowly was not seen chanting a spell or casting a spell. Does it mean that it has reached the level of silent magic? Or does the silver dragon's dragon power have its own fear effect? Although this magic is not very effective on him, others are still suffering because of his implication. So, should we take action to stop this careless silver dragon doll? While Lin was still calculating the pros and cons of taking action, the humanized dragon in charge of the dock fell from the sky and stood between the two sides. It turned its back to a certain magician, saluted Princess Silver Dragon and said, "Your Highness, how about finding another place to discuss the follow-up to this matter? The guests have come from afar, but they have not yet disembarked to accept our hospitality. And if His Highness continues to be angry, the little animals next to him will not be able to bear it anymore. If something goes wrong with the food everyone eats, I'm afraid even His Highness's mother will have a hard time explaining it." I don't know if Princess Silver Dragon listened to Jin's advice, or if Lai Long's identity is unusual. According to William's father Henry, in recent years the guardians of the pier have changed from rotating to fixed. I originally thought that this dragon was assigned to this position, but now it seems that the inside story is not what I imagined. The first dragon spoke, and the short and fat red dragon mate also said, "Yes, Your Highness. Even if you want to choose this human being as your husband, it doesn't mean that you just like him. He still has to pass the test before he can be recognized by everyone. These tasks all require arrangement and preparation. No rush at this time." The intimidating momentum disappeared, and Honoria looked displeased. But after taking a look at the embarrassment of the livestock not far away, it no longer insisted, but said, "That's right. It's really troublesome. Okay, I get it. If there is a banquet, let it be done in a human way. Barlow, you know better. Come and help me prepare. And then Marku. These people are my guests. You are not allowed to let any ship leave before I agree. Do you understand?" The human dragon who served as the guardian of the pier learned the behavior of human nobles, bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I will obey the order." Chapter 1395. One after another trouble. A group of dragons headed by the Silver Dragon Princess completely ignored the attitude of the humans and flew away after talking to themselves. It makes someone want to shoot a cold arrow from behind, kill a few of them, and teach them the etiquette of saying goodbye. However, the two dragons in the group, who were invited to leave together, were so frightened by someone's power that they did not dare to leave. Each one of them peeked at a certain magician from the corners of their eyes, fearful of being discovered. But the hope in their hearts was self-evident. Lin didn't think about caring about the food of these giant dragons. Anyway, these guys had almost taken out everything they could take out of their mouths. The inheritance of the dragon clan is mysterious, and it can only be unsealed under certain conditions. So Lin didn't expect to ask questions. So he just asked the complete set of inheritance from these half-hearted dragons in someone else's territory. It doesn't seem right to just cut open the head and study it. If you don't let the dragon go, do you really want to keep the rice? Looking at the group of dragons with disgust, Lin waved his hand. Although they didn't speak, the two dragons in the group didn't confirm what someone meant. It was just as they thought. Anyway, the group of dragons who were granted amnesty flew away in such a hurry, also without looking back. Lin did not speak or seriously care about the disrespectful attitude of the two waves of dragons leaving. It is very difficult for this proud race to bow to weak humans, if they are angry because of this trivial matter that they have known for a long time. They should not have come to Dragon Island in the first place. For Lin now, after he learned about Longdale's attitude towards killing the two dragons, his next course of action was worth spending time thinking about. It seemed that it didn't matter if he just left. No one seemed to care about the two dead dragons anyway. And if he wants to leave or stay, the ship is blocked and the ban on going to sea is really not a problem. So, let's leave first. But before someone made a move, Henry came to someone first. He didn't dare to do anything too rude to the magician, who was just showing off his power. But the pleading in his eyes spoke volumes. The old man said, "Your Excellency, will you stay with us as a guest?" Recalling that when he was on the ship, Lin did not hide his ability to flash, and even showed off a few times in front of many people. At least when there is a shortage of condiments for the food on the ship, he can go directly back to his home in the holy city of Starry to catch the goods, regardless of whether others believe it or not. He has returned to the holy city in the north, which is thousands of miles away. But it is true that a certain magician can return directly to the main continent without taking a ship. Otherwise, on the vast sea, how could that person get supplies that were not in the fleet? Princess Silver Dragon's ban was obviously just to keep the magician, and the fleet suffered innocently. But the fact is that if the magician fails to stay, the implicated fleet may become angry, and the consequences will be even worse. So Henry couldn't help but worry about whether the magician would just walk away. If this person really doesn't care. To be honest, the people from the Greco Chamber of Commerce really don't care. I don't think people beating up dragons are like beating up children. Maybe those dragons are really young, but they are also not something that ordinary humans can challenge. At first, he agreed with his son to let his friend go on the boat, but he didn't expect that the matter would become so big, and it didn't look like it would be easy to deal with. If one thing is not handled well, let alone the removal of the Greco Chamber of Commerce, it is not impossible that the family will cease to exist. So Henry knew very well that the first step was to retain people. For Lin, although someone doesn't like to be responsible, they just choose to avoid or not let things happen when they happen at the last moment. It does not mean that Lin will choose to ignore or shirk responsibility when it comes. It was obvious before him that if he really left, the remaining fleet would definitely have a hard time, even if the ship and people can be taken away. If the Greco family is not recorded by Dragon Island, I am afraid that the Empire's naval fleet will not dare to continue entrusting the Greco Chamber of Commerce's fleet to go to sea in the future. Even if I don't look at William's friendship, I still think that he gave me a ride and knew all the information about the Karlsruhe Empire and Dragon Island. So Lin could really never thought about pitting the other party to death. But before he could answer, among the group of human-turned dragons who followed Marku, the guardian of Longdao town, to the ship, one of the dragons said coldly in common language, "Magic! You don't want to force your way out by force. Right. Even if you have the strength to defeat the dragon, it doesn't mean you can protect the ships and other people under your feet." Trouble comes again? This is really... The dragon in front of me would say something like this. Obviously, it hasn't figured out the situation yet. In unknown situations, he usually chooses to retract his claws to collect more information to support his subsequent decisions. However, the dragon clan seemed to insist on stretching out its claws to tease the target. It never thought that such a provocative act would tease a turtle, and it would not let go after it bit it. Lin narrowed his eyes and looked at the dragon who spoke. because the group of people who came to transform into dragons did not introduce themselves. Although they were led by the guardian Marku, no one knew the class status and job division among them. In this case, whether the dragon's words were the meaning of all of them, or the meaning of individual dragons, as long as the situation is not aggravated, the two methods of response are completely different. But before Lin could react, Marku spoke first. With a scolding tone, he said lightly to his subordinates, "Don't be stupid. Boy! The sword at his waist has not been drawn yet. I won't help you challenge an unknown magician, especially the smell of an acquaintance of ours on him." "Lord Marku," the other dragon shouted in protest. "But of course, it doesn't do anything." But Lin was curious. Why did he have the familiar smell of the dragon in front of him? Could it be that he was referring to the old black dragon Augustus at home? But Lin still sniffed himself. However, neither the sense of smell of his enhanced body, nor the records of environmental detection magic left any traces of the old black dragon. So what does the other person smell? Lin couldn't help but ask curiously. "Sir, you said that I smell like an acquaintance. Could it be Augustus?" "Augustus? Who is that?" Marku asked puzzledly. Only then did Lin remember that the old black dragon had never said its real name, and Augustus had chosen it by himself to make it easier to address him. The old black dragon was also very interested in the emperor's name, which originated from his hometown's mule and horse empire. So he kept using it. So Lin added, "Augustus is my way of calling him. I don't know the real name of the elder black dragon, but I know that he is quite old, lame, one-eyed, and has one of his wings broken off." A mouthful of fangs left only 20 to 30% of the number. "Oh, it seems right. You are indeed talking about my acquaintance, Hadrian the Black Dragon. It's just that it ran so far away," Marku confirmed. Lin, who finally found out the real name of his family's old Heilung, was shocked to a pulp. "I thought that naming it the Mule and Horse Emperor was powerful enough, but I didn't expect that its real name was pronounced as one of the 5 wise emperors." But compared to the problem of naming, Lin thought of several other problems. In fact, Lin had already had doubts about the fact that old Black Dragon was born on Dragon Island. But Augustus never admitted it. He only criticized the place several times and described it as unsightly. He even declared that he would never return to Dragon Island even if he died, even if he allowed someone to dispose of his bones. Now it is confirmed. Secondly, since Marku knew the miserable appearance of the old Black Dragon, but let him leave, then what is the relationship between the two parties? "Your Excellency, are you and Hadrian friends or enemies? He is tall and powerful in stature. Although he looks old, he is a vigorous old man." Marku showed a funny smile at this time and said, "Cha, which one is it? I guess it depends on which status is more beneficial to me." "All right." A very dragon-like answer. Compared to Marku's inscrutability, the expressions shown by the dragons next to him upon hearing Hadrian's name could not be called friendly. If you ask whether they are enemies or friends, I guess they are the ones who have a grudge. One of the dragons stepped forward and changed its body, revealing a dragon-like posture, covered in scales, a mouthful of fangs, dragon horns, vertical pupils, reptilian claws, and a taller and stronger body. This half-dragon form gives people an indescribable sense of eeriness, and even the atmosphere around them feels a little colder. "Human, you shouldn't have anything to do with the guy I hate the most. If you want to survive, get out as soon as possible." "Ha ha, Lord Dragon Clan. This is really embarrassing for me. Your princess won't let me leave, and you want me to get away. So, can I leave or can't I? Just give me a guarantee." Faced with the provocation of the dragon in front of him, Lin joked in the common language of mystery. "I don't even bother to use dragon language anymore." Marku was the first to notice that this intentional dragon power spread to the surroundings at a faster speed than the previous Silver Dragon Princess. The short window period just now did not allow those livestock to resume action. Now that this has happened again, the ship's unloading cargo and the livestock still crowded in the cabins are even more miserable. But before it had time to stop its nominal subordinates, the dragon that was ridiculed by a certain magician couldn't help it and cursed. "Don't think that I am at the same level as the group of little guys you just defeated. Don't think the decorations on your back can hurt me. I'm stronger. More." The reason why a certain dragon couldn't finish what he said was because it started taking action as soon as it opened its mouth. Sadly, however, it swung out its claws that could disembowel a human being, and was held up by William, who had been watching the show. Although it was just a long sword in a scabbard, in the hands of a sword master like him, it was not a problem to withstand a powerful blow. At the same time, Hagiri Khan takes action. Lin Yijian thrust his sword diagonally between his ribs, pointing at his heart. The force was used just right. The tip of the sword was not far from the beating heart. It could be said to be very close. If the range of the heart's pulsation and relaxation expands a little more, it will be on the tip of the sword. If you were an ordinary person, you probably wouldn't be able to understand the mystery of this sword. But the dragon in front of him knew, or at least understood, that his life was in the hands of others. Lin had the same decorative smile and said calmly, "Friend, I'm not just at the level of beating up those little guys just now. I just want to ask. Well, I'm actually asking for it. Is this sword sharp?" Chapter 1396, The First Step of the Dragon Island Strategy. Chapter 1396, Dragon Island Strategy Step 1. The half-dragon dragon that took action suddenly lost all its momentum, and cold sweat broke out on its forehead and back just like a human being. The dragon scales it was so proud of were like paper in front of this sword, completely useless as it was inserted into its body. Whether or not to stab the dragon's heart is only a matter of the opponent's thoughts. No matter what the other party's scruples were that prevented it from taking action. It didn't want to bet that this human being really didn't dare to kill. Dragons have many bad habits, but they don't like gambling because they just want to win. A game that only wins, but does not lose is not called gambling. Not to mention the magician who pierced the dragon's heart with his sword. The human next to him also firmly held his claws, unable to move. In terms of strength alone, this human being is not in his current form. Moreover, it seems that the other party still has some room to spare, and they are not trying their best to hold on. Applause broke the stalemate silence. Marku, the guardian of Longdao Town, said, "Two guests. I think no matter what misunderstandings there are, they can be resolved at the subsequent banquet. Now let us transport the fleet here. How about transporting the goods off the ship properly? If there is a delay or the goods are damaged too much, I will also be responsible in front of the Dragon Emperor." Lin didn't reply, just turned his attention to Marku. Sensing the silent doubt, the humanized guardian half raised his hands and said, "Don't worry. I can guarantee that no one will cause trouble here anymore. There is no point in fighting a battle that has no chance of winning. You, the sword in his hand, and the one on his waist are both weapons of the Hagiri clan." Another dragon suffered a loss, and the other human-turned dragons, who were following Marku, and were about to make a move, were all quiet now, especially when their leader pointed out that the weapon in the magician's hand was a Hakakiri. Most of the dragons gave up the idea of stepping forward. Although the weapons of the Hagiri clan have gradually fallen silent in recent years, they have become only legendary weapons. But dragons have long lifespans, and they can become the guardians of Ryudo town like Marco. So they are no strangers to Akiri. Among the people who have ever received the title of Dragon Slayer, 3 or 4 out of 10 use Hagiri. Such a high ratio makes the dragons dare not take it seriously. Hagiri is enough to break through their proud defenses, and it has become common knowledge among the dragon clan. No dragon would choose to confront the person in front of him head-on after confirming that the person in front of him was using the infamous weapon. If you really want to challenge him, you need to make other plans. So right now, they don't have any fighting spirit. Sheathing his sword and retreating, Lin used his flash technique to instantly return to his original position. Only then did Yulong realize that something was wrong. This magician's elusiveness seems not to be due to his extremely fast speed, but to other reasons. Because if it is a speed issue, no matter how fast it is, there should still be a movement process. But no matter where the magician appears, it seems to appear suddenly. This was what made his attack so unexpected. As Lin retreated, William also retracted the long sword holding the dragon's claw and retreated slowly. On the human side, except for the ordinary people who looked anxious and uneasy, the two humans who dared to challenge the dragon didn't care whether they were facing one or a group. There was no trace of panic in his expression and eyes. Marku, who didn't want to cause trouble, said, "I will inform you of the time and place of the dinner. Please don't forget it." He nodded slightly, said Low, and left with the dragons. In fact, if the princess hadn't offended her too much before, it wouldn't even want to come forward. If you do too many things outside of your responsibilities, you will suffer a loss. After finally sending the last batch of dragons off the ship, Lin looked at the white sword master walking beside him, and sighed helplessly. Of course, William didn't understand the sigh and looked at him with doubts. Lin explained, "The things I have committed recently were all caused by that kind of young child. I probably had a conflict with the child, so I encountered such an uneducated person." William tilted his head, not knowing how to answer the question. After holding it in for a while, he finally said, "My condolences. Save your sister?" But considering that William can care about other people's moods, this is already a great improvement. Someone no longer cares about whether his response is appropriate. Compared to those two people, the other ordinary people on the ship, as well as the people on the neighboring ships who could see the situation of the ship, felt mixed emotions at this time. They should have complained about the magician who was following the ship for causing them such trouble, but considering the strength of the other party, they could not express this complaint. So everyone was holding it in very hard and felt very depressed. As the patriarch of the family, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and William's father, Henry had to step forward. But how to solve the problem? His mind is also a mess. In the end, he only thought of the method he had decided on from the beginning and said, "I'd better take you directly to find the family's backer on Dragon Island. I need to go there and deliver the goods list. Even if the dinner is held today, you should still be back in time. But you must be mentally prepared. It's said that it's a backer, but actually it won't help us much. It's just the goods we bring ourselves, and we mainly trade with that person." Well, he is very old-fashioned and always does something on the side of everything he does. When the old man was doing business, he would take him along to see if there was any way to solve his problem. This was normal behavior. If it can't be done, it's just a drop it anyway, so the trip won't be in vain. This approach cannot be said to be right or wrong. It just depends on the urgency of the matter. If the business is not in a hurry, there is nothing to say. If the business is in a hurry and is delayed by the things I did on the way, it depends on who is unlucky enough to take the blame. But they had already planned it, and it was hard for Lynn to refute. Anyway, I don't have an accurate idea, so I'll just let nature take its course. Since we need to take action, Flash is of course the best way to get on the road. But considering that William and Henry were not wearing elf holy robes or other protective magic equipment, using the Flash technique would either put more effort on themselves or expose them to risks. So Lynn simply let Henry arrange it. The old man, who was familiar with all the ways on Long Island, quickly arranged a small boat to take people ashore. The main berth on the dock is still used to disembark the livestock from the fleet. That is the main purpose of this trip, and no one dares to neglect it. Therefore, if others want to go ashore, they can only rely on small boats to connect and rush to the beach to land on the island. After arriving at Long Island, a carriage will naturally come to pick you up. And the carts were not being pulled by ordinary horses, but by dragon horses with dragon blood. This is a divine horse that everyone desires outside. But on Dragon Island it can only be used to pull carts. This is not a waste, but a necessity. Ordinary horses cannot move normally on Dragon Island at all, because the dragons will not restrain their dragon power. So they can only use dragon horses and other magical beasts to pull carts. And Henry was accompanied by not only Lynn and William, but also two stewards from the Greco Chamber of Commerce. They are responsible for taking the list of the fleet's private goods to trade with the dragon. After the two parties have discussed the content of the transaction, the goods will be delivered to the door, and the agreed items will be exchanged. The reason why we don't directly bring the goods to the door for trading is because dragons often take all the goods away when they see the goods, and the things they bring out in exchange are not worth their value. Instead of doing this, it is better to negotiate well in advance before delivering the things to your door. During the negotiation stage, although the dragons are arrogant and like the lions to open their mouths, they are still rational and do not regret much if they make a good deal. If they were allowed to see things, the situation would be different. If I didn't leave everything behind, it would be like feeling uncomfortable all over. According to someone, this is typical obsessive-compulsive disorder. During the carriage ride, Lynn Duo asked about the old dragon he was going to see. Henry didn't say much before, and Lynn didn't ask much, because they both thought this trip should be quite simple. But when he arrived at Long Island, he realized that things were getting complicated, and Lynn had to pay more attention to these trivial matters to avoid overturning. It is actually not very accurate to say that the Greco Chamber of Commerce's backer and main trading partner is an old dragon. Strictly speaking, the other party is an ancient dragon. The average lifespan of a giant dragon in Lost Land, no matter what kind of dragon it is between 200 and 300 years. People who are over 200 years old can be called old, like Augustus, the old black dragon in someone's family, who is 233 years old. But the so-called average lifespan is not the age at which giant dragons normally die of old age. It is the age at which giant dragons continue to seek death, and finally kick the iron plate and die violently. Even if dragons are regarded as intelligent creatures in the lost world, There are endless people who have obtained the title of Dragon Slayer in every era. The reasons for this situation are not difficult to understand. Let's just say that after someone came to the Karlsruhe Empire and had the opportunity to come into contact with the Dragon Clan, how could he not be able to encounter conflicts? This race with extraordinary talents, born to stand at the top of the food chain, has enough strength to make them proud of all living creatures. Such self-confidence, of course, results in their arrogant and domineering behavior. But Midi is a world of individual power. It is true that dragons are the strongest race, but there are always some special cases that are stronger than other races. So what will happen when a dragon that has not yet reached its peak, or has begun to decline from its peak, meets a strong person from another race? The usual results are nothing more than two. For one, the dragon is victorious again. Secondly, there is another person in this world who has the title of Dragon Slayer. In addition, the whole body of the Dragon Clan is filled with rare magic materials, and there is no age limit. Therefore, those giant dragons that have entered their old age have simply become the best hunting targets for humans. Therefore, few dragons die well. In order to prevent old dragons from being deliberately hunted, the Dragon Tomb was created, the final home of all giant dragons. In order to protect the Dragon Tomb, Dragon Island became the guardian place of the dragons. The above is what is said to the public. Lin judged based on common sense that the content and logic were quite reasonable. But it's hard to say whether there are things that are hidden. Chapter 1397 Ancient Dragon Eos. Ancient dragons refer to dragons that are over 500 years old. Basically, this age has exceeded the natural death life limit of the Dragon Clan. This kind of dragon will not have the aging phenomenon of ordinary dragons. Instead, it will go against the trend and become stronger as it gets older. If among Homo sapiens, those who transcend ordinary life forms are called extraordinary beings, then ancient dragons can be regarded as extraordinary beings among the Dragon Clan, because they cannot be viewed with the cognition of ordinary dragons. However, there is no such thing as an extraordinary person in the Dragon Clan, and even the term, ancient dragon, is not a term commonly used by the Dragon Clan itself or in all places. This is just a saying used by a few humans to remind others that a certain dragon is not easy to mess with when targeting some strong dragons who meet certain conditions, namely age. It was this ancient dragon Eos that Henry wanted to take Lin and others to see. After the fleet entered the inner river of Dragon Island, Lin originally thought that this powerful race lived in caves as he watched the giant dragons entering and exiting from the caves on the hillside. Inside the cave, there should be piles of coins and jewelry, and the dragons are lying on this bed that is not comfortable at all. Usually he is either sleeping hard or chatting with the giant dragon on the mountain of money next door. After actually entering a cave, I realized that my previous imagination was too ignorant. I don't know about other caves, but Eos has managed his own dragon cave into a palace. The stone pillars connected by stalactites and stalagmites are carved in the style of Greek pillars in my hometown. That is, there are many vertical lines and grooves on the pillars. The pillars were at least as thick as 3 or 4 people hugging each other. If it weren't for the traces of water flowing through them, Lin wouldn't believe that they were transformed from natural stone pillars. The palace also has floors polished to the point of discernment, walls with relief murals, and a large bed where the dragon can lie on its side. All these things made Lin know what the craftsmen who came to work on Long Island were doing. The particularly difficult point is that there are no additional building structures built in the Dragon Cave. Everything is transformed according to the topography of the original cave. The reason why Lin can make such a judgment is because the main structure of the entire palace is completely formed in one piece without any trace of seams. This is not like the craftsmanship of ancient craftsmen in my hometown, which hides the seams invisible. But there really is no seam. Even if you use your own environment detection magic, you will come to the same conclusion. So Lin was in the mood to visit the ruins of primitive people. But what he saw was a very artistic mansion. He was immediately shocked by the contrast, and was so dizzy that he couldn't help himself. Especially the relief murals on the walls. Although they are not as masterful as Michelangelo's memories in my hometown, they are still very unique and excellent works. And there are stories in the paintings. Sometimes people, sometimes dragons. Lin guessed that it might be Eos's own deeds. Someone thought maliciously that this dragon's cave was so well carved that it would be the best choice for a Yin house. Not to mention a Yang house. There were also complete murals explaining the owner's life and deeds. When the cave entrance is sealed, the elderly people inside can sit down and die with peace of mind. This is truly a one-stop service. From living to burial, all in the same place. And that huge platform, made of white jade, is the dragon bed in this palace. It has nothing to do with the emperor back home. But it's really a bed for a dragon to sleep on. Lying on top is the owner of this place. A rather rare gem-clad dragon. There is a saying that the construct dragon is not a natural species, but a creation of the past Goblin Empire. Therefore, one cannot find two identical constructed dragons. Each constructed dragon is unique. But a big reason why the so-called creation theory is not believed is that the constructed dragon is not like the golem, with slow reactions and low intelligence. Each construct dragon has profound knowledge and quick reactions. Not only is it articulate, but it can also often refute those who claim to be smart. This is not the level that man-made things can perform. Constructed dragons even have souls, and all kinds of magic targeting souls or spirits have a chance to work. But the supporting side also has something to say. This lies in the structure of the pump, which is the most obvious feature of the Goblin Empire's creations on the construct dragon. On Eos, there are 1 to 3 pumps at the reflex points of the joints. Whenever the pump on the Goblin Empire's creation is inserted into the body of the construction machine, it can increase the power of the construction several times. Not only will the speed become faster, but the output will also increase. It is said that no one or dragon has ever seen the pump used on Eos, but its shape is unmistakable. Constructing a pump cannot be a natural organ of a living thing. Therefore, there is another theory about the constructed dragons in the Lost Land. That is, even if these dragon species are not produced from scratch by the Goblin Empire, they may be living bodies, mixed structures, and dragon species transformed by goblins. Another reason why construct dragons are living creatures is because, regardless of male or female, construct dragons have the ability to reproduce with other dragons or other creatures. The only exception is that the offspring of a construct dragon will usually have the characteristics of the other parent. Even if 2 construct dragons mate, the offspring will only be the offspring of a metal dragon. As for which one it is, I'm not sure. In other words, for some reason, the number of construct dragons in Midland cannot increase through natural production. Fortunately, the lifespan of construct dragons is very long, and there is no precedent for natural death. At most, they are killed by other creatures. The construct dragons still alive in the world are all hiding, and do not go out easily. But this has also caused the number of construct dragons in Midland to continue to decrease. You can see a gem-constructed dragon in front of you, which is comparable to seeing a panda in your hometown, even in terms of rarity. Perhaps the former is even more so, and the latter at least has a breeding base in operation. Eos is a female dragon. In terms of appearance, it is similar to the common form of the dragon clan. Big belly, long tail, thick hind limbs, thin forelimbs, bat-like wings and sharp dorsal fin. The only difference is that its entire body is made of gemstones. To be precise, it is some kind of transparent and colored solid object. The so-called gemstone theory is just that the texture looks similar, but it is not transparent enough to see the internal organs, or see the scene on the other side through the body. The body composition of the gemman type is different from that of the earth elemental creatures that once existed. Earth element gemstones, the human body is truly composed of various gemstones. And gems are not like metals that can have alloys. Some low-level gem people are like cheap puzzle pieces. Therefore, the original group of gem people will work hard to improve the purity of body gems. The fewer impurities, the stronger the strength. Not every part of the gem body of Eos is a gem type. It is a complete entity throughout, with no obvious border areas, and its color is basically uniform. The reason why I say this is because when viewed from different angles, this gem body will reflect different colors. This gives the exquisite statue of Eos an indescribable divinity. When it is motionless, Eos is like an exquisite stone sculpture, without any breath of living things. Looking at its unique gemstone body is like the shock and emotion someone felt when they first went to a church and saw the stained glass as a child before time travel. Putting aside the question of whether you believe in a religion or not, when I looked at the brightly painted glass of the Christ statue, I really felt like I was bathed in the grace of God. But it's childish and heartless, and I'll probably forget it the next day. It was only after seeing this scene that Lin remembered that incident. In fact, when Lenny entered the palace, he really thought that what was on the dragon bed was a one-to-one sculpture of a real dragon. And it was also the work of that master. Except for the strange little protrusions at the joints. The entire sculpture, including the details, is not only astonishing in its level of sophistication, but also in its overall style that combines strength and coquettishness. But when Henry led the people forward, bowed and greeted, Lord Eos, after the sculpture opened its eyes and looked at the person, Lin was shocked to realize that this dragon sculpture was actually a living thing. The gem-constructed dragon didn't get up. It just raised its long neck and raised its huge head. The eyes that opened were different from those of ordinary creatures. The eyes of Eos really looked like gems within gems, with a cat's eye inlaid in topaz. However, this pair of eyes composed of dead objects actually gave people a bright feeling. The pair of smart eyes looked at Henry, who said "Hello," then looked at Lin and William. In an instant, Lin felt like his whole body was being seen through, and the Xuanwu robe on his body even activated secretly. Although there was no magic shield popping up, the inherent divine power protected Lin's entire body under the stimulation of the outside world. I don't know if William enjoyed the same treatment, but he had a calm expression and did not show any discomfort at all. However, it shouldn't be surprising to think that this thick-headed man who doesn't care about other people's gazes directly ignores Eos's gaze. Xuanwapeo's reaction did not make Lin furious. The flash technique is close to him. If he wants to run, even the gods can't stop him. It's just that the intention of the gem-constructed dragon in front of me needs to be carefully considered. So Lin waited, waiting for this rare dragon to speak first. "Magic! What's your name?" The voice of the gem-constructed dragon was gentle and soft, like the breeze blowing by, making people feel better unconsciously and feel a little more intimate. Although he looked calm on the surface, Lin was still thinking about it in his heart. The silver dragon Loli from before used the fear spell when she was angry. The gem-constructed dragon in front of me, did she use the charm spell when she spoke? Do all dragons have this ability? Or is this just a talent of certain small groups? Just like Long Wei, it comes with him when he is born. Facing this gem-constructed dragon that he met for the first time, Lin certainly didn't dare to neglect it. Although I am no longer afraid of offending the boss, I can do this as little as possible. Few enemies and many friends never hurt. So after going through the etiquette of a magician, he followed Henry's way of addressing him and replied, "Lord Eos, I am Gabra Astrapwood from the holy city of Estali. I would like to send you my greetings." When many people introduce their origins, they are not necessarily forced to use their place of birth. They can also use the place where they made their fortune, or a place with special commemorative value. After all, in a place like this, your reputation is the loudest. If others want to pry, they know where to start. If you talk about a little-known corner, there is no way to increase local tourism revenue. In a world that is still looking for food and clothing, there is no so-called tourism industry. Chapter 1398 Eo's Special Preferences. The chosen one of the goddess of gold coins. Although his previous attitude was normal, Eos said something strange here. But then it continued to speak, this time in dragon language. Had that chosen one been the one next to you, I would have thought that the little halfling was back to his old habits. I think back then, when that little guy saw Apollos, he stuck to him, offering his money and his life. She can even come to me to borrow money. Even the road to becoming a god followed him. And even though the walk was quite strenuous, he didn't even hear a word of suffering from that lazy little thing. But seeing your appearance, I believe you are a real person. I heard that there was a lot of trouble on Dragon Island recently. Wow. Sister. You are my sister? If you don't speak human words, just speak dragon language. Why is it so hard to say that you have to greet me in the face? Because the person who selects people is only superficial. So you can tell by looking at people that I have real abilities. Have I offended you? Someone wailed in his heart. But he couldn't get angry at the dragon in front of him, because he could learn several facts from his previous words. First of all, Eos has a relationship with his current patron, the gold coin goddess Queen. And maybe he knows the other three as well. I don't know what the story is, but my friendship with Queen is absolutely nothing to say. Even if you have the ability to pursue a solo career. If you are temporarily borrowing someone else's name to do something. If you meet the friend who supports you and get ridiculed a few times by others. Can you turn your back? At times like this, just laugh and get over it. After all, they are not chasing you. They are just talking casually. It can be seen that this kind of friendship is that of friends, not enemies. Secondly, Queen is so courageous that he dares to borrow money from a dragon. But this also shows that the friendship between one person and one dragon is so good that Queen borrowed money from a dragon. Because borrowing money from Long, let alone someone who has never heard of it, he has never even thought about it. Dragons like all things that sparkle. This is not an urban legend or a rumor, but a real fact, and the dragons are still goods that can only be imported but not exported. It is no easier for a penniless miser to come up with money than for an ordinary person to dream of reaching the sky. Anyway, Someone was shocked. But despite being shocked, there was also some joy. It's not that I'm a bitch. After being hurt by the dragon, I still shamelessly stick to it. But if he has an extra level of relationship with this dragon, coming from the goddess of gold coins, then his affairs should be a little more stable. So Lin said excitedly, Lord Eos, about what happened to me before. However, within 3 seconds of someone being happy, a bucket of cold water poured down on him. Although the gem-constructed dragon had a friendship with Queen, it was impossible for him to help a magician he had just met. The friendship between dragons is not that easy to deal with. It directly cut off Lin's words and said, I know which dragons did it, but I can't help. Being choked, someone was speechless for a while. Eos calmly called his servants and contacted the Chamber of Commerce stewards brought by Henry to discuss the contents of the transaction. Unlike other vulgar dragons, Eos does not pursue mountains of coins. Instead, it likes spiritual works of art. The so-called spiritual works here do not mean that the work is particularly good, but that the creator is concentrating on the work during the creation process and placing certain emotions on the work. In this way, there is another name for cursed items in other places in Lost Land. Regardless of whether the creator knows magic or not, works created from strong emotions have one common characteristic. That is, there are no rules. The emotions, thoughts, and environment at the time of creation will give this kind of works unique powers of varying strength and weakness. Sometimes this power can be a bit unreasonable. Most of this power is negative, which is why the outside world regards such works as cursed objects. But this curse is certainly not painful to the gem-constructed dragon. The dragons themselves have rough skin and high magic resistance. Although spiritual and soul magic can work, it is not a small curse that can bring down these giant dragons. Even so, if you stay with this kind of thing for a long time, it will have negative effects in a subtle way. But Eos liked such things, and specially asked people from the Greco Chamber of Commerce to collect them. The two sides have just gotten online. In fact, according to Henry, this gem-constructed dragon can also collect magic equipment, regardless of whether it is good, bad, strong or weak. But compared to the cursed objects, which no one wanted, magic equipment was in short supply in the outside world, and Eos was not meant to be used, but simply collected. So which one they will choose as a product to send to Dragon Island is not very obvious. As a dragon on Dragon Island, the items it can provide are of course the specialties of Dragon Island, or the Dragon Tribe's specialties. Dragon bones and teeth can be used to make weapons or magic props. Dragon scales can be used to make armor. Dragon blood can be used to make potions. Eos can even get things like dragon crystal. However, dragon crystal is too precious, and the Greco Chamber of Commerce cannot trade such things. Although the pricing on Long Island is bad, it is better than other places where prices are high and no market is available. After all, the source of the things here is guaranteed, and the goods may not be available elsewhere in Midland. And if they are, they may not be genuine. Although no one stated the origin of these things clearly, it was obvious that they came from the Dragon Tomb. Originally, the Dragon Tomb, as the final destination of the dragons, should be sacred and peaceful. Now it has become a warehouse for reselling materials. No wonder the old black dragon at home is dissatisfied with Long Island. As for the thoughts of the dragons who were still willing to stay on Dragon Island even though they knew they would have no peace after death, Lin was not sure. Maybe he will be like the people who signed up for organ donation in his hometown. After all, if he dies, the organs will rot or be burned. So he might as well donate them and use some residual heat. From this perspective, it's a good thing. The servants of Eos are a group of ordinary people of the Homo sapiens race. There are some from all races, but mainly humans. These people don't have the attitude of living in the shadow of the dragon and fearing all day long. On the contrary, it is quite natural, just like living a normal life. It's just that the master they serve is a giant dragon. These people also have no access to the special artworks collected by Eos. But to maintain the cleanliness of such a palace, some hands were necessary. Besides, unlike other young dragons who are keen on hunting food themselves and eating raw food, Eos likes cooked food, so he naturally needs the services of some cooks. At the prompt of a slight movement of Eos's fingers, these servants brought a roasted whole lamb that had been prepared long ago and was kept warm by magic. It was placed on a silver tray and carried on the shoulders of 4 servants like a sedan. This gem-structured dragon used a snake-like attack speed to swallow the whole sheep in one gulp without moving an inch of the silver plate. A few servants' shoulders were lighted, and they carried the silver plate down without even looking at it. It seems that this kind of gameplay is quite skillful. and they usually do it often. Henry and his steward were in contact with another group of servants. Both sides skillfully took out the list, checked and bargained with each other. Dragon crystal is one of the most precious trading items on Dragon Island. It cannot be exchanged based on quantity alone. It must be other things of the same grade or equally precious in the eyes of the dragon. Therefore, the stewards of the Chamber of Commerce are greedy, and they will not have wishful thinking. Instead, they will obediently focus on materials that can be used to make weapons and equipment. However, Lin, who was the original protagonist of the conversation, did not feel left out at all, because when Eos said that he couldn't help, his attitude was not a sign of avoiding someone, or of despising or ignoring someone. It looks like those storytellers get to a certain point and expect people to ask, "What next?" It is also like some people who are sure of winning, waiting for others to ask for their performance. Anyway, Eos's smart eyes were staring at someone, wanting to see what kind of choice the troubled magician would make, or what exchange conditions he would propose. This is what this gem-constructed dragon wants. Lin was not a young man, and when he saw that Eos was not repelling others, he knew that he had not done something well. You have to spend money to buy information from low-level people, but there seems to be no way to find a giant dragon to do things and rely on friendship for free. Not to mention that the friendship is not his, but that of the gold coin goddess, indebted to him by borrowing his name. This behavior of selling the goddess doesn't seem to work. So what bargaining chips do you have to impress this dragon? If we only talk about numerical value, then even if we bring in an astronomical number of coins, it will not be enough to satisfy the greed of the dragon clan. Therefore, giving away all your wealth directly is definitely the next best option. Because if you give away all your property, you may not be able to get a giant dragon to help you with things. If you want to go with what he likes, Eos' preferences have actually been clearly revealed. Namely, those cursed works of art. But I couldn't find such a thing at the moment, let alone use it as a reward for this dragon. There are some magic equipment, but I haven't made a living by selling these things for a long time, and my research direction is not in this area. There is no demand, and there are no trial works left over from the research process. What is kept around now is for use. I couldn't bear to exchange these for Eos' favor, and it would be troublesome to do it again. However, looking at the layout of the palace and thinking of Eos' preferences, Lin suddenly had a guess in his mind. After glancing at the giant dragon, Lin then pressed his chest and lowered his head and said, "Sir, please wait for me for a moment. I have a gift prepared for you. I will get it now." After that, he disappeared on the spot. A certain magician suddenly disappeared. The gem-constructed dragon seemed not to notice, and quietly maintained its lying posture with its head raised, as if it had returned to its previous sculpture state. But in fact, it was also curious about the method used by the magician. At least it was different from the teleportation magic it knew. When Lin returned to the palace again, he brought a small sack with a heavy weight. He held it in his hand and said, "Lord Eos, this is the gift I want to give." Chapter 1399 Bargaining. Of course, the gem-constructed dragon would not personally accept what the magician sent. It just nodded slightly towards the servant standing by, and naturally someone stepped forward to take the gift from the magician. The sack was just an ordinary sack. Lin returned to his home in the holy city of Estali, temporarily entered the kitchen, emptied a bag full of potatoes, and used it to put things in. At that time, the servants of Marquis de Balin were startled, thinking that the unscrupulous people were breaking into a magician's mansion just to steal a bag of potatoes. Eos was looking forward to what was inside and didn't care about the bag, because in its perception, it is an item that is good for itself. So it directly instructs, "Pour out the contents." Although the servants serving Eos were discerning and looked down on the sack with grass roots and soil in it, they could barely lift the sack when they took it. Finally, before it hit the ground, I grabbed the upper edge of the bag with both hands and lowered my waist to steady it, so that the contents inside were not damaged. In fact, the contents of the sack cannot be damaged. When the dragon servants untied the sack and poured the contents onto a tray, they saw gold, silver and copper coins. The difference is that these coins are made quite thin, and their area is larger than ordinary coins. The key point is that this is double-sided engraving, which is considered a good value for money. But this is not a coin minted by the Five Empires. Although Dragon Island is the closest to the Karlsruhe Empire, the fine money used on the island is from all 5 empires. So the servants can recognize that the money was made there. Therefore, it is more confirmed that this brand new coin is different from the fine coins seen before. But these new categories of fine money have different meanings in the eyes of the dragon Eos. Although the coins are too small compared to its huge body, it can pick up a handful of money with one palm. But the money brought by a certain magician is not enough in its eyes. At least it cannot pick up a handful. If you want to pick up a single coin, your fingers are not proportional to the size of the coin. So you can't do it at all. Fortunately, such a small matter can be easily solved with magic, without chanting a spell or making any gestures. As soon as Eos thought, a gold coin floated in front of his eyes. Although the fingers cannot hold such a tiny thing, it is not difficult for the eyes to see clearly. The vertical pupils of Eos's cat's eyes adjusted their size several times before he could clearly see the patterns on the coins. It thought for a moment and said in surprise, "This is the human head of the little halfling." "Yes, sir. This is a coin made by the goddess Queen," Lin admitted generously. At the same time, he said, "I also know that this amount of money is nothing compared to your wealth. But it is just a sample. What I can do is to exchange all the coins you have into coins." "All?" Eos was moved for the first time. "Yes," Lin emphasized. "No matter how many coins you have. With the help of the power of the gold coin goddess, I can exchange them all into these coins. I think you won't want to miss such a good thing. Since it's something that little halfling can do, why should I go through you, magician?" Eos started bargaining mode. Although the magician in front of him did not put forward his own request, it must be related to his recent troubles. The gemstone construct dragon did not want to get involved too easily in this matter that it also found troublesome. Lin smiled and said, "It's very simple. Just because I am the chosen one of the goddess. If you want to go to that majesty to do something, I believe that based on your friendship, this trivial matter should not be a problem. But to go to that majesty, it must take some time. There is no temple or church for that person on Dragon Island. And you can't send those people to deal with this kind of thing." Lin pointed to the servants surrounding the gem-constructed dragon. "It's not that I look down on the strength of these people. There may be masters hidden among them. But if you want to negotiate with a god, this group of people is really not good enough. It would be okay to send them to contact the goddess's church. But with 2 or 3 layers of communication in between, how could the efficiency be faster?" Lin, a chosen one of the goddess, could talk directly to Queen, which gave him the confidence to bring up this matter. How to carry out the exchange will be another topic. But if you leave this matter to me, I can always handle the beginning and end beautifully, so that you don't have to worry. And the biggest advantage is that it is fast. Maybe you think it's not a big deal to spend some time waiting, but it's not a bad thing to get things done sooner. Then what are you going to do?" Eos asked directly without giving a positive response. "This matter is related to the bank I am promoting on the main continent." Starting with this, Lin began to explain what he was currently doing for the gold coin goddess. That is, the various business contents of the bank. He also did not forget to emphasize his own importance and avoid giving people the feeling that he was dispensable. Then, there would be no need to negotiate with Eos. During the questions and answers, the gem-constructed dragon also solved his doubts. But then it said, "Well, I can be happy about that little halfling's progress. But what does all this have to do with me?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Sir, there is a saying in my hometown, he who hides cannot hide, and he who knows cannot hide. You have chosen such a path. How could you not care about the opportunity to get close to divine power? Unless I really see I made a mistake. So I apologize. Let's leave it at that for today, and I will handle my troubles myself." "Oh, what path do you think I have chosen?" the gem-constructed dragon asked again with a half-smiling expression. This time Lin answered in dragon language. "The path to becoming a god is to ignite the divine fire." "Right." Eos also asked again in dragon language. "Oh, why do you think I chose this path?" Lin calmly replied, "Because I have met a person who has taken the same path before, but is still confused." "Who?" "Barbarian Alonso. His state is quite close to yours, sir, and he has already entered a realm beyond the extraordinary. So I made this guess. As for your arrangement in the palace, rather than saying that you like those works of art, it is more that you are interested in the power contained in them, and want to find your own path from them. Since this is the case, wouldn't coins with divine power be better than those cursed things that don't know what they are called? And I also believe that coin is not only in demand on your side. Maybe there are other dragons too." "Ah, it's that little guy." With a sigh, Eos did not directly respond to a certain magician's tirade, but asked about the uncrowned king, saying, "Has he made any progress? That one is still confused. Although I have made suggestions, I am someone who has never been on that path after all. I don't know whether the suggestions are useful. As for the person who was deceived by him, Lin ignored it and didn't mention it. Anyway, the barbarian king may not follow the idea of a certain magician. Maybe he insists on staying in the Karlsruhe Empire. If you talk too much at the moment, you will be slapped in the face afterwards. After remembering his old friend, he changed the topic and Eos said in a Philistine manner, "You can see clearly that the halfling coins are indeed what I need. But the value you bring is just to let me exchange coins earlier. This price is not enough to help you solve your trouble. Let's do this. You can wipe out all the handling fees that the little halfling plans to charge for me. Then leave your problem to me to solve." As soon as the words came out, someone broke into sweat on the spot. He said in a pleading voice, "Sir, can this be wiped off? This is not a nobleman who collects taxes. The amount of tax collected depends on the number of tax collectors. The bank's rules are related to the basic rules of the Godhead. Once shaken, it will not be surprising. Although I am the chosen one of the goddess, I can't do anything about it, even if I could. Killing His Majesty Cain would do no good to any of us." Right. Eos was not angry when he heard this. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then you can help me advance the payment." Magician. This time the violent sweat turned into a waterfall of sweat. Although someone thinks that after working hard in the lost land for many years, he can be considered to have a small fortune. But compared with the wealth of a giant dragon, and an ancient dragon that has lived for an unknown number of years, Lin has the feeling of being a working man versus working in a big conglomerate. If he really agreed to advance payment, he would be seriously injured even if he wasn't bankrupt. Lin quickly said, "Wait a minute. Lord Eos, please listen to my request first, and then judge whether the chips I paid are enough." "Okay." Eos was slightly surprised by the reaction of the magician in front of him. But it was not incomprehensible. In its dragon life, many humans who are short of chips may not necessarily give up completely. So falling back to the next best option may not be the best choice for them. But it is also the most appropriate choice. So it nodded, said nothing, and waited for the magician's price. "Sir, if I say that I only want information related to the situation on Dragon Island, as well as the dragons involved in my trouble, and the Imperial forces involved behind it, as long as these things are provided, the chips I proposed before should be enough." "Oh, are you sure you can solve it yourself?" Eos looked at this human being who seemed to be a little overconfident with a mocking look. Lin didn't know what the gem-constructed dragon was thinking. But actually he didn't care if he knew. He just nodded and said, "I don't necessarily have to solve it myself. But you also need to know how much trouble you are in. And if you still want to ask for help, then I will know what price to offer. Instead of blindly guessing like now, things will be handled in such a casual manner." Eos nodded and said, "Understandable. But I don't know what you want to know. So you ask and I answer. I'll let you know when I feel I've answered enough." "That makes sense, Lord." Lin agreed to this approach. "So what's your first question, wizard? Which clan are those dragons that are giving me trouble? How is the strength? Which force is behind it?" Chapter 1400 The two major camps on Dragon Island. Why Lin can be sure that Eos, the gem-constructed dragon, needs coins. In fact, the reason is a bit like a magician performing a meditation ritual. Meditation rituals and meditation methods are different things for magicians. The method can be used in conjunction with the ritual, or it can be performed anytime and anywhere, but the ritual must have certain steps and be in a certain environment. Incense, sacrifices, magic circles, or the marks of 1, 2, or all of the 8 powers. This increases the concentration of power in the environment where the magician is located, making the meditation method more effective with half the effort. That is to say, among the 3 elements of favorable weather, favorable location, and favorable conditions, meditation ritual accounts for 2 elements, favorable location, and favorable conditions and people. Eos wants to hit the road to becoming a god. Unlike the barbarian King Alonso, who is confused and clueless, this gem-constructed dragon chooses to create an environment with the element of geographical convenience. In this way, even if you can't find a suitable direction, because you are in such an environment, it is like being in a meditative environment all the time, and your strength will grow slightly. Don't underestimate this negligible growth either. For those who have reached the threshold of strength, any growth is precious, because no one knows that after so much hard work, maybe one day it will come naturally and cross that threshold. This is why Len asserted that in addition to Eos, there must be other dragons on Dragon Island, And they also see the benefits that coins can bring and have a demand for them. Lin didn't know if there was any competition between these powerful dragons, but he probably still had a desire to compare. Besides, when you see something good, you want to get it into your hands as soon as possible. This is human nature. Lin doesn't think that the gem-constructed dragon can transcend it. So even if Eos has a way to get on the line with the gold goddess, Lin's existence is still competitive. All this is because the coin contains a trace of the divine power of the goddess of gold coins. Moreover, this divine power does not require the user to have devout faith, recite the goddess's dogma every day, or make donations to her church. As long as you have money, it's okay, and there must be enough. Of course, other objects containing divine power can also bring about the same effect. But those things are all well protected and kept by the churches of their respective gods. If you want to use or occupy it, the price you have to pay is not limited to gold and silver, but may also include your own body, mind and soul. The price is so high that even the dragons cannot bear it. In comparison, the gold coin goddess's coins seem to be given away for free. Is Kuyin afraid that the divine power in the coins will be abused? In fact, such concerns have already been discussed in the initial planning. The conclusion is that even if there is a loss due to someone's abuse, the loss is almost negligible compared to the benefits that can be brought by letting the currency circulate. What's more, if you give divine magic to priests or warriors and let them use it, isn't this consumption not consumption? From this perspective, if consumption can deepen the user's desire, this will also invisibly provide a source of material for Kuyin's strengthening. So whether this is considered a loss or an investment, that has to be said. Because of this, when answering Lin's questions, the gem-clad dragon did not hide his words, only spoke half-truths, and had the attitude of rushing to death without repaying his life. When it hears a question, it doesn't care whether it's good or bad, and talks about it all at once. Anyway, given Eos's status, it would have to expend effort and favors to find other dragons to do things for. But to say something good or bad about others is just a matter of words. It is not afraid of offending people. On the contrary, other dragons are still afraid. If they really come to argue with Eos because of something unpleasant he said, will it be an excuse for this gem-construct dragon to intervene? The dragons are a bit conservative in doing whatever they want. But it is true that they are lazy and unscrupulous. This is certainly the best of good things for Lin. Although Henry was very cooperative, as a human being, his understanding of Dragon Island was superficial and quite limited. Even though the second-rate people in the previous group of transformed dragons were under someone's power, they still spoke everything they knew. But their understanding of Dragon Island was too marginal, not to mention the core things they didn't understand. Even when Lin asked about the source of his troubles, they didn't know all the questions and shook their heads. Eos, the ancient dragon, is a serious elder of the dragon clan and knows many secrets of Dragon Island. These things are not considered secrets. They are just old news that has not been mentioned for a very long time. So long that they have been forgotten by most people. Knowing these old news will be somewhat helpful for Lin to solve his own troubles. At least I know the direction in which I can use my strength and the direction in which I can borrow my strength. In the eyes of outsiders, Long Dao appears to be monolithic. But in the eyes of people who have contact with Long Dao is just a piece of loose sand. If nothing else, the number of clans that are almost equal to the number of dragons is a clear proof. Moreover, a dragon is not limited to joining one clan, which makes it even more difficult for outsiders to understand the relationship between dragons. But in fact, according to Eos, the dragons on Dragon Island are basically divided into two camps. It is not divided into two camps like the metal dragon and the color dragon in the outside world, but the dragon god and the dragon mother of all things. The members of the Dragon God and Dragon Mother clans are small in number, but there is no overlap, and all of them are strong among the Dragon clan. It can be said that the level of Ancient Dragon is the minimum standard for joining these two clans, and Eos is a member of the clan of the Dragon Mother of all things. Because a dragon can join more than one clan, the influence of the Dragon God and Dragon Mother extends so far. All the clans on Dragon Island, whether close or far away, are always related to these two clans. Maybe outsiders can't understand it, but within Dragon Island, it is quite clear that the faction attributes of the larger or higher level clans are classified as Dragon God or Dragon Mother. It is not an exaggeration to say that the barriers are clear, but the further you go to the edge and the farther you get involved, the less obvious the boundary becomes. There are even some small clans whose members are dragons from both camps. But it is estimated that these dragons themselves are not aware of such things, and their influence and strength are at the bottom. Just like the group of friends led by the blue dragon below before, who love to act after changing into human form. They are just marginal figures, who are outside the two major camps. The dragons from either camp have no intention of winning over this group of unclear juniors. The person who caused trouble for a certain magician was the dragon son and grandson of the dragon god camp. It has nothing to do with the real senior leaders, but it has something to do with the direction of the camp. The reason why they are divided into two camps is related to the respective policies and positions of the dragon god and the dragon mother. The former believes that dragons are the original creatures in the lost land and should be in charge of everything in the world. Therefore, in this era, these dragons are keen to contact Homo sapiens and expand their influence. Their duty is to maintain the balance and stability of the world, and hope that one day in the future, the grand scene of dragons ruling the world will appear again. Although it is said to be again, there is still no evidence to prove whether it existed for the first time. But this does not stop the ambitions of the dragons in the dragon god camp. In addition to taking advantage of various opportunities to flex their muscles, they also do not forget to play tricks to increase their influence to a higher level. The dragon mother of all things is an ancient person of the same era as Yggdrasil and Fastness in the world tree. She is known as the beginning of all things, and is also the origin of the position insisted on by the dragon god camp. However, the dragon mother itself is not that radical. She regards the entire lost world as her own. Her position has always been not to interfere with the natural evolution of all things. Although it gives birth to all things, it does not ask for feedback. It will even take the initiative to cut off the connection between the two parties and treat the other party's life and death indifferently. To use the old saying, the dragon god camp belongs to the interventionist radicals, while the dragon mother camp belongs to the isolationist conservatives. The two parties contain each other on Dragon Island. In general perception, conservative people are old and stubborn. Also because they are older and have accumulated more. Their average strength is stronger. People in the radical faction are younger and more impulsive. Dragon Island is in a similar situation. This also prevented the dragon god camp, which was suppressed by the dragon mother camp with higher overall strength, from blatantly expanding towards the enchanted landlord continent. The appeasement policy of the Karlsruhe Empire also supported the dragon mother camp to suppress the dragon god camp's voice from the side. After all, we are full. So why bother messing around? The dragon mother of all things is an ancient being whose origin is quite clear and widely known to dragons. But because of his status as a deity, the dragon god is not as close to the dragon clan as the dragon mother is. As for the strength and weakness between the two, there is no conclusion. But the two sides will not easily start a war. The dragon emperor is the companion of the dragon god and is representative dragon in the world of Lost Land. For Lin, the bad news starts here. The dragon emperor has a good relationship with the Grand Duke Frias, a great nobleman of the Karlsruhe Empire, and one of the two Grand Dukes in charge of the sea. With the help of the Grand Duke, Prince Behar gained a relationship with the dragon emperor. Although the cooperation between the two parties cannot be said to be perfect, for the dragon clan, it is a great thing to be willing to talk calmly. Just like today. If Lin didn't have Henry as an introduction, he wouldn't even be able to enter the palace of Eos. The giant dragon sent to the main continent to unite some dead men to ambush a certain magician was an impulsive young dragon under the dragon god's camp. If we just look at clan relationships, even if outsiders study for several years, they may not be able to figure out who is behind the two dragons. But all this is clear to Eos. As for the members of the same clan of the two dragons, is it possible that they will continue to cause trouble for a certain magician because of their lost companions? Eos can only say that this possibility exists. And the chance is very high, as long as the nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire do not give up. The dragons of the dragon god camp on Dragon Island will not stop, because this is also their best excuse to intervene in mainland affairs. Just like in the history of my hometown, those countries that declared permanent neutrality did not stop their people from becoming mercenaries. And their reason is to use money to do things, which is natural. After hearing the above, Lin couldn't help but ask, is it useful to simply destroy the two-headed dragon clan? What you think, little magician? Eos did not give his own judgment. Just a rhetorical question. Lin rejected his own idea. Numerous examples from ancient times to the present have proven that no matter how many minions kill, things will never end unless the mastermind behind the scenes is found. If you want to knock a mountain to shake a tiger, you must first make sure you hit a mountain, and not a small stone on the roadside. Chapter 1401, Falling into a Trap. After getting the information, Lin did not ask Eos for anything, because he also understood that the reason why this gem-constructed dragon dared to do everything and promised to help someone solve their troubles was not that it was really very active, but that this matter was difficult to say, and not easy to say. Killing 2 dragons by yourself is just an excuse for the entire dragon clan, or just the dragon god camp, to interfere in the affairs of the main continent. Talking about revenge is actually just killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. But to kill a chicken to scare a monkey, does it have to be a specific chicken? Or can any chicken be used? If you pick a particular chicken, it may mean that the chicken dances happily, or it may mean that you are in a good or bad mood while holding the chicken killing knife. To put it bluntly, his importance to the dragon clan is not that high at all. If it can be solved, it will be solved easily. If it cannot be solved, it will be pulled down. If you run up to me and dance for joy, then slap it to death. Suddenly someone had the feeling that he was simply delivering the goods to his door, asking for his own death. If I hadn't come to Dragon Island, they might have forgotten who I was, and there wouldn't be as many things happening now. No wonder Eos dares to promise to solve someone's troubles, because for the giant dragons in the dragon god camp, chasing and killing an insignificant human is far inferior to selling a favor to this gem-constructed dragon. Eos didn't even have to pay a price. He just found a dragon from another camp and had a bite. This feeling is like being a wanted criminal of Emperor Magnesia. As long as you don't show off to the police or FBI, you can live peacefully at home. At this time, you can use it for whatever needs to be done, and it is guaranteed to be easy to use. But if you are bin Laden, you have just led the execution of the 911 incident. At this time, no relationship is easy to use. It must be Emperor Magnesium, who is using all military and intelligence forces throughout the country to hunt him down. The former is like a flea. If it dares to bite someone, it will be slapped away. It's up to you whether you die or not. Just don't continue to bite. But the latter is like a sworn enemy and a blood feud. He will do anything and will not stop fighting. In this case, just continue to maintain a sense of existence at the flea level, and don't waste it. The best option is to flash back to Port Azor now. Anyway, the bank has been built and everything is in place. As soon as I go back and consecrate it, the bank in Port Azor will be able to open. After everything is over, you can go back to Nukane Imperial City or your base, the holy city of Estali. Even if they were far away from Dragon Island, it would be impossible for the dragon to issue a killing order for the whole land. Don't be afraid even if you win the prize. If a dragon comes with 2 heads, that's called sending the head off. When an official flew over, did he really think that all the magic towers on the road were just decorations? Lin was really interested in knowing how many dragons from a legion would be able to cross more than half of the Lost World and reach the holy city of Estali to settle accounts with someone. But the ban on the silver dragon Lolita leaving the port made Lin feel sorry for the Greco Chamber of Commerce that he was implicated in. After all, this matter was resolved and everyone was allowed to go back clean and tidy. This would be regarded as a moral act, instead of screwing up the family of good friend William. So the decisive moment is the Hongan banquet that will be held on an unknown night. After dealing with the silver dragon Loli, who only wanted to accept her as the wife of the stronghold, the attitudes of the other dragons were trivial. I don't know when the guardian of Longdao town, in fact, from Lin's point of view, is like Gulong Marku, the chief of customs and customs, when he will prepare to hold this dinner. By the way, Marku's position is in the camp of the mother of all dragons. But he is not that kind of extremist. Generally speaking, when I see some radical and reckless young men, I will scold them for being useless. But personal friendships are private friendships. In Long Dao's inner circle, there are dragons who have conflicts with him, but they only exchange a few sour words when they meet. They never interact with each other until they die. And some even shout to fight or kill each other when they meet. There are no enemies. It was such a good relationship with the dragon that he was appointed as the guardian of Dragon Island from the Dragon Emperor and guarded the town of Dragon Island. And this appointment is also recognized by the dragons in the Dragon Mother Camp. In fact, most of the conservative dragons in the Dragon Mother Camp have this attitude. No one is so extreme that he must take the autistic route. It is precisely because of this that they will turn a blind eye to the small actions under the Dragon God Camp. As long as they don't make a big fuss and implicate them, they basically let other dragons do what they do. While waiting for the Hongmen banquet to begin, Lin was not bored at all, because he also wants to help Eos and convert all its money into coins. As for whether the number will be reduced, Lin doesn't care, and Eos doesn't care either. The gem-constructed dragon just wants to have coins with divine power. The idea of opening a bank in Longdao faded away after serious consideration, just like the experience of opening banks in other regions. The most important thing for bank personnel in this newly emerging business is not professional financial knowledge, but force. What we do is not financial planning, but preservation. From the troubles caused by the common people to the troubles caused by the local lords, there is nothing that cannot be imagined. In other places, relying on the individual strength of the elves and the freedom of advancement and retreat with the help of the world tree, the bank can operate calmly. But on Dragon Island, the only ones causing trouble would be a group of giant dragons. Even giant dragons of the same magnitude as Dragon Island are enough to enter the kingdom of the god of gold coin goddess. 7 in and 7 out. Opening this bank is undoubtedly making yourself uncomfortable. Another reason for not planning to open a bank in Longdao may be more critical than the previous one. That is, there are not many potential users on Dragon Island. Even though EOS is very anxious about these coins that contain divine power, it is only when it reaches its realm and reaches that threshold that it notices the benefits of coins and generates demand. Just this demand will not help the circulation of coins in the market. As for the giant dragons, who are not in other realms, they only care about whether there are enough numbers, and whether the money bed is comfortable. Whether the coins contain divine power or not has nothing to do with them. It doesn't matter how much gold the coins contain or how much profit they can make after being exchanged. Don't look at the benefits of exchanging fine money for coins in the Galena and Karlsruhe empires to tempt the subjects of the empires to use banks. On Dragon Island, the dragons only cared about quantity from the beginning. The people of the empire were very cunning and used evil money that could not be used by the outside world to trade with the dragons. This means that the dragons may incur losses before and after the bank exchanges coins. There will be losses. For this reason alone, Lin didn't want to persuade the dragons to use the bank to exchange coins. They were used to make beds anyway, so they were not circulated and could not help the goddess of gold coins. It was as if the goddess had no intention of attacking the dead person's burial objects, even though she knew very well that there would be many gold products inside. Gold, silver, and red copper must be made into coins and circulated in the market to be helpful to the goddess of gold coins. If these precious metals were made into works of art, they would be just decorations for the goddess, without any help. And of course, there would be no need to care. Therefore, from the perspective of the safety of the bank and the demand on Dragon Island, Lin felt that EOS's request was only handled on a special basis, and there was no need to open a full set of banking services. Anyway, the gem-constructed dragon doesn't seem to want too many dragons to realize the benefits of coin. As for the bank's business on Longdao, Lin doesn't intend to give up just yet. But he also has to pay attention to how to expand. Lin's plan was to follow EOS instructions and hit wherever he pointed. This kind of power is used as a bargaining chip, making this gem-constructed dragon a backer and window for the bank on Dragon Island. Anyway, Long Island's demand for coins can be said to be abnormal, since it is different from other places and is different from the basic principle that coins need to circulate in the market. There is nothing wrong with treating it in a different way. As for this matter, if you mention it to EOS, it will nod in agreement. For it, this kind of power is neither big nor small. There won't be too many things. After all, there aren't many dragons that have the same needs as it. But being able to control the power of these few giant dragons, why can't this satisfy the sense of superiority that has not been triggered for a long time? But before that, the coins in the EOS palace must be exchanged. It not only proves that coins can indeed be produced in large quantities, but is not a rare artifact valued by the world. It also proves that Lin has a way to deal with this whole thing. Instead of transporting the dragon's treasure out, converting it, and then transporting it back, the dragon has no concept of numbers, or the weight of coins and property. Everything is a visual experience. If the coins made them feel short before and after being transported, there would be no explanation. Not only did EOS not agree, but Lin also didn't want to cause such trouble. As for the method Lin thought of, it was simple. The operation of the bank is just to allow depositors to open accounts, make deposits, withdraw money, etc. through the great holy emblem of the goddess of gold coins. The function of the great holy emblem is like the ATM in your hometown, allowing users to perform normal operations through preset logic and methods. But what should you do if you encounter unusual business? Just shake people. There are so many worries. So Lin called out the dormant Hefkin clone, who didn't know where he was hiding in his body since the last attack from the barbarian king. which destroyed most of the nanoworms left in the landlord's plane. This robot has sneaked in a lot more. In fact, there is no need for Hefkin to sneak over from the Earth elemental plane in large numbers. As long as there are resources, she can directly copy them in the Lost Land. Of course, this beehive queen is not the focus of today. What is important is to rely on her connection with the kingdom of the goddess of gold coins to directly summon the clone of His Majesty Koin. Because the person he wanted to talk to was a giant dragon. Lin did not let Koin's clone appear only in the size of a palm. Instead, he used the body shape of an ordinary halfling to present it in a 1-to-1 ratio. As long as there are enough nanoworms, it doesn't matter how much the shape changes. Moreover, the connection with Koin is not a divine descending in the general sense, but the concept of a remote-controlled robot. Therefore, regardless of the size of the clone provided by Hefkin, it will not cause any loss to Koin. Koin immediately responded to the greeting from his constituents without saying a word. Don't be afraid even if it's a trap. If it's smashed anyway, it's the body provided by Hefkin. So when he opened his eyes, Koin saw an old friend he hadn't contacted for a long time. A construct dragon with a body as beautiful as gems. Chapter 1402 Dragons and Gods. Little halfling. Long time no see. Eos's voice was quite soft. Soft and beautiful. If he hadn't seen the huge dragon-shaped body and just listened to the voice, he would have misunderstood that the speaker was a succubus or a mermaid. Lord Eos. Even though he has become a god, Koin is grateful to this dragon that has helped him and even guided him. Just like a little girl, she jumped up and ran up. She might not be able to hug the dragon's neck, which was thicker than an ordinary tree trunk, but she still had no problem hugging one of her fingers. The good friendship between one god and one dragon is fully demonstrated here. Eos actually used humanization magic to transform himself into an old woman for Koin. And this old woman is not the kind of old lady you see everywhere. She is not blessed, but rather skinny. There is an elegant temperament between movements and stillness, and there is a heroic spirit between the brows. The contours of his face are as sharp as a knife, and his beautiful eyes are like swords, which are thrilling to those who see him. However, her voice was like an oriole emerging from the valley. Melodious and melodious. Such a contrast greatly harmonized the strong feeling given by her appearance. Fortunately, it wasn't a soft and waxy squeak, but the sound would not match the image. Such a person cannot pretend to be kind. But there is no need to raise your chin inadvertently to express your superior status. Looking at this old woman, people will unconsciously bow their heads in front of her. Her temperament can be said to be not angry but self-powerful. Anyway, all kinds of strange feelings are integrated together, but unexpectedly coordinated. However, such a person was smiling and stroking the head of the halfling goddess in his arms, like an old grandmother doting on her granddaughter. Even though the smile and the lines on her face make her expression look a bit hard, it still better reflects her true feelings. This kind of love between grandparents and grandchildren is a very beautiful picture. If unrelated people saw it, no one would be able to guess that one of them is an ancient dragon who has lived for an unknown number of years, and the other is a high-ranking god. In someone's eyes, although it is not as passionate as Lily, it is not the kind of deep affection between a man and a woman that would make an empty and lonely onlooker want to kill someone. So Lin just waited. Waiting for the dragon and the god to reminisce about the past. The time to reminisce is not long. Although Ilong and Ishan have not seen each other for a long time, their respective lives are not so exciting. In other words, even if Eos was not fully involved in the most exciting period of Koin's life, he already knew about it. It was also after Koin became a god that the god himself was isolated from the Lost Land, and the dragon and the god also lost contact. The coming of a saint is extremely risky for the gods, and the destination is a dragon's den like Dragon Island. Of course, the goddess of gold coins cannot easily expose her weakness. She comes here just to reminisce about the past. In fact, after separation, dialogue is still possible. But talking on the phone is something only men and women in love do. Good friends always have to meet up to see how they are doing, how much they have aged, how much they have gained, and talk about their current situation and the happy and unhappy things. That counts. Besides, you can only listen to the ethereal voice and the other party's superior power. Eos, the giant dragon, is not interested. Although the dragon clan is gods, they are in the form of ancestral spirits conferring gods rather than beliefs conferring gods. The dragons don't believe in gods, so of course they can't be so shy as to ask for shelter. However, the dragons and gods here are full of affection, while the servants of Eos next to them are extremely panicked. They have never seen their dragon master transform into a human being, or even heard of it. Only a few people knew from the words of their predecessors that such a thing had ever happened. This time, they saw the gem dragon transform into a human form with their own eyes. And all the servants were so frightened that they crawled to the ground, afraid of standing taller than humanized Eos, or looking directly at their master from above. Except for dwarves and dwarfs. This group of people are all tall and strong men, young and old. Lin certainly wouldn't interfere with other people's behavior. They are not relatives. They are weak in the knees. It is none of their business. Not long after the grandfather and grandson were intimate, Kuyin suddenly seemed to wake up, turned to look at someone in Eos, and asked, "By the way, why did you call me here? Ah, could it be Master Eos? You feel that your time has come, and you plan to let me inherit the inheritance?" The old woman gave the halfling goddess a hard blow on the head without hesitation. The smooth movements and powerful power are unimaginable by ordinary people. Anyway, Kuyin's forehead was buzzing now, and one person transformed into 3 figures in his vision. Eos then crossed his hands and said, "Your little friend said that you can exchange my money for this." The old woman held a few gold coins in her hand, which were the samples and meeting gifts given by Len before. "I think it's okay. That's why I asked you to come over." Holding her head, the halfling goddess muttered, "You don't want to give it to me." Eos smiled and scolded angrily. "Don't think about it. On Dragon Island, who do you think the inheritance of the dead dragon will fall into? Do you dare to fight for it?" A rhetorical question left Kuyin speechless. Once again, the number of giant dragons on Dragon Island is enough to invade the kingdom of God and completely destroy a god. Not to mention that the dragons have actually done this kind of thing. Kuyin, who thinks that he is still waiting for the divine power sequence, does not dare to try whether the dragons dare to challenge this kind of thing again. In the end, under the personal leadership of Eos, one person and one god came to the treasure house, where the gemstone dragon hid the money. Because he is keen on collecting art, Eos doesn't have much money reserves. According to the measurement results under the forest environment detection magic, it is enough to fill a 300 to 500 cubic meter swimming pool. Although he can't make his anthropomorphic duck swim in a sea of coins, like Disney's Uncle Scrooge, the legendary richest man in the multiverse, the hole in front of him was probably just enough for Eos's dragon body to soak its feet. Thinking about someone's house in the holy city of Starry, which was full of money boxes and raised a group of people, I felt complacent. Have you ever thought that you can see your net worth measured in swimming pool? As expected, he is still poor. Is it time to get up and focus on making money? It is fast for Kuyin to handle the matter of converting old coins personally. And he also has the trust of Eos, compared to a certain magician who had no basis for trust. After Kuyin measured the number of coins in the swimming pool in front of him and calculated the final income, the old woman transformed into a gem-constructed dragon nodded in agreement with Kuyin's exchange operation. As someone said, the handling fee for withdrawing money cannot be waived, no matter how big the customer is. This is related to the basic rules that have been incorporated into the Godhead. It can be changed. It is just troublesome, but no exceptions are allowed. Any behavior that temporarily opens the door for the sake of favor is like digging a hole in the body of a large dam. It is hard to say what the consequences will be. However, compared to the outside world, even if you are a noble, king or emperor, if you want to exchange coins, you will inevitably have to go to the bank to open an account in person. Only then can subordinates or others do the work of depositing and withdrawing money. But with the presence of the goddess of gold coins, it was very simple for Eos to open a bank account. The subsequent currency exchange was done in one step. In one breath, he used the flash technique to transfer an entire swimming pool of coins into the kingdom of God. Then, like water from a faucet, the minted coins continued to flow into the hole that was empty enough for mice to escape. Finally, a pool of coins of various colors was moved away, and a pool of coins was returned. And it was still full. It seems to be even more than before the exchange. After thinking about it carefully, Lin understood the reason for this. Because the coins were stacked irregularly regardless of whether they were exchanged or before. Irregular stacking can easily create gaps. Old coins do not have any protection. And the precious metal itself is soft. As long as they are stacked to a certain height, the coins underneath will easily deform under the weight of the top. Not to mention that the dragons also like to rest on the mountain of coins, sometimes with a paw or a breath of fire in their sleep. The coins on the top will suffer. This is why after the Karlsruhe Empire's caravan came to Dragon Island, no one thought about the coins in the dragon's treasures. Because when these money are brought to the main continent, even if they are originally double-sided fine money, they will turn into twisted and deformed bad money after being circulated around Dragon Island. After taking it back, it has to be recast before it can be used within the empire. In other words, the stacking of old coins will reduce the gaps between the coins due to the deformation and distortion of the coins, making the stacking more compact and reducing the space occupied. The reason why the coins are attached with divine power is to declare to the outside world that the coins will not wear out or deform for any reason. And this is also true. If they are stacked neatly, perhaps the number of coins after redemption is slightly less than the original number of old coins, so the stacking takes up less space. However, if they are stacked randomly, because the coins will not deform, the gaps between the coins may become larger, making the overall space occupied also increase. This is why the pool of money in EOS has the illusion of becoming larger after being converted into coins. So can we use this visual error method to develop Kuyin's currency exchange business towards those ordinary dragons? After thinking about it, Ling gave up directly in his heart. It looks like it is increasing, but in fact it may not really be increasing. There are so many giant dragons on Dragon Island. If you meet a serious one who likes to count your belongings, then this trick will be exposed on the spot. When the time comes to be known as a liar, the loss to the goddess's reputation cannot be compensated by the benefits that can be obtained by inducing the dragons to exchange coins. And looking at the pool of coins that came out, and they were all gold coins, EOS suddenly thought of something. He casually took out another sample coin brought by a certain magician, which was a coin containing gold, silver and copper. Frowning, EOS realized that no matter what kind of precious metal the coins were made of, the divine power contained in them was the same. What she really needed was a trace of divine power in the coins. In comparison, although this glittering sight made her feel happy, it really didn't seem to have much effect. So she had a sudden idea and asked, "Little halfling, can you help me exchange these gold coins into copper coins according to their value?" Chapter 1403 Longnau Bank. At such a request, not only the corners of the gold coin goddess eyes twitched, but also a certain magician, who had been watching a show on the side, was even more shocked. Seeing the look of help from Kuyin, Lin, a hard-working elect, had no choice but to step forward and said, "Lord EOS, now His Majesty Kuyin has no way to carry out currency exchange business of different values. And in the kingdom of God, there is no way to exchange money of different values. The copper coin reserves are not enough to exchange for the amount of gold coins you have. Your Majesty Kuyin is the goddess of gold coins, not a goddess made out of nothing. This must be left in my hometown, the world before time travel. You can casually find any bank and ask for $1 million loan. As long as you have good credit and suitable collateral, there is no bank that can't handle it. But if you ask for $1 million in cash, you may have to wait for some time and even need approval from your supervisor. But if it's $1 million $1 coins, a more polite bank might ask the customer to wait a few days to give them time to raise the funds. If you are not so polite, it is probably not impossible to kick people out directly. It is reasonable to withdraw large amounts of money and partially exchange them for small denominations of currency. All must be in small amounts. It would be strange if the bank didn't cry. Such behavior is not normal financial behavior and is not consistent with common sense. Unfortunately, the needs of gem-constructed dragons are different from ordinary people's needs for money. Therefore, it proposes such a behavior and requires a larger number of coins without caring about the value of the coins themselves. From the standpoint of EOS, it is an understandable behavior, because what EOS wants is not the value represented by the coins, but the divine power attached to them. But it's understandable. But that doesn't mean you can cooperate. Although Kuyin is known as the goddess of gold coins, she actually collects gold, silver and copper coins. However, in terms of specific operations, a depositor's gold, silver and copper coins are actually divided into 3 accounts, which are operated separately. If there is a decimal point in the gold coin handling fee, the decimal point will be recorded in the account in accordance with the principle of zero deposit payment. It will not be forced to convert decimal points into silver coins or copper coins, and then deduct the amount of handling fee payable. The reason why this part is not involved is that the total value of the number of copper coins or silver coins handled by Kuyin Kingdom is not equal to the value of gold coins. If it were open to free exchange, problems would easily arise. A certain non-financial professional Chuan did not dare to shoulder such a responsibility. Another big problem is that the exchange ratios of gold, silver, and copper in different areas of Midland are not exactly the same. Generally speaking, 1 gold can be exchanged for 10 silvers, and 1 gold can be exchanged for 200 coppers. However, in some areas with gold, silver, and copper mines, the local exchange ratio is not so regulated. This is due to the local method of casting bad money. There are also situations where merchants with strong financial resources and the ability to mint coins will take advantage of small lords. If you meet some shrewd businessmen, you may be able to see the profit from the price difference between raw or in coins, and make a profit. But don't think that the local lords are idiots who let businessmen take whatever they want. When they see the benefits, they will naturally take corresponding measures and dig other people's money into their own pockets. This is also the truth that power is greater than financial resources, both at home and abroad. Before the confusing exchange ratios of gold, silver and copper coins in various places, if the goddess set an exchange ratio, would there be different numbers according to different regions? Or would it be a standard for the whole world? If it is the former, there may be a strange phenomenon of treating money as a commodity and making money with money. If it is the latter, then how will those whose interests have been expropriated view the gold coin goddess? Although the majesty of the gods is difficult for mortals to violate lightly, it would be okay for Queen to unify the exchange ratio. But this is just like the first emperor of Qin. His writings and carriages were in the same track, and they were only vigorously promoted after the 6 kingdoms were destroyed and the Qin dynasty was established. Before that, even if I did, I would prepare quietly and not show off everywhere. Quyen's banking business is still in the promotion stage, so there is no need to offend others and put himself in the target position. So there will be more opponents. Therefore, for the goddess to unify the exchange ratio, it is not that she will not do it, but that she cannot do it now. To promote many things, we have to use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to make people accept the change gradually as they get used to it, instead of chopping the frog with a dull knife. If the knife hits the vital point and kills the frog directly, then there is nothing wrong with it. If the frog is not dead, will it not jump up and find a way to escape? All these reasons were frankly explained to Eos and Queen, and the Dragon One God accepted them all. There are many truths. It's not that people in backward areas don't understand it, but it's that no one has told them. But as long as they wake up, they can understand and accept it. What's more, a very realistic fact is that most people currently use banks mainly for the function of exchanging coins. Few people keep their funds in personal accounts, which is the kingdom of the goddess of gold coins. Although handling fees are deducted from every amount of money withdrawn, then has accumulated a lot of funds that belong to him. But this money is used to pay the salaries of bank employees in various places. Even if they don't allow them to live a luxurious life, they still have to be responsible for their daily food and drink. Otherwise, who would be willing to help the bank? In short, although Quinn has a reserve of copper coins, it is still not enough to exchange them all for EOS gold coins. Even if it is only a partial exchange and insufficient reserve, it may jeopardize the normal operation of the banking system established by Quinn. The wealth of this gem-constructed dragon is truly astonishing. This also made Lin realize that the dragons in Lost Land may have hidden an unimaginable astonishing wealth. Robbery? Well, forget it. Thinking about this kind of thing in Long now feels like breaking ground on Taisuya. A certain wretched person who cherished his life passed through the public and silently dismissed his little thoughts. In short, the things promised to Eos are done. All that is left for Lin to do is solve the problem of the silver dragon Loli. And then he can return to the main continent and continue living his own life. You can be ruthless and get rid of the Greco family, but you won't be able to get through it yourself. So such an approach is never in anyone's mind. However, something unexpected happened. That is, I took a trip to Azor Port. In addition to consecrating the completed local bank, dispatching an elf to temporarily station there, and training local people to take charge of banking operations, a large holy emblem of the goddess of gold was removed from the bank and moved to Dragon Island. Naturally, someone will be responsible for replacing the missing great holy emblem from the bank. The sculpture of the holy emblem that was moved to Dragon Island was so big that it could only be carried on the shoulders, and it was placed in the palace hall of Eos. Although the dragons do not believe in God, they are very willing to cooperate with God on an equal footing. The reason why this kind of thing rarely happens is naturally because most gods are unwilling to condescend, and the dragons are unwilling to kneel and lick. The more important reason is that the two parties have no common interests. But Eos wants to rely on coins to control other dragons in a similar situation to it. And the goddess of gold coins also wants to spread her influence among the dragon clan. And because the purpose of coins for the dragons is different from the way the outside world pays attention to circulation. Under the premise of dealing with special matters, one dragon and one god began to work together. To put it simply, the bank on Long Island was still open for business, with Eos serving as bank clerk. The location is in the palace of this gem-constructed dragon, and there is only one large holy symbol of the gold coin goddess in operation. The basic rules of the bank are fixed, and no one can violate them. And the dragon is no exception. But things outside of the bank are alive, so it's important to arrange them. This is why in other places, coin still needs manpower to ensure the normal operation of banks. Without personnel protection, who knows what tricks the locals will play? The base of common people is much larger than that of the aristocracy. It is impossible for Queen to follow the wishes of the aristocrats and exclude common people from the bank. To some extent, banks have to do things under pressure from the aristocracy. But on Long Island, there are not so many worries. This is also because the various functions of the bank are not beneficial to ordinary dragons, but are only attractive to strong people who have reached a certain threshold. In other words, Longdow's banking business can only take the high-level route from the beginning. And if you only take the high-level route, it is not advisable to have both sides and please everywhere. Choosing a strong enough backer, or letting yourself become that mountain, is the only way to go. If you don't have the consciousness to grovel or overcome obstacles, it's best to stay away from such a circle. However, this does not mean that ordinary dragons, who are not strong enough, can stay out of the matter. Lin just asked something clearly, and then made a vague opinion. Trading can also be carried out within Dragon Island. Eos can trade things he doesn't like in exchange for coins that can be exchanged with Queen. And the targets are not limited to ordinary dragons, but can also be other giant dragons, who have also reached the threshold, but whose intelligence is one step behind. As for those giant dragons at the same level as Eos, who finally discovered the benefits of coin, whether they would complain about this gem-constructed dragon or anger the gold coin goddess depends on Eos's skill. Lin didn't think that he should be responsible or worry about these things. Things on Eos' side can be said to be complete. Things have also progressed on the other side. That is, Gulong Marcus sent an invitation to the banquet. The invitees were of course a certain magician, as well as William Greco, the white swordsman who wandered around Long Island under the guidance of the servant of Eos during this period, and Henry Greco, the president of the Greco Chamber of Commerce and the patriarch of the family. Although there is a guide, and with the name of Eos, no dragon will take the initiative to trouble William. But he can only go to some public areas and cannot break into other dragons' homes or territories without permission. Especially all the peaks on Dragon Island are the private areas of some powerful dragons. Of course, it is impossible to allow a human to enter. Fortunately, William is quite free and easy about these things and doesn't care about what he has to do. I am lucky to be quite virtuous, but I have lost my life. Even so, he had seen a lot of wonderful sights during his 2 days of wandering. It's like hanging flying rocks with water forming waterfalls. The reflected mountains in the lake are actually completely different from reality. The palaces are built in the clouds and surround the mountain tops. Everywhere he was amazed. But all good things must come to an end. And the invitation from Gulong Kalku was also sent to him, although he wanted to continue traveling. The servants sent by Eos did not dare to neglect him, and they finally dragged the wayward white swordsman back. A group of people are getting ready for a banquet. Chapter 1404 Maze Test. What is the form of the dragon's banquet? Among the group of people, even Henry, who was most familiar with Dragon Island, did not know the answer to this question, because he had never been to the banquet held by the dragons, and he had never even heard about it. His first thought, when he heard the news was, would these lonely guys gather together to hold a banquet? From Lin's point of view, the worst thing is to have a row of roasted whole beef, a row of roasted whole lamb, a row of roasted whole pig, a row of roasted whole human beings, and just have a barbecue party with no cover for fun and drinking. Eat whatever you want. The grilled meat can be eaten, and so can the person in charge of grilling it. It's said to be uncovered. Of course, considering that the giant dragons don't wear any clothes on their bodies, and they don't wear such bulky clothes. As for whether his group would be classified as eatable, Lin didn't want to delve into it, because the fault lies with the dragon clan. There is no room for bargaining on our side. Just like the issue of racial discrimination in Magnesium Emperor. If those who are discriminated against protest, will the problem disappear? However, when they saw the person leading the way and leading them to the destination, the worries in everyone's hearts disappeared with the wind. The destination is Longdao Town. Those palace-level mansions that Henry once said not to even get close to. These mansions were built in Long Out Town, and were of course built according to the activity habits of human-sized creatures. Therefore, the dragons participating in the banquet should all be transformed into humans instead of acting in their original bodies. When the dragons transform into humans, they will behave in accordance with the habits of humans, not the habits of the dragons, just like they dress as humans. However, why the dragon body and the transformed human have different habits, a certain time traveler cannot figure it out. But don't say that all living beings admire the human beings and take pride in their appearance like sitting and lying figures. That is the demon in fairy tales, full of inferiority complex. In the magical world of Lost Land, humans are inferior creatures in the eyes of dragons. Learning what lower creatures do is simply something that only crazy people would do. Those young dragons who love humanization and dress themselves up in strange shapes will be considered by other dragons as mavericks, regardless of the reason why the dragon's habits changed after becoming human. For Lin, a living human being, it is at least a good thing to operate in areas that he is more familiar with, instead of standing in the middle of a group of giant dragons talking, having no idea whether they are the person they are talking to or the live fish on the chopping board. After seeing the palace in Long Out Town being used as a banquet venue, several other Greco Chamber of Commerce bosses were not only relieved, but also vaguely looking forward to the follow-up development. Regardless of whether the Dragon Clan's banquets are arranged in the same way as human nobles' banquets, or whether the Dragon Clan has its own way of playing, it is something ordinary people like them have never experienced. It's just that these people never thought that there would be no good meetings and no good banquets. A group of people walked into a banquet hosted by a giant dragon, and their purpose was to get a wife for that silver dragon Lolita. So how could this banquet be filled with delicious food and drink, so that people could come and leave happily? Probably among all the people, only Lin, the person involved, was aware of this. In other words, he was planning to fall out from the beginning, so he would naturally be wary. As soon as everyone entered the palace gate, the courtyard instantly turned into a huge maze, separating the humans who came as guests from the humanized dragon that led the way. Probably the only thing to be thankful for is that a group of people were not separated and were still together. The mansion that was originally visible at a glance, only a few steps away, suddenly became thousands of miles away, with countless blocking obstacles standing in front of everyone's eyes. The elders from the Chamber of Commerce, who followed Henry, were all panicked. William, the pure white swordsman, had his eyes shining brightly, looking at this unique spectacle with great interest. He has traveled to countless corners of the maze, but he has never been locked into a maze space like this by magic. Lin, on the other hand, looked at all this with the eyes of a magician and physicist. The labyrinth magic in the Lost Land can be roughly divided into three categories. One is the maze illusion, which uses various methods to confuse people's senses and make people mistakenly think that they are in a maze, but in fact they are still in the real world. However, illusions are also the easiest to crack. One type is maze magic that targets the spirit and soul. This type has a special name, which is the dream maze. This is no longer confusing people's senses, but targeting the spirit and plunging people's consciousness into despair. As long as people feel that they have no hope of getting out, they really won't be able to get out. Even if you think you can get out, you will be unable to leave because you don't have the right method. Eventually hope will gradually turn into despair, and then there is really no hope. The third is a real maze created using space magic. This is no different from creating a world, and since it is basically space magic, it is also the most difficult to perform. But in terms of difficulty of cracking, it is not necessarily more difficult than the dream maze. However, the so-called high difficulty of casting here refers to ordinary magicians. To Lin, it was just a newbie, because most of the mazes in the Lost Land are still designed in a flat style. Even if they change automatically, they still have certain simple rules. If a time traveler were to arrange it, they would have to use space magic. Think of the movie Another Dimension Killing Array. The cubic maze that changes with time can only be considered okay. The most direct thing is to throw it into the imaginary number space. If you are not good at math and have insufficient strength, you will not be able to get out. Why did you deliberately create a maze? The maze in front of me belongs to the third category, a maze technique based on space magic. The caster was not a giant dragon doing it secretly, but a tower defense magic circle that was originally placed around the palace, probably for magic tower defense facilities. This can be activated in an instant and separate the target from irrelevant people. If a labyrinth spell of this level is temporarily cast, no matter how powerful the magician is, he can't complete it as easily as he can in front of him. In addition to finding a way through the maze, Lin used the flash technique to move himself directly into the maze. Otherwise, this kind of prearranged trap must have a control core. Destroying this core will naturally disintegrate the maze created by the magic labyrinth technique. Because there are so many methods, Lin is considering the problem of cracking from other aspects. What should I do to appear neither humble nor arrogant? Or maybe the maze spell was activated, but it was simply triggered by mistake. My group is the guests invited by the dragons. So as long as you stand there and wait, someone will naturally turn into a dragon and lead the way. At this time, there were countless sounds, either sharp or rough, high or low, rising from all directions. It is painful to listen to ordinary people's ears, but to someone's ears, it is like a dragon's words. The content is nothing more than, human, you are trying to join my emperor's clan. You know this is a wishful thinking. If you don't win the public support, how can you be so virtuous as to enter the boudoir of my highness? Since his highness's golden words are in front of you, I will give you a test. If your life is lost here, everything will be over. In short, there are many dragons talking, and every one of them is derogatory. So, this maze technique is the test that the other party calls it? This immediately put Lin in a dilemma. He wants to continue pretending to be a grandson, pretending that he can't break the maze spell, so that the dragon clan can justifiably drive him away. But they also have the words, death, in their mouths. So they must die if they can't break it. If he could crack the maze technique, it would be a pleasure to slap the dragon clan in the face. But wouldn't it look like I was rushing to become that silver dragon Loli's wife? And then turn over the table and slap him in the face? Will such a big turn make the dragons hate themselves even more? To crack or not to crack? That's the big question. Just when someone is still struggling, someone else has already made a decision for him. The elders from the Greco Chamber of Commerce, who were walking with me, only heard loudly exclaim, "Look! There is a trap!" Lin also noticed that a large rock was rolling in on the left and right sides of the passage. And where everyone is, there are only passages on the left and right sides. Therefore, there is a certain death situation before us. To ordinary people, now that the other party has shown murderous intent, there is no room for him to retreat. Compared with the panic and uneasiness of several old people, at least they didn't make anyone yell or scream. And they had already made Lin Gao look at them a bit. And William has cast his eyes to the rolling stones on the right, just like looking at the pebbles on the roadside. That is to say, the right side should not be bothered by anyone. So Lin Xiren turned his eyes to the left side. The two rolling stones were so huge that they filled up the entire passage, except for the gaps at the edges and corners. All that could be seen were rolling stones coming with a loud rumbling sound. What Lin was more interested in at this time was that even though it was night, and then he was trapped in the maze technique, there was light in the maze that allowed people to see. Where does this light come from? There are no luminous pearls inlaid on the walls, no chandeliers on the ceiling, and no traces of magical lighting. And isn't it more stressful for people to be in a dark environment than to see things visually? Therefore, the person or being who designed this maze is not up to par in terms of intelligence. And even his psychology is not up to par. Lin, who has the leisure to comment, will certainly not take this mere death situation maze trap in his eyes. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a long hexagonal white crystal appeared in his hand. In the pure white crystal, there are 8 colors flowing faintly, and they are connected to the outside world. Pull by Jingshu behind you. Raise your left hand flat in front of you. Stand on tiptoe for 2 steps, and then throw hard. Lin directly shot the white crystal at the rolling boulder, smashing the 2 sides against each other with an earth-shattering explosion. Except for William, who had chopped the rolling stone into powder early. Henry, as an old father, looked to another place, looking at the direction of the explosion in amazement. A boulder is just a boulder. Apart from being round and heavy, there is no possibility of exploding. Which means that the only thing that can be exploded is the crystal. Anyone with a little knowledge of that crystal can see that it is a rare magic prop. That magician is actually rich enough to just blow it up for fun, according to Henry's understanding of getting along with him these days. This animal is rich, and has done a lot of things to waste the family. But in terms of utilization efficiency, the value of the items will be squeezed to the last penny. And it can even be said to be stingy. The explosion just now was undoubtedly a waste. Unlike that magician's style. Unless the thing doesn't belong to him. Chapter 1405 explodes a shadow dragon. Of course, the thing does not belong to a certain magician. For a time traveler with a background in science and technology. Even if he wants to turn something into a bomb, His explosive power must be maximized to be effective. Look at the magic gun designed by someone. Compared with the magic that consumes the same amount of power, it is not 100 times more powerful. Lindu feels that it is an unqualified weapon. At least it has to be as powerful as a Molotov cocktail. So that's a good deal. But if you are ruining someone else's house, then just do it as you like. And don't pay attention to other aspects. What was thrown out was the central core of the labyrinth technique. After confirming from the first glance that the maze in front of him was a magic tower, which was a fixed building trap magic, Lin looked for the formation eye, which is where the magic formation control center is located. In fact, he didn't think much of it at first. But when he saw that the danger of the maze in front of him had increased to a fatal level, Lin was too lazy to slowly calculate the exit of the maze, and then led the people out. Using flash to escape was also a way. But there were too many irrelevant people, and it was too laborious to add protective magic one by one. So Lin chose another easier method. How did Alexander the Great untie the Gordian knot? Answer: with one strike of the sword. There will be no knots. The price is that the rope has to be broken into several sections, and is no longer a complete rope. Similarly, if a maze is built with a magic circle, no matter how complicated or crude it is, whether it is easy to crack or not, if the central core is destroyed, can the maze still exist? Of course it's impossible, regardless of whether this maze has any hidden backhand or other functions. Once the core is broken, everything will disappear. But as long as the core is not broken, even if it is moved away from the central control position, the changes in the maze may be delayed, and the maze will not collapse. However, as soon as the core is destroyed, the maze will collapse in a matter of seconds. Therefore, after Lin used the positioning method of flashing to get the core of the maze magic circle, the maze did not collapse immediately. But with the explosion and fire, the core of the maze was destroyed. Everyone trapped in the maze technique can see with the naked eye that the maze space is instantly distorted, and then shattered and dissipated like a mirror. Fortunately, the fragmentation of the space did not throw the people who were in it into an unknown place. It was as if a powerful force held Lin and others in place until they returned to the main plane of Midi, in the palace courtyard of Longdao town. This is the power that belongs to the mark of the main plane of Midi. It also means that the space where the maze is located is already in an extremely unstable state. So once the unstable subspace is destroyed, the people who originally belonged to the main plane will be pulled back. As soon as they returned, everyone saw in front of the windows of the palace. Those who originally wanted to watch a good show turned into distorted and dumbfounded expressions. The dragons thought that this group of humans would get out of the maze under the leadership of the magician. Of course, what they most hoped for was to see this group of people die in the maze, or at least a few people died, and the remaining living people came out, each with an expression of grief. But no dragon thought that even they would be trapped in the maze trap for a long time, and they could not survive for a few breaths before being destroyed by this group of humans. This is destruction, not cracking. To crack it, you only need to step out of it, and to destroy it is to directly make the maze no longer exist. And even the trap cannot be activated again. Maybe the dragons don't know what's going on at the heart of the maze, but with that kind of abnormal big explosion, they are not blind. They can guess what happened. Even if the maze is not completely destroyed, it will probably take a lot of effort to repair it. But the dragon controlling the maze is different. It watched with its own eyes as the central cord disappeared from its hands, and then the entire maze collapsed. No one knows better than it that it would be easier to recreate this complete destruction than to repair this maze. So it jumped out angrily. The giant dragon that jumped out maintained its original form and occupied less than half of the courtyard. He bared his teeth and slit his mouth at a certain magician, with hatred spilling out of his face. This is a shadow dragon. It is not a metal dragon, nor a color dragon, nor even a native dragon species of the Lost Land. Shadow dragons are a species of dragon that were born from other planes and later migrated to the Lost Lands. Shadow dragons are an alien species and are rare in number, but their starting point is half a point higher than the native dragon species in Midland. The most important thing is their talent in space magic and the ability to walk in the shadow plane. This makes shadow dragons different from most dragons, who always like hard-on tactics. When it comes to assassination, Shadow Dragon is not only extremely powerful, but also particularly keen on it. The Dragon Clan is not without talented people, but they are few and far between. Because the destiny of this race is so good, everyone is accustomed to using their talents to do things, and few dragons delve into any knowledge. But being rare doesn't mean it's not available. For example, the shadow dragon who built this palace. Although the person who built this palace was a bit cunning, it chose to use labyrinth magic as the main body of the trap because its racial talent is similar to this magic. However, the owner of this palace does not live here for a long time. Although the people controlling the trap are both shadow dragons, they only have the same kind of friendship. When the palace is not in use, in addition to being maintained by servants, it is occasionally lent to other dragons to hold human-style banquets. Just like today's banquet. Of course, this is not entirely cost-effective, and may even be costly. Whoever proposed using the labyrinth trap of the Shadow Palace to test the human magician. This proposal can no longer be tested. But no one thought that this maze trap would be dismantled so cleanly. The Dragon Clan has never had a good character called generous. Things borrowed cannot be returned intact. Guess who the owner will cause trouble for? Destroyed? Or borrow something? For the Dragon Clan, no one can escape the correct answer. It is a basic operation to eat the upper house and the lower house. And they won't ask who the culprit is, because everyone present will bleed. As the saying goes, everyone who sees it has a share. It is precisely because he knows the methods of the master of this place, and his strength is that no dragon can resist. That's why when the human incarnations of the dragon saw that the maze was destroyed, they looked like they were mourning for their concubines. And the most unlucky thing is the shadow dragon who recommended himself to control the center of the labyrinth, because he is of the same species. When someone else's toys are handed over to you, and they are not properly taken care of, but instead get broken, no excuses will work. So this shadow dragon hates the magician in front of him more than other dragons. As for the other warrior, although he was strong, at least he was not the main culprit in destroying the maze. And the shadow dragon didn't even look at him. But no matter how hateful it was, it didn't immediately launch an attack. The shadow dragon moved its body slightly, which was different from the dragon of the Lost Land. Under the light of the palace, it seemed to be virtual and real, and occasionally light penetrated through the body. However, more and more light was revealed, and as he moved back step by step, the shadow dragon's snarled expression disappeared into the darkness. When the shadow dragon's figure completely disappeared, sounds came again, coming from all directions. Magic. Do you know what mistake you have made? Destroying the ancient dragon's things. Only death can atone for it. However, your death is not enough to vent the resentment in my heart. Only if you die thousands of times and suffer all kinds of torture can I vent my resentment. Although the opening remarks of the previous show of force were also in the same posture, with voices from all directions and resentment from all directions. They were obviously the voices of many different dragons. This time, it was caused by a dragon, and only its sound was heard. But the dragon was not seen, adding to its mystery and threat. However, this is how others who don't know feel. In Lin's eyes, it was completely different. Shadow dragons come from the shadow plane. Their talent is that they can freely shuttle between the two planes, so they have great experience in space magic. If this were any other magician, as long as they were not good at this, it would be like dealing with an invisible enemy. Be vigilant at all times. And it is inevitable to be careful and careful. As long as there is one oversight, an ordinary assassin can still kill, let alone a giant dragon. Who is Dan Lin? The special skill is the flash technique, which specializes in the magic of traveling through various dimensions, and planes. Moreover, the goal of studying this magic is in the Sea of Stars, hoping that he will return to his hometown on Earth in a flash. To put it bluntly, even if the complete set of this magic was made public, not many people in the world would be able to learn it. There are probably only a few people who can display the most basic skills and do it as lightly as someone else. In other words, there is a former lich and former demon king next to someone, although he has not learned the full set of flash techniques. If he catches up with him, it is no problem to beat him up. That's why someone is so trembling that they don't dare to reveal their special skills. I also misunderstood that all magicians in the world have such abilities. In fact, it is just because of the severe delusion of being victimized by a certain time traveler. But no matter how severe the paranoia is, we are only afraid of things that have not yet appeared. Once they were in front of them, Lin's eyes were clear, leaving a little space for safety. Then it will be clear whether you should run or fight when facing an opponent. Compared to a certain magician, the shadow dragon's ability to shuttle between the main plane and the shadow plane is just like covering its face in front of a baby and saying disappear. Only babies who were either laughing or crying would be made to giggle by such an action. Lin didn't pretend that he couldn't see, but stared. Whichever way the dragon goes, I will keep an eye on it. I wanted to use this action to remind the other party But I don't know if this dragon is blind, or if he is really confident in his ability to shadow walk, and he doesn't feel that he has been exposed at all. Or for shadow dragons, even if the enemy notices their movements, they are still confident that they can take down the opponent, or at least cannot be harmed. As the shadow dragon travels through the shadow plane, it still opens channels connecting to the main plane of the land from time to time, allowing sounds to come through, in addition to making its whereabouts feel more ethereal. All kinds of torture methods are also said from its mouth, as if it has used these methods on a certain magician. The most nervous people about the shadow dragon's behavior are the elders of the Greco Chamber of Commerce. Although they did not doubt that the two people beside them had the ability to slay dragons, they were still afraid of being accidentally injured, especially now that I'm standing so close. I don't know where to run if I want to escape. It can be said that their lives are completely in the hands of others. The only thing he could do in front of him was to look around, trying to follow the magician's gaze and find traces of the shadow dragon, and just take precautions in advance. Just when the giant dragon came to the position behind everyone, it chose the most direct attack method: pounce. A big mouth came towards Lin. Chapter 1406, The Death Test of the Dragons. Question: why can't the positioning of blink be determined for some things? But some things are captured using the flash technique, so one can grasp them accurately. Answer: where multidimensional concepts are involved, the existing flash positioning method is useless. It's like a claw machine. There are two buttons, vertical and horizontal, to control the claws. If one of them is broken, and the claws can only run in one axis, then it all depends on luck to catch something. It's normal to catch nothing. One of the characteristics of gods is that they are multidimensional creatures, so the positioning and grabbing method of flashing is impossible to succeed at this stage. Demon Prince Azad's innate ability is to travel through the void, which cannot be located with the flash technique. William may have also touched that threshold, so he was also immune to someone's flash grab. The only thing Lin couldn't figure out was why the MIDI version of the artificial satellite couldn't be captured when the satellite was released and accidentally fell. Now it seems that speed is not the main reason, but what he didn't know was that the satellite had collided with the carriage of Apollos, the Lord of Guardians, which was patrolling in low Earth orbit, and brought fragments of the carriage's wheel frame with it. It was that fragment that was causing trouble. So Lin's long-distance grabbing method using the flash technique failed, and he had no choice but to recover the satellite himself. As for why William Greco, the White Swordsman, involves the concept of multidimensionality, this can start from the string theory of physics. In this theory, several forces are defined as one of the dimensions, so the universe is considered to be an 11-dimensional world. There are no mathematically infinite dimensions. Putting aside those theories, the fact is that human beings like William, who have reached a certain extreme, will touch the threshold of the world because of the power they possess. Creatures that break away from the original level of life are called extraordinary, and creatures that break away from the level of the entire world are called gods. This is also why William exempted someone from the blink spell positioning magic at this stage. If Lin wants to take him to flash, there must be physical contact, and long-distance positioning cannot be used. But reaching that threshold, having divinity isn't the only way to avoid blink positioning. For example, the shadow dragon's talent and ability to freely shuttle between the main plane of the land and the shadow plane also allow it to avoid being targeted by the blink spell, because shadow dragon also involves the concept of multidimensionality. So looking at this evil dragon biting me, I admire the accuracy of its attack, which should only bite me without hurting others. But Lin couldn't just stand and be bitten by it in vain. If you back away, you have to worry about whether the evil dragon will become angry and bite the people around you. Take them with you and retreat with the flash technique. If you want to do this, you won't blow up the maze in the first place. Therefore, facing the attack of the shadow dragon, the best way is to face the difficulty head-on. In fact, this is not a problem. We have fought the god war before and killed two gods. Although they are weak gods who have not even united the kingdom of God, none of them is stronger than the shadow dragon in front of them. To kill this kind of creature that involves multidimensional concepts, of course you have to rely on Hagri Khan. Lin Yuan saw the broad-edged sword in hand, turning around and slashing down. When the sword struck a certain position, the person flashed directly to the shadow dragon's head and slashed with the force. There is no one in the world who can match the power of Hakakiri Khan, and even the dragon scales cannot stop him. The shadow dragon is not as good at hand-to-hand combat as the dragon of the Lost Land. It relies on hiding in the shadow plane to avoid enemy attacks. So the strength of the dragon scale is even worse than that of other dragon species. The scales on the neck were just scratched by Khan. There was no resistance, and the dragon's head fell to the ground. In the eyes of others and other giant dragons, the shadow dragon appeared at the last moment and rushed towards the magician. But unlike what everyone and all the dragons imagined, the black-robed magician was not bitten and was allowed to be swallowed by the shadow dragon. Instead, the shadow dragon's giant head hit the ground like a broken object and bounced a few times. The magician was still standing there, with no change in his posture except for the addition of a sword in his hand that was originally inserted into his waist. What was unusual was that he seemed to have disappeared just now, but no one was sure whether it was due to distraction or dazzling. Only then did everyone notice that only the head of the shadow dragon appeared, and the body was missing. Is this a new ability of the Shadow Dragon clan? Partially visible. But why didn't that head take any follow-up actions? When the blood in the dragon's head flowed out from the section, and a pool of blood accumulated on the ground, all the bystanders realized that the shadow dragon was dead. This fact directly made the dragons and people angry. Many giant dragons hiding in hiding places couldn't help but jump out at this time, standing in rows on the palace with their dragon bodies. Some humanized dragons also jumped out of the window, and also restored their original bodies. Together with other dragons, they looked down at the killing magician. In this way, counting the giant dragons surrounding it in several rows, there are hundreds of dragons gathered here in their original form. With this strength, there is no problem in destroying a small country or slaughtering a city. As the protagonist of this banquet, the silver dragon princess Anuria did not continue to hide. But it did not transform back into a dragon body. Instead, it came to the door of the main hall of the palace with its two red dragon war maids. One tall and one fat, with an angry look on its face. The fat red dragon maid even pointed at a certain magician from afar and scolded loudly in dragon language. Human, do you know that this is just a test given to you by His Highness? Do you clearly understand what the Dragon Clan's test is about? Yet you dare to kill the dragon on Dragon Island? Do you think you have a chance of getting out alive? The strong anger and the impact of the tone made it obvious that he was here to quarrel. So even if a few people from the Greco Chamber of Commerce didn't understand dragon language, they felt that a disaster was coming. A certain swordsman continued to watch the show, while Lin walked around the shadow dragon's head and stood out alone. I have no intention of standing with those fearful people anymore. Not only because I am afraid that they will misunderstand me and use them as a shield, but I am also afraid that they will have a heart attack later and blame it on me. So it's better to stay away. The magician who stood up was hungry. I thought that even if there was no good feast, I could still have a beheading meal. Unexpectedly, let alone taking a bite of food. Before even entering the door, the person opposite would start a murderer. Although he is not so hungry that he is dizzy, someone is so angry that he will explode at the slightest moment. Faced with this test talk, Lin also looked downcast and replied in dragon language. So the Dragon Clan's test means that I died in the test because I am incapable of it. But no matter what kind of treatment I receive, am I just not allowed to fight back? What the Shadow Dragon did just now, whether it was the operation of the maze or the subsequent attacks, was all aimed at taking lives. If Lin didn't fight back and didn't have the life-saving equipment or skills, death would be the only outcome. Ordinary people challenge the Dragon Clan. Even if they are a top-notch warrior, they are no match for the dragons. So in that one-on-one situation, don't say anything about fairness or unfairness. Once the dragon takes action, he never thinks about it. Therefore, Lin's counterattack and sarcasm only pointed out the hypocrisy and tyranny of the Dragon Clan. The fat red dragon maid did not feel ashamed at all, but said plausibly, "How can it be so easy for you to become the husband of Her Royal Highness the Princess? There is no way to complete this test. Why do you enter the boudoir of my highness?" Listening to the content of these words, Lin always felt like he was insane. The Dragon Clan has its own way of doing things, but from time to time it uses the ways of human nobles to make excuses, and it is completely unclear where their standards are. So the only conclusion is that they should mention what is good for them, and ignore what is bad for them. Anyway, nothing is difficult in the world with just one skin. But the truth is right when you are thick-faced. Who dares to dissent from sophistry based on strength? The problem happened to be that someone was dissatisfied today. Lin said sharply, "I never agreed to that kind of thing. I never thought about becoming the princess's husband. And I never agreed to accept your test. You decided these things without authorization. And you killed me mercilessly. Not to mention not allowing me to fight back. Why? Just because I'm human? Inferior creatures in your eyes? Not worthy of pity even if he dies? I say, you should be in awe. Not in awe of me as a human being, but in awe of my strength. Isn't it the principle of the dragon clan to respect strength? Anuria was not unaware that the dragons around her were resistant to her request for a mate. But it just naively believes that all resistance is a test stone to prove the determination of the human being in front of it to love itself. The harder the trial, the deeper the love. When young dragons of similar ages pursued him, the two sisters who had been taking care of him all said this. So using the same standard, asking for a mere human being is nothing. But it never thought that anyone would really reject it. I have never been rejected in my life. Anuria has encountered many people who wanted to refuse, but still welcomed them. The temporary refusal was just to ask for more. But when the rejection was so strong that she killed a giant dragon in front of the dragon clan, Silver Dragon Lowly seriously considered whether this human being really wanted to reject her? To do something that I have never experienced before. At this time, its face was full of sourness. And it was no longer the angry look before. Feeling aggrieved, Her Royal Highness squeezed the hem of the skirt in front of her, completely forgetting that this was her favorite silk skirt. Just when he was about to speak, the fat maid stood up again. He stretched his neck and said in a roaring voice, "Strength? All of your fart strength. If you have the ability, just." As soon as the fat maid opened her mouth, the dragons surrounding her raised their chests and inhaled. The 8-color power concentrated from every corner of Long Island, pouring towards the glands on the left and right of the wide-open mouth. It seems that a certain magician's talk of strength has stimulated the pride of the dragons. Each one of them wanted to see someone's strength, but it just happened that they activated them at the same time. Lin understood that the dragon flame breath of these hundreds of dragons was aimed at killing people. Against ordinary people, a single shot of dragon flame can kill them. These hundreds of notes taken together are intended to destroy me and turn me into ashes. For those who take advantage of others, not hitting back or scolding them is the worst way to deal with them. Lin adheres to the principle of either not taking action or holding back. The principle of keeping a thin line in life does not apply to me at all. Facing the hundreds of dragon flames that were about to attack, Lin just raised a heavy rain of dragon blood. As he was thinking, the dragon heads captured by the flash technique fell into the courtyard one by one, forming a palace. In fact, after doing the thing, Lin felt a little regretful. But regret was of no use. The empty stomach of anger and the resentment that one's opinions were ignored one after another quickly washed away the little bit of different emotions. Only then did the red dragon maid finish her words. "Prove that you are qualified to mention the word strength in front of us." Chapter 1407 Beheading. Is it scary to watch Long Ho Jing? Not to mention scary. The dragon was scared. But it's not over yet. The headless dragon bodies that were originally flying in the air also fell to the ground one by one. Those who were originally standing on the roof also collapsed weakly. If they fail to strike a good pose and possess good feng shui, their headless corpses will fall off the roof, no matter how heavy the dragon's blood rain is sprinkled. After the blood in the dragon's heart is squeezed out, the pressure drops suddenly. Although the subsequent blood still flows out from the broken neck, it does not have the original momentum. On the contrary, there was a pool of blood accumulated in the courtyard of the palace. The pool of blood contained the blood of various dragon species, and when mixed, it had an inexplicable effect. I saw the pool of blood bubbling and gurgling. Instead of the bubbling blood, the still living people and dragons fell into deathly silence, especially in front of the palace windows. There are still a large number of human dragons. For some reason, they did not recover immediately and tried to attack a certain magician. Perhaps because of this, they who were lucky enough to escape did not feel the slightest joy in surviving the disaster. Instead, they felt a deep fear that made their mouths dry and their faces ashen. They can't even imagine what will happen next. The Silver Dragon Princess standing outside the house had the same livid face. To make matters worse, because it was standing outside the house, it was drenched in the rain of dragon blood from the sky. The silk dress was corroded by the dragon's blood, and holes of different sizes were etched out. If it had been soaked for longer, I'm afraid the entire piece of clothing would have been corroded. Dragon blood is inherently strange, and those who come into contact with it can take away the essence of creation and nourish themselves. The elders of the Greco Chamber of Commerce, who followed Lin and William, got caught in the rain and got this benefit in vain. But there was no joy in their hearts. They only felt the fear and chill of impending death. Even if he is strengthened by dragon blood, he will never be stronger than the original dragon. And with so many dragons dead here, will the dragons on Dragon Island let them go gently? I know this is impossible. On the contrary, William made the same choice as Lin. When the rain of dragon blood fell, he was separated from him. William was dressed in white and loved to be clean. How could he allow blood to stain his body? Lindsay activated his Xuanwu robe and directly blocked the blood rain. To this day, Lin's demonic body is nourished by dragon blood, and there is still room for improvement. But in order to achieve maximum effectiveness, it cannot be achieved by directly taking a bath with raw blood. It needs to be refined. But the person in front of me didn't think that much. At this point, he had long since lost all calculations and was doing everything based on intuition. After all, there was no clear plan from the beginning. It was all about taking things one step at a time. So instead of thinking too much, it's better not to think about it. The first problem to solve is the silver dragon lowly in front of us. So Lin flashed again and appeared a few steps away in front of the bewildered princess. The swords of Khan and the wheel of time were tucked behind his waist. A bead chain was wrapped around his waist, and he was dressed in a pure black basalt robe that was not stained with blood. In this bloody night, he made someone tall and ferocious. Anuria said in a daze, "Why are you?" Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by her maid. The fat maid was already in the front position. But when Lin suddenly appeared, her first reaction was to take the lead and block the silver dragon princess. He put his arms akimbo and pointed his halberd to scare those who came. "You actually killed them. You actually dared to kill them. You are finished. Do you know that? You are not qualified to act recklessly on the Dragon Clan's territory. If you have the guts, you will kill me too. Why do you? A weak human being. As unscrupulous as ever." He completely forgot about the murder committed by the man in front of him. The fat maid stretched out her hand to push away the magician in front of her. Her aura showed off her aggressive character and dragon pride. But its fat hands carrying the power of the dragon failed to push anyone away. And the words in its mouth suddenly stopped. Since the killing has already started, killing one more is not a big deal. And killing one less is not a big deal. Lin decisively fulfilled his wish and flicked his right hand. At the same time, Khan flashed his hand and cut the fat maid in half from bottom to top. Throwing his left hand again, Khan changed positions and forced the tall red dragon war maid on the other side to rush forward. At this point, Princess Silver Dragon no longer has any guards around her. Lin stepped forward, lowered his head, and looked down at the silver dragon lowly whose expression was full of shame, anger, and regret. Of course, it is more filled with confusion and despair. It didn't know what this magician was going to do when he walked in front of it. Is it to kill himself? Lin had a gloomy face at this time, lowered his voice and spoke slowly, word by word, in Mandarin Common. "Your Highness, I don't know what your motives are for making that ridiculous request. I just said I refused again and again. But you turned a deaf ear. Do you want to hear me tell the truth? Then listen carefully. There are only 3 simple things between the two of us. Words. You don't deserve it." Putting down his left hand, Khan, Lin no longer pointed at the red dragon maid, or even looked at her. But the tall maid still didn't dare to step forward, let alone move, for fear of causing misunderstanding. It doesn't matter if it dies. The most terrifying thing is that it doesn't die. But the princess does. No matter how careless it was in doing things. So many dragons died in front of it, which was enough to prove that the magician in front of him wanted to kill it, just because of his thoughts. So it can only pray secretly that its princess must not seek death. The silver dragon lowly raised her head and looked at the magician. 3 simple words. It swept away the original emotions. And now there is only full of unwillingness. Why did it? Unwilling to be born noble. Get such words from a mere human. It's a pity that those eyes are filled with hatred. No matter how sweet and beautiful the appearance of this silver dragon lowly is, it only gives people the feeling of being hateful. But no matter how crazy a person is, he will not be so angry that he kills him just because of a look or a word. At this time he said coldly, "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I'm not a puppet for others to play with. And I don't need to beg for favors. If you just want to play with a doll, pick a stuffed one that doesn't move. My advice is to use less of it. Arrogant and domineering people. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the mistakes it makes." Lin pointed at the red dragon maid's body that was cut into 2 halves. The second is to think through your mind before you speak or do something. Although you look like a child after becoming a human, and perhaps your age is indeed a minor among the dragons, this is not the reason for others to indulge you. I don't believe you have lived for at least several decades. Lin had already found out the details of Silver Dragon Lowly from the ancient dragon Eos. You don't even understand this. Viciousness is not a word that can be replaced by innocence. And ignorance is not a protective umbrella for evil. You met me today. If this kind of thing happens again, you may not be alive. Survive. Do you understand? After saying that, he patted Princess Silver Dragon on the head, took a few steps away, and turned around. Lin turned his attention to the other side. The guardian dragons responsible for guarding Longdao Town were standing in a corner of the courtyard. This group of people transformed into dragons, wore armor and held halberds. Except for their boots that were in a pool of blood, there was no trace of blood on their bodies. It was obvious that they came after the event, at least after the dragon's blood shower ended, and could not see the whole thing. Seeing the weapon coming out of its sheath, it was shining brightly, as if it was full of fighting spirit. Lin asked simply in dragon language, "Lord Marku, do you want revenge?" The person named turned into an ancient dragon, his face equally ugly, but he forced a smile and said, "Do I have any chance of winning? Magician? Should I tell the truth or be polite?" This thought only flashed in Lin's mind, and he said, "If your excellency hadn't hidden a few unknown killer moves, I don't think the result would have changed." The magician's confidence was quite harsh to the ears of the dragons. But the hill-like dragon head temple is right in front of us. The human dragons standing behind the guardian Marka are only 120% wary. But no one dares to step forward without authorization. Marka had no intention of arguing. He just waved at his men and said, "Take her royal highness away, and return her safely to his majesty the dragon emperor." The guardian of the ancient dragon never mentioned revenge, or dropped a few meaningless harsh words. No matter how many dragons die, it has nothing to do with it. But if Princess Silver Dragon dies here, even if the Dragon Clan's family relationship is weak, there is no guarantee that the Dragon Emperor will not take the opportunity to cause trouble. But to be honest, Marka thought the situation was getting too bad. It can only find ways to prevent the immediate losses from expanding, and not to cause chaos within its jurisdiction. As for the reaction of these dead Dragon Clans in the future, it has nothing to do with it. Even if someone really tries to get involved with him, Marku will never stand up for him. The Guardian of Dragon Island's intention to back down was clear and obvious, but Lin had no intention of giving up at the first sign of success. At this point, it is no longer a question of how to protect oneself wisely, let alone the option of seeking peace through war. From ancient times to the present, anyone who starts a battle will either win or die. For those who are timid, even if they achieve partial victory, as long as they give up halfway, they will end up with the same result as failure. Because no loser is willing to lose. As long as a winner shows timidity, they will do everything possible to get their money back, or even defeat the opponent. Now that he was about to take action, Lin began to think about where to kill. The saying that to capture the thief first captures the king, and to shoot the man first the horse is by no means unreasonable. But it has its own truth. If he ran to look for it, and unfortunately made the wrong call, then he would have made the mistake of alerting the enemy, and added more enemies to him. These are just to increase the difficulty of your own customs clearance, and have no other benefits. So the best way is to let the opponent jump out. But does the Dragon Clan have that fine tradition of beating the young ones and running away to the old ones? Someone is suspicious. Or take the initiative to make trouble with the Dragon Emperor's clan? Just when Lin was staring at Marku, he saw that the humanized Colone's scalp was numb, and he was thinking about the next step. A dragon roar came from far away and came closer. It was long and fierce, as if it wanted to bite people. However, when the giant dragons who were still alive heard this roar, they did not feel happy and encouraged by the arrival of reinforcements. Instead, they fell into a more serious panic. The humanized dragons staying in the palace fled one after another. The tall maid of silver dragon Loli, who was still alive, even picked up her princess and rushed to the dragon sent by Marku. Lin consciously saved himself some trouble. Just like that, with 3 points of expectation and 7 points of vigilance. He looked at the source of the whistling sound. It's just that under the moonlight at night, I can't see the reason for the time being. Chapter 1408 Shadow Dragon Teska. In the dark night, the giant dragon that came under the moonlight did not reveal its true form. But Marku's whisper let Lin know who the visitor was. Teska, Lord of Shadows. Lin frowned slightly when he heard such a name. In Lost Land, those who dare to call themselves Lord are very rare among the gods. Basically, it is a god with powerful divine power who dares to call himself and be called that. If you don't reach this level and call yourself Lord, you will easily get beaten by passers-by while walking on the road. Furthermore, the Lord of Shadows obviously does not belong to the new gods, but seems to be the remnants of the old gods. Is this another god who escaped from the god-killing drama of the Dark Ages from Finn's hands? If it is true, then it is impossible to do a general cleaning on Long Island. And at the same time, we must prevent Finn from coming here, even though the former Demon King is just a salted fish at home now. Once he mentions the old god, his mentality will explode. Relatives who come to visit once a month are even more unreasonable than a woman. And even pouring hot water doesn't work. So Lin cheered up and focused 100%. I have used the field of view detection mode 3 times. And tried all the methods I know how to use. Whether they are commonly used or rarely used. But still only the whistling sound was heard. But the dragon's shadow was not seen. Is this not coming? Or are you so skilled that you can't catch it yourself? While he was wondering, Lin suddenly felt a weight on his body. His feet sank, sinking more than an inch into the ground. This is gravity control magic. Shocked to realize that he had been tricked, Lin re-examined his surroundings. In his unique vision, the concentration of the 8 powers here is much higher than in other places, or situations where meditation rituals are held. But this power concentration is high. But it is not a state that can be fully utilized. Because the power is so concentrated. It is entirely because there were hundreds of giant dragons preparing to breathe dragon flames at the same time. And they were gathered here. Although the dragons died, their power could not be dispersed for a while. And without the constraints of the controller, the gathered powers fall into a disorderly and chaotic situation. It was precisely because he was in such a chaotic environment that Lin subconsciously ignored the changes around him. The situation before us is equally complicated as the existence of power. In Lin's unique vision, 8 different colored powers play off each other, almost turning the night into a palette of countless gradient colors. Just like a mental patient splashing dozens of paint buckets with different colors. But if you look carefully, you will find order within the chaos. The order in this chaos is brought about by countless magics. The power originally used in the dragon flame was shaped into curse spells, and imposed on a certain magician before it completely overflowed. If the incoming magic was some common or clearly offensive magic, maybe Lin could detect it earlier. But there is no fixed number or routine for curses. And the types and effects are all kinds of strange. Most people will not realize that they have been cursed until the curse has taken effect, even if it does. They may mistakenly think it is due to other reasons. What's more, the curse kills people invisibly. And people never realize that they were killed by curse magic until they die. Their effects and status are so unpredictable. Not to mention that the spell structures of these curse magics are irregular and difficult to identify from the perspective of power. Therefore, Lin had no idea that this high concentration of power would be integrated into a hodgepodge of curse-type magic, causing him to suffer unknowingly. In fact, most of the curses were blocked by the Xuanwu robe. But there are some status-type magics, which are not within the defense range of Xuanwu robe. For example, the auxiliary magic commonly used by magicians not only increases significantly, but is also quite easy to use. Even for Lin now, auxiliary magic can still have a good effect on this demonized body. So Lin took the initiative to open some loopholes in the Xuanwu robe so that the auxiliary magic could work. Otherwise, with the power of this semi-god level robe, it would be possible to completely prohibit magic from acting on the wearer. The situation before us is that although the Xuanwu robe has blocked most of the curse effects, there is still magic working on someone in this hodgepodge of curses. There is gravity that can be detected. If the physical fitness is not up to par, this magic can allow the target to crush itself. However, Lin couldn't guarantee whether there was anything he hadn't noticed yet. It is precisely because of this elusiveness that curses are so hard to guard against. Will this attack be the end? Lin would not have such naive ideas. Compared to the giant dragon he killed, such a curse should be just an appetizer served by Dragon Island. So what's the next wave? While on alert, Lin suddenly noticed a special wall rising in front of him. The edge of the wall has sharp teeth. The wall is like soft flesh. The front and back are the same. And the left and right are empty. More importantly, the smell on the wall, or the location where you are, has a stench that makes you want to vomit. The front and rear walls suddenly close together. And at the critical moment, Lin used his flash technique to escape into the air. Only then did he see clearly that what he thought was the wall was actually the upper and lower jaws of the shadow dragon. And this shadow dragon, which was more than twice as big as the previous one, escaped into the shadow plane and launched an attack on himself from an unexpected direction underground. It seems that my previous evaluation that there is no magic such as earth escape in the mysterious land is too arbitrary. And it also makes me ignore the attacks from the underground. Just now, I was almost attacked by the shadow dragon from the ground and swallowed in one gulp. Lin was floating in midair, looking at the shadow dragon that almost ate him. Compared with the shadow dragon that was killed before, this dragon was not only more than twice the size, but also had many more spiked horns on its body, making it look even more ferocious. There is no doubt that its power level is not comparable to that of the previous little shadow dragon. At least it is at the level of ancient dragons like Marku and Eos. But it is far from being called Lord. Not even a god. So, is this shadow dragon putting gold on his face? While Lin was judging the shadow dragon, the shadow dragon Teska was also judging the humans in front of him. There is no need to doubt the power of this magician. The countless dragon corpses around him explain everything. But how strong is it? There are no traces around it, and it can't be judged based on the previous round of fighting. But even if there are a lot of unknown parts, so what? Teska has fought in countless planes, and the fact that he can survive to this day is proof of his strength. No matter where human beings are, they are defeated. So it opened its mouth, showed a ferocious smile, and said in dragon language, "Mortal, you are making trouble in my territory and killing my people. What gives you such courage? That box cutter in your hand?" Lin looked at the Khan in his hand and mentally told this guy to shut up. In reality, he replied in the common language of Midi, "I'm not the one who chose to make trouble here. I was invited to the banquet. It's just that they didn't even want to give me something to stutter. I wanted to complain about the poor hospitality of the Dragon Clan. As for killing your race, is it a problem? They are weak and choose the wrong opponent. This is their own problem, not mine. If you are not allowed to kill Witch Dragon, please remember to hold this guy in the egg in the future. Come on. Don't hatch it. I won't go out of my way to find a dragon egg to fry." With the ability of the Dragon Clan, understanding the common language of Midi is not a problem. But with human vocal organs, it is a bit difficult to speak in dragon language. Besides, we are planning to quarrel now, so of course we will use the language we are used to. Otherwise, there are not even many words to curse, and the momentum is inherently weaker. Of course, Teska wouldn't care about the occasional strongman among humans trying to use his words. It has killed too many people like this in its life. It just walked gently, looked up at the humans floating in the air, and said disdainfully, "You know what? Magician. The most annoying thing about people is that their mouths are stronger than their hands." With a sneer, the shadow dragon took a few steps back, then disappeared into the shadows, disappearing from the perception of everyone and the dragon. Everyone thought the second blow needed to be brewed. However, as soon as such thoughts arose, the magician floating in the air flew rapidly in a certain direction, because Teska appeared on the other side and took advantage of everything. This bite was dangerous and dangerous. It was entirely due to the defensive power of the Xuanwu robe itself that Lin's arm was not bitten, but slipped out from under the dragon's teeth. The reason why Lin flew sideways was because of the reaction force, which pushed him in the opposite direction. This was supposed to be the first step to protect oneself, but the flash technique was not triggered automatically. Instead, he slowed down for a moment, and when Lin realized it, he took the initiative to flash back a long distance. But before he could take a breath, the shadow dragon Teska whipped his head like a whip. I thought the dragon was having a psychotic attack, shaking its head and biting the air. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the giant dragon appeared on the other side of the direction he was looking at, with a mouth just big enough to bite off his other arm. This time Lin was no longer passively pushed away, but planned to let his left arm be bitten by the shadow dragon. Holding Hagiri Khan's right hand, he stabbed the eyeball that was almost as big as his own head. The struggle is to exchange injury for injury. Anyway, the arms are covered by Xuanwu robes, so this bite is solid and will probably break bones at most. If the shadow dragon didn't blind the eye after being poked in by Akiri, Lin would throw the Khan into the sun as combustible garbage. Perhaps Khan felt someone's resentment and used 200% of his power. When he was about to break through the defense, the shadow dragon retreated first. The previous bite was untrue, causing the human in front of him to slide away. Teska knew that the black robe on the magician was as extraordinary as expected. Since the previous mouth failed to achieve success, this one will probably be the same. In contrast, the sword in the magician's hand is a weapon of the Hagiri clan. There are no dragon scales on the eyelids to protect him, so even if he closes his eyes, he can't escape the fate of having his eyeballs punctured, trading one's own serious injuries for the other's minor injuries, even if the dragon clan has thick skin and rough flesh. This is not the way to play. So Teska withdrew, But this retreat does not mean to retreat far away. Instead, the huge dragon body twisted in the air and passed the bite attack of the dragon's teeth. The sharp claws on the dragon's wing bone joints pierced from the other direction where the magician was watching. The target is the head that is not protected by the black robe. Chapter 1409 Similar Tactics. Lin originally thought that the fighting skills of the original dragon were monotonous and straightforward, and the fighting was about defeating 10 enemies with one force. But I never thought that Teska could use that huge body to do fancy things. If the head was solid at this moment, I'm afraid the head would fly out, and it wouldn't be properly placed on the neck. Although the protection of the Xuanwu robe is overall, even the areas not covered by the robe will still produce effects such as magic shields. But Lin didn't want to test it with his own head. The Xuanwu robe was his last line of defense, not the first defensive measure to block the gun. Just like in modern warfare, steel helmets can protect against fragments and bullets. But no soldier would rush forward without thinking while wearing a helmet. He should take cover when he should. If you are unlucky and get shot, just hope that the helmet can save your life. So seeing the Shadow Dragon's dragon wing attack that was no different from an uppercut, Lin Dong used the flash technique to dodge. The automatic evasion function of the two flash spells did not work. Lin didn't want to bet that it was the last moment and the flash spell could be activated smoothly and automatically. For the sake of life, it is better to dodge early. But this retreat was of little use. Before Lin had time to assess the situation, the Shadow Dragon came close to kill again. The speed was so fast, just like when he used the flash technique to chase and bully others in the past. But this time it was himself who was targeted. Once again, relying on the protection of the Xuanwu robe itself, he blocked the bite on his waist. Although his body was not bitten off, Lin was held in Teska's mouth and swung away, hitting the ground hard. This hit made someone dizzy. Even more so, ever since the flash technique was perfected, no enemy could beat him so close. Seeing the Shadow Dragon chasing after him again, Lin could only retreat in a flash, struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack in the process. In this way, one man and one dragon fight in the air. Not only does it fall apart at the touch of a touch, it also disappears on the spot after being hit. In less than a blink of an eye, a person and a dragon will reappear in another place, and they will be dispersed upon contact. The battle between man and dragon is like silhouettes left in the void, one in the east and one in the west. Sometimes the silhouette of the north still remains in sight, and a man and a dragon appear in front of him again, and then disappear again. Sometimes the Shadow Dragon takes the main attack, and sometimes the magician counterattacks. Generally speaking, Long mainly attacks for many times, but never has the decisive move to win or lose. It seems that the words, rough skin and rough flesh, are used on humans instead of dragons. In this way, not only is it dazzling, but others can't understand such a battle. But being in it, the danger is not diminished at all, despite the fact that the Shadow Dragon's attacks were repeatedly dodged by Lin, or at least blocked by the Xuanwu robe. Teska will not attack a position that fails to make a contribution a second time. In other words, this Shadow Dragon is testing the weakness of a certain magician. Lin couldn't guarantee that he was really perfectly protected. As soon as his weakness was tested, Lin couldn't guarantee whether his demonic body could withstand the dragon's blow. The most difficult opponents I have ever encountered were only two types of opponents. One is like the Demon Prince Azad. The opponent has the power to kill him with one move, so he needs to pay great attention to dodge while attacking during the battle. The other one is like killing gods in the Earth Elemental Plane in the past. The opponent can't hit you, but you can't break the defense, so you can only forcefully deduct one blood until the opponent's blood tank bottoms out. Being chased and beaten by the Shadow Dragon now is different from the experience of life and death battles in the past. It is more like the experience of being chased and beaten by Fin. No matter where he ran using flash, the Lich would always catch up and give him a big slap in the face. Fin can do this because she also mastered the flash technique and can keep up with someone's movement speed. But the Shadow Dragon can also do it. And for what purpose? Even though he was chased like crazy, Lin still found some clues in the constant battles. The Shadow Dragon Teska does not use the flash technique, but has mastered a very similar movement technique. The Shadow Dragon that was killed by him before can freely travel between the main plane of the Lost Land and the Shadow Plane. Thus it can achieve magical stealth, and even use it to escape into the Shadow Plane to create something similar to invisibility in the main plane. Effect? However, some rules of the Shadow Plane are consistent with those of the Mysterious Land. At least when the two move, the same distance will take the same time. Teska, The Shadow Dragon has clearly mastered the method of movement in planes other than the main plane and the shadow plane. Like the previous dragon, Lin could see Teska moving in a certain dimension. Moreover, the key physical rules of that dimensional plane are different from those of the main plane of Midland. That is, it only takes shorter time to move the same distance. In fact, this is also the principle of flashing. Flashing is not about building an Einstein-Rosen bridge to suddenly appear in another location. Instead, use the different rules of different dimensions and planes to find the true shortest distance, and then quickly reach your destination. This means that even though the Shadow Dragon Teska does not have the flash spell, it has used its own method to achieve similar movement skills to someone else, and has a similar movement speed. In fact, according to Lin's observation, Teska's speed was still much slower than his own. But this slowness is enough for the Shadow Dragon to break through the warning time of its own flash technique and attack itself. If you can solve the problem by simply modifying your basic settings, just like when you deal with a Demon Prince Azad and expand the warning range, then the matter should be solved easily. But Lin feels the problem goes beyond that. In the Pot of Curses before, I didn't know whether I had been caught or not. Another point is that being able to dodge the attack of the Shadow Dragon is just a defensive move. If you cannot break through on the offensive, the deadlock will still exist. At this moment, Lin realized how desperate the people who had been tricked by his flash technique in the past felt. However, this time, Lin had no intention of letting the dragon leave. Rather than letting Teska change from the advantage of more offense and less defense to the disadvantage of more defense and less offense, or even only defense and no offense, Teska would then give up the fight and turn around. It's better to maintain the current situation and hang on to the opponent, although he escaped more and attacked less, facing a creature several times larger than himself. The familiar feeling of oppression became more and more serious. If a heart palpitation was nothing but a twitch from time to time, Lin intuitively felt that if there was nothing wrong with his head, he could cut off his head and use it as a ball. Or those curses? I originally made Xuanwu robes just to make up for my shortcomings in curse attacks. After all, physical attacks can be avoided with flashing spells. But there is really no good way to resist the curse magic that targets the mind and soul. In the end, he introduced Xuanwu, one of the four spirits, into his robe, and was tainted with the power of Midi, and was accepted by the local gods. Lin thought he was safe. I didn't expect that even if I was sparse, there would still be things I couldn't guard against. The worst part is that I don't even know which side I'm not on guard against. Therefore, rather than fighting against the Shadow Dragon Teska, Lin focused more on his possible vulnerabilities. If this loophole is not repaired, the person's life will depend on it, whether Teska can kill him or not. The most is that he will have an enemy in the future who will pop out from time to show off his presence. Which one is more important between the two is self-evident. But being able to save the opponent's dragon life is of course the best result. However, in a moment of negligence, Lin was struck from a blind corner by the long tail of the Shadow Dragon like a whip. This surprised Lin even more. He always turns on the environment detection magic based on the arcane eye, which is like his own third eye. In theory, there is no dead end. But the fact is that Teska didn't even notice the tail blow before it hit his face. Although he only felt hot and did not leave any scars, Lin had to consider another thing. And that was whether there was a third party assisting? When all his attention is focused on his opponent, Shadow Dragon Teska, and himself, while facing attacks one after another, he also thinks of ways to repair his own flaws. This is simply the best opportunity for a sneak attack, because I have no time to care about him. Together with this suspicion, Lin dare not focus on the outside world. This also made his original disadvantage of more defense and less offense even more severe. The elders of the Greco Chamber of Commerce had already fled, when hundreds of giant dragons came out to prepare for a dragon flame festival in the palace courtyard. They wanted to run away. It was just that I was scared out of my mind at that time and had no chance. When the heads of hundreds of giant dragons fell to the ground and the Shadow Dragon Teska attacked, they had to crawl out even if their legs were weak. If they continue to stay here and get involved in the great battle in the sky, even if they are only swept away to the corner, their fragile little lives will not be saved. William Greco, the heartless white swordsman, was nowhere to be seen. I don't know if I entered the banquet venue in the palace and found something to eat. After all, it is time to eat. And once that person arrives to eat, he is unstoppable. Even if the dog barks, he can put everything aside. The guardian of Longdao Town, Gulong Marku, has already led his men to join Princess Silver Dragon and the tall maid who is still alive. They were not in the mood to watch the battle. The old man grabbed Silver Dragon Loli's hand and ran away. No matter how ugly that little Loli's face is. Originally preparing to attend a banquet in the palace. All the human dragons, who had not recovered their original bodies, had long since escaped. They are here to join in the fun and watch the fun. Not to die and become the object of other people's fun. In other words, the battlefield should be open enough for rats to run away. Well, rats probably wouldn't dare to run around against the dragon's power. In short, this battlefield that everyone in dragons are afraid to avoid does still have some dark atmosphere hidden in it. As for why I didn't notice this before, it's because the power of more than 100 giant dragons gathered here on the battlefield has not dissipated. Although part of it was used for curse magic, it only cost less than half. Although a certain magician's flash technique does not use power. But the sub-dimensional tower draws the chaotic energy from the dimensional gap, and the Khan in his hand cannot mobilize external power. It can be said that this chaotic environment, except for the impact on Lin's environmental detection magic, has no other obstacles. But the Shadow Dragon keeps jumping between planes. And this is not without cost. Chapter 1410 Battle is like a chess game. The ability to travel between planes may be the talent of the Shadow Dragon, but energy is still needed to drive this talent. As a dragon, it is natural to mobilize the main energy forms of the enchanted earth, which are the 8 powers. This is equivalent to constantly stirring up the already chaotic powers here, which not only makes the situation more confusing, but also continuously delays the time for the powers to restore calm and balance. Such chaos greatly affects people's senses, especially magicians like Lin. It is precisely because of this that this chaotic situation well conceals the presence of those hiding in the dark. If Lin hadn't been so obsessed with detection abilities, and had not been willing to take the initiative to look for it, he might not have been able to find any clues. But now that he knew someone or a dragon was watching, whether they were just watching the show or had unknowingly entered the game, Lin had no intention of letting them go. Speaking of which, this can be regarded as a hungry person having a frustrated fight. After getting angry, he seemed to be looking for trouble to express his anger. Despite the previous deadlock of chasing each other, Lin has been looking for a key to breaking the situation. And just now, he successfully found this key. The reason why I can defeat ordinary people is because they only move in the main plane of the mysterious land. And the elusiveness of the flash technique is not enough to defeat the vast majority of people. The ability of the Shadow Dragon is to travel through the plane space. But the action mode of the previous Shadow Dragon was too monotonous and too slow. With mental arithmetic and no care, Lin easily grasped the dimensional parameters of the shadow plane and killed it in one fell swoop. Although the dragon head was brought back to the main plane for demonstration, the remaining dragon corpses were still left in the shadow plane. The third plane controlled by Shadow Dragon Teska has very different physical properties from the main plane of Lost Land. So Lin's observation time is compressed to an extremely low level. Although his performance in the flash technique is not inferior to Teska's talent at all, it is like two runners running different routes. Between the two runners, the situation of reaching each checkpoint is a win or a loss. But the chance of contact is only at this moment. If you want to physically destroy your opponent, this little time is simply not enough. If one of them has mastered the route of the other person, and can keep an eye on the other person throughout the whole process, then the chances of making a move are not much greater than if there was only contact at checkpoints. Lin has been measuring the dimensional parameters of Teska's third plane. Perhaps the Shadow Dragon could be said to have suppressed a certain magician before, but it probably consciously ignored this fact. That is, his opponent is not a brainless warrior who relies solely on physical skills to survive, but a magician who relies on his brains to survive. Besides, it's true that I can't do anything to this Shadow Dragon with one person and one sword for the time being, but I still have hundreds of Shikiri sword pills that I haven't released yet. Although other Hakiri sword balls do not have the multidimensional cutting function of Khan, they can still cause damage as long as they are placed in the right position. As for the year wheel, this is not a suitable occasion for it to appear. The problem with Shadow Dragon Teska is that it can't be beaten. Not that it can't be killed. However, considering that we also need to catch all those lurking in the dark, it is not as simple as just closing the door and placing the box to cut. It requires a certain arrangement to activate it. If you let any of them go, you will cause trouble for your future self. It can be solved in one go. Lin doesn't want to be pretentious. And because the flying of the Hagiri Kinmaru is so awesome, as long as you are not blind, you can see where they come and go. Therefore, we cannot expect to release them casually and let the Hagaris run to a designated location and wait for their orders. Lin could only release 1 or 2 sword pellets each time during this shuttle contact. letting them stand still and stand by before they show off their abilities. The Hagira's disguise ability is also first-rate, unless the shape of the weapon is too dazzling. It has the aura of no silver 300 tails here. Otherwise, with the size of the giant dragon, they wouldn't care about the steel balls that now have a presence that is almost like sand. Perhaps some Hagiri Kimaru are deployed farther away, but they can also be used as the main backup force for the second and third waves. The key point is that in Lin's calculations, the most suitable distance for the first surprise attack is the location within 3 to 5 meters of the target. There are 6 potential targets, ranging in size from big to small, but the power contained in them is all at the dragon level. In other words, even if it is a human body, it is still a giant dragon after using humanization magic. It was impossible to arrange all the Hagiras in the most ideal positions. First, they were not that perfect. Secondly, the battle between him and the shadow dragon Teska could not continue indefinitely. If the deadlock cannot be broken, it will bring more weariness to both sides. And someone himself does not think that the opponent of shadow dragon Teska is worthy of using the bitter flesh trick, deliberately injuring the opponent to delay the opponent, giving him a greater confidence in killing him. Therefore, regardless of whether the Shikiri Kimaru is arranged in place or not, the outcome will be determined by 30 breaths later. It's a pity that someone's plan is very good, but I don't know if it's because of poor acting skills or where the secret is revealed. Whether it's Teska who is fighting at close range or other dragons hiding in the dark, they all feel the magician in front of them. Strange, at a level that has the ability to intervene in this level of battle. No matter what kind of creature it is, it trusts its own intuition. And that magician just didn't have the words, "I want to use tricks," written on his face. So of course, the dragons will pay attention to the abnormal points all over the opponent's body. The most obvious finding is that the bead chain around the waist has become shorter. Of course, dragons also use forums, and there are even many dragons who are forum addicts. However, the time from the time Hagiri Kimaru was exposed in front of the dragon clan to now is too short, and the information has not had time to spread. The appearance of two Erlong on the main continent was not taken seriously by the dragon clan at that time. Therefore, the fact that the magician's belt has become shorter is just an omen in the eyes of the dragons, not a warning signal. But they could feel that the magician in front of them was waiting for an opportunity, and some dragons even calculated that time. This is because the human in front of him is just a magician, not a warrior with ultimate control over his body. Maybe this human has a pretty good brain, but in order to explode at the critical moment, he secretly adjusted the movements of his body functions so that his body could reach its peak state at or before that critical point. This behavior could not be clearer in the eyes of the dragons. Coupled with the hints from his body movements, it showed that he had discovered several dragons whose stealth skills were not that good or whose hiding places were not concealed enough. And he had made targeted preparations. These all make the dragons also take precautions. Some dragons are calm enough that they still lurk, waiting for opportunities, or their mission is just to observe, not to intervene. Some dragons come with missions. Dragon Island and the Dragon Clan have their own dignity and cannot be trampled by a single human being, even though most of the giant dragons have a self-defeating character. As long as a few of them are more active, a certain magician will not lack trouble from Dragon Island. In fact, the small movements of the dragons also aroused Lin's vigilance. After all, he is now focusing on these dragons and the shadow dragon Teska who is fighting against him. And what he is best at is relying on data collection to predict his opponent's next move. Perhaps there is not enough data on the dragons to make effective predictions, but it is enough to know the warning signs that the dragons are acting abnormally. Lin also made corresponding adjustments. When someone moves, the dragons also move. When the dragons move, someone moves accordingly. This back and forth gives this battle two sides, light and dark. On the surface, Lin and the shadow dragon Teska kept fighting instantly, secretly. The dragon and the human were like playing chess, constantly making plans and then changing their plans. However, no one can see everything from God's perspective. All actions are like playing blind chess, and judgments can only be made by prediction. Unfortunately, this is not a chess game that can be thought about slowly, but a life and death battle against time. No one has enough time to think. In fact, at this point, a certain magician still cheated. The reason why Lin clings to Agiri Khan is because what Khan is best at is calculation. Compared with other dragons, they have no chance to connect, and can only rely on their own heads to arrange everything. Lin Ku himself, the subdimensional tower and Khan's three minds calculated at the same time, taking all variables into consideration as much as possible. and then made various plans for future changes, regardless of whether they are involved in the war or not. All parties are scheming. Lin is no longer sure what the key point is that will change all this situation. But he can guarantee that it is not the 30 breaths he originally estimated. But at some point, everything clicked. Scattered in the surrounding environment, the originally chaotic powers condensed into 4 magic arrays that appeared tilted in the air under the strong pull of dragon language magic. Lin couldn't figure out the purpose of the newly formed magic formation, and he didn't have the time to do it. On the other hand, the dragon who made the move was visible at a glance because the movement was too big and he had no intention of covering it up. For ordinary people, considering the distance between the two parties, the person who is regarded as the target can only consider running away or defending in place. It is impossible to rush forward and interrupt the formation of magic. A magician with the flash technique could have ignored this disadvantage and cut off the dragon's head through flash. But at this time, the shadow dragon Teska also tried his best to entangle someone, regardless of the cost of injury. I don't know if this is a tacit understanding or just taking advantage of the situation. The other hidden dragons also made more or less moves. Even those who were ordered to investigate and just come to watch the show did not dare to stand still and move when they saw Shikiri Kimura drawing strange traces in the air and running towards them. If you don't move, you will bear this blow in vain. But all the dragons underestimated this metal bead that was so small that it was almost invisible. If they take precautions in the first place, whether they are escaping or trying to counterattack, it is better than watching these inconspicuous little things burrow into their bodies. Lin did not arrange the Hagiri Kimura in the most ideal position, leaving time for the dragons to react after being attacked. But they wasted it, or the dragons were still thinking about what this strange thing that used the sky as a canvas was. And it was too late.